Chun Xian, reborn in a foreign realm, originally filled with anticipation of possessing a golden finger to sweep through the world, soon realized that he was instead a person repeatedly met with demise. Once, twice, and even thrice, he found himself ensnared in an endless cycle of reincarnation, each life repeating like a mere copy-paste. In a bid to liberate himself from this interminable loop, Chun Xian endeavored every conceivable method. Unbelievable. I've been reborn. Huh? A voice, seemingly deranged, echoed from a dilapidated thatched cottage in a remote mountain village of Feihu country. The sound startled the only birds resting in the solitary tree within the overgrown yard. As he pushed open the tattered door, the wretched surroundings did nothing to diminish Chun Xian's elation. After more than 20 ordinary years in his previous world, with a mundane university education and a commonplace job, he had finally struck fortune on his late-night journey home after working overtime. A dump truck had flattened him from a three-dimensional existence into a two-dimensional plane, akin to a mosquito being swatted against a white wall, leaving no time to feel pain before his consciousness faded away. Upon awakening, he found himself in this utterly improbable dwelling, one that could never exist in his former world. After several minutes of reconciling with the memories of his new body, he confirmed that he had indeed reincarnated into another world. Fortunately, his ramshackle abode was situated at the foot of the village's end, sparing him from alarming the nearby neighbors into suspecting he had fallen into hysteria. Once the ecstatic individual finally calmed down, he began tentatively searching for the essential golden finger that protagonists typically possess in their journeys. System? Are you there, system? Nothing? Chun Xian stroked his chin, starting to inspect his body for any special trinkets. After a prolonged search, aside from the tattered clothes barely reaching his elbows and the worn-out straw sandals revealing four protruding toes, all that remained was a dried wooden hairpin he had carelessly picked up a couple of days ago. Predecessor? Old grandpa? No response. Must he first shed blood? In the kitchen, he grabbed a handleless, broken knife, gritted his teeth, and made a small incision on his left index finger. His pain. Hurry, let the blood flow. Chun Xian, his hair disheveled, smeared the blood onto the wooden hairpin. After saturating the pin with his blood, silence persisted. Not. Chun Xian felt a pang of regret for the blood he had just shed. Then, glancing around the decrepit dwelling, his eyes reignited with hope. Since the wound was already made, he might as well try everything. After a while, Chun Xian sat despondently on the threshold, having explored every inch of his hands. Why is there nothing? At that moment, if someone were to enter the dilapidated house, they would undoubtedly assume it was the scene of a murder. Although the house contained no valuables, the chipped wooden bed, the cracked enamel bowl, and the half-broken water vat were all smeared with the now darkening crimson. Ought I see? Ought I see? While Chun Xian sat on the threshold, his eyes vacant, gazing skyward and pondering where he had gone awry in his approach. Footsteps approached from a distance, accompanied by familiar calls. Yo, Taijugo. Chun Xian rifled through his memories and lethargically waved his hand. The newcomer was a sturdy youth clad in gray linen short attire, his skin somewhat dark, yet his eyes were vibrant and spirited. What has happened to you? Taiju regarded the normally vivacious Erhezi, now seemingly lackluster, with surprise. Nothing much, Chun Xian replied, diverting Taiju's attention. Taijugo, what has you so excited? Taiju, not dwelling too much on it, enthusiastically exclaimed, do you know? The court is conscripting soldiers. My father said if I can join the army and return as a great general, our ancestors would surely be pleased. Conscription? Chun Xian's interest peaked at this news. Could it be that he was not embarking on the path of cultivation, but rather the journey of an ancient military hero? As for the alternative path of scholarly exams, he dismissed the thought he had never been interested in the intricacies of classical texts. He, who often forgot what he had eaten the previous night, found the 4 books and 5 classics more excruciating than death itself. Having experienced the bombardment of modern information, commanding troops and strategizing in this quaint ancient setting would be a trivial endeavor. Taiju nodded eagerly. Quick. The officer in charge of recruitment is about to arrive at our village entrance. My father sent me to fetch you. Let's go. Chun Xian instantly perked up. The 2 figures, one tall and one short, rushed swiftly, reaching the bustling village center in mere minutes. Erhezi, Taiju, come this way. A larger, weathered version of Chun Taiju stood ahead, waving as the two approached. "Father, Uncle Chun, Erhazy, why are you still holding that knife?" Chundaya glanced at the knife dangling from Chun Xian's side, a flicker of alarm crossing his mind. If the military officials were to discover this, they might think their village was plotting against the court. "Oh, I was just about to butcher a chicken, but when Taiju called me, I forgot it in my haste." Chun Taiju looked puzzled. Where did Erhazy's family get a chicken? Chundaya didn't press the matter further, quickly snatching the knife away. The military officers were already approaching on their majestic steeds, leaving no time to return home, so he had to find a nearby place to conceal it. In their remote village, everyone knew exactly what lay at the front and back of their homes. If something went missing, it would be evident at a glance. Important farming tools were not a concern for theft. The villagers nearby were abuzz with conversation. Some of the youths potentially facing conscription wore expressions of anxiety mingled with excitement, while the women's eyes betrayed an unmistakable sorrow. Curious children, restrained by their elders at home, displayed a mix of apprehension and curiosity, occasionally chattering questions. The officers, though appearing distant, were but a brief moment away, mounted on splendid steeds that many villagers had never seen in their entire lives. The proud, gleaming warhorses represented the pinnacle of their experiences. 3 officers had come for conscription, the leader bearing a fierce countenance, a long scar stretching from his right forehead to beneath his eye. The curious children, initially intrigued, fell silent, pulling at their elders' garments and quietly hiding behind them. The officer on the left appeared more ordinary, yet exuded an air of sternness capable of silencing even the most restless child. The one on the right, seemingly more scholarly, resembled a strategist, yet how could such a figure be part of a military recruitment team? Where is the village chief of Chun family village? The leading officer, Su Dun, surveyed the now quiet crowd. An elderly man with a mix of black and white hair, somewhat stooped, stepped forward, kneeling before the 3 officers. "I am Chin Tian, the village chief of Chun family village. I greet you, esteemed officers." The villagers behind him followed suit, kneeling and uttering, "We greet you, esteemed officers." Chapter 2. The army, the frontline. Well, are all the recruits gathered? Su Dun was anxious to recruit more individuals from other villages, for the army was severely understaffed. Otherwise, he would not have come to such a remote location to enlist soldiers. "Yes, yes," Chinde nodded repeatedly and waved his hand towards the crowd behind him. The village youths of appropriate age stepped forward one by one. Among them were Chun Xian and Chen Taiju. A slightly more delicate officer on the right side pulled out a scroll from the side of his horse. When the names were called, the individuals responded with present and stepped forward to stand in the designated area. Chen Atu, present. Chen Damio, present. As names were called one after another, the adolescent boys emerged, standing at the officer's command. Chun Taiju, present. Upon hearing his name, Chun Taiju stood tall and proud, puffing out his chest. Before departing, he patted Chen Xian on the shoulder, offering quiet reassurance. "Don't worry, Erhazy, you'll be called soon." Indeed, after 2 more names were called, it finally came to Chen Xian. "Chun Erhazy, present." For a moment, Chun Xian was taken aback, realizing many eyes were upon him, and it took him a moment to respond. How could he have forgotten the name of this body? Once everyone was accounted for, Guiyun marked a tick beside the names with a red brush and nodded at Su Dun. "All right, you have half an hour to gather your belongings and prepare for departure." Typically, such recruitment would be announced in advance, but this time it was an urgent call due to a severe shortage of manpower on the battlefield. Leaving no time for individual notifications, they were simply gathered on the spot. Upon hearing the officer's words, the villagers grew anxious, bustling to prepare their children for departure. Chun Xian's dilapidated abode held no valuable items. He merely took 2 tattered changes of clothes from the corner, comparable to what he wore. "Father, can I bring a knife?" Su Dun, who was at the village entrance discussing recent military affairs with Guiyun, suddenly heard a clear youthful voice beside him. Looking up, he saw a dark-skinned boy with strikingly contrasting eyes. Having been involved in the enlistment process for several days, he found the timid nature of these villagers to be quite notable. This was the first time he encountered someone daring enough to ask him a question, piquing his interest. "What kind of knife?" "A kitchen knife." Chun Xian felt a lack of security without bringing something along. "You can." Having received permission, Chun Xian rushed to the spot where he had hidden the knife and retrieved his handleless kitchen knife. Su Dun. "This broken, handleless kitchen knife?" On the battlefield, it would barely suffice to cut through armor, let alone be used against an opponent. Oh well, they are merely children. Once they witness the cruelty of war, they will understand the futility of what they have brought. Although they were given half an hour, no one dared to truly take their time, less than the duration of an incense stick. Everyone had gathered their belongings and assembled at the village entrance. Qin had even brought an extra bundle for Chen Xian. Uncle Qin. Chen Xian was momentarily stunned as he was filled with the heavy burden of the bundle. Chen beamed foolishly, not allowing him to refuse. Take good care of yourself while out there. And remember to find your brother Taiju if you need anything. Father, you can rest assured, I will take care of Irhizi. Qin Taiju patted his chest in assurance from the side. Once everyone had gathered, Su Dun prepared to depart early. The youths trailing behind the horses walked while glancing back. The anxiety of enlisting and the longing for home peaked in that moment. The elderly and children left behind at the village entrance stifled their cries. Watching the departing youths wave vigorously as heartfelt reminders echoed in the air. Guwa, take good care of yourself out there. Damao, I'll wait for your return. Atu, eat well and stay warm, don't go hungry or get cold. Finally, their voices faded as they turned the mountain bend, leaving only the rhythmic sound of hooves on the ground, the rustle of straw sandals against the earth, and the occasional stifled sob that could easily be overlooked. The journey was arduous, to say the least. Chen Xian and the others set off in the afternoon, and by the time they stopped, it was already midnight. With the moon illuminating the earth, Su Dun and his men rode horses, showing no signs of fatigue, and instead appeared relaxed. Since the college entrance examination, Chen Xian had never experienced such physical exertion. He felt utterly exhausted, and if it weren't for Chen Taiju pulling him along, he would have likely fallen behind in the army. Falling behind could spell death. Finally, they halted, and everyone gathered around to light a fire, using bamboo tubes for water as they ate the provisions they had brought. Who knew enlisting would be so grueling? Qin Xian grumbled, gulping down a large bamboo tube of water before biting into the dry, hard flatbread. This was what Qin had packed for him. Not only the flatbread but also the bamboo tube was a contribution from Qin. Food tasted especially good when one was hungry, and within minutes, Chen Xian devoured the dry and tasteless flatbread. In his haste, he nearly choked twice, but fortunately, Chen Taiju was there to offer him water. Captain, if these abilities are not trained, and we head straight to the battlefield, it is likely that not two of us will survive the battle. Li Shang, the plainly dressed soldier, looked at the group of youths with cold eyes, offering a stark assessment. Su Dun sighed upon hearing this. There was no choice, as the battlefield was in dire need of personnel. As if he did not already know this truth, however, the recent war with the Northern Kingdom had reached a stalemate, and the need for soldiers was overwhelming. Even those untrained had to be thrust into the fray. After a sleepless night, before dawn on the second day, Chen Xian was hurriedly awakened and dragged forward, his feet heavy with fatigue. Along the way, more youths from neighboring villages continued to join, swelling their ranks. By the time they finally reached the front lines 5 days later, this small group of a dozen had expanded to over 300. Chen Xian's feet were blistered and bloodied, gradually forming calluses through the pain. The initial excitement of crossing over had been thoroughly extinguished over these 5 days. Upon entering the frontline city, Chen Xian fell into a deep silence. The collapsed buildings, the hurried soldiers, the bloodied bodies on stretchers, and the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the city. In essence, he was merely an ordinary modern youth, unable to grasp the true horror of war. The most terrifying experiences he had known were limited to slaughtering chickens and ducks back at home. The horrors of war were merely glimpses through the screens of phones and televisions, quickly forgotten after a sigh. What he witnessed firsthand was vastly different from what he had imagined or seen from afar. Chapter 3. Is he dead? After reporting to the new recruit camp, Qin Xian and Chen Taiju were assigned to the same tent, along with the majority of the youths from Chen family village. Having grown up together, they were familiar with one another, and with the addition of others, the Chen youths became even more united. At the front, a tent typically housed at least 20 individuals. At night, amidst the various odors filling the tent, Chen Xian lay awake, staring at a small hole in the canvas that had appeared without notice. Irhizi. Chen Taiju was also unable to sleep. You think we will make it back alive? This boy, who had harbored dreams of becoming a grand general, received a harsh slap of reality on his first day. We will. After a moment of silence, Chen Xian touched the kitchen knife at his waist. suddenly filled with determination. Since heaven had granted him a second chance in this world, he would not let it be taken back easily. What if there is no system? What if there are no magical powers? I, Chen Xian, will not yield. I refuse to believe it. No, I believe it. The following day, after enduring the grueling new recruit training, Chen Xian collapsed in the tent, motionless, gazing at the small hole in the canvas. His heart heavy with tears, it was too brutal. On the third day, Chen Xian and Chen Taizhu were assigned to the logistics department, tasked with cleaning the battlefield point one after another. The mangled bodies were dragged out and taken to a large pit dug at the foot of the mountain. Chen Xian went from trembling and unable to carry a body at the beginning to gradually becoming numb to the horror. Eventually, he could coldly stuff the scattered intestines of a soldier back into place and carry the head of a soldier whose skull had been partially severed. All within the span of just an hour at night. Regardless of how exhausted he was, Chen Xian washed himself thoroughly. However, the stench seemed to permeate his skin, embedding itself into every inch of his bones. Refusing to wash away, day 3, day 4, Chen Xian began to adapt amidst the piles of corpses. Yet he knew he would not remain in logistics forever. Once the frontline soldiers fell, it would be their turn. Those half-trained rookies, Irhizi, I'm scared. On the night before Chen Taizhu was informed that he would be sent to the front line, he looked at the dark tent ceiling and gritted his teeth to voice this fear. Chen Xian, in the end, it was Chen Xian who retrieved Chen Taizhu's body. That boy who had recently proclaimed his ambition to become a grand general, the one who had been so fearful just the night before, lay with lifeless eyes staring blankly at the gray sky, his body now severed in two. Chen Xian stood beside Chen Taizhu for what felt like an eternity, perhaps only a moment, before kneeling down and finally extending his hand to close Chen Taizhu's eyes. Assembling the two severed parts of Chen Taizhu's body, Chen Xian employed the rudimentary stitching techniques he had recently acquired to mend them together. With a heavy heart, he shouldered the lifeless form of Chen Taizhu and trudged step by step towards the vast pit at the foot of the mountain. Seeking a corner devoid of stacked corpses, where he laid him down facing the direction of Chenjia village. Chen Xian found no respite for his sorrow. There were still other bodies to attend to. The last act of love he could perform was to place a handful of dirt over Chen Taizhu, along with his beloved flatbread and the pair of shoes that Chen Dai had tucked into his bag. Shoes that he had always been reluctant to wear. From the 15 youths that had emerged from Chenjia village, only 3 remained. Irhizi, isn't it our turn tomorrow? Spoke Chen Atu. With Chen Taizhu's death, it was now he who lay beside Chen Xian. Chen Xian recalled the girl who awaited Chen Atu's return to wed. She was the daughter of Aunt Shui next door, and they had grown up as childhood friends. In his memory, she was a simple girl with a cheerful smile. Had it not been for the war, they might have been married by now. As he drifted into sleep, someone whispered softly in the fragrant tent, though he could not discern who it was. The next day, Chen Xian was assigned a suit of armor. It was the first time he donned armor since arriving at the front lines. For those in logistics were not required to wear it. Grasping the spear allocated to him, he meandered through the camp, eventually reaching the front lines in a daze. Amidst the chaos, he lost all sense of direction and could not discern the tides of battle. The only certainty was the need to thrust his spear at those clad in different garb. With gritted teeth, he pressed forward, relying on the scant knowledge he had acquired amidst the disintegrating ranks of soldiers. The sound of his spear piercing through armor and into flesh was sickeningly evident. The clang of his spear meeting the blade of an adversary reverberated in his ears. Pain surged as an enemy's sword found its way into his abdomen. With a final, desperate grasp, he discarded his shattered spear and drew forth a glimmering kitchen knife. Aiming for the neck of his foe, a resounding thud marked his body's collapse to the ground. It hurt so much. Gazing at the perpetually gray sky, a profound silence enveloped Chen Xian's heart. He felt his body fading away. As others stepped over him in his final moments, his body quivered slightly before succumbing entirely to stillness. To be reborn once more, yet remain merely an ordinary person. But hadn't he always been an ordinary person? He wondered who would come to collect his body, as it seemed that everyone from Chenjia village had gone to the front lines that day. The sky darkened. Chapter 4. The second rebirth howl. Pain, pain, pain. In the dilapidated hut at the foot of the mountain, a slender figure suddenly sprang up from the rickety bed, clutching his stomach and howling. Wait! As Chen Xian regained his senses, He was astonished to find himself lively and full of vigor, momentarily stunned before recognizing the familiar yet strange surroundings. Was this death or Dado? In disbelief, he slapped himself, awakening from uncertainty. It was indeed real. He had not been reborn again. This time, he would absolutely avoid the accursed front lines. With the impending conscription looming, Chen Xian resolved to flee beforehand. Familiarity bred efficiency. This time, his packing was swift. A few tattered garments and assorted odds and ends were hastily thrown onto the bed. He grabbed the corners of a bed sheet, bundling it up and slinging it over his back. Next, he made his way to the kitchen, pocketing the battered kitchen knife. All set, farewell. Chen Xian closed the ornately designed yet impractical door of the yard. Preparing to slip away, unexpectedly, he turned to find himself face to face with the hurriedly approaching Chen Taizhu. "You're you're so quick. Have you already packed everything?" Seeing Chen Xian's ensemble, Chen Taizhu assumed he was ready to enlist. His eyes gleaming with excitement. Damn. How had this guy arrived so swiftly? Chen Xian, observing the corpse he had personally laid into the pit yesterday, felt a flutter of unease. His gaze involuntarily drifted to Taizhu's chest and abdomen. He could still recall the sensation of flesh against his hands. What's wrong? Chen Taizhu sensed Erhezi's gaze and, glancing down at his attire, grinned broadly. How do I look? My father had Aunt Shui sew this new outfit for me. Mim, it looks great, especially handsome. Chen Xian responded dismissively, pondering how to dissuade this big oaf from enlisting. Taizhu, can we not go to the military? Still pondering the meaning of handsome, Chen Taizhu was startled by Chen Xian's abrupt suggestion. Erhezi, how can you think like that? A flicker of fear crossed his eyes. If the officers discovered that one less person was needed from the village, it could endanger the entire community? Huh? Chen Xian, preoccupied with evading the excruciating pain once more, was oblivious to the ancient practice of collective punishment. Accustomed to modern conscription, he had yet to adapt to the rigid demands of ancient recruitment. Although he had not spent much time with the villagers, Chen Taizhu and his companions had aided him significantly on the battlefield. If he were to abandon them now, finally recalling the dire fate of deserters, Chen Xian fell silent. In Feihu Nation, once labeled a deserter, one not only lost their identity but also brought additional burdens to their village, doubling the taxes and conscripting twice the manpower from other households. Chen Xian was silently led by Chen Taizhu towards the village entrance, traversing familiar faces and routines. Perhaps due to the arduous memories of his previous life, despite his body's discomfort, he found himself surprisingly unwearied by the evening's respite. Skillfully, he tended to the blisters on his feet, rinsing them with fresh water. Who knew why this body, accustomed to labor, still suffered blisters on the mountain path? Sir Su, may I learn spear techniques from you? Since facing the front lines was now unavoidable, he felt the need to prepare himself for survival. Though he knew not why he had been reborn, there was a possibility of further rebirths in the future. Perhaps this would be his last chance, and he must seize it. Go abandon the pursuit was never Chen Xian's way. Su Dun and his companions, gathered around another fire, were somewhat taken aback by the audacity of this small, dark figure approaching them. How do you know I excel in spear techniques? He bore no spear, only a large blade. Chen Xian inwardly scoffed. He could hardly admit that he knew from his previous life. Externally, he maintained a demeanor of utmost respect, having mastered the art of facade in modern society. I have heard that soldiers on the battlefield primarily rely on spear techniques, and I thought that you, sir, must be particularly skilled, so I wish to learn a thing or two for self-preservation. Su Dun regarded this bold youth with newfound respect. You've got a discerning eye. He then glanced at the remaining 14 boys, all of whom, in varying degrees, were secretly observing the developments. These youths would eventually serve under him, and equipping them with survival skills would enhance their chances of making it through the battlefield. Since they were eager to learn, he would readily impart knowledge. Do you all wish to learn? The boys nodded fervently, their eyes gleaming with admiration and longing. Watch closely. Su Dun stood, picking up a suitable long branch from the forest, standing tall as if bearing a formidable spear. There are 13 forms of spear techniques, but the most fundamental consists of merely 8. Since you have not been exposed to any, learning these 8 basic movements will suffice. With that, Su Dun held the branch with both hands, his left hand resting in the middle while his right grasped the end, thrusting it forward. He then demonstrated each movement with precision. The The first point of spear technique is thrusting. With a swift turn, he drew a powerful arc through the air, slamming the branch into the ground with a resounding clap. Chop, break, pierce, dot, cloud, strangle, sweep, floral spear. In a final flourish, as he shouted, the branch glimmered under his deft control, dazzling all who beheld it. How impressive! Chen Taizhu, now understanding the meaning of handsome, could hardly contain his drool at the sight. With just these simple spear techniques, you should be able to master them, right, Su Dan? Holding the branch behind his back, spoke confidently. Chen Xian shook his head earnestly. I can't it's simple. Theo master. Su Dan's assertion echoed the confidence of a teacher proclaiming that 112. Firmly believing in his students' abilities to solve calculus problems come exam time. Have you mastered it? Guiyun noticed the hesitance among the boys, wanting to interject. Captain, not everyone is as inherently skilled in spear techniques as you seem to be. You're disheartening these kids, can't? Su Dan frowned, incredulous. That's impossible. In the barracks, I learned just by watching someone perform it once. Sir, I'm not clever. Chen Xian is capable of both resilience and adaptability. In Chapter 5, Su Dan let out a sigh, scratching his head, his pleading gaze directed towards Guiyun. Though Su Dan excelled in martial prowess, having ascended to the rank of a 1,000-man commander within just a few years, he was rather reluctant to engage in strategic thinking. Guiyun pretended to cough, covering his mouth, and quietly signaled to his captain. Captain, just teach them 2 or 3 basic techniques. 8 is simply too many. Su Dan nodded in comprehension. Then let me teach you the 3 fundamental ones. Slow down. Observing Su Dan's inclination to overexert himself, Guiyun quickly whispered another reminder. Su Dan paused as he grasped a long branch, then made an effort to slow his movements. In the realm of combat, the saying holds true. An inch of length offers an inch of strength. Learning these 3 techniques is sufficient for survival on the battlefield. The first technique is grasp. Under Guiyun's diligent reminders, Su Dan finally allowed himself to elaborate a bit more. Among the techniques of wielding a spear, maintaining a stable posture is paramount. Given the spear's considerable length, an improper grip could lead to vulnerability to enemy attacks. Thus, it is crucial to ensure the proper distance between the hands, allowing for adjustments in angle and position at any moment. Unbeknownst to them, the youths of Qin family village had gathered around, encircling Su Dan as he demonstrated his skills. Those in the know recognized it as a lesson, while others mistook it for a mere display of antics. The second technique is thrust. Su Dan held the long branch at its midsection and tail, demonstrating an advanced maneuver. This action is endlessly versatile, serving as the foundation from which thrusts and jabs evolve. The youth of Qin family village nodded, caught between confusion and comprehension. The third technique is block. This is a defensive maneuver used to intercept enemy attacks. While Su Dan did not advocate for a defensive approach, he felt it necessary to explain in his mindset, offense is the best defense. If one can strike the opponent and counter their assault, there is little need for defensive tactics. With this thought in mind, Su Dan voiced his perspective, prompting Guiyun to cover his forehead in exasperation. Here it comes again, the captain's philosophy of offense over defense. Chen Xian, deep in thought, found a suitable branch nearby and mimicked Su Dan's movements. Su Dan glanced at him, shaking his head in disapproval. Your stance is far too unstable, and your grip lacks the necessary force. If you are to defeat an enemy, it would rely solely on the enemy presenting their chest to your spear. This unsaid statement was discerned by Chen Xian through Su Dan's gaze. Aware that his previous practice was insufficient, Chen Xian humbly sought guidance. Having spent much time in the modern world, he had gleaned some experience from seeking advice from superiors. As Su Dan began to bask in Chen Xian's admiration, akin to savoring a fine vintage, he cheerfully continued his instruction. Under the one-on-one tutelage of an elite coach, Chen Xian finally mastered the standard horse stance and spear grip. The other youths of Qin family village also made considerable progress in his quest for survival on the battlefield. The usually languid Chen Xian began to adopt a regimen of early rising and late nights, seizing opportunities during the day to hone his skills. After all, it is often said that humans possess boundless potential. From the first night of mastering the horse stance and spear grip to arriving at the front lines 6 days later, Chen Xian's stance had become sufficiently stable, and he wielded the spear with growing finesse. As for his lethality, he had yet to grasp a real weapon, so that remained unassessed. Nevertheless, he appeared quite formidable, garnering recognition from Chen Taizhu. Under Chen Xian's encouragement, Chen Taizhu also put in considerable effort, his results far surpassing Chen Xian's. During their breaks, the two would spar with long sticks, with Chen Xian often emerging on the losing end. Perhaps due to the experience from his past life, upon arriving at the frontline city, Chen Xian became indifferent to the bodies and the moans of wounded soldiers surrounding him. He returned to the familiar tent he had been assigned. And after resting well, he picked up a stick to practice daily. Although naturally lazy, he recognized the necessity of acquiring additional survival skills in the unforgiving theater of war, thus occasionally exerting himself was warranted. The youths of Qin family village had also become accustomed to Chen Xian's training routine, joining him for scheduled practice. However, no matter how prepared one may be, Chen Xian did not anticipate that standing out on the battlefield would prove detrimental. In this life, he engaged in frontline combat even earlier than in his previous existence. Perhaps it was due to the perception that he had acquired offensive techniques, or perhaps the frontline was in dire need of personnel. He found himself thrust into battle ahead of Chen Taizhu. The sounds of horns, the clash of steel, the sickening thud of blades cutting flesh and shattering bone, and the gruesome echoes of spears piercing entrails filled the air, along with the ever-present stench of blood that lingers in warfare. Despite having experienced it once before and preparing himself psychologically countless times, stepping onto the battlefield once more rendered his mind a blank slate. The spear in his hands, as practiced, thrust in and out, he felt as though his consciousness had vacated his body, akin to being trapped in a nightmare from which he could not awaken. As the war-ending horn sounded, the troops on both sides retreated in an orderly fashion. Chen Xian had finally survived his first battle. It was difficult to articulate whether he felt fortunate or simply numb. The broken kitchen knife concealed at his waist when in use this time. After the grim task of collecting ears and distributing rewards, Chen Xian found himself alone in the dark tent, immersed in silence for a long while. This tent has no holes. That's a low rating. The next day, the sun rose as usual, and the bloody battlefield had been meticulously cleaned, as if nothing had ever transpired, except for a newly filled grave at the foot of the mountain. A stark reminder of the horrors endured. 2 days later, fighting with the northern nation erupted once more, marking the second battle Chen Xian would partake in, while it was the first for Chen Taizhu. The numbing nature of war spreads like wildfire. Casualties are an unfortunate norm. The rank-and-file soldiers were oblivious to the reasons behind the conflict, only striving to survive through each wave of confrontation. Generals die in hundreds, while brave men return after years. In the fifth battle, Chen Xian fell victim to a backstab while defending Chen Taizhu, succumbing swiftly to death. Watching Chen Taizhu, tears streaming down his face, avenge him by slaying the enemy soldier, Chen Xian yearned to offer a word of comfort: do not despair. Perhaps after my demise, I will reset, and that name, He truly lacks charm. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself once again beneath the familiar thatched roof and on the familiar hard bed. Chen Xian sighed, the phantom pain of the knife wound still lingering in his back, slowly rising. He deftly packed his belongings, awaiting Chen Taizhu's call. Venturing onto the battlefield was inevitable. He needed to train more to endure until the war's conclusion. Once he survived until then, he would poo. No more jinxing myself. After spitting, Chen Xian realized that no matter how he died, he would invariably return. Perhaps this wasn't jinxing after all. In this life, armed with experience, Chen Xian successfully survived 10 battles and was promoted to the rank of captain of a 100-man unit. However, Chen Taizhu met his demise during the 6th battle in which he participated. Chen Xian remained remarkably composed. As long as the fighting persisted, he too would face death someday. At worst, he could reunite with his lively brother Taizhu in the afterlife. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xian had gradually grown indifferent to life and death, both his own and that of others. As a captain of a 100-man unit, Chen Xian perished during a failed ambush mission. This marked the 29th day since his rebirth, a significant improvement compared to his previous life, where he had not survived even 10 days. In Chapter 6, The Immortal, during his third life, he lived for 40 days. Though regrettably, he remained in the position of captain of a 100-man unit. In his fourth life, he survived for 23 days. This time, on the battlefield, his right hand was severed, and his leg was rendered useless, leading him to feel hopeless about living. He ultimately took his own life with the very kitchen knife he carried. The sensation of suicide was peculiar, both addictive and terrifying. Chun Xian opened his eyes but did not rise, feeling his unscathed neck, reminiscing about the act of taking his own life. After a while, familiar shouts echoed from outside, "I in his fifth life." Chun Xian chose to bide his time and surprisingly managed to survive until the third month. Though all others from Qin family village had perished, he felt a chilling indifference towards killing, equating it to squashing ants on the roadside, devoid of any emotional turmoil. At that moment, he remained just another ordinary soldier among many. Indeed, being an ordinary person, no, an ordinary soldier, proved to be perilous. This time, he was assigned as cannon fodder to the front lines. As expected, even the most seasoned veterans were shattered against the harsh realities of war. Chen Xian's demise this time was gruesome, his body a reference point for how he had been crushed by a cement truck in his previous life. Yet this time, the muddy ground bore witness to his shattered remains, which were irretrievable. Very well, it seems one must not fear death but rather strive for higher positions. Chun Xian began to become increasingly adept at both killing and being killed in this life. Through his fearlessness and growing experience of warfare, Chun Xian not only survived until he became a 1,000-man commander but also managed to keep 4 of the youths from Chun family village alive. Su Tun remained in his position as a 1,000-man commander. Gazing at the small but fiercely determined Chen Xian, he remarked to Guo Yun, "Who would have thought this lad would turn out to be a born soldier?" Guo Yun nodded, yet his curiosity regarding Chen Xian only deepened. From the very first encounter, he sensed a fierce vitality and a disregard for life emanating from the boy. Yet, how could an ordinary youth from a remote village possess such a bloodthirsty aura? The identity of the other party was flawlessly concealed, and Guo Yun found it hard to trust the information he had gathered, placing greater faith in his intuition. What reassured him was that this youth was at least not an envoy sent by the enemy. After all, if it served the interest of his own nation, some matters need not be scrutinized so thoroughly. Now in his 6th incarnation, Chen Xian, having ascended to the rank of a 1,000-man commander, finally qualified to attend meetings of a slightly higher echelon. However, these gatherings primarily revolved around discussing potential enemy tactics and contemplating possible offensive maneuvers, offering little in terms of practical significance. It was during the dispersal of the meeting that Chen Xian overheard unexpected news. It was said that the immortal from the Xinqing sect would arrive in their nation in 2 months, which might expedite the conclusion of the impending conflict with the Northern Kingdom. The mention of the Xinqing sect and an immortal. Chen Xian swiftly turned around, his gaze fixed intensely upon the commander who had spoken. Under the piercing ferocity of his stare, the other commander faltered. Unable to continue his sentence, "Commander Chen, there's something amiss." Chen Xian's reputation for fearlessness and boldness was well known among the group of 1,000-man commanders. The front lines of war were consistently brutal yet equitable. As long as one possessed sufficient military merit and capability, promotion came swiftly to in Feihu Kingdom. Slaying 300 foes could elevate one to the rank of 100-man commander, while 5,000 kills were required to achieve the rank of 1,000-man commander. In just 3 months, Chen Xian had dispatched over 6,000 enemies, engaging in minor skirmishes every 2 or 3 days and major battles every 10 days to half a month. Each time, he led his troops to the front lines, executing a strategy of striking in and out with lethal precision. To ascend from an inconspicuous foot soldier to a 1,000-man commander in a mere 3 months was a testament to the bloodshed that stained his hands. Enough to saturate their encampment. Despite all being 1,000-man commanders, each had struggled for years to reach their position, whereas Chen Xian, a prodigy, had achieved remarkable feats in a fraction of the time. Among his peers, the intensity of his gaze could instill trepidation. "Commander Jong, did you truly say an immortal would come?" Chen Xian had always believed he was merely living in an ordinary ancient society, yet unexpectedly, he found himself thrust into a realm of immortals. If he could cultivate immortality, would he no longer have to endure the same mundane existence? As an ordinary person in ancient times, his lifespan was limited. Even if he lived a natural life, it would amount to scarcely a century. But what lay beyond death? Would he be ensnared in an endless cycle of reincarnation, unable to escape? The prospect of cultivating immortality stirred something deep within him, as if a long-buried seed had begun to sprout. Unbeknownst to him, the benign smile he wore inflicted a profound psychological impact on others. Zhang Mian, feeling a mix of relief and surprise at Chen Xian's smile, nodded. Indeed, being half a scion of a noble family, He had come to the battlefield primarily for glory, thus was privy to more information. When will they arrive? Zhang Mian, still somewhat hesitant, found himself cornered by such a difficult question. This not the matter of immortals, how could we mere mortals dare to inquire? Although Chen Xian had prepared himself to some extent, he felt a tinge of disappointment upon receiving this answer. Nevertheless, having a glimmer of hope was certainly a positive aspect. In the following days, the frontline commanders noted that the fearless young man seemed to have moderated his demeanor. The name Black Shaman was not only known in Feihu Kingdom, but had also reached the ears of their northern adversaries. A year passed, and Chen Xian had risen to the rank of Wanfu commander. Yet the news of the immortal's imminent arrival remained just that, imminent. Chen Xian thought his patience had been honed over several lifetimes. Yet he found himself increasingly anxious day and night. Rumors circulated that the immortal from the northern kingdom would arrive on the battlefield today, and it was expected that tomorrow's clash between the two nations could prove decisive. Chen Xian occupied the second seat on the right at the main camp, initially somewhat distracted, resting his chin on his hand and letting his thoughts drift. Suddenly, the words of the seasoned general, who had been stationed at the front line for decades, snapped him to attention. The general, with a grave expression, began assigning tasks for the forthcoming critical battle. Su Tun, you are in charge of the left front flank. Here, and here. Understood. Chen Arai, you will oversee the rear ambush. This area is entrusted to you. Very well. Chen Xian focused intently as the general marked circles on the map, his gaze ultimately settling on the northern kingdom's main stronghold. Among the 15 individuals who had emerged from Chan family village, only 6, including Chan Taizhu, had survived to this point, with Taizhu also having attained the rank of 1,000-man commander. Returning to his quarters, Chen Xian issued orders for the preparations for the next day's battle. Captain, why won't you take me with you tomorrow? Chen Taizhu, upon receiving the news, was incensed, angrily throwing back the flap of Chen Xian's tent. Over the course of the battlefield, Taizhu had ceased calling him Arai and had begun to address him as captain. You are responsible for the rear support. Knowing he would not perish, Chen Xian always charged into the fray at the forefront, thus inspiring his soldiers with extraordinary vigor. Taizhu was one of the few individuals in this world for whom Chen Xian harbored genuine concern, and he instinctively sought to ensure Taizhu's safety. Observing Taizhu's lingering displeasure, Chen Xian habitually offered reassurance. Brother Taizhu, you are the one I trust most in this camp. The rear support rests entirely on your shoulders. Taizhu was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chen Xian for a long while before finally conceding. Fine. As he pulled back the tent flap to leave, he suddenly paused, not turning back. You must return alive. Do not worry. Chapter 7. The arrival of the immortal. The second battle was the largest Chen Xian had encountered since arriving at the front lines. With both sides exerting themselves to deploy all their strategies, the ground, long soaked in blood, was teeming with combatants. However, Chen Xian was oblivious to this chaos, having led his small team to bypass the city and scale the hills. Arriving at the enemy's stronghold under the cover of night, the rear ambush, destroy their lair, and won't there be no rear? Chen Xian dispatched 8,000-man teams to intercept the valleys as commanded, while he himself led the remaining 1,000 straight to the enemy's stronghold. Captain, the enemy's defenses are exceedingly formidable, reported several scout teams returning from the front line. Chen Xian was not surprised by this news. Drawing a map from within his cloak, he assessed the terrain and swiftly distributed tasks. The 1,000-man team quickly split into smaller units of 100, dispersing under the cover of dense foliage. In the distance, the sky began to brighten. Kill, the sounds of battle resounded across the main battlefield, audible even from several dozen miles away. Chen Xian's team stealthily infiltrated the enemy's main encampment. The stronghold was somewhat vacant, with the remaining personnel primarily guarding the granary and armory. Chen Xian led his 100-man team directly to the granary. Flames erupted in the northern portion of the northern kingdom's stronghold, and after mistakenly probing 2 locations, he finally reached the granary. Slaughter, ignite, all in one breath. Chen Xian had become utterly desensitized to killing. Wow, Captain, they have quite a stockpile of provisions, exclaimed a clever-looking soldier named Shi Qingyang, Chen Xian's most ardent admirer. Chen Xian had initially intended to assign him elsewhere, yet Shi insisted on accompanying him. Retreat. Without hesitation, Chen Xian signaled for a withdrawal as the granary blazed with fire. How dare you? Just as Chen Xian prepared to depart, a furious voice rang out from above. like a thunderclap echoing in his ear, leaving him momentarily dazed. He quickly regained his composure, his expression sharpening. The discussion from the previous day resurfaced in his mind. The immortal. Suddenly, a flying sword descended from the heavens, piercing through him and the 10 or so individuals around him as though they were mere sugar-coated hawthorn. None had time to react before the chilling sensation struck their hearts, followed by a delayed pain. Qian Xian clutched his chest, gritting his teeth to endure as a light drizzle began to fall over the northern kingdom's stronghold. Extinguishing their flickering flames, under the onslaught of the flying sword, none escaped unscathed in the misty rain. Strands of crimson blood began to pool together, thud. Leaning against the damp tent, Qian Xian hung his head, relying on sheer will to persist. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps squelching in the mud echoed like thunder in his ears. Unfortunately, he had lost too much blood and lacked the strength to raise his head. His final glance fell upon pristine, dust-free white boots embroidered with silver threads, along with the fluttering hem of a garment. What a loss! Chen Xian opened his eyes, clenched his right fist, and slammed it down onto the rickety bedboard in frustration. After years of toil, he had yet to glimpse even a single moment. He no longer cared about how he had met his end. His heart was filled with discontent, lamenting his inability to witness the immortal. This time, he would surely see. Recruiting soldiers, marching, entering the camp, going to battle, killing, leveling up, and killing again. The routine had become second nature. This time, he skillfully circumvented many death points for the youth from Chen family village. And miraculously, 13 had survived during the decisive battle, stealthily attacking, dodging. Damn. How outrageous. This flying sword seemed to recognize people. Before Chen Xian closed his eyes this time, he finally caught a glimpse of the Northern Kingdom's immortal. To be honest, he felt somewhat disappointed. He had expected the kind of ethereal figure depicted in television dramas or novels. Unbeknownst to him, the person before him possessed slanted eyes, with 3 strands of hair gracing his chin, and appeared to be in his 50s. This was a far cry from the ethereal, immortal figure he had envisioned. Could it be that, just as depicted in novels, the inept disciples of the outer sect were relegated to guard the mortal realm? Chen Xian reopened his eyes, stroking his chin in contemplation. Yet, that flying sword was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving him no chance to evade its strike. Although he had gradually honed his skills in mundane martial arts, even acquiring a manual for cultivation, he was still regarded as an ant that could be effortlessly crushed by these celestial beings, or cultivators. The disparity was simply too vast. Chen Xian's desire to join the ranks of immortals had significantly waned. His mind consumed by thoughts of the old man who had slain him twice, little did anyone know. Within the dilapidated, drafty house of this forsaken mountain village, a mortal dared to entertain an audacious thought, vanquishing immortals. It was no wonder he considered such a notion. After all, the immortal from the Flying Tiger Kingdom had been silent for so long, and the celestial being he encountered hardly seemed inclined to accept his allegiance. Regardless, he possessed a multitude of lives. Dying a few more times could potentially unveil the opponent's weaknesses. Without hesitation, Qian Xian set forth. After establishing his own influence at the front lines, he gathered numerous legends of immortals. Particularly, after unexpectedly rescuing Zhang Mian, he became a devoted admirer, rivaling Shi Qingyang in enthusiasm. With no secrets left unspoken, Chen Xian soon realized, this path led to a dead end. How could an ant hope to slay an elephant? Even if he were to gnaw off his own teeth and exhaust his meager lifespan, the opponent might scarcely feel a scratch. Thus, the only recourse was to launch an internal attack. The gulf was too immense, and the information too scant. Perhaps it was due to his soul's origins in the peaceful era of the Flower Kingdom, where the reverence for immortals lacked the profound depth ingrained in this age. In the annals of the Flower Kingdom, ineffectual deities could indeed be cast down from their pedestals, so unlike the exalted immortals of this world. Chen Xian endeavored to elevate himself, seeking knowledge about immortals from diverse sources. Unbeknownst to him, he inadvertently radiated his admiration for these celestial beings. Fortunately, in this world, the aspiration for immortality was a universal yearning, rendering his actions unobjectionable. However, in a moment of carelessness, Chen Xian met his demise once more, only to respawn anew. With everything in place, he was merely awaiting an opportunity for experimentation. An ambush, a nod, a retreat plan. The immortal had arrived, clad in the most resilient of soft armor, with a specially crafted dagger in hand. Chen Xian braced himself. Clang! It was deflected. Drawing from his past experiences of being slain, he positioned his broad-backed dagger against his chest the instant the flying sword lunged at him. He initially presumed that this ordinary iron would be utterly powerless against an immortal's artifact. Yet, the gleam in Chen Xian's eyes had not yet dimmed when the second strike of the flying sword pierced through his chest. Having consumed numerous life-preserving elixirs beforehand, he astonishingly did not perish immediately from the wound. At last, he beheld the slanted-eyed cultivator approach him step by step. Upon seeing him still alive, the slanted-eyed man expressed some surprise. Not bad, he thought, able to evade an attack from this old man. Alas, a mere mortal is still but a mortal. The slanted-eyed cultivator suddenly sensed something, catching a whiff of the faint scent of blood in the air, a pure body. He then gazed at the nearly breathless Chen Xian, his steps quickening. Wait. Yet, alas, with his vital points struck, even with a life-sustaining potion barely keeping him alive, he was now at the brink of extinguishment. Damn this body, hold on for me. Chen Xian was determined to die with his eyes wide open. Chapter 8. The Fall of the Flying Tiger Kingdom. What could be more agonizing than speaking halfway before succumbing? Chen Xian's fists pounded against the rickety bed, nearly shattering it in frustration. So close. What exactly was this pure body that the other spoke of? It sounded like an extraordinary cultivation physique. Could it be that I am truly the chosen one? Chen Xian mused, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Hazy. Excellent. A fixed NPC has arrived to issue a quest. Chen Xian had no choice but to launch a sneak attack on the rear stronghold of the Northern Kingdom. He wished to witness whether the immortal from both nations would finally arrive after this confrontation, or if the celestial being he had heard of for generations would indeed appear upon seeing his physique, potentially leading to a different outcome. Chen Xian felt akin to a player constantly exploring a new game, navigating through uncharted territory in search of varied survival paths. Aside from the excruciating pain of each death, he had begun to grow numb to it all. He had to ensure his mind remained engaged in contemplating alternative routes. Lest he be overwhelmed by the agony of repeated deaths, One would gradually descend into madness through incessant cycles of death, ultimately losing all reason and becoming a complete lunatic. Chen Xian had contemplated madness. Yet the pride nestled deep within his heart would not permit such weakness a madman. Even if he were to become mad, he would be the most rational of madmen. This endless cycle of life would eventually be shattered. Unexpectedly, this time, during the war between the two nations, the Flying Tiger Kingdom was defeated. The Northern Kingdom had laid waste to the city. Chen Xian could only protect a few individuals and flee into the forest. I must return and inform grandfather that the immortal from the Northern Kingdom has indeed engaged in mortal affairs. Zhang Mian's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the now-ruined Frontline city. Clenching his fists and striking the sturdy trunk beside him, gritting his teeth in fury. Chen Xian was now aware that behind every nation in the mortal realm lay the support of an immortal sect. Generally, these sects did not resort to violence lightly, and a nation backed by an immortal sect would not easily annihilate another unless. Have you never wondered why our nation's immortals have remained absent? Chen Xian stood atop a mountain peak, concealed by branches, gazing down at the city that had been transformed into a hellish landscape. He felt as though he could peer through endless space. Witnessing that white-robed, slanted-eyed cultivator wantonly trampling and slaughtering the mortals like insects. Boss, are you suggesting? Zhang Mian, having grown up amidst treachery and deceit, suddenly experienced a flash of insight at Chen Xian's words, which exploded in his mind. It seemed as though all the events before him had found their explanation. Our nation's immortals are in trouble. His voice trembled slightly, and the others nearby appeared equally alarmed by this speculation. These immortal sects exact tribute from the mortal nations. Should one of those nations perish, their offerings would dwindle. Go strike a dog. One must first consider its master. The audacity of the Northern Kingdom's immortals had transcended mere dogfighting. They had brazenly trampled the dignity of the immortals supporting the Flying Tiger Kingdom. Could they endure this? We shall take a detour and head to the capital. Very well. Zhang Mian wiped his face with determination. Yes. Chen Xian was nearing his 10th life, yet this was his first time visiting the capital of the Flying Tiger Kingdom. Fortuitously, with Zhang Mian and Shi Qingyang as guides, otherwise, with his utterly non-existent sense of direction, he would have undoubtedly found himself lost in some obscure corner. On their journey, they encountered Guiyun, who informed them of the deaths of Su Dun and the others. They pressed onward at a rapid pace. Having adapted well to the harsh living conditions forged by years of frontline warfare, alas, despite their speed, upon arriving at the capital of the Flying Tiger Kingdom a month later, they found it already adorned with the white banner of the Northern Kingdom. The Flying Tiger Kingdom was no more. Zhang Mian's face turned pale. Had he not been supporting himself against a nearby individual, he would have collapsed to his knees. Grandfather, father. The once proud and somewhat righteous youth now faced the tumult of life for the first time. Do not act impulsively, Guiyun restrained him. Though the capital had fallen, it was unlikely that the Northern Kingdom would annihilate all the royal family members. Royal family members? Chen Xian inquired, puzzled. Guiyun's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and offered no further explanation. I apologize, boss. I deceived you about my identity. Zhang Mian expressed some remorse. The current emperor of the Flying Tiger Kingdom is my grandfather. Chen Xian stroked his chin, somewhat taken aback. Oh, the first time I've encountered a living prince. Although this is another world. Speaking of which, this young man has concealed his identity well. I had presumed he was merely an aristocrat with considerable status in the capital, unaware that he might one day ascend to the throne. Oh, now that the nation lies in ruins, he is but a prince of a fallen kingdom. Chen Xian cast a glance at the capital of the Flying Tiger Kingdom, now bedecked with a new flag, adding silently to himself. Once Zhang Mian regained his composure, the six convened to discuss their strategy, deciding to disguise themselves and enter the capital in groups to gather intelligence. After 2 years, Chen Xian had transformed from a shadowy figure into a burgeoning youth, his hands calloused and his gaze exhibiting a maturity unfitting for his age. Chen Taizhu towered over him, muscular and robust, eliciting envy from Chen Xian. He couldn't help but wonder if his own physique was a result of prior deficiencies. Despite his efforts to supplement and train, he seemed unable to develop into such a muscular figure. The management at the city gates was surprisingly lax, with no checks imposed on those entering. Chen Taizhu's imposing stature drew the soldiers' attention. We're in. Chen Taizhu entered the city and, after some time, found himself somewhat dazed, turning back to gaze at the now diminutive city gate in disbelief. Entering was easy, but exiting would be a challenge. Chen Xian had not overlooked the congested exit, where few managed to leave. Chen Xian and Chen Taizhu formed one team, while Zhang Mian and Guiyun paired up, with Shi Qingyang and Chen Atu forming another. Upon entering the capital, the 6 individuals were immediately struck by a profound sense of desolation. The once vibrant and bustling main thoroughfares now lay in utter neglect, lined with countless groaning souls, as if hell itself had returned to the mortal realm. What on earth has transpired here? Zhang Mian felt as though he was witnessing the apocalypse. Hurry and contact your subordinates, Chen Xian urged. Indeed. Under Zhang Mian's guidance, the 6 made their way to a nondescript courtyard in the northern part of the city. The courtyard was eerily vacant, appearing to have been long abandoned. Zhang Mian skillfully approached the woodpile in the kitchen, prying apart several bundles of firewood to reveal a hidden mechanism. After witnessing Zhang Mian's flurry of activity, Chen Xian noticed that there had been no changes to the courtyard. It wasn't until they reached the well that he exclaimed, "Incredible!" Zhang Mian was the first to descend the well using the rope, with the others closely following. Chen Xian was the last to go down. Chapter 9. The right of 10,000 souls. Upon their descent, they discovered that the well was only partially filled with water. To their astonishment, a hole large enough for a person to crawl through had formed at the edge of the waterline, a testament to the audacity of its designer. Initially, they had to crouch as they proceeded, but as they ventured deeper, the tunnel widened, allowing them to stand upright and observe the torches affixed to the walls. Zhang Mian explained the purpose of this secret passage. This was a clandestine route established at the founding of the nation, leading directly to the imperial palace. Hiss, Guiyun inhaled sharply. Unlike Chen Xian and the others, he was acutely aware of the vastness of the capital, from this northern courtyard to the inner palace. They had traversed nearly half the city, as if an entire labyrinth had been constructed beneath the capital. Along the way, they encountered several forks, yet Zhang Mian unhesitatingly chose the correct path each time. Noticing Chen Xian's gaze, Zhang Mian scratched his head sheepishly. Perhaps it was the imminent return home that instilled a sense of calm within him. Boss, please don't look at me like that. I was quite the mischievous child, often sneaking out through this passage to play. Rest assured, only 4 people, including myself, are privy to this route within the entire palace. Upon reaching the end of the passage, they gently pushed open a concealed lid, emerging from a rockery within the imperial garden. However, none of the 6 felt the slightest thrill. Before them lay a grand assembly. Familiar robes worn by unfamiliar individuals, seated on exquisite recliners, one casually propping his face up with a hand. Upon seeing the 6 emerge, he smiled slyly, much like a cat observing mice entering a trap. Long time no see. Zhang Mian's expression changed dramatically. It's you. Surrounding them were a circle of armed individuals. And Chen Xian made no attempt to resist as he was bound. Amidst Zhang Mian's furious outbursts, he finally discerned the true identity of the young man in the northern robes, Zhang Mian's brother, Zhang Yin, who had seemingly committed a grave error, resulting in his exile from the royal family of the Flying Tiger Nation, his whereabouts unknown. The royal grandson, ousted from the family? Chen Xian felt as if he had bitten into a juicy piece of gossip. Entirely unfazed by his newfound status as a prisoner, after all, it seemed certain that this life would inevitably end in demise. His treatment was relatively decent, having been confined in a grand royal dungeon. This dungeon was circular, and directly opposite him sat Zhang Mian's father, now a deposed prince. Theo the left was the nation's supreme ruler, at last. Chen Xian clearly perceived the visage of the emperor of the Flying Tiger Nation, whose imposing presence was formidable, with piercing eyes that dared not be met. Even clad in coarse gray garments, reduced to a mere prisoner, his aura remained undiminished. After living so many lives, Chen Xian finally recognized the true nature of the one for whom he had labored. To the left stood Zhang Mian, followed by him, Guo Yun. The other individuals remained unaccounted for, like points in an immense pentagram, with the 5 of them forming its vertices. Aren't you afraid of me? The emperor inquired, casting a curious glance at Chen Xian. Chen Xian shook his head, resigned to his fate, as death was imminent. Indeed, the emperor nodded, acknowledging that even his own son could not maintain such composure in his presence. Who are you? Just an unfortunate pawn caught in the crossfire, Chen Xian replied, feeling an overwhelming sense of misfortune. Others who found themselves transported to this world were often bestowed with golden fingers, wise mentors or rare treasures, accompanied by eager allies. Yet here he was, stabbed on the battlefield, crushed by boulders, and now, perhaps, facing yet another novel demise. Quite an intriguing child, mused the emperor, sensing a trace of celestial might emanating from the youth. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion. Surely, I must be losing my wits after being confined for so long. The days he spent in the dungeon were surprisingly indulgent, as he was served sumptuous meals 3 times a day. However, such bliss is fleeting, and when he next glimpsed the sunlight, it was from the depths of the darkness, as his prison was dragged to the surface. Grandfather, father, little brother. Zhang Mian, still clad in white, greeted everyone with a cheerful smile. Oblivious to the grim expression surrounding him, akin to a child eager to showcase a newfound toy to an adult. Look, what is this? With a wave of Zhang Yan's hand, they finally discerned their location. Chen Xian beheld the emperor of the Flying Tiger Nation's expression shift dramatically. The right of 10,000 souls, Chen Xian thought, though he had no inkling of its nature, the name alone suggested malevolence. Soon, the emperor provided him with clarity. You intend to sacrifice the entire populace of the city, you beast? The emperor regretted his earlier mercy towards his grandson. Grandfather, see? The very thing you opposed is now being realized by me. Zhang Yin retorted, paying no heed to the emperor's vitriol. At last, Chen Xian comprehended the sinister implications of the right of 10,000 souls. Among cultivators, there exist those with inadequate talents, yet a fervent desire to advance swiftly, often resorting to nefarious means. The greater the number, the greater the ambition, and in the realm of cultivation, power dictated truth. Even if one practiced dark arts, high cultivation rendered them the arbiter of reality. The Xinqing sect behind the Flying Tiger Nation and the Soul Refining sect backing the North stood as starkly opposed sections. The elder of the Xinqing sect perished in a secret realm, leading to a significant decline in its power, while the elder of the Soul Refining sect emerged unscathed, gaining tremendous fortune. thus elevating its status. As fortune shifted, the disciples of the soul-refining sect grew increasingly ambitious. Seizing the opportunity, the exiled Zhang Yin joined their ranks, winning the elder's favor and becoming a disciple. Zhang Yin led a forceful return to his homeland. This is truly the demeanor of an emperor. Chen Xian found himself bound to an iron pillar, observing the unfolding events with morbid fascination, wholly unconcerned for his own life. Excluding the 5 at the center, the outer circle contained a throng of at least 10,000. This was a genuine sacrifice of thousands. Suddenly, Chen Xian recalled ancient historical battles he had studied in school, where the phrase tens of thousands often concealed the reality of merely a few thousand engaged in chaotic conflict. Farewell, grandfather, father, little brother. May you become part of my cultivation, he laughed maniacally. Zhang Yin stood at the center of the pentagram, exuding a wild joy. The dark clouds above began to coalesce, and streaks of purple lightning danced within. Rite of 10,000 Souls, commence. Chapter 10. The art of 10,000 souls. With a resounding boom, the thunderclap echoed, yet the lightning did not strike. Chen Xian, bound with his hands behind him, felt the skin on his wrists split open, warm blood flowing from the wounds into the array below. The individuals in the outer circle had their throats slit, and torrents of crimson blood spread across the square, gradually filling the formation. Almost there. Almost there. Zhang Yin sat in the center of the array, hands forming seals, his eyes growing wilder as the blood flowed toward him. Boom. The moment the first drops of blood touched Zhang Yin, the long-awaited lightning descended from the heavens. Alas, in that fleeting instant, Chen Xian witnessed hundreds of barely perceptible lights erupting from the lifeless bodies, soaring upward to confront the lightning, dissipating it mid-air. In the meantime, Zhang Yin was enveloped in a rising tide of blood mist. The anger of the heavens seemed to swell, and the second bolt of lightning struck, thicker than the first, resulting in the disappearance of hundreds of lights. The third, fourth, by the time the 7th bolt descended, the once vibrant lights from the drained corpses had ceased to emerge. Chen Xian felt his own blood nearing depletion, a chill creeping through him, his complexion pale as paper. Yet he fought to maintain his focus on the unfolding scene. Zhang Yin continued to absorb the blood mist. As the 7th bolt of lightning fell, Chen Xian felt as if he were trapped within an improperly sized vessel, one that was constricting tighter, as though seeking to expel him from within. Colors flashed before his eyes, and he could hear countless anguished cries echoing in his ears. His body, already cold, began to feel weightless. This was the essence of the soul. At that moment, as his spirit began to detach, Chen Xian felt as if he had broken free from the shackles of the world, experiencing a liberation unlike any before. His consciousness expanded infinitely. In the square of the 10,000 Souls Festival, every drop of blood flows with a palpable intensity, while the thunder above rolls ominously. In the distance lies the hellish reality of the entire Flying Tiger Nation, where countless souls lie lifeless on the streets, their essence long departed, breaths extinguished. Further still, before Chen Xian could muster his strength, he felt as though he had collided head-on with a high voltage of tens of thousands of volts. His entire being, no, his very soul, seemingly evaporating. The pain, the excruciating pain, was unlike any corporeal suffering. It was as if the thunder from above was tearing him apart thread by thread, only to stitch him back together, then mercilessly grind him into nothingness. Each pang of torment magnified infinitely within his soul, an unending torment. He yearned to scream, to howl in agony, yet not a sound escaped his lips. Damn you, Zhang Yin. I swear I will make you taste this soul sacrifice one day. It felt as if he had endured an eternity of torment, yet in an instant, Chen Xian propelled himself toward the blood-soaked center where Zhang Yin stood. Following the triangular-eyed sage, Zhang Yin had ascended to become the top target of Chen Xian's wrath. The moment he entered the blood mist, Chen Xian felt his dissipating soul cool and solidify, as if gaining substance. This newfound solidity allowed him to penetrate the closed eyes of the meditating Zhang Yin, feeling as though he had squeezed through a narrow passage, and suddenly the world expanded before him. What appeared was a vast sea of stars, most dim and lifeless, yet a small cluster shone brightly, beckoning him forth. He instinctively drifted toward it. Upon grasping one of the stars, Chen Xian felt as if he had been reborn. A myriad of fragmented memories flooding his mind. another star. After touching each star, he finally comprehended his situation. He had inadvertently entered the spiritual sea of a cultivator. The spiritual sea of a cultivator is typically inaccessible unless one possesses a cultivation level significantly higher than theirs. Perhaps due to the uniqueness of his soul, compounded by the sacrificial array's peculiar functionality, he not only entered Zhang Yan's spiritual sea but also absorbed all of his memories. The entangled fates between Zhang Yan and the royal family of the Flying Tiger Nation need not be elaborated upon. Within those memories, Qian Xian acquired the most crucial treasure of a cultivator, cultivation techniques. As a direct disciple of the founder of the soul-refining sect, the techniques Zhang Yan possessed were undoubtedly among the highest echelons. After perusing all the memories, he sensed a disturbance as Zhang Yan finally arrived. How audacious! Zhang Yan was astonished that an ordinary mortal could breach his spiritual sea, and he transformed his soul power into a colossal hand to capture Qian Xian. Farewell, I shall retreat for now. Qian Xian understood that if captured, his soul would be absorbed, and upon exiting Zhang Yan's spiritual sea to breathe the external air, he would immediately dissipate. Although uncertain whether he would be reborn after dissipating, he was resolute in not becoming fodder for his adversary. He squeezed through the narrow passage and came into contact with the outside blood mist. Qian Xian's soul began to coalesce and solidify. Zhang Yan, with insufficient cultivation, could not exit his own spiritual sea and could only awaken from his meditation to seize Qian Xian's soul. A mere mortal surviving beneath the tribulations of heaven and infiltrating his spiritual sea without losing vitality was a phenomenon worthy of study. Yet Qian Xian showed no signs of yielding. After leaving the blood mist, his soul began to fade, gradually becoming ethereal. No. How noisy! Qian Xian opened his eyes to the familiar sight of a dilapidated roof. Using his pinky to clean out his ears, his tone devoid of emotion, he had now acquired the highest technique of the soul-refining sect, the soul-refining art. This technique required blood essence and the souls of the wrong to cultivate. The direct disciples of the soul-refining sect often sealed off a mortal city, killing indiscriminately to enhance their cultivation. After reflecting on the technique within his mind, Qian Xian abandoned this notion. He was soon to head to the front lines. Was that not the ultimate battlefield for cultivation? Pack your belongings, it's time to set forth. Chapter 11, Commencement of Cultivation. The 10,000 Souls Art, utilizing the soul as the vessel and blood as the medium, refines the essence of the soul to fortify oneself, absorbing the essence of blood to strengthen the body. On the way, Qian Xian displayed remarkable physical prowess. Su Tun, eager to nurture talent, initially intended to provide further training before deploying him to the front lines. However, Qian Xian insisted on entering the battlefield early. By the third day of reporting to the front, Qian Xian had already taken up arms at the forefront. Qian Taizhu wished to accompany him, but was dissuaded due to insufficient strength, forced to remain behind with worry. The drums of war sounded, and the clash between the opposing forces commenced. Observing the carnage around him, Qian Xian felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if returning home. Come on! With a spear taller than himself in hand, excitement flickered in his eyes. He raised his hand to block, deflect, and then delivered a piercing thrust. The sound of the spear penetrating flesh was not loud. Yet to the ears of the dying, it was akin to thunder. Vivid red blood dripped from the spear into Qian Xian's palm. The technique activated. The 10,000 Souls Art did not require the aptitude of a cultivator. In some respects, even a remarkably low-ranked mortal might be able to cultivate it. Qian Xian was unaware of how seriously the cultivation world regarded aptitude. To some extent, it determined the heights to which a cultivator could ascend. Man is the essence of all beings, and the heart is the essence of man. When the blood flowing from the heart fell upon Qian Xian's hand, it transformed into a thin layer of blood mist, seeping into his palm and vanishing. Within Qian Xian, unseen by anyone, the vanished blood morphed into blood essence, coursing through his meridians, expanding and extending toward his dantian. At last, within his dantian, a minuscule trace of blood energy coalesced. Regrettably for his opponent's soul, Qian Xian had yet to enter the qi refining stage, and thus, he could not commence the soul refining method. Though it felt like an eternity had passed, in reality, only a fleeting moment had elapsed outside. Ding! Qian Xian raised his hand to deflect another attack, sensing a slight increase in his strength. The effects of the technique were surprisingly pronounced. Witnessing the results, Chen Xian became even swifter in his slaughter, relying on his innate skills and the gradually escalating power within him. Initially, he would block, but soon he merely needed to sidestep 2 paces to evade the main attacks. Easily piercing through 2 foes with a single thrust, the blood energy within him gradually increased, becoming visible to the naked eye. Chen Xian lost count of how many lives he had taken. As the retreat signal sounded, "Not bad. It seems I underestimated you." Upon returning to the camp to discuss merits and rewards, Su Tun repeatedly patted Chen Xian's shoulder, filled with pride for having such a capable soldier under his command. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Xian was finally released. Hazy, are you all right? Chen Taizhu, assigned to logistics, had been worried about him since the battle began. "I'm fine. Don't worry, Brother Taizhu." Chen Xian treasured every genuine concern directed towards him, even knowing that should they perish, they would likely be reborn together. He would never treat them as expendable that night. Amid the cacophony of snores echoing in the tent, Chen Xian sat cross-legged, heart aligned with the heavens, and began to cultivate. He activated the technique. The trace of blood energy that had obediently resided in his dantian began to swim like a fish. It flowed upward through his meridians. Huh? How is there another dantian here? Chen Xian felt the blood energy circulating to his chest, where an expansive space revealed itself, akin to the dantian before. Reflecting on Zhang Yan's memories, Chen Xian found no discrepancies. Could it be that his body was extraordinary? It had happened so many times through his rebirths, any changes to his body would be deemed normal. Relying on his ability to be reborn, Chen Xian boldly transformed this area of his chest into another dantian. It is said that one should not place all their eggs in one basket. Thus, having an additional dantian meant that his blood energy would be doubled, allowing for greater storage. Chen Xian regarded his body as an experimental field, ready to test this hypothesis. As the blood energy continued to flow upward, the veins within Chen Xian gradually opened, his sensitivity to the external world becoming increasingly pronounced. Akin to a newborn who had never bathed, suddenly cleansed of all grime, radiating ease from within. When the blood energy reached his brow, Chen Xian discovered yet another place to store blood energy. With 1 comes 2, and with 2 comes 3. Without hesitation, he designated this new location as a 3rd dantian for blood energy storage. I have always said, from 1 comes 2, from 2 comes 3. From 3 comes all things. How could this not be considered the essence of creation? Should this practice be revealed to the entire cultivation world, it would surely create a sensation. Cultivators indeed can open 3 dantians, upper, middle, and lower, but each opening presents a life and death trial, and generally, it suffices to cultivate with just the lower dantian. These 3 points exist singularly, and aside from the trials of life and death they pose to cultivators, they also present a financial burden. If one opens only 1 dantian, they require a single share of cultivation resources, yet opening 3 is not merely treble. It is far more complex. Thus, over millions of years, the upper and middle dantians have been largely forgotten, and all cultivators have tacitly accepted that only the lower dantian is necessary for storing spiritual energy. Ironically, the spiritual sea opened at the brow has evolved into a different path of cultivation. Chen Xian, an unafraid novice among novices, inadvertently stumbled upon the ancient cultivation methods of immortal beings. Although this cultivation method consumes tremendous resources, it is undoubtedly an invincible existence for those who are at the same stage of cultivation. As the night swiftly passed, when someone in the tent awoke, Chen Xian had also concluded his practice. Grasping his long spear, he faced the morning sun, and this blood-stained frontline commenced a new day of training. Inner needs must be met, and external efforts cannot be neglected. Chen Xian had already mastered the art of wielding his spear to perfection. The routine training at the front line of the Flying Tiger Nation began each morning with an hour of exercise, followed by breakfast and then continued training. In the afternoon, it culminated in skirmishes between squads. During one such afternoon battle, Chen Xian single-handedly overturned the opposing 10-man team, earning him a chorus of cheers. "Captain, this lad is impressive," Li Shang remarked, clearly impressed by Chen Xian. Su Dun, watching from a distance, nodded in agreement. 2 days swiftly elapsed, and on the 3rd day, another battle with the Northern Kingdom loomed. The 2 sides had seemingly reached a tacit understanding. They would fight 1 day and rest for 2, engaging in several minor skirmishes before another medium-scale war. Thus far, there had been no full-scale mobilizations. Despite the casualties on both sides, they remained within controllable limits. Observing this warfare, Chen Xian sometimes wondered if these two nations had an excess of population, using war as a means to expend their surplus. With each battle, the blood energy within Chen Xian grew increasingly robust, and finally, after a month, he broke through to the first layer of qi refinement. Chapter 12. The First Brush with Immortality Boom. An invisible pressure emanated from the center of Chen Xian's tent, radiating outward, stirring many from their slumber. What is happening? Is there an enemy attack? Those northern brats are so dishonorable. Weren't we supposed to start fighting the day after tomorrow? Unfortunately, that aura quickly passed, and everyone, holding torches, found themselves in solitude. Sensing the unusual shift, Chen Xian hastily ceased his practice and lay down, feigning a startled awakening. Once the commotion subsided, he finally had time to contemplate the changes within his body. According to Zhang Yan's memories, only upon entering the qi refinement stage could cultivators truly be considered on the path of immortality. Had he truly succeeded? The joy arrived too suddenly, almost surreal. Chen Xian was unaware that his extraordinary cultivation time had effectively surpassed over 90% of cultivators in the realm, with all three of his dantians combined. He was indeed a prodigy among prodigies in the world of cultivation. Zhang Yan had entered the qi refinement stage in a month, which was why he was accepted as a direct disciple by the ancestor of the soul-refining sect. Chen Xian possessed only his memories, leading him to believe this was the norm for cultivation in the realm. Yet, he failed to compare the resources available to his counterpart, who only needed to refine one dantian. Chen Xian indeed had Zhang Yan's memories, but memories are one thing, and understanding is another. Otherwise, if everyone read the same textbook, why would some excel at prestigious universities while others could not even enter a vocational college? All this depended on personal comprehension and the effort behind it. Thus, Chen Xian, using a reference that was not entirely reliable, inadvertently raised the average level of the cultivation world, yet he still felt inadequate, having not broken the record for entering the qi refinement stage set by Zhang Yan. Counting on his fingers, Zhang Yan should now be at the 9th layer of qi refinement, and by the following year, he would reach the great perfection of qi refinement, marking the day he returned to the capital of the Flying Tiger Nation to wreak havoc. It seemed he needed to hasten his pace. Chen Xian had not forgotten how Zhang Yan had bled him dry for soul refinement. Although the grievances of past lives were past, he could not allow it to slide. All right, let me set a small goal for myself. Eliminate that triangular-eyed fellow from the Northern Kingdom. With this newfound determination, Chen Xian resurrected all his old grudges. Zhang Yan topped his hit list, while the second was the triangular-eyed cultivator lurking in the rear camp of the Northern Kingdom. Chen Xian had perished countless times under his flying sword, each time cleanly, save for his own folly in prolonging the encounter. But, if he possessed the capability, why not retaliate? Chen Xian felt justified in this life. Under the unintentional care of the experienced and capable Chen Xian, the other 14 youths from Qin family village had all survived. Once the war concluded, he could return and marry Xiao. On this day, as they enjoyed a rare respite, talk of their hometown led to Chen Atu, who, amidst the banter, wore a blissful smile. "Whoa, buddy, you shouldn't casually make such a flag." Hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes widened, almost dropping the piece of meat in his hand. From years of reading novels and watching dramas, this phrase was akin to a banner behind a tyrant. No, are you out of your mind? He had ascended to the position of a 1,000-man commander earlier than ever before, becoming a legend in this frontline military camp. His stature was also rapidly increasing. Although not as gifted as some, it was significantly taller than before, which pleased Chen Xian immensely. After all, having lived multiple lives, it seemed this body had never truly reached adulthood. The total time lived did not even add up. Chen Xian sighed. As the days drew closer to the decisive battle, Chen Xian stealthily infiltrated the rear camp of the Northern Kingdom more than once. Yet he never encountered the triangular-eyed FOE.IT appeared he only manifested at specific times, like a special NPC. Now at the 7th layer of qi refinement, Chen Xian felt a burning urgency, knowing Zhang Yan was already pushing for the great perfection of qi refinement. This pace was unacceptable. Chen Xian did not consider that the other had entered a sect under the guidance of an ancestor, possessing abundant resources, while he labored painstakingly, cultivating steadily. It was akin to the difference between a wealthy heir launching a startup and a poor heir scraping together every penny to invest. Even so, Chen Xian had nurtured all three of his dantians. Time had come. Finally, on the familiar day, Chen Xian opened his eyes in the midst of battle, a flash of crimson passing through. Once again assigned to cover the rear. After arranging everything, Chen Xian chose to venture alone into the enemy's stronghold. Old dog, your grandpa is here. With his technique fully unleashed, his figure moved like a specter, imperceptible to ordinary eyes. Now alone in the rear camp of the Northern Kingdom. Igniting fires and burning supplies, his actions were equivalent to those of hundreds in the past. When he sensed the time was right, Chen Xian concealed his aura, awaiting the arrival of the triangular-eyed adversary. You dare, wretch? Chen Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. What a familiar voice, clang. Chen Xian, for the first time, effortlessly blocked the enemy's flying sword head-on. What is there to fear in teaching your grandson a lesson? Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the triangular-eyed figure before him, his body trembling with exhilaration. Are you a cultivator? The triangular-eyed man tightened his grip on the rebounding sword, cautiously eyeing the seemingly deranged Chen Xian. Why did he feel that the opponent's technique seemed somewhat familiar? Chen Xian grinned, twirling his long spear into a flourish. Indeed, it is your grandpa, bold. Although Xiao Jong was a dispensable outer disciple within the sect, in this mundane realm, he was a revered figure, basking in adoration. Stationed in the capital of the Northern Kingdom, he had been elevated and revered. This time he had also received instructions from the sect, coupled with acquiring a new cultivation technique, necessitating a city to slaughter to enhance his cultivation before heading to the front line. Little did he expect to encounter an unexpected twist on the very first day. Observing this lad, whose cultivation level was merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement, while he himself was at the 9th layer, Xiao Jiang felt assured of his superiority. Unbeknownst to Chen Xian, his half-baked technique for concealing his aura merely masked the strength of his other two dantians. Could this not be termed a beautiful mistake? Aware of his advantage, Xiao Jiang no longer held back. The opponent's blood energy was abundant. Should he manage to kill him and absorb his blood essence to refine his soul, he could undoubtedly reach the great perfection of qi refinement, and perhaps even foundation establishment was not out of reach. Clang, clang, clang. Chen Xian's ancestral spear clashed with the opponent's flying sword in a dazzling display of strikes, showing signs of cracking. Damn. The benefits of a large sect. Stepping back half a pace, Chen Xian felt that even with blood energy infused, his specially crafted spear would not endure for many more exchanges. Their battle had reduced the rear camp of the Northern Kingdom to utter chaos. Chapter 13. The successful brush with immortality. Xiao Jiang was increasingly alarmed as he fought. This lad's endurance was astonishing. After so many exchanges, he showed no signs of fatigue. Through repeated confrontations, Xiao Jiang discerned that the opponent practiced the same technique as himself, perhaps even one superior to his. Yet he had never heard of such a youthful genius within the inner sect. Could he be a new disciple of some elder? Junior brother? Hold on. Noticing Chen Xian preparing to attack again, Xiao Jiang quickly raised his hand to stop him. May I ask which elder you are a disciple of? Chen Xian paused. Had he been mistaken for someone else? Seeing Chen Xian's silence, Xiao Jiang continued, could it be that you also came for the sake of this war between our two nations? The more Xiao Jiang spoke, the more convinced he became of his suspicions. If this young man sought to conquer the cities of the Flying Tiger Nation, he need only say so. His senior brother would not contest with him. Hearing this, Chen Xian's mind raced. Seizing the opportunity to lower his guard and approach Xiao Jiang with a benevolent smile, abandoning the initial arrogance of calling himself grandpa. Such generosity from my senior brother, I shall not be impolite. Well said, Xiao Jiang replied, his eyes narrowing with a smile. If he could befriend an inner disciple, especially one likely to be a direct disciple of an elder, losing a city would be of little consequence. After all, once the Flying Tiger Nation fell, he could simply find another city to pillage and continue his cultivation. Junior brother, you, ugh. As Xiao Jiang reached out, poised to utter a few words, Chen Xian, with the swiftness of lightning, drew the tattered dagger from his waist and plunged it directly into Xiao Jiang's dantian. The blood essence surged forth through the broken blade, exploding within Xiao Jiang's core. Aghast, Xiao Jiang recalled that within the soul refinement sect, it was not uncommon for fellow disciples to turn against one another to enhance their own cultivation, but such acts were typically confined to secret realms or conducted under conditions that ensured anonymity. Did he not realize he was a specially dispatched disciple to the Northern Kingdom? Disciples of his status bore a soul token within the sect. Should he be slain, the murderer would be immediately identified. Despite the sordid undercurrents that might exist within the soul refinement sect, it at least maintained an appearance of fairness and justice. Otherwise, the outer disciples would not dare to serve the sect so fervently. Of course, inner disciples also possessed soul tokens. Otherwise, Jong would not have hesitated. He had never anticipated that he would miscalculate this time. In a last-ditch effort, he struck at nothing but air. Chen Xian, agile as a shadow, deftly evaded while simultaneously rubbing salt into the wound. "Apologies, grandson, but I am not one of your soul refinement sect," he taunted. "You?" Zhong's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the bloodied hand emerging from his abdomen. An unprecedented surge of vitality flowed into him from his left palm, swiftly replenishing what he had just expended. Chen Xian's complexion grew flush. With a thud, Jong, having lost all his vital essence, fell forward, lifeless. Chen Xian grasped at the void with his right hand, and Zhong's soul escaped, clawing and flailing in a desperate attempt to exact vengeance upon Chen Xian. Alas, it was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Easily captured and refined by Chen Xian. This marked Chen Xian's inaugural experience of refining a cultivator's soul. It was undeniable that it differed vastly from that of an ordinary person. The soul-refining technique Chen Xian employed was derived from the ancestral legacy within Zhang Yan's memories. The most authentic transmission of the soul refinement sect, incomparable to the methods practiced by Zhong as an outer disciple. Zhong let out a final, unwilling roar, ultimately transforming into a soulless entity. Chen Xian perused the memories left behind by his foe as one might leaf through a book. "Tsk. Fortunate for my wit, otherwise, I might have truly failed to eliminate you." Within Zhong's memories, the storage pouch contained not only numerous life-preserving items but also potent talismans. Had Zhong utilized all of them, Chen Xian's success in slaying him would have been uncertain, and he might have been sent back to a revival point. "So your name is Jong. You have slain me countless times, and now I have taken your life just once. Consider yourself fortunate," Chen Xian mused. "This flying sword is rather impressive. After all those times you killed me, it seems fitting to melt it down and turn it into a foot mat. Bah, what a pitiful technique." Chen Xian grumbled as he rummaged through Zhong's cultivation methods with disdain. He then used the soul to open the storage pouch left behind. This was a legendary item. Having read countless cultivation novels in his previous life, he had longed for a storage pouch that could facilitate instant relocation, and now that dream had unexpectedly materialized. Chen Xian delightedly sifted through his spoils. Life-preserving items were stored away in the pouch. Chen Xian found it perplexing. He could respawn time and again, cherishing each life, yet Zhong seemed to treat his existence as expendable, hiding his life-saving items so securely. However, this was fortunate for Chen Xian, as it benefited him directly. Is this the famed talisman? Chen Xian lifted a piece of yellow paper adorned with intricate red liquid patterns. "Shall I test its efficacy?" he pondered, excitement bubbling within. "Which youngling dares to slay a disciple of the soul refinement sect?" A voice of reprimand echoed from the skies before he could even cast the talisman. "Damn! They say the world of cultivation is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and the strong are pursued by the legendary. Yet, this arrival is rather swift." Chen Xian, feeling the overwhelming pressure, understood he was far from a match. One must preserve the green hills. There will always be firewood. Though he could respawn, his cultivation would require arduous effort to rebuild. Unfortunately, Chen Xian was still inexperienced in this regard. And shortly after departing the Northern Kingdom's encampment, he found himself cornered on a nearby peak. "Oh, it seems I must start anew," Chen Xian mused, sensing the disparity between himself and the approaching figure. After all, he could not escape. This person bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had just slain. They were likely brothers. Chen Xian had not fully delved into Zhong's memories, leaving him to speculate on the identity of the individual blocking his path. The newcomer bore a striking resemblance to the slain Zhong, particularly with those triangular eyes, almost identical, though he appeared somewhat younger. "You killed my brother." Xiao Hai glared at Chen Xian, his eyes aflame with fury as he beheld the familiar sword in Chen Xian's grasp. He had initially thought that arranging a simple task for his brother would ensure his smooth entry into the inner sect upon returning. Little did he know his brother would perish at the hands of this unknown youth. Chen Xian, prepared to start anew, had no intention of granting leniency. And what if I did kill him? Why is it permissible for him to slay me, but not for me to retaliate? If he could not cultivate sufficiently and died, that is his own folly. Your eagerness suggests you wish to accompany your brother. How about I extend a bit of mercy and assist you? Xiao Hai, enraged to the point of laughter, had not encountered such audacity in a long time. Chapter 14. Fierce Battle, Parting Chapter 15. Return to the capital boss. Why did you resign from your position as a battalion commander? With your capabilities, you would undoubtedly become a general in 2 years. Zhang Mian approached Chen Xian after he bid farewell to the youth from Yang family village, standing beside him as they watched the departing figures. And why, pray tell, are you, a royal grandchild, not fulfilling your duties but instead coming to the front lines? Huh. You know, Zhang Mian was caught off guard, realizing his identity had been unveiled, feeling somewhat awkward. Actually, I'm just a royal grandchild. Eventually, my father will inherit the throne. If not for unforeseen circumstances, it wouldn't be my turn to sit upon that seat. You refer to your brother's betrayal of the royal family. Boss, how do you know everything? Zhang Mian was genuinely astonished. Only a handful of people were aware of his brother's treachery, as most believed he had died from illness. Entirely unaware he was still alive, I also know your brother is currently in the capital of the Flying Tiger Kingdom. You know that too, Gui Qianwei? What do you say? Chen Xian flashed a knowing smile at Gui Yun, who had appeared unannounced. Battalion Commander Chen seemed particularly well informed about royal matters. Gui Yun, surprised that he had been recognized while concealing his identity at the front lines, shrugged off the suspicion. Chen Xian had no intention of revealing. In your previous life, when we were friends in prison, you said it yourself. Sometimes, knowing what others did not was a delightful experience. However, I am of the Flying Tiger Kingdom and would never engage in actions detrimental to my nation. What you should really concern yourself with is the one seated at the very top. How are they faring now? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward the sky, hinting at something deeper. Gui Yun's expression shifted as if he had suddenly realized something. He had always found Chen Arii difficult to read. From the moment they met in the mountain village, he sensed that Chen Xian did not resemble someone raised in a remote area. Despite his youthful visage, one's eyes could reveal much about a person. The way Chen Arii observed others reminded Gui Yun of the current emperor's gaze. No, it was even more ruthless, akin to the way celestial beings regard mortals. Yet, having tested Chen Xian, Gui Yun concluded that he was merely a talented martial artist from a humble farming background. However, Chen Xian's rapid growth and his actions, which never jeopardized the Flying Tiger Kingdom, led Gui Yun to regard him with a degree of caution, though he never pursued the matter too deeply. Yet, to casually disclose royal secrets was, Gui Yun subtly positioned himself in front of Zhang Mian. You clever individuals think too much. Rather than worry about me, you should hasten your departure. If you delay, the old emperor might just ascend to the heavens. Boss, what do you mean? What has happened to my grandfather? Zhang Mian, flustered, pressed. Your treasonous elder brother has joined a northern kingdom cultivation sect and seems intent on killing your grandfather and father. Chen Xian smiled broadly. Zhang Mian fell silent, while Gui Yun immediately retorted. Impossible. There are immortals stationed within the capital. No one would dare act there. What if an immortal were to perish? Have you not noticed how fervently we have been battling at the front? If it weren't for me, this city would have been sacrificed yesterday. Chen Xian's gaze swept over the bustling frontline city, where a long line of people queued to enter. Gui Yun followed his gaze towards the towering city walls. Suddenly comprehending, soul refinement sect, smart. Chen Xian snapped his fingers. You are also an immortal? No, that's impossible, Gui Yun questioned, then shook his head, dismissing the idea. He had always perceived Chen Xian as merely an exceptionally gifted ordinary person in martial arts. How could he possibly be? Flying sword. Chen Xian extended his hand, summoning the flying sword. A silver-white blade, 3 feet long, with red glimmers flowing across its surface, embedded with a crimson stone at the hilt. Exquisitely crafted. You are indeed an immortal. Gui Yun was meeting Chen Xian for the first time, and instinctively lowered his head. So handsome, boss. After spending considerable time with Chen Xian, Zhang Mian had also picked up many of his catchphrases. At this moment, witnessing the flying sword hovering in midair, His eyes sparkled with excitement. As the grandson of Feihu City, he had encountered the celestial beings stationed in the imperial city. Yet those immortals were always aloof and rarely allowed anyone to intrude upon their presence. Despite his unique status, Zhang Mian was no exception. He never anticipated encountering one of them at the front line, and to top it off, he had acknowledged him as his superior. Indeed, his judgment was impeccable. With the identity of an immortal, Guiyun had no doubts regarding Qian Xian's words, and immediately prepared to gather personnel, setting off for the imperial city that very day. A carrier pigeon bearing their message had already taken flight. Qian Xian's current cultivation allowed him to travel day and night without pause, moving at remarkable speed. However, the ordinary folk were different. When night fell, both man and horse required rest. Immortal, could you possibly take me and His Highness ahead? Guiyun wished for Qian Xian to proceed with the evidence first, but was apprehensive that it might be part of the other's plan. Still, he felt uneasy about letting the imperial grandson go alone. Thus mustering his courage. Observing this astute individual, Qian Xian thought, to suspect your superior with such a petty mind. Do you truly believe you can elude me? Guiyun felt somewhat awkward, aware of the implications. Boss, I trust you. Zhang Mian stepped forward. Enough, let us depart. Qian Xian was certainly inclined to bring them along. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed this matter during the day. Sneaking away alone would have been far swifter. Qian Xian's technique derived from the 10,000 Souls art, granting him a ghostly agility and remarkable speed, alongside minimal consumption of his internal essence. Even with two companions in tow, the alternating function of his three dantians maintained equilibrium. Compared to his previous life, where the group took a month to reach the capital, this time, Qian Xian accomplished the journey in merely 2 days. Seal the city. Upon reaching the mountainside not far from the city gates, Guiyun gazed at the heavily fortified city and his expression shifted dramatically. Although he had mentally prepared, the reality was starkly different. Grandfather, father, do not panic. Wait until dark to enter. Qian Xian restrained the impulsive pair. Squinting towards the closed city gates, why were they open during their previous visit? Suppressing his impatience, they finally awaited the darkness. Zhang Mian and Guiyun were effortlessly lifted over the towering city walls by Qian Xian. Landing in a narrow alley, the city was eerily silent. Not even the sounds of roosters crowing or dogs barking could be heard, only the moonlight revealing that indeed, there were still living souls within. I will lead you to the palace through another route. Zhang Mian bit his lip, straining to discern their direction. Are you referring to the well in the small courtyard to the north? Zhang Mian, how does the boss even know this? Do not look at me. That place has long been deciphered by your brother. If we take that path, we will undoubtedly be caught like fish in a barrel. Then what shall we do? Zhang Mian knew only that one unconventional route into the palace. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Such a grand palace cannot possibly have only one secret passage. Can it? Zhang Mian gazed skyward, avoiding Qian Xian's gaze. I often skipped classes as a child. What grandfather and father spoke of, I never remembered. Oh, you only recall one route for skipping classes? Qian Xian was puzzled. Guiyun sighed and stepped forward. I have a plan. Chapter 16. Reunion with Zhang Yin. Qian Xian was somewhat surprised by Guiyun's response, yet it was also expected. After all, he was someone who could stand at the heart of the 10,000 Souls ritual, and he must possess some remarkable qualities. As they traversed the still dark passage, Qian Xian mused, it feels as though the capital is being hollowed out like an anthill. The twists and turns were numerous, with many forks branching off. Without a guide, how much effort would be wasted? Guiyun led the way, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Mian, who seemed eager to explore the forks. Entering those paths is filled with toxic miasma. Within moments, you would succumb to decay. How ruthless! Although Zhang Mian was unsure of its relevance to his current self, he hesitated, retracting his head and obediently following behind. The route he knew was considerably smoother. Lacking such terrifying options, Qian Xian pondered, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from within. He had never experienced such a feeling before. Could it perhaps be a benefit brought about by his cultivation? We have arrived. After roughly 2 hours, the trio finally reached the exit. Guiyun activated some mechanism, and the door slowly creaked open. Grandfather's quarters? Upon stepping out, Zhang Mian gazed at the familiar surroundings, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Qian Xian raised an eyebrow. This was the chamber of a sovereign. If outsiders were to learn of this, assassination would become significantly easier. Guiyun seemed to possess an alarming amount of knowledge, resembling a true heir more than Zhang Mian, though it remained uncertain whether Zhang Mian would overthink it. Upon stepping out, Guiyun, vigilant, scanned the surroundings, his expression grave. "Your Majesty, something has happened." His tone was resolute, devoid of any doubt. "Grandfather is in trouble?" Zhang Mian snapped back to reality. Chun Xian sighed. "Not only is your sovereign in peril, but we are as well. I knew it. How could there be no preparations?" Guiyun, Zhang Mian, clap, clap, clap. As the two remained bewildered, applause sounded from outside, followed by the creaking of the door being pushed open. To their surprise, they encountered a kindred spirit. Reunion feels familiar. It was none other than Zhang Yin. Clad in a blood-red robe adorned with silver thread and intricate dark patterns, reminiscent of blood rippling in sunlight. Chen Xian recognized it as a formidable defensive artifact. Having a backing is indeed advantageous. Aware of Zhang Yin's memories, Chen Xian knew precisely where this artifact originated. He wondered if he could break through it now. Brother? Zhang Mian was left dumbfounded. Guiyun's expression darkened, subtly positioning himself before Zhang Mian. "Your Highness." His tone bore no respect, akin to addressing a familiar face on the street. "Guiyun?" Zhang Yin finally shifted his gaze from Chen Xian to him. "You are still alive. Thanks to your Highness. I have been spared." His tone was neither subservient nor arrogant. "Humph," Zhang Yin scoffed. "It was the old emperor who saved you, wasn't he it?" He then scrutinized Guiyun. "It is fortunate he did." Uncertain of what this fortune entailed, Guiyun felt the weight of the situation. Chun Xian interjected, "Stop resisting. Obediently follow them, lest I be compelled to break every limb of yours." Before Guiyun and Zhang Mian could even react, Zhang Yin shot them a glance, issuing a warning. The pressure emanating from him was sufficient to convey the disparity in their strengths. Chun Xian stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the two. Narrowing his eyes, "Perfect. I have some questions that require the counsel of a fellow cultivator. Please." Zhang Yin, taken aback by the black-clad youth he had never encountered yet felt as though he could see through him, retreated a step and gestured for him to proceed. Chun Xian advanced, crossing the threshold of the palace. As expected, they were encircled outside. It appeared the palace was under complete surveillance, not just above, but even the ant nest below was meticulously monitored. He had spent hours traversing this path, only to realize he could have simply entered through the front door. The 10,000 souls ritual is well constructed. Chun Xian clasped his hands behind his back, surveying the familiar square, nodding in acknowledgement. He was not the same individual as in his previous life. While he might have been unfamiliar with other formations, the one etched deep in Zhang Yin's memories was unmistakable. "It seems you have a profound connection with my soul-refining sect." Zhang Yin was taken aback that this youth could discern so readily, his wariness deepening. Oddly, the fluctuations in Chen Xian's cultivation made him feel at times as if they were peers, while at others, he sensed a depth far surpassing his own. Yet frequently, it felt as though Chen Xian was considerably weaker, akin to the 7th level of qi refinement. Zhang Yin, having reached the peak of qi refinement and on the cusp of foundational establishment, should theoretically dominate this realm. Even in the early stages of foundation establishment, he held combat capability. Yet, before this black-clad youth, he felt compelled to tread carefully. Of course, this is all information you have provided me. Observing the square where the 10,000 souls ritual was nearing completion, Chun Xian understood that today's battle was unavoidable. Initially intending to take a roundabout approach, he realized that if the ritual were completed, matters would become considerably more complicated. Now that it had yet to be finalized, he could seize the opportunity. Moreover, it was a prime moment to settle the scores from his previous life. Zhang Yin narrowly dodged Chun Xian's sneak attack, his heart pounding in fear. How is this possible? The technique Chun Xian employed was one he had mastered himself. Chun Xian, acknowledging the gap between them, sighed quietly. There was still a disparity. How did you come to know my technique? Proud of having created a new technique even during the qi refinement stage, Zhang Yin was preparing to refine it further before seeking his master's guidance. He never expected to first witness it in the hands of an outsider. And moreover, in a form more refined than his current version. Well, you told me. Since the battle had commenced, retreat was not an option. Chun Xian gripped his sword with one hand, while the other flung out talismans. Had he anticipated facing this individual head-on, he would not have squandered so many talismans. He had heard they were rather expensive. Bang, bang, bang. The talismans exploded, and after a round of chaos, the palace they occupied began to tremble precariously. Guiyun and Zhang Mian are still quite distant from each other, remaining unscathed by the turmoil as this what one calls celestial combat. Zhang Mian, taken aback, gazes at the fierce clash unfolding nearby. Chapter 17. Intense battle with Zhang Yin. Ding, bang, cough, cough, cough. As the two engage in a direct confrontation, Chen Xian is sent flying, crashing into a wall, only to come to a halt upon colliding with a pillar. Clutching his chest, he spits out a mouthful of congealed blood, vigorously wiping the corner of his lips. Damn it! Having a powerful backing is indeed commendable. Zhang Yin wields a soul banner, its pole appearing neither entirely golden nor completely iron. Forged from a unique material, it is a fateful artifact bestowed upon him by his master, the ancestor of the soul refinement sect, and its power is naturally incomparable to that of ordinary magical tools. The sword in Chen Xian's hand is merely a non-fateful weapon belonging to an ordinary inner sect disciple, and despite the support of his own vital energy, he is at a considerable disadvantage. Once more, having perused Zhang Yan's memories, Chen Xian is well acquainted with the soul banner and its weaknesses. He knows both the flaws in his opponent's martial arts and the weaknesses of their weapon. The advantage lies with me in this round. Channeling energy from all three of his dantians, Chen Xian lunges forward, his sword slicing through the air as if aiming to cleave space itself. Transforming into a solitary cold star, arrogant, Zhang Yin grips the pole of the soul banner in his right hand and strikes the ground. Boom. An invisible momentum radiates outward from the point of impact. Bystanders, witnessing the scene, appear to see a sea of blood and malevolent spirits roaring incessantly, clutching their heads in terror and eventually collapsing to the ground in agony. Ugh! Help! Save me! Their scalps nearly torn asunder. Their hands stained with blood, they reach out toward Zhang Yin in desperation. How could Zhang Yin regard the lives of mere mortals? Chen Xian, too, lacks the time to rescue them, surveying the crimson chaos around him. This is the first skill of the Blood Soul Banner, Blood Sea Soul Howl. Through the Blood Soul Banner, the blood and souls of those who have met a tragic end are unleashed to attack the opponent's soul body. Zhang Yan's Blood Soul Banner is only in its minor form, and Chen Xian knows that the ancestor of the soul refinement sect possesses a larger one, whose power would leave him utterly defenseless. As for this smaller version, Chen Xian's own aura of blood and slaughter has been forged on the front lines of battle. While his weapon may be lacking, his cultivation remains formidable. Most importantly, he possesses the advantage of his opponent's memories. The weaknesses are laid bare before him. If he cannot exploit them, he truly deserves to be remade. Boom. With the combined force of his three dantians, Chen Xian channels his vital energy through his meridians, causing the crimson blood sword in his hand to appear as if it is ablaze. His movements are agile and ethereal, evading the formidable attacks of the soul bodies while his sword deftly strikes at the most vulnerable points of the Blood Sea Soul Howl. Each precise hit diminishes the power of the attack by a fraction, in mere moments. Chen Xian has shattered his opponent's assault, the sword's brilliance aimed directly at Zhang Yan's brow. Unfazed, Zhang Yan lightly taps his toes and retreats, gripping the soul banner with his right hand while tossing out a talisman with his left, successfully thwarting Chen Xian's advance. Bang, bang, bang. The already dilapidated palace now teeters on the brink of collapse, and the grand array of the 10,000 souls sacrificed that Chen Xian seeks to dismantle is blown apart at his command. Utilizing the enemy's firepower against them, he indeed proves himself a genius. How dare you? Gazing at the partially destroyed core formation of the 10,000 souls sacrifice, Zhang Yan's heart bleeds. He has sacrificed too much in preparation for this array, and to think it has been compromised by this nameless brat. No, the opponent's movements and martial arts are strikingly similar to his own. Are you also a disciple of the Soul Refinement sect? Then do you know who I am? Since joining the Soul Refinement sect under the ancestors' tutelage, Zhang Yan's status has risen dramatically, and with the special favor granted to him by the ancestor, he looks down upon even his senior brothers and sisters. Chen Xian, twirling his sword with a smile, replies, "Oh dear, you don't even know who you are, yet you dare to inquire about me? Do you wish for me to become your ancestor?" Chen Xian knows precisely how to push Zhang Yan's buttons, and his final remark strikes like a thunderclap. He is not a villain who falls to his own verbosity. Rather, After the seemingly simple exchanges earlier, he has expended a considerable amount of his vital energy. Seizing the opportunity to speak allows him to alleviate some of the strain. Knowing the weaknesses is one thing, but the reality of combat differs from mere imagination. Chen Xian has grown accustomed to the mundane struggles of ordinary people. The techniques of these celestial beings remain somewhat foreign to him. He suffers in cultivation as well as in experience, and had it not been for the support of the vital energy from his 3 dantians, along with the advantage of his opponent's memories, he would have likely been subdued and become a part of the Blood Soul Banner by now. The Blood Soul Banner, a gift from Zhang Yan's master, contains several powerful beings from the late Purple Mansion stage whom he has personally slain. Facing Chen Xian at this moment, death would have been inevitable. Fortunately, Zhang Yan's final trump card comes at a cost, preventing him from easily unleashing those soul bodies. Zhang Yan finds himself in a rather awkward position. He has already utilized all that he can against Chen Xian. Should he resort to his final gambit? The after-effects would be dire, requiring him years to rebuild his foundation. If this attempt fails, he risks losing the coveted opportunity his master has set aside for him to enter the secret realm, which opens only once every 200 years. Should he miss it, that grand chance would slip away. My friend, let us each take a step back. I shall spare them, and you shall not interfere. How does that sound? Zhang Yan weighs the pros and cons, rare for him to speak so softly. No, Chen Xian shakes his head. The other party has already inflicted harm upon him once, and he is a man who can be quite petty at times. He cannot leave without exacting revenge. More importantly, his opponent shares the same pettiness. If he departs now and Zhang Yan succeeds in establishing his foundation, he will surely seek him out for trouble later. The fact that he is speaking softly indicates his despair. His despair signifies that an opportunity has emerged. While speaking, Chen Xian stealthily approaches Zhang Yan. After shaking his head, without further ado, he releases his flying sword, aimed straight at Zhang Yan's brow. For disciples of the Soul Refinement sect, the brow and the dantian are of utmost importance. In contrast to ordinary cultivators who prioritize their dantian, the Soul Refinement sect places greater emphasis on the cultivation of the spiritual sea in the brow, making it their weak point. Ding, the flying sword, infused with surging vital energy, halts just a finger's breadth from Zhang Yan's brow. The sword spins incessantly, emitting a resonant hum as it attempts to breach the invisible barrier, striving to shatter his final line of defense. Unfortunately, it remains just a step away, a mere fingertips distance, and ultimately fails to break through, shattering in midair under Zhang Yan's force. Having rarely spoken with such restraint, Zhang Yan is now thoroughly incensed by Chen Xian's disregard. Today, I shall surely slay you. A crimson hue creeps into the corners of Zhang Yan's eyes, consuming his entire gaze. Chapter 18. Slaying Zhang Yan. The blade breaks. Chen Xian had not anticipated that his broken blade would prove more formidable than the flying sword he had summoned. He had prepared himself for the blade shattering, but unexpectedly, the broken blade pierced through the intangible shield surrounding Zhang Yan as effortlessly as piercing through a thin sheet of paper, directly entering his dantian. The blood energy Chen Xian had infused into the blade detonates upon entering Zhang Yan's dantian, shattering it to pieces beyond repair. Surprises aside, he must not relent in his assault. With his right hand thrusting the blade into Zhang Yan's dantian, his left hand spreads wide, gathering a sphere of blood energy in his palm, which he then directs toward Zhang Yan's brow. If this dual assault is executed flawlessly, even if Zhang Yan has reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, he would undoubtedly perish. Alas, Zhang Yan's defenses are formidable. Unbeknownst to him, his master had imbued a protective array within his spiritual sea, which activates automatically when faced with life-threatening peril. Chen Xian, unaware of this protective array's existence, suffers a surprise setback, failing to eliminate Zhang Yan at the first opportunity. This momentary reprieve provides Zhang Yan ample time to retaliate. Boom! The two forces collide, and Chen Xian is sent flying several meters, leaving a deep trail on the ground before colliding with a stone pillar and coming to a stop. Zhang Yan, having only taken a few steps back, swiftly recovers, flipping his left hand to retrieve a medicinal pill from his storage pouch, which he promptly consumes. The injury to his dantian mends rapidly. You are quite impressive. Zhang Yan wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Xian steadies himself against the stone pillar, rising to his feet, a grin on his bloodied lips. Oh my dear. You still have no idea, however, This is where it ends. Zhang Yan's fury has reached its peak. Concepts of foundation establishment and secret realms blaze to ashes in his enraged mind. Throughout his life, aside from being cast out of his clan, he has never endured such humiliation, and humiliation can only be cleansed with blood. Gripping the pole of the blood soul banner with his left hand and summoning his fateful sword with his right, he wields a blood-red blade, glistening as if forged from the essence of countless slain souls, its hue a strikingly dark crimson, only visible under sunlight as not being black, burning his blood energy. Chen Xian observes Zhang Yan's escalating momentum. How fortuitous, I too can do the same. Putting his life on the line, who cannot do so? Just as Zhang Yan surmises, Chen Xian has resolved to drag his opponent down with him. No matter the cost. As Zhang Yan begins to ignite his blood energy, Chen Xian does not lag behind. Though Zhang Yan has attained the pinnacle of qi refinement, Chen Xian possesses 3 dantians. If quality is lacking, then quantity shall prevail. His numbers are certainly sufficient to topple his adversary. Bang, bang, bang. The figures of the 2 individuals collided in the square, only to swiftly disperse, leaving behind a series of deep craters upon the ground. As for the formation of the 10,000 souls ritual, it had long since been rendered unrecognizable by its creator. Bang! As the thick smoke dissipated, the 2 again separated. Chen Xian's left hand had vanished, while Zhang Yan's right ear was buried alongside it, leaving a bloodied mark on his back that exposed bone. Tick-tock, tick-tock, indeed. Let us do this again. The chaotic essence within Zhang Yan's blood soul banner had been diminished significantly by Chen Xian, appearing far duller than when first drawn. The banner had also developed several cracks. Zhang Yan gripped the banner's pole with his left hand, while his right hand held the bloodied sword. Still dripping with Chen Xian's blood. The blood essence within Chen Xian's 3 dantians had nearly burned out, with faint signs of collapse, yet he paid it no heed. Even if the blood essence within his dantians was exhausted, there remained blood essence flowing through his meridians. If he did not defeat this bastard today, he would do so in his next life. I can gamble my life. When you die, it will be the end for you. Boom! All the blood essence within his meridians ignited, causing Chen Xian's momentum to surge, subtly overpowering Zhang Yan. Zhang Mian and Guo Yun had retreated to a safe distance, swallowing hard, their leader. Truly fierce. Even the usually composed Guo Yun was left awestruck, nodding in agreement, quietly calculating whether he had offended this madman in the past. There was no way around it. After spending considerable time with Chen Xian at the front lines, his amiable and valiant nature had left a profound impression on everyone. Even upon discovering later that he was a cultivator, Guo Yun only felt an increased sense of reverence, harboring no other thoughts. Yet now, witnessing Chen Xian's maniacal laughter, Guo Yun felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Swoosh, thud. Neither of them had any defenses. Chen Xian's blade cleaved directly through Zhang Yan's forehead, while Zhang Yan's blood sword and blood soul banner simultaneously pierced Chen Xian's forehead and lower dantian. Zhang Yan's eyes widened. He felt his body growing lighter, his hands loosening as he fell back heavily onto the pile of rubble. Thud. That I've won. Chen Xian gazed at the dissipating soul of his opponent, finally collapsing in exhaustion. I in this life. It was worth it. The azure sky before him gradually darkened, as if he could still hear someone calling his name in the distance. Never mind, next time I'll start anew. I won't be this embarrassed. My beloved knife. What kind of treasure are you? Upon waking, Chen Xian retrieved the handleless, chipped kitchen knife, astonished to find that this seemingly worthless item was the most valuable treasure in this dilapidated house. Ordinary mortal weapons, under the infusion of blood essence, could hardly endure for long before shattering into pieces. Yet this knife, under his relentless supply of blood essence, not only remained intact but became even more radiant. Chen Xian had not forgotten how, during his battle with Zhang Yan, this knife absorbed blood essence, appearing akin to a legendary divine weapon. Could it be that you are the monk sweeping the floors among weapons? Chen Xian observed the rusted kitchen knife and attempted to swing it against the stone he had piled up for a stove. Bang. It broke. It broke? No way. What happened to your previous majestic form? Chen Xian had envisioned countless outcomes, yet he never expected this kitchen knife would break before him. Holding the severed knife, he felt tears welling up. This knife had accompanied him since the beginning of his first life. Never encountering any mishap, Xiao think that despite his careful protection all along, it would break today, a slip-up. Chen Xian stared at the broken blade, lost in thought for a long while, contemplating whether he should use the remaining half to end his own life and start over. Ultimately, after a familiar voice echoed outside, he sighed, found a piece of rag, wiped his face, and raised his finger in assurance. Rest assured, I will surely repair you well. He then swiftly wrapped it up and tucked it at his waist. Familiarity bred comfort. Armed with the experience from his previous life, Chen Xian encountered fewer detours in this life. His mastery over blood essence became increasingly refined, and the opening of the 3 dantians proceeded smoothly. Chapter 19. Killing Xiao Jong. Although he had not scrutinized Xiao Zhang's memories in detail, he had certainly not overlooked the important aspects. Chen Xian recalled that Xiao Zhang had only arrived at the northern front the day before the decisive battle. Thus, this time was sufficient for him to advance further than in his past life, making Xiao Zhang's demise less arduous. His understanding and control of blood essence deepened during his previous battle with Zhang Yan. In this life, entering the qi refining stage was not only smoother, but Chen Xian could also internally observe the smoothness of blood essence circulation within all parts of his meridians. If in his previous life, he had fortuitously opened 3 dantians, with the flow of his meridians being a clumsy endeavor, then in this life, he would systematically clear the slightly congested areas of his meridians, ensuring the seamless circulation of blood essence. Boom! A punch struck the air, and Chen Xian surveyed the fallen branches before him, quite satisfied. The power of this punch surpassed that of his previous life by at least 30%. Now, relying on his familiarity with the battlefield and mastery over blood essence, he stealthily slipped out of the camp after everyone had fallen asleep, venturing into the nearby forest to test his current lethality. He also took the opportunity to absorb blood essence and cultivate on the battlefield where fierce battles had occurred by day. The time passed monotonously and repetitively. Chen Xian refrained from intervening in the war. The world was inherently such. Division leads to unity, and unity leads to division. Even if he could manipulate the war between the 2 countries this time, once he was absent from this place in the future, the course of history would inevitably flow like an unstoppered stream. It was better to let it unfold naturally. All he needed to do was protect those around him. Finally, the day of the decisive battle arrived. And Chen Xian was still alone, stealthily making his way to the rear headquarters of the northern country. Xiao Jiang, your grandfather has arrived. Why not quickly line up to welcome me? After lighting the fire, Chen Xian swaggered into the center of the enemy camp, hands on his hips, shouting boldly. With such arrogance, even a dog would be inclined to kick him. Who are you? Xiao Jiang gazed at the somewhat striking youth before him. He had no recollection of ever having encountered this individual, yet the latter could call his name so confidently. More importantly, he could not see through the other's cultivation level. Tio stand out among the outer disciples. Soon to enter the inner sect, aside from having a good older brother, his adaptability had also aided him greatly. He never meddled with those he ought not to offend. Chen Xian crossed his arms and scrutinized this person he once could not have touched. Still clad in familiar robes, the other no longer bore that lofty demeanor. The ancestors do not deceive me. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Once, I could only look up to you. Now, I can easily defeat you. Enough of the nonsense. Either obediently extend your neck for me to slay you, granting you a comfortable death, or else. Chen Xian was eager to test the combat prowess he had attained at the 8th layer of qi refining in this life. Arrogant. Xiao Jiang was certain he had never seen this brat before, whether in his own sect or any other. Even a clay figurine has some temper. He had been sent to the mortal realm and had always enjoyed a superior status. Now, to be humiliated in front of mortals, even a cautious person like him could not suppress his rising anger. With a flick of his hand, his life sword materialized, and Xiao Jiang unleashed his full pressure. Delightful! Chen Xian still wielded an unremarkable spear, crafted from mundane materials through mortal forging techniques, viewed as detritus in the eyes of those exalted cultivators who would disdain even brushing against them. Seeing the spear devoid of any aura, Xiao Jiang felt a twinge of annoyance at his own caution. He had hesitated for so long over such an ordinary mortal boy, losing considerable face. Unforgivable! The clash between the two resembled that of a wealthy nouveau riche against a penniless youth, with their equipment clearly on different levels. However, Chen Xian had an advantage. He had glimpsed parts of Xiao Zhang's memories and was well acquainted with his habits. After this sword strike, there would be a momentary vulnerability in the side and rear. Qian Xin's movements became increasingly agile and graceful, evading Xiao Zhang's frontal assault. With a sidestep, the spear in his hand struck out like a serpent darting from its lair, aiming directly for the weakness in Xiao Zhang's right rear. Xiao Zhang reacted swiftly, sensing the attack from behind, and used the momentum to charge forward, narrowly escaping. Chen Xian's strike missed its target. What a pity. Chen Xian understood that he had underestimated his weapon. Had his spear been even slightly more potent, it would not have faltered upon striking the opponent's defenses. He was not unwilling to infuse the spear with more blood essence. Rather, he sought to conserve his energy, and the ordinary spear could not endure excessive blood essence. Nevertheless, having tested the waters, Chen Xian remained confident in his ability to dispatch Xiao Zhang. It was a perfect opportunity to eliminate the opponent, while also honing his skills and familiarizing himself with the combat style of the immortals. Since beginning his cultivation, Chen Xian had only engaged in 3 battles against immortals. Counting this one, it would mark his 4th. Yes, this would be the second round with Xiao Zhang. If initially the two were evenly matched, thereafter, it was entirely Chen Xian who held the upper hand, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Swoosh, rip, the treasures on Xiao Zhang's body were torn apart under Chen Xian's relentless assaults, blood seeping from his wounds and staining his robe with patches of red and white. The occasional black mud from the ground that splattered onto him made him resemble a beggar on the street. Xiao Zhang has never experienced such profound humiliation since his birth. Yet, the opponent, that young man, resembles an ancient monster possessing someone else's body, gradually honing his skills through their relentless skirmishes. Or perhaps it is his technique that is being refined. Could it be that he is so unfortunate as to have truly encountered a soul-snatching old specter? Senior, I am unsure how I have offended you, and I humbly beseech your magnanimity to spare me. Xiao Zhang has sensed a dire threat to his life, recalling the words spoken upon the opponent's arrival, and he decisively opts to plead for mercy. Chen Xian, feeling that further combat would yield no growth, plants his long spear into the ground, observing the disheveled Xiao Zhang with a bemused expression. Has this man truly begun to see himself as an ancient fiend? Very well, simply hand over your storage bag. Xiao Zhang, that bag contains all the treasures he has collected over time, including preparations made for his brother's venture into the secret realm. Naturally, upon noticing Chen Xian's impending change in demeanor, Xiao Zhang hastily chooses to compromise. Material possessions can be replaced, but a lost life cannot be reclaimed. His brother is on the way. If he can just buy some time, the opponent will undoubtedly flee. Xiao Zhang's mother prepares to remove her storage bag, erasing her spiritual mark under Chen Xian's guidance. Are you stalling for time? Chen Xian is well aware of Xiao Zhang's intentions. No, I am not. Xiao Zhang quickly presents the storage bag, stripped of its spiritual mark, with both hands. Chapter 20. Killing the small to get to the big, a child can be taught. Chen Xian's long spear stands firmly in the ground as he approaches unarmed. Reaching out to accept the storage bag in that fleeting moment when Xiao Zhang attempts to ambush him while he grasps the bag, he swiftly unleashes a prepared blade. The broken kitchen knife, now in 2 pieces, has yet to be repaired, yet Chen Xian has discovered a new function for it. The severed front piece serves as a silent blade for stealthy strikes, while the back piece, wrapped in tattered cloth and devoid of a handle, transforms into a dagger-like weapon. With his left hand wielding the front piece aimed at the dantian and the right hand thrusting the back piece towards the brow, he strikes simultaneously. The faint sounds of piercing are hardly noticeable, accompanied by a torrent of blood. In an instant, Xiao Zhang's dantian and spiritual sea are violently disrupted. Thud. The smugness in Xiao Zhang's eyes fades, replaced by a creeping horror and disbelief. One hand still clutches the unoffered storage bag while the other glimmers with cold light. What are you thinking, boy? Do you think I am unaware? Chen Xian sheathes the blade, patting Xiao Zhang's unblinking face, almost humming a tune. With meticulous efficiency, he cleanses the spoils, finally finding the time to absorb the blood essence from Xiao Zhang's lifeless form. In his previous life, due to haste and inexperience, he wasted much of the abundant blood essence within Xiao Zhang. This time, absorbing it not only replenishes what he had expended but also significantly enhances his cultivation. Xiao Zhang, bereft of blood essence and spiritual body, lies among the debris like a desiccated corpse, sunbaked for years. The northern kingdom's stronghold, following their battle, is left in ruins. Chen Xian's destructive power only grows stronger with each encounter. As he hears familiar taunts, Chen Xian, without a second thought, hurls the withered corpse he holds. Damn it! Day in and day out, everyone dares to challenge me. In the past, I lacked the strength, allowing you to prance about. But now that I possess power, I will not tolerate your insolence. Boom. Xiao senses the death aura of his younger brother. Initially unhurried, he immediately activates an acceleration talisman. Before he can halt, an unidentified projectile hurtles towards him, and his instinctive reaction is to strike it away. Upon realizing that the object he struck carries a familiar aura, he focuses and sees his brother's corpse. Before he can process this, the lifeless body explodes mid-air, scattering fragments that rain down, some as large as fingers, others reduced to dust, carried away by the wind. Chen Xian, with fingers poised, remarks, "Oh, this is my first time witnessing human fireworks in this world, while rare. It is undeniably hideous." Shaking his head, he feels his eyes have been insulted. Noticing Xiao accusatory gaze, Chen Xian innocently shrugs. "This is not my doing. It is of your own making." Despite Xiao intention to confront him, Chen Xian eagerly anticipates the encounter. From his previous life, he knows that Xiao exceeds even Zhang Yin's cultivation in the capital of Feihu Nation. If he can defeat him, Zhang Yin will be but a plaything. Chen Xian, now in a frenzied state, having deleted and restarted numerous times, finds his psyche on the brink of collapse, desperately needing a means to vent his frustrations to avoid descending into true madness. Killing and being killed present a perfect outlet for his rage. To the untrained eye, he appears no different from an ordinary person, even serving as an excellent captain to the soldiers on the front lines of the Feihu Nation, loyal and protective. Always at the forefront of battle, instilling courage and confidence in them. Yet, the true Chen Xian remains an enigma, even to Chen Taizhu. With Zhao Jiang's flying sword in hand, Chen Xian stands poised against Xiao. Clad in black, his wounds have healed under the nourishing blood essence. Over 2 years of growth have transformed him from a frail, dark-skinned youth into a striking figure, his sharp features emerging more distinctly. Especially those profound obsidian eyes, upon gazing at someone, evoke an illusion of deep affection intertwined with coldness, akin to peering into an unfathomable abyss, imbued with an unsettling maturity and composure. His long hair is casually tied atop his head with a sharpened branch. Stray strands cascading down his forehead, swaying as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Xiao. Chen Xian addresses the opponent he had long since marked, each syllable dripping with the anticipation of a gamer eager for a new challenge. "Who are you?" Xiao perceives that the opponent has yet to reach the foundational stage, yet the aura he exudes must be said. Xiao and Zhao Jiang are indeed brothers, their thought process is remarkably similar. Both have unwittingly branded Chen Xian as an ancient fiend possessing another's body. "The one who will kill you. Do not be arrogant, senior. You have just seized this body, have you not? Lacking even foundational cultivation? It remains to be seen who shall perish," Xiao warns. "Well, it must be tested," Chen Xian replies. "He has diligently practiced swordplay in this life. It is time to assess his progress." The two, having mutually agreed, draw their swords and charge at one another. Clang, clang, clang. The blades clash, ringing out incessantly, as the ground, already ravaged, undergoes further destruction, with timber collapsing and stones flying. As the skirmish reaches a lull, a northern soldier stealthily approaches, only to be caught in the ensuing chaos and swiftly retreats in disarray. Chen Xian finds himself increasingly strained, the blood essence from 3 dantians surging wildly. Xiao, growing more alarmed with each exchange, becomes increasingly convinced of his theory. This must be a soul-snatching ancient fiend. Such ancient beings typically possess contingencies. He dares not force the opponent into a corner. Killing him could result in mutual destruction if the opponent wields some hidden lethal technique. Once Xiao perceives a slight weakening in Chen Xian's attacks, he quickly calls for a halt. "Senior, cease. This may all be a misunderstanding." With his brother already deceased, he knows he cannot afford to sacrifice himself as well. With little blood essence remaining, Chen Xian, upon hearing the call to stop, willingly complies. Xiao, relieved by the cessation of hostilities, breathes a sigh of relief. "I am unaware of where my younger brother has offended you. And I hope, considering his demise, you will not hold it against him. Noticing Chen Xian's lingering desire to continue the fight, Xiao Hai hastily presents his intentions. This is merely a token of my apology. Xiao Hai offers a storage bag, which Chen Xian accepts in midair, glancing briefly before stowing it away. Very well, let this matter pass. The spoils this time far exceed the previous haul. Indeed, strength is the universal currency. No matter the realm. Chapter 21. Stirring the Soul Refining Sect. Regardless, Xiao Hai knows he cannot kill Chen Xian at this moment. Given the latter's apparent sincerity, he resolves that their next encounter shall be swift. Indeed, Chen Xian has never abandoned the notion of sending Xiao Hai to reunite with his brother. As the saying goes, one must eradicate the roots of a weed. Otherwise, it shall regrow with the spring breeze. The opponent is not one of noble character. Yet Xiao Hai remains oblivious to another proverb, letting a tiger return to the mountain brings endless troubles. Who is the tiger, who is the trouble, and who is the weed that cannot be eradicated? The next meeting will reveal all. After gathering his spoils, Chen Xian returns to the front lines, attending a victory banquet. The following day, he bids farewell to Chen Taizhu and others without a hint of nostalgia. Setting off alone toward the capital of the Feihu nation, Zhang Mian, Guiyun, forget it. Neither life proved fruitful. Carrying such burdens would only drain his vitality. It is better to conserve his strength and deal with Zhang Yin. After all, Zhang Yin is undoubtedly ensnared in a web of traps he has laid throughout the capital, simply waiting for certain individuals to walk into his snare. Each day, he performs a good deed, extending a kindness by dismantling that web beforehand. After all, the adversary has referred to him as boss for quite some time. Freed from the burdens that once restrained him, Chen Xian moved with remarkable swiftness. His cultivation having ascended since their last encounter, within merely a day, he traversed thousands of miles, arriving beneath the capital city. There was no need to wait for nightfall. His agility rendered him imperceptible to ordinary mortals. Entering the city, he boldly strode towards the imperial palace. The only threat he perceived within the entire capital was the individual he sought to draw out. A confrontation sooner rather than later would bring a swift conclusion. Chen Xian harbored great confidence in his ability to slay Zhang Yin. You possess considerable audacity. Indeed, Zhang Yin stood upon the soon-to-be consecrated soul sacrifice square, scrutinizing Chen Xian as he approached alone, assessing him from head to toe before commenting. Well said, well said. Primarily, I'm pressed for time. Are you truly so confident? Chen Xian nodded, asserting, I have more than enough capability to kill you. His tone bore no trace of emotion, akin to stating an undeniable fact. Indeed, confidence is commendable. However, baseless confidence is merely a jest. Whether one possesses true capability or not can only be discerned through experience. Indeed, the two conversed as if they were long-time acquaintances, exchanging nods of agreement. Even their rebuttals gentle, devoid of any murderous intent. Their dialogue flowed pleasantly, and their combat was equally harmonious. They struck simultaneously. Zhang Yin summoned the blood-soul banner while Chen Xian launched his flying sword. Now somewhat familiar with sword manipulation, Chen Xian's attack felt akin to brandishing a large blade before a master of the art. The flying sword's speed proved insufficient. With a subtle shift of his foot, Zhang Yin effortlessly evaded the oncoming attack. Why apologies? I am still not entirely accustomed to this sword technique. Chen Xian formed hand seals, taking a moment to ruffle his slightly disheveled hair, a hint of regret upon his visage. First time? Zhang Yin nodded, and if that were indeed true, it would be quite remarkable. Clearly, Zhang Yin dismissed Chen Xian's words with indifference. I regard you as a friend. It would be unfortunate if you deceived me. Blood soul. Soul kill. With a movement of the blood-soul banner, the sealed souls surged forth, clawing and gnashing towards Chen Xian. Having garnered experience with such entities, Chen Xian efficiently dispatched them, each soul extinguished with ease. Even lamenting the lack of time to absorb their essence, the battle escalated towards a fever pitch, with Chen Xian instinctively targeting the core of the soul sacrifice formation to provoke Zhang Yin. Their clash was tit for tat, thoroughly dismantling the formation in the process. Zhang Yan's initial calm demeanor gradually morphed into frenzy. He was inherently a volatile individual. Otherwise, how could he have entered the soul refinement sect after being expelled from the royal family? A sect of the opposing nation. His exceptional talent and his own madness had allowed him to be accepted as a disciple. One moment, he might engage in cordial conversation, and the next, he could unhesitatingly crush your heart. Chen Xian had witnessed Zhang Yin commit such acts numerous times through his memories. He possessed a modicum of experience in dealing with him, as the souls within the blood-soul banner dwindled. The combat items from Xiao Jiang and Xiao Hai's storage bags also diminished. The two found themselves at the final juncture. Ha ha ha. A blood mark was carved across Zhang Yan's right cheek by Chen Xian's flying sword, which he disregarded, allowing the crimson liquid to trickle down his face. His blood-red eyes gleamed with a manic delight as he gazed at Chen Xian. Chen Xian, intact and unscathed, with only his last flying sword shattered, acknowledged the inevitability. After all, his opponent was a gold-spending player, accustomed to possessing fine artifacts. Yet, as a cheap player himself, Chen Xian proclaimed, "This time, the advantage lies with me." Drawing a broken kitchen knife from his waist, he declared, "Brother knife, we shall fight side by side from here on." Chen Xian held the front piece in his left hand and the rear piece in his right. Zhang Yin, taken aback, thought to himself, "I never expected you to conceal such a formidable weapon." It wasn't until Chen Xian destroyed his dantian and pierced his spiritual sea that Zhang Yin could hardly comprehend how such a shabby, unremarkable broken blade had achieved this feat. Alas, this question would remain unvoiced until his dying breath. Hiss! Chen Xian clutched the gaping wound in his lower dantian, hastily collecting his spoils, casting a final glance at Zhang Yin before decisively absorbing his essence, leaving no room for the souls to escape. After all, they were the souls of a fully accomplished Qi refinement practitioner, and most crucially, the blood-soul banner in his possession was now devoid of contents. He needed to quickly stockpile resources. A lost artifact, once its master is gone, could easily be claimed anew. With a single drop of his blood, all matters were resolved. Elated, he fondled the blood-soul banner. He finally possessed a treasure worthy of presentation. Marked? Just as Chen Xian prepared to withdraw, he noticed a blood-red character for kill flickering briefly on the back of his hand. This was hardly surprising. Core disciples of all sects were recorded. Marked upon their bodies, and upon their demise, the mark would transfer to their slayer. This tactic was employed by most sects to safeguard their core disciples. After all, no matter how talented one might be, without proper growth, they remained ineffectual. But a genius who has not weathered storms is merely a beautiful yet useless artifact. Such markings served both to protect core disciples and to deter foolish cultivators. Generally, those with a modicum of understanding would refrain from recklessly attacking marked disciples. For rogue cultivators, the repercussions of sect retaliation could be dire. For disciples of other sects, it could easily provoke conflict between two factions. Fortunately, there were not many core disciples who bore such marks. Alas, Zhang Yin, the favored disciple of the Soul Refinement sect's ancestral master, was among them. The moment Zhang Yin perished, the soul plate within the sect extinguished. The dozing outer sect disciple jumped to attention, hastily retrieving the shattered soul plate from the ground. Upon recognizing the name inscribed upon it, he nearly fainted on the spot. Brother Zhang is dead? This news swiftly reached the sect master of the Soul Refinement sect and the various elders. The sect master, gripping the fragmented soul plate, wore a grim expression. He had just glimpsed the visage of Zhang Yin in the final memories captured by the soul plate. The ancestral master was in seclusion, and a newly accepted disciple had been slain under his protection by an outsider. Find out the truth? Yes. Chapter 22. The Soul Refinement Sect's Pursuit Order Elder. Do you recognize this individual? After the disciples had vacated, the sect master inquired of the elder seated to his left. The elder, a lean old man clad in a deep red robe that bordered on black, with silver threads subtly glinting, stroked his beard, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. I have never encountered this young man in any other sect. Sect master, could this be the doing of the Xianqing sect? Spoke a plump and seemingly amiable middle-aged man, though his expression was far from friendly at this moment. It is certainly a possibility. The sect master of the Soul Refinement sect harbored similar thoughts. Their recent conflicts with the Xianqing sect, stemming from the death of the latter's ancestral master, had intensified, despite their own advantageous position. Nevertheless, the Xianqing sect had a millennium of history and solid foundations. Their eradication would not be easily achieved. If they were to act recklessly, they might hasten their own downfall. Victory could leave them severely weakened and vulnerable to other sections. Thus, they had encouraged their disciples to target the territories governed by the Xinqing sect. No one had anticipated that their most reliable ancestor's disciple would meet such an untimely end. Zhang Yin's demise was inconsequential. However, the token granting access to the secret realm must be reclaimed. The other elders nodded in agreement. That secret realm was the very foundation of their sect. Should it fall into the hands of outsiders, it would pose a significant threat to their core. Ordinarily, disciples like Zhang Yin, who had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage, would not qualify for the token. Yet, his status as the direct disciple of the ancestral master afforded him privileges that even the sect master had to concede to. Addressing him as little uncle, the ancestral master of the soul refinement sect was known for his domineering nature, and his disciples often mirrored his temperament. They had envisioned Zhang Yin returning to his homeland, avenging himself, successfully reaching foundation establishment, and subsequently entering the secret realm, emerging as an essential figure within the sect. What will be said to the ancestral master? The ancestral master was nearing the end of his lifespan. The third elder, an unremarkable-looking middle-aged man clad in an ordinary gray robe, would hardly draw a second glance in a crowd of common folk. The others remained silent, aware of the unspoken concerns surrounding the third elder's unfinished sentence. Zhang Yin possessed exceptional talent. Had he successfully reached foundation establishment and emerged from the secret realm, it would have been a significant boon for the ancestral master. Alas, thwarted at the final hurdle. Does the third elder have any insights? I believe that young man is practicing the soul refinement technique. The third elder squinted, hinting at a realization. The soul refinement technique, the highest cultivation method of the soul refinement sect, had now fallen into the hands of an outsider. We must capture that young man, replace Zhang Yin, and present him to the ancestral master. The sect master of the soul refinement sect made the final decision. As they were all practicing the soul refinement technique, this youth appeared even younger than Zhang Yin. The ability to slay Zhang Yin while sustaining injuries himself spoke volumes of his potential. Should such a physique be presented to the ancestral master, their sect could thrive for another millennium. Understood. All disciples of the soul refinement sect received the command to hunt down Chen Xian, and in an instant, his name reverberated throughout the ranks of the sect. Who is this guy? The sect master himself has issued a pursuit order. Indeed, it is the highest level of the Red Assassination Order. My goodness, if we manage to capture him, the rewards would be sufficient for us to cultivate to the Purple Mansion stage. Gazing at the series of bounties listed on the assassination order, even ordinary disciples cannot help but drool. However, a disciple nearby snorted disdainfully, shattering his daydreams. I heard he even killed Master Zhang Yin, your esteemed ancestor. Are you planning to present your head to him? The mere mention of Zhang Yin sent a shiver down that disciple's spine, as if doused with a bucket of icy water, awakening him from his fantasies. Master Zhang Yin, while it is true that there are few normal disciples in the soul refining sect, being personally accepted by the ancestor as a direct disciple, Zhang Yin is indeed renowned within the sect. His cultivation talent is exceptionally high. In just 3 years, he has progressed from an ordinary mortal to the pinnacle of qi refinement. A mere step away from foundation establishment, the only one whose cultivation talent rivals Zhang Yin's is his madness. Many disciples of the soul refining sect have fallen victim to his challenges. He belongs to that category where defeating Zhang Yin once will only lead to further challenges until the opponent finally wins. Ordinary disciples dare not offend such a direct disciple, often going easy in their challenges. But Zhang Yin does not accept such leniency. If he were to discover that his challengers had held back, not only would he not seize the opportunity for victory, but he would also retaliate with even greater ferocity against those who showed mercy. Aside from the 2 quiet years when Zhang Yin entered the sect and diligently cultivated in obscurity, once he reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, he began to challenge those at the peak of qi refinement and even those in foundation establishment. Although duels among disciples are prohibited, there are always some who enjoy privileges. Zhang Yin is one of them. Other disciples of the sect are baffled as to why the ancestor so fervently protects this young man, while the elders and the sect leader who know the truth remain tight-lipped. This behavior has sparked considerable discontent among the disciples, yet it has also attracted many who admire strength. Unexpectedly, when he stepped out to establish a foundation, what was thought to be a sure victory turned out to be a disastrous misstep, leaving them unaware of who their opponent was. Meanwhile, Chen Xian, noticing the persistent word kill on the back of his hand, decided not to let it trouble him. A mere assassination order. Let the soldiers meet their generals and the waters be damned by the earth. If worst comes to worst, I'll just start over. Chen Xian maintained a remarkably optimistic outlook. With the war between the two nations concluded and the hidden dangers eradicated, if Zhang Mian were to become the future emperor of the Flying Tiger Nation, the common folk would likely lead a good life. His father is quite decent too, Chen Xian mused. He found a cave outside the capital and gradually absorbed the blood essence of Zhang Yan. His internal realm began to shift subtly. After 10 days, an invisible aura of pressure emanated from the cave, startling the birds and beasts outside. Sitting cross-legged with palms facing the heavens, Chen Xian opened his eyes. A flash of crimson flickered and vanished, his gaze returning to its original stark clarity. He had reached the 9th layer. Zhang Yan's blood essence was indeed abundant, enabling Chen Xian to successfully break through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. However, the technique he practiced was incomplete. Chen Xian extracted Zhang Yan's soul from the blood soul banner and reached out to siphon his memories. Chapter 23, Meng Yan of the Soul Refining Sect. This was Chen Xian's second time accessing Zhang Yan's memories. Unlike the first experience, this time he scrutinized every detail meticulously, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Slaughtering the royal family, attempting to usurp the throne? Chen Xian examined the soul of Zhang Yan standing before him, his expression frozen. Indeed, he was a ruthless individual. How could Zhang Mian, a dignified grandson of the emperor, be sent to the front lines, captured and used as a sacrificial offering? Neither Zhang Mian nor the emperor of the Flying Tiger Nation displayed any surprise. It seemed they had a history of such affairs. Deske, the entire royal family is left with an emperor on the brink of death, a prince who has aged past 50, and a foolishly naive grandson under the pressure of his elder brother. A dying grandfather, an inept father, a mad brother, and a shattered self. Suddenly, Chen Xian felt that the Flying Tiger Nation might be beyond saving. Shaking his head, he dismissed the endless speculations swirling in his mind. Even if it seemed hopeless, it was still preferable to the slaughter occurring in neighboring Bagua, city by city. The celestial beings are too lofty, making life arduous for ordinary people. Chen Xian had only glimpsed the memories of 2 individuals regarding the cultivation world and was aware of its vastness. Understanding that the Flying Tiger Nation and Bagua were merely a drop in the ocean. The soul refining sect alone controlled over a dozen nations comparable to Bagua, not to mention the Xianying sect and other covetous sections. Chen Xian considered himself sufficiently merciful. If, with his assistance, the Flying Tiger Nation could not survive, then the change of rulers would merely be a matter of time. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. Regardless of the location, it ultimately boils down to the might of one's fists. Putting aside his excess compassion, Chen Xian began to examine a token from Zhang Yan's storage pouch. The Soul Sea Secret Realm? With the reference of Zhang Yan's memories, Chen Xian had some understanding of this Soul Sea Secret Realm. It is said to have been inadvertently discovered by the founding ancestor, who established the sect due to its density. The Soul Sea Secret Realm appears to be specially designed for the disciples of the soul refining sect. It is rumored to contain fragments of a once great sect that vanished overnight, housing the souls of countless fallen disciples. Not to mention the treasures inadvertently left behind by that grand sect. Just the souls themselves could elevate a sect disciple to celestial heights in an instant. Of course, the notion of ascending to immortality is somewhat exaggerated, but acquiring the souls left behind by that grand sect undoubtedly brings myriad benefits. Even the current ancestor of the soul refining sect, who absorbed a relatively complete soul, leapt from mid-tier to the pinnacle among his peers in an instant, catching the attention of the sect elders, who nurtured him, thus preserving the sect's glory for hundreds of years. This recent incident, in which the Xianying sect's ancestor perished, saw him return alive, largely due to the role played by the soul he acquired. Zhang Yan was unaware of these details. The ancestor had merely instructed him to establish his foundation as soon as possible and enter the secret realm to better acquire souls for cultivation. Establishing a foundation, Chen Xian pondered the resources in his hands, furrowing his brows. If he had only 1 dantian, the resources he obtained might barely suffice for a successful foundation establishment. However, he now had 3 dantians to nourish. He was still a bit short on resources. Chen Xian was determined to enter this secret realm, and no amount of assassination orders could deter him. The pressing concern was that he seemed to lack the qualification to enter the secret realm. Should he conduct another operation? Kill and set fire to gather the golden belt. If he could slay 2 cultivators, one of whom was even an outer disciple, he would already have amassed such substantial resources. Killing a couple more would complete his goal. Although many of the acquaintances in Xiao Zhang's memories appeared to be destitute, Zhang Yan's connections certainly were not impoverished. With a plan so flawless, Chen Xian remained oblivious to the imminent disruption of his scheme. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai, who was hurrying back to the sect, suddenly received a transmission message. "It's him?" Upon recognizing the figure, Zhao Hai felt both astonished and unsurprised. The thought of his brother's death weighed heavily on his heart, and without hesitation, he transmitted all the information about this individual back to the sect. Upon receiving the news, the sect leader of the soul refining sect immediately dispatched inner disciples to the northern Flying Tiger Nation. Leading the team was Meng Yin, the sect leader's eldest disciple, who had reached the late stage of foundation establishment and was on the verge of achieving the pinnacle of foundation establishment. He was also the one leading the expedition into the secret realm. Why does the eldest senior brother have to personally handle such trivial matters? A sharp-eyed disciple clad in red beside Meng Yin seemed to voice his grievances on behalf of Meng Yin. After all, he was the direct disciple of the ancestor. Meng Yin scoffed, believing himself to be the unparalleled candidate for the 10,000 souls technique. He had thought that the ancestor would not take on any more disciples, but was taken aback when the ancestor took in such a useless waste. Now, this waste had been killed by someone of lesser cultivation. I wonder what expression my master will have when he emerges from seclusion. He understood the reason his master had sent him. After all, the one killed was a direct disciple of the ancestor, and it was necessary to send someone of stature to honor the ancestor. On another note, since the perpetrator dared to kill a disciple of the soul refining sect, it was also a slap in the face to the sect. This time, he was not merely seeking revenge. In the endless forest above a region near the northern Flying Tiger Nation, Meng Yin encountered Zhao Hai, who had been waiting for a long time. "Greetings, senior brother Meng.hm. Meng Yin nodded. "Have you found him?" "Not yet." Following the sect's orders, Zhao Hai had been tirelessly searching in all directions for the past few days, but had found no trace of Chen Xian. Useless. Meng Yin frowned, sending Zhao Hai flying with a wave of his palm. With a flick of his left hand, he summoned a 3-legged blood cauldron, while his right hand formed a seal and flipped it open, revealing swirling black and red mist within, occasionally revealing a few hideous faces, only to be quickly submerged again by the blood mist. Occasionally, a couple of arms resembling chicken claws would emerge, as if countless vengeful souls were roaring within, unable to find release. Yet, outside the cauldron, not a sound could be heard, as if watching a silent film. The 3-legged blood cauldron hovered in midair as Meng Yin performed a series of hand gestures. With a sharp command, the cauldron began to spin and enlarge, torrents of blood mist bursting forth, accompanied by the roaring souls within, scattering in all directions. "Is this the blood sea soul cauldron?" Zhao Hai extricated himself from the earth. Stealthily returning to the edge of the group, his gaze transfixed on the colossal blood cauldron and its imposing aura, his face betraying shock and incredulity. This was the life treasure bestowed by the sect leader upon the eldest senior brother. Indeed, the eldest senior brother is formidable. It is said that the blood sea soul cauldron can only be wielded by those in the late stages of foundation establishment. Yet the eldest senior brother has remarkably managed to completely control the souls within the cauldron. Truly impressive. Praise for the eldest senior brother echoed around him. Meng Yin observed the departing souls, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Once this adversary was dealt with, another achievement would be secured, bringing him closer to his desires within the sect. The group lingered in the air, and after more than 2 hours, a soul finally reacted. Meng Yin turned his gaze towards the southeast, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Found you, little mouse." Chapter 24. Death Again? Blood Brick. Outside the city, within a makeshift cave, Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes, gazing vacantly in Meng Yan's direction. Someone was approaching. He had successfully completed the ritual for the blood soul banner, but it contained only a solitary, pitiful soul. This time, many had come. Perhaps he could properly replenish it. Chen Xian sheathed his kitchen knife at his waist, grasping the blood soul banner in hand. The precision and swiftness with which they found him indicated the use of secret techniques. Evasion would ultimately not resolve the issue. Active engagement was the true path. Utilizing items acquired from Zhang Yan's storage bag, Chen Xian clumsily set up a rudimentary formation. Alas, Zhang Yan's memory of these formations was not extensive, let alone Chen Xian, who was encountering them for the first time. If he succeeded in setting it up in one attempt, any sect specializing in formations would surely take him in as an exception. Unfortunately, there was no one here capable of recognizing his talent. Did you kill Zhang Yan? Meng Yan arrived swiftly. For someone in the later stages of Foundation establishment, had it not been for the sluggish pace of his companions, he would have arrived much sooner. He had expected his opponent to have fled by now. Instead, they had the audacity to remain here. Casting a glance at the shoddy formation, Meng Yan's eyes gleamed with disdain. You've even set up such a subpar formation? At the moment Meng Yan appeared, Chen Xian heightened his vigilance. His opponent was undeniably powerful, with his current cultivation at merely the 10th layer of Qi refinement. He was assuredly facing certain doom. 10th layer of Qi refinement? Meng Yan discerned Chen Xian's cultivation at a glance. Not even at the peak of Qi refinement, yet you managed to kill Zhang Yan without sustaining significant injury. It seems you are not as simple as you appear. While Meng Yan held disdain for Zhang Yan, even harboring a tinge of jealousy deep within, he could not deny the latter's undeniable talent in the art of soul cultivation. Typically, someone at the peak of Qi refinement would crush a 10th layer Qi refinement practitioner effortlessly. Yet here they were, unexpectedly facing a setback in Zhang Yan's soul token memories. Only the visage of his opponent was visible. Details of their cultivation remained obscured. Not only Meng Yan, but even the sect leader of the soul refinement sect believed this person to be at least a mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner. To his shock, upon meeting, he realized the individual had not even reached Foundation establishment. Such a person, once within the sect, would undoubtedly attract the attention of certain elders, who might overlook the fact that the individual had slain a sect disciple and instead make exceptions to recruit them. Wasn't that precisely how he himself had been treated? Time had passed, and most disciples of the soul refinement sect regarded him as the eldest senior brother. Yet in truth, there was another disciple his master had taken under his wing who was above him. The one who had perished at his hands was the true eldest disciple of the soul refinement sect. This boy must not be allowed to live. A glint of cold light flashed in Meng Yan's eyes as he summoned the massive three-legged blood cauldron. With a hum, the cauldron whirled, its mouth directed towards Chen Xian, the blood energy within surging forth like a sea of crimson, pouring out with a terrifying malevolence. Fortunately, Chen Xian was prepared. He swiftly formed hand seals, and the formations he had previously set up flared to life, creating a translucent semicircular protective barrier around him. The blood sea collided with the barrier, sending ripples cascading outward, which grew increasingly tumultuous. Resembling a bubble clinging to the ground, quivering in the fierce wind, on the verge of bursting. Indeed, it still felt somewhat lacking in less than 10 breaths. Chen Xian sensed the protective formation beginning to falter. With a sigh, he summoned Zhang Yan from the blood soul banner at the very moment the barrier was breached, charging upward alongside the surging blood sea. From a distance, it appeared as if an inconspicuous droplet of water had fallen into a vast river, causing not even the slightest ripple. In a way, Zhang Yan is this weak. Chen Xian had initially thought he would at least have a fighting chance, hoping to gain some experience before his demise in this life. Yet the plan had utterly backfired. He had assumed Zhang Yan's red form would last at least a breath, but it proved unable to even momentarily halt the onslaught and the last fleeting moments of Chen Xian's perception. He felt himself being engulfed by the blood sea, spiraling uncontrollably as if caught in a whirlpool. Hands or heads would frequently emerge around him, tearing away pieces of flesh from his body. As he felt the first chunk of flesh ripped from his left arm, his right hand, now caught within the blood sea, grasped for his kitchen knife. The moment the adversary bit into his flesh, he retaliated fiercely, severing the opponent's head with his knife. The sound was akin to a scorching iron piercing through ice, accompanied by a sizzling noise. The adversary let out a shriek, dissipating into a wisp of blood energy, merging back into the blood sea. The second strike was aimed at a hand. The opponent did not immediately vanish but seized the opportunity to extend another hand towards Chen Xian's abdomen. With a sharp thrust, the opponent's nails pierced through his flesh. Chen Xian's final instinctive reaction was to slash down with his knife, severing the hand and sending its head flying. The number of souls within the blood sea was overwhelming, and Chen Xian found himself unable to fend off the relentless assault with both hands. His left hand clutched the knife blade, while his right held the other half of the kitchen knife. The blood soul banner had lost its efficacy here. Had it contained sufficient souls to unleash, it might have allowed for a back-and-forth struggle against the souls of the blood sea. Regrettably, it could not produce a single soul now. Like a gun without bullets, merely a decoration, far less effective than the jagged kitchen knife in his grasp. In mere moments, Chen Xian, trapped within the blood sea, became no different from the souls around him. The areas where he had been bitten were not only flesh, but also his very soul began to disintegrate. Meng Yin utilized the three-legged blood cauldron not only to annihilate his opponent's physical body, but to obliterate their soul entirely. You dog, Chen Xian, on the brink of dissolution, resolutely chose to self-destruct. With his current cultivation level, facing Meng Yin was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. He could hardly hope to inflict even the slightest harm. Boom! Chen Xian's self-detonation merely created a small void in the blood sea for a couple of breaths before the blood energy surged back in. Meng Yin retracted the three-legged blood cauldron, paying no heed to the impotent rage of the deceased. Return. Meanwhile, Chen Xian opened his eyes once more, gazing at the gaping hole in the thatched roof, his gums grinding audibly as his chest heaved. You little white face, just you wait. Rising, he made his way to the kitchen, skillfully tucking the kitchen knife back into his waist. Chop once? I've done that before. I certainly won't make such a thoughtless mistake again. Wait a moment, he pondered. The knife had sliced through those souls effortlessly, yet why did it break into two with just a light tap against the broken stove? As Chen Xian turned to leave the kitchen, he suddenly recalled and turned back to scrutinize the unremarkable stove. This stove was constructed from yellow clay, lacking even a pot, merely accompanied by a ceramic jug with a missing spout. This jug was typically used for drinking water and occasionally for boiling wild vegetables. Surely, the original owner could not afford something as extravagant as an iron pot. Chen Xian meticulously felt along the place where the stove had been struck before. Suddenly, he touched something that felt distinctly different. It was entirely instinctual. Had he not practiced cultivation before, he might not have noticed it now. Though his current body had yet to begin cultivation, that keen sense had already been honed. Lifting the nearby ceramic jug, he poured water over the corner of the stove, then used his hands to scrape away the softened yellow clay, revealing within a red brick. Chapter 25. Farewell to the 10,000 Souls Festival. What purpose does this serve? Chen Xian's intuition suggested that the reason his kitchen knife broke last time was likely due to this brick. Perhaps this was no ordinary brick. Chen Xian prepared to investigate further when he heard familiar shouts from outside. They've arrived. The front lines were a must-visit, not only for the sake of mastering the soul refinement technique, but also to ensure the safe return of the youth from Chun family village. Familiar days, familiar cultivation. Apart from occasionally studying the brick he had brought, Chen Xian devoted more thought to how to evade Meng Yan's pursuit. Abandon the idea of killing Zhang Yan? Chen Xian shook his head, dismissing this thought outright. Not to mention that the other party might drag the entire Flying Tiger Nation down with him. The fact that the person had killed him twice guaranteed that they would not let him off the hook. As for Meng Yan, after much contemplation, Chen Xian finally recalled him from Zhang Yan's memories. In the soul refinement sect, one could not survive without ruthlessness. The survival of the fittest in the world of cultivation was vividly demonstrated within the soul refinement sect. He, why are you staring at that brick again? Qin Taizhu lifted the tent flap and entered, catching sight of He once more lost in thought over the brick on the table. Nothing much, we're heading back tomorrow. Have you packed everything? All set. Qin Taizhu nodded. Are you truly not returning with me? Qin Xian shook his head. No, I have some matters to attend to, and I shall return once they are resolved. Qin Taizhu refrained from asking further. Perhaps it was the nature of frontline combat that altered a person. He felt that Heise had become quite unfamiliar. Nevertheless, he understood that no matter how much Heise changed, he would always be that village boy who had grown up trailing behind him. The next day, after bidding farewell to Qin Taizhu and the others, Chen Xian resolutely chose to re-enter the capital of Feihu Kingdom. This time, he concealed himself within the city, delaying his assassination of Zhang Yan. Over the past 2 years, he had finally devised a method to evade Meng Yan, entering the Soul Sea secret realm. Zhang Yan possessed the token required to access the Soul Sea secret realm in his storage bag. He needed to ensure that after eliminating Zhang Yan, he could hide long enough for the secret realm to open. Once inside, his pursuers would be unable to follow. Although they too would gain entry, the unique environment of the Soul Sea rendered the tracking orders ineffective. Moreover, it was fraught with peril, and he might even stumble upon an opportunity to establish his foundation. Chun Xian had a premonition that as long as he could successfully establish his foundation, encountering Meng Yin would pose no lethal threat, even if he were unable to defeat him. There were 8 days remaining. Standing atop a mountain peak outside the city, Chun Xian gazed into the distance at the capital of Feihu. Recently, due to a decrease in killings, his cultivation speed had significantly slowed, yet with such ample time for reflection. He had refined all the blood energy within his body multiple times. His mastery over this energy had become increasingly adept. The items he had obtained from Xiao Jong and Xiao Hai's storage bags had also been reforged. Chun Xian felt that his artifact refining skills had notably advanced. Although he referred to it as artifact refining, his method did not involve flames, but rather blood energy. Speaking of Xiao Hai, Chun Xian was taken aback that he had managed to turn the tables on him. The credit for this victory belonged to the brick. Initially, he had considered accepting Xiao Hai's goodwill, as he had done in his previous life. Little did he expect that the kitchen knife was too sharp, while the brick performed remarkably, not only smashing open Xiao Hai's skull but also shattering his spiritual sea into fragments. It was a combination of physical and magical assault that left Xiao Hai caught completely off guard, as a headless corpse. The unjustly slain Xiao Hai felt no trace of spiritual energy or blood energy emanating from that brick. He had assumed it was merely an ordinary object, only to discover it rivaled a Dan treasure. Unprepared for the smoothness of his actions, Chun Xian tilted his head and regarded the seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat rough, red brick, contemplating whether to try it against Meng Yin. Had he brought this brick along in his previous life, it might have yielded a delightful surprise. The valuable items within Xiao Hai's storage bag were undoubtedly far more plentiful than those of his brother. At least after perusing them, the corners of Chun Xian's mouth had been unable to relax. He sifted through them, extracting some useful items to refine, just as Zhang Yan's 10,000 souls sacrifice began. The entire capital was enveloped in a formation, but who was Chun Xian? With Zhang Yan's complete memories at his disposal, he quickly identified the formation's weak points and stealthily infiltrated. The capital was eerily silent, as if it had succumbed to death, with not even the sound of insects chirping. Along the streets, a multitude of mortals lay sprawled, their chests still rising and falling, indicating they were not yet dead. However, Chun Xian could perceive wisps of intangible blood energy being extracted from their bodies, converging toward the palace. When Chun Xian arrived at the familiar square, Zhang Yin was already at a critical juncture. This time, without his involvement, in addition to the 4 familiar individuals bound to 5 pillars, there was yet another well-known figure, Taizhu Gu. Chun Xian's pupils constricted as he beheld the man he had personally seen off just a month prior. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yin detected his presence. Who? Zhang Yin suddenly turned, his long sword slicing through the air. Clang. Chun Xian drew his kitchen knife, deflecting the flying sword. In a flash, he appeared beside Chen Taizhu. And with a gleam of cold light from his kitchen knife, he severed the iron chains binding Chen Taizhu in two. Haizi. Chen Taizhu had not yet succumbed to complete unconsciousness, though pale and bloodless from excessive blood loss. He was still aware. Upon seeing Chun Xian, a mixture of joy and concern washed over him. You must leave quickly. It's dangerous here. Even on the brink of death, he did not forget to urge Chun Xian to escape. It is all right. Chun Xian rummaged through his storage bag and produced a Dan pill for him to consume. The current items were remarkably beneficial for mortals. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, and the bleeding wound on Chen Taizhu's wrist visibly halted and began to heal. In that brief moment, it was ample time for Zhang Yin to launch another attack against Chun Xian. Clang, clang. The clash of the kitchen knife and the flying sword resulted in the latter shattering into 2 halves. What kind of weapon is that? Kill, pig, knife. Chun Xian interposed himself before Chen Taizhu, baring his teeth in a smile that revealed no warmth as he faced Zhang Yin. Nonsense. This man had already killed twice, and with Zhang Yan's memories at his disposal, the weaknesses were glaringly evident before him. If he failed to grasp the open book examination, it would render his existence in this lifetime futile. Arrogance. Zhang Yin discerned the mockery in his tone, his expression darkening as he summoned the blood soul banner. A tempest erupted in the square, the familiar blood mist swirling around. Rather than fear, Qian Xian felt an odd sense of familiarity. Taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes once more, resolute and unyielding. Chapter 26, The Opening of the Soul Sea's Secret Realm. Be careful. After Chen Xian rescued him, Chen Taizhu prudently distanced himself from the battlefield while also freeing the other 4 captives. Zhang Yin, who was locked in confrontation with Chen Xian, paid no heed to the strikingly handsome youth before him, who exerted tremendous pressure upon him. The Blood Soul Banner? Chen Xian scrutinized the familiar red-black banner he had summoned. Forgive his candor, but he was well aware of how many souls resided within. Give it up, young one. Aside from those few foundational souls unable to unleash their full power, the rest would only serve to embarrass you. The derision in Chen Xian's eyes incensed Zhang Yin. For reasons unknown, this youth instilled in him a disconcerting sense of being thoroughly seen through. The battle between them commenced swiftly, concluding even more rapidly. Chen Xian secured the brick that had shattered his opponent's skull and cleaned the kitchen knife that had punctured his dantian, acquiring the soul banner and collecting the souls, all in one fluid motion. He executed it with an expertise that suggested he had undergone this sequence countless times. Observing Chen Xian, who appeared unaffected by the chaos, the 5 individuals distanced from the battlefield glanced at the headless corpse. Then back at the seemingly innocent smile of the youth. Uncertain of its meaning, they presumed it was likely not of a malevolent nature. Boss, you're truly incredible, Zhang Mian exclaimed, bursting forth with excitement, entirely oblivious to the fact that the headless corpse on the ground was his own brother. Well said, well said. Chen Xian agreed, his demeanor one of modesty, like a peacock strutting in silence. At the behest of the emperor of Feihu Kingdom, a grand banquet was held. Chen Xian finally grasped the circumstances that led to their capture. Chen Taizhu had been seized on the way back to Chen family village, while the others appeared to be unharmed. As for Zhang Mian, it was no surprise he was on the sacrificial list. Being captured was only to be expected, along with Guo Yu and Haizi. Are you not returning this time? Chen Taizhu declined the emperor's generous rewards, having acquired numerous external possessions, and before departing, he once more inquired of Chen Xian. No need. Chen Xian shook his head. Having already delayed a day, he calculated the time. The soul-refining sect should have discovered his absence and would send someone in due time. He needed to seize this opportunity to devise a plan, buying time until the secret realm opened. Feeling the darkened blood-colored tracking order on the back of his hand, at this moment, Chen Xian was entirely unaware that due to his inadvertent killing of Xiao Hai and the lack of guidance, the soul-refining sect was still on the hunt for his whereabouts. Ming Yin, who was supposed to come after him, was currently preparing for the imminent opening of the secret realm. Leaving Feihu Kingdom, Chen Xian followed the token to the vicinity of the secret realm entrance. Along the way, he concealed his presence and refined some items from Zhang Yan's storage by the time Chen Xian arrived. There was merely a day left until the Soul Sea's secret realm opened. The entrance of the secret realm was already bustling with activity, with disciples from the soul-refining sect making preparations. Chen Xian had managed to obscure the aura of his tracking order to some extent. As long as he did not come into close proximity, these outer disciples would not detect him. As for the higher-ranking elders, they would undoubtedly see through his disguise, but such prominent figures always arrived fashionably late. By the time they realized, he should have long since seized the opportunity to enter the secret realm. Based on his cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refining, Chen Xian stealthily set up another formation beneath the noses of the outer disciples. This formation was far more intricate than those of his previous life. Yet it remained glaringly obvious to those cultivators with even a modicum of understanding of formations. Unbeknownst to Chen Xian, the precautionary formation he had laid out in advance exposed him, on their turf. His meager cultivation level would not prevent those powerful figures from tearing him apart. Upon opening his eyes once more, he beheld the thatch above him, seemingly on the verge of falling. Chen Xian's eyes were devoid of focus. Though it was not his first time self-destructing, the sensation of tearing from the depths of his soul to his physical form was still profoundly felt. With a sigh, he grasped the brick and kitchen knife. Preparing to head to the front lines, the entire process had become so familiar that it was almost painful. Chen Xian could navigate through the challenges even with his eyes closed. Once again appearing outside the entrance to the Soul Sea's secret realm, Chen Xian refrained from complicating matters further. Regrettably, despite his utmost efforts to conceal himself, The moment the elder from the refining soul sect arrived, he was swiftly recognized. The blood-red characters he had strived to hide on the back of his hand erupted into the sky, resembling a beacon of light in the darkness, drawing countless insects that flocked towards it. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. After being thwarted and killed at the entrance of the Soul Sea secret realm for the 10th time, Chen Xian opened his eyes once more. Each self-detonation had rendered him increasingly numb to the pain of his soul body. Veins of blood coursed through the depths of his opened eyes. His determination to enter the secret realm was instinctual and profound. Excellent. This time he was intercepted just 10 meters from the secret realm. With a few more attempts, he would surely breach the Soul Sea secret realm before being compelled to self-destruct by his adversaries. 11th attempt, just 8 meters away. 12th attempt, only 6 meters. 13th attempt, a mere 5 meters. Each inch closer to the entrance of the Soul Sea secret realm came at the cost of another self-detonation. After 20 self-explosions, it seemed he was trapped in a dire situation. Starting from the 17th attempt, he was merely 1 meter away from the entrance, yet that single meter cost him 4 lives. And he could not advance further. He was ensnared within that final meter. Just 1 meter, merely 1 meter. Chen Xian's eyes burned crimson, teetering on the brink of madness, yet somehow, akin to that elusive meter. He had not completely lost himself to insanity. Surely, he had overlooked something. Chen Xian had even calculated the possibility of exploding his physical body to allow his soul to enter the secret realm. Yet, it seemed this secret realm refused to accept the entry of his soul body. His 20th attempt utilized this very method. For cultivators below the golden core stage, having their soul body exit was akin to placing an ice cube under the scorching sun. In no time, it would disperse and perish. Chen Xian, being merely at the qi refining stage, would meet certain death upon releasing his soul body. Indeed, he did perish, but before his demise, he felt as though his soul body had entered a somewhat frigid world. Before he could fully comprehend the sensation, he was resurrected once more. One more try. Chen Xian felt the nearly completed brick in his grasp. Although he had not succeeded in entering the secret realm, he had gleaned some insights in other areas. Much like the brick he had pried from the stove, he discovered it inflicted significant harm upon soul bodies, capable of injuring even those at the foundation establishment stage. This realization came after a hasty encounter with Meng Yin, as Chen Xian, desperate to find a way into the Soul Sea secret realm, collided with him. When enemies meet, their animosity intensifies. Thinking he had no chance of entering the secret realm, Chen Xian seized the opportunity to vent his frustration from numerous failures. The battle between the two was fierce, and as expected, Chen Xian faced defeat. Chapter 27. Finally entering the Soul Sea secret realm. The elders of the refining soul sect, who were merely spectators, did not intervene, yet they were clearly rallying behind Meng Yin. Chen Xian could only be regarded as a slightly stronger shrimp, frolicking in the territory of a great fish. Evidently a meal delivered to their doorstep. Those formidable entities sought to hone their younger generation's predatory skills, and Chen Xian proved to be an excellent practice target. Meng Yan's pride forbade any interference, and Chen Xian fought with unrestrained vigor. The treasures stored in his spatial bag were hurled forth, exploding with pleasure. After emptying his spatial bag, Chen Xian even launched the brick, only to be surprised that Meng Yan, perceiving it as an ordinary object devoid of vital energy fluctuations, made no effort to evade it. Meng Yan believed it to be just a common brick, and under his protective blood energy, it would shatter before reaching him. Little did he know, this brick could disregard his protective barrier, striking him squarely in the face and delivering a resounding slap that left him momentarily stunned. Good job, Xiao Hong, Chen Xian thought as he beheld the victorious performance of his brick, eager to retrieve it and deliver another blow. Meng Yan, dazed not only from the brick's impact on his right cheek, but also because it seemed capable of directly harming his soul body, found himself momentarily incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity to retrieve the brick, Chen Xian was abruptly struck down by a sword. In a grand sect, there was no code of honor. Chen Xian awoke, filled with regret for not turning back to see which scoundrel had ambushed him. Outnumbered, overpowered, and outmatched, Chen Xian was furious. Chen Xian was indignant. Chen Xian was dead once more. The bad news was well known. However, the good news was that he seemed to glimpse a vast space within the brick. Perhaps that was the Soul Sea secret realm? Chen Xian was uncertain. as his soul body would dissipate in mere moments after leaving his physical form, having only just made contact with the brick. And with the secret realm so tantalizingly close, he could not ascertain whether it was a figment of his imagination before his demise or something tangible. No, it must be real. Chen Xian had previously attempted to recognize the brick and the kitchen knife as his own. Yet whether through spiritual awareness or blood sacrifice, these two inanimate objects had offered no response whatsoever. The brick and knife seemed intent on impaling his chest, remaining unresponsive as if they were devoid of life. Had he not personally witnessed their lethality against cultivators, he might have assumed they were merely ordinary roadside items. Never mind. If there were secrets to uncover, they were beyond his current capacity to unravel. As long as he attained sufficient cultivation, there would come a day when he could unlock these mysteries and transcend reincarnation. 2.5 breaths. This was the fastest time Chen Xian had needed to enter the Soul Sea's secret realm in his previous life. Through countless trials, his cultivation remained stuck at the 10th level of qi refinement. Yet his mastery over blood energy surpassed that of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, his speed had continuously increased in the world of martial arts. Only speed is invincible. Chen Xian adhered to the principle that as long as he moved swiftly enough, his opponents would be unable to intervene. He no longer needed to linger at the entrance of the Soul Sea's secret realm. Even with his eyes closed, he could navigate the vicinity without losing his way. As long as he ventured far enough from the entrance, the guiding elders would not immediately detect him, granting him ample time to deploy explosive artifacts and break through the vulnerabilities to enter the realm. The entrance to the Soul Sea's secret realm lay within a valley, and Chen Xian stood atop a distant peak with an excellent vantage point. Sensing the tremors of the ground, Chen Xian, initially lounging lazily against a tree trunk, sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as he focused on the direction of the Soul Sea's secret realm. It was opening. 10, 9, 8, 7. Chen Xian silently counted down in his heart. The entrance to the Soul Sea's secret realm had a time limit. He merely needed to enter before it closed for the final time. Within the valley, those disciples of the refining soul sect eligible to enter were already grasping their tokens. Being drawn into the realm, the third elder sighed as he observed the entrance, which spun in midair. It was a pity that Zhang Yan's token had been taken by someone unknown. Otherwise, the disciples could have entered an additional 3. Each token allowed for 3 individuals to enter. An extra person meant an additional glimmer of hope. Beside him, a stunning woman reclined elegantly on a delicate couch, her body adorned in a strikingly red gown with no other embellishments. The side slit reached her waist, revealing nearly flawless, porcelain-like legs, while her chest surged with allure. Her skin was as white as snow, and intricate crimson patterns adorned her brow, resembling a crescent moon or splattered blood. Her eyes, accentuated with enticingly elevated black eyeliner, drew in the gaze, and her luscious red lips invited temptation. She was Hongyu, the 6th elder of the refining soul sect. Her eyes flashed with disdain as she listened to the 3rd elder, showing no inclination to respond. Losing a token was one thing. Failing to retrieve it was another, and to utter such a thing in public was embarrassing. Hongyu was aware of who had killed Zhang Yan, and she found the audacity of the young man who dared to provoke the refining soul sect to be intriguing. With one hand playfully twirling her dark locks, she gazed at the entrance, which was gradually closing, while the other hand covered her red lips as she yawned languidly. Who? Boom, boom, boom. Before she could see anyone, she felt the explosive wave of self-detonating artifacts rising to the heavens. Hongyu flipped her hand upward, conjuring an invisible barrier that protected herself and the disciples beside her. On the other hand, the 2nd elder found himself in a more precarious situation, as he was specifically targeted by Chen Xian. Countless self-detonating artifacts were hurled in his direction, leaving him with little choice but to fend them off. Once the dust settled, the 2nd elder spotted a figure with blood-red characters hovering above his head, brandishing a glowing token as he charged toward the entrance, which was now reduced to a mere crack. What audacity! The Grand Elder's expression turned as cold as frost as he summoned a black-red flag. His flag was far more formidable than the blood soul banner in Chen Xian's possession. With one hand holding the token and the other wielding the kitchen knife, Chen Xian saw the figure blocking his path and prepared to engage. The blood soul banner shielded him from behind, and sensing the blood energy and soul body released from the 2nd elder's soul banner, Chen Xian released his own soul body from the blood soul banner without looking back. Blood energy against blood energy, soul body against soul body. Although the disparity in quantity and quality was vast, this was not a battle to the death. It was merely a matter of buying time. Which was sufficient? Old thief, come out, and let me deal with you again. Chen Xian vanished into the closing entrance of the Soul Sea's secret realm, leaving behind a resonant voice that echoed through the vast valley. Phew! An interesting lad. Hong Yu observed the seamless entrance of the secret realm, her long, crimson-painted fingers resting on her blood-colored lips, a playful smile curving at the corners of her mouth. Elder Hong Yu, why did you not intervene to stop that young man? The second elder, feeling isolated, found himself increasingly irritated by the soul body left behind by Chen Xian within the blood-soul banner. What my true self does is of no concern to you. Hong Yu dismissed the baseless accusations, offering the second elder no quarter. You couldn't even stop a Qi refining stage junior. Yet you require assistance from others. If this gets out, it would surely tarnish the reputation of our refining soul sect, Red Moon. The second elder found himself at a loss against Hong Yue, and could only vent his frustration on the innocent disciples nearby who remained silent. Hurry and investigate this person's identity. Report back to the sect leader. Yes. Outside the entrance of the Soul Sea's secret realm, chaos ensued. While inside the realm, a different scene unfolded. Chapter 28. The blood pool of the secret realm. Chen Xian landed on a pile of rubble. Steadying himself, he discovered that this secret realm was boundless, with desolation surrounding him. The landscape was comprised entirely of undulating mountains, devoid of any greenery. Occasionally, winds would stir up clouds of dust, catching the unprepared in a face full of grit. Pift, cough, cough. Chen Xian found himself choking on sand. To his astonishment, the protective blood energy surrounding him was rendered ineffective within this realm. In all his imaginings, he had envisioned a place filled with melodious birds and fragrant flowers, abundant with heavenly materials and treasures. He never anticipated stepping into a desolate wasteland instead. Zhang Yin had never entered the secret realm either. Initially, after successfully registering, he would have returned to the central gate to obtain detailed information about the Soul Sea's secret realm. However, his failure to establish a foundation instead became Chen Xian's experience points. Thus, despite having lived through multiple lifetimes, Chen Xian had yet to truly understand the conditions within the secret realm. It can only be said that reality often surpasses imagination. Brushing off the dust from his black robe, he casually chose a direction to explore. There were a total of 10 tokens for the Soul Sea's secret realm. Aside from the one he possessed, 9 remained with the Soul Refining sect. Each token could accommodate 3 individuals, totaling 27 disciples from the Soul Refining sect. To conserve resources, all 27 disciples were at the foundation establishment stage or above. With his blood energy currently unusable, Chen Xian had to rely solely on his physical strength. Encountering just one random person in the secret realm could spell disaster for him. He needed to find valuable items swiftly to advance his level. Elevating to the initial stage would not only refine his internal blood energy, but would also enhance his physical prowess. With 3 dantians, if he succeeded in all 3, it would be akin to refining his body 3 times over. Facing other disciples within the secret realm would then pose no threat. Regrettably, he lacked a treasure map for the items within the secret realm. The Soul Refining sect had entered the secret realm numerous times, and there would typically be a detailed map of the valuable items. Since Zhang Yin had failed to establish a foundation and return to the sect, it was certain that he did not possess this map in his storage bag. As for Xiao Jiang and Zhao Hai, one was an outer disciple while the other had not yet encountered the core inner sect, thus lacking the qualifications to be privy to such knowledge. Chen Xian trekked through the aimless desert for a day and a night. Not only had he failed to encounter any disciples of the Soul Refining sect, but he had not even come across any other creatures within the secret realm, let alone the heavenly materials and treasures he had envisioned. Damn it! Could I have entered the wrong secret realm? Whose secret realm is this, so desolate and barren? It's terrifyingly impoverished. Leaning against a massive stone, Chen Xian squinted against the blinding sunlight, scanning his surroundings in a desperate attempt to find something unusual. Unfortunately, aside from the occasional swirling sand, nothing else was amiss. He gazed skyward, then down at the shadow at his feet. Deep in thought, could it be underground? But with such an expansive secret realm, how was he to locate an underground entrance? Chen Xian pulled out a kitchen knife, preparing to strike at a couple of stones to test the waters when he suddenly sensed a gust of wind and sand swirling to his right front. When the dust settled, a 5-member team appeared. What bad luck! I never imagined the blood pool here would be toxic. A young man with upward slanting eyes, dressed in the black and red robes of the soul-refining sect, spat in frustration. Exactly. Thank goodness Li Tsong went in first to test it. Otherwise, we would have all perished. Another disciple beside him brushed off his clothes, looking equally disheartened. As for the deceased disciple named Li Tsong, whether he had volunteered for the test remained uncertain. After a round of complaints, the 5 of them turned to the 2 leaders. Brother Wang, where shall we head next? The young man with upward slanting eyes retrieved a map resembling tan leather from his storage bag. After a brief discussion with another, they decided to try a different blood pool. Without further delay, they quickly set off in their chosen direction. Qian Xian held his breath, concentrating as he waited for the 5 figures to completely vanish before he pondered the location they had emerged from. Indeed, there was more than meets the eye within the secret realm, the blood pool. Toxic? Qian Xian recalled the soul-refining art he practiced. The soul-refining art was the supreme technique of the soul-refining sect, and most of their cultivation methods were related to blood energy. Qian Xian had to seek out places abundant with corpses and heavy with blood energy to cultivate. Yet, the number of mortals in the world was limited, and he could not resort to the soul-refining sect's practice of indiscriminately slaughtering innocent civilians. Consequently, his cultivation was particularly arduous. If he had sufficient blood energy, his cultivation level would have been at least 30% higher. He might have even successfully established a foundation by now. Currently, Qian Xian could only covet the map they held. Nevertheless, he decided to investigate this blood pool to uncover its secrets. Regardless of whether it was toxic or not, he needed to ascertain its nature. Lacking knowledge of how to enter the blood pool, he made his way to the spot where the 5 had appeared. Standing on the soft sand and stone, he felt no reaction for a long time. Frowning, Qian Xian tentatively condensed a strand of blood energy. Buzz. An invisible current surged, lifting sand and stones as the strand of blood energy was drawn into a hidden yellowish formation beneath the sand. A flash of white light enveloped Qian Xian, and he found himself in a spacious cave. This cave was not particularly tall, approximately 5 zhang high, with edges lined by stones that gleamed with a dark luster. Most notably, a black pool of water occupied over 90% of the cave's area. The surface of the black pool was as still as a mirror. When Qian Xian approached, he discovered it reflected not a single shadow of a person. Hearing that the water in this pool was toxic, Qian Xian casually picked up a stone from the side and tossed it in. The stone fell into the pool without producing a sound, silently sinking below the surface. Qian Xian experimented a few more times, from stones to explosive devices retrieved from his storage bag. The black pool swallowed everything like a monstrous abyss without hesitation. After some contemplation, Qian Xian finally turned his gaze towards the brick and kitchen knife in his hands. Why not give it a try? Although reluctant, these were the only 2 unusual treasures he possessed. Continuing to throw bricks, he tossed one in. Splash, finally, the sound of something hitting the water reverberated through the cave. Soon, where the brick had fallen, small bubbles began to emerge, expanding in size and spreading across the surface. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The entire black pool resembled boiling water. No. As the pool roiled, it became evident that the liquid was not black but a thick, deep crimson. Splash! A droplet of the pool's water splashed out, and Qian Xian quickly sidestepped, avoiding it as it corroded the ground, creating a small pit. How toxic! He had just attempted to dig 2 stones and toss them into the water, only to find he could not even budge them. Now, this small pool had effortlessly corroded the ground into numerous holes of varying sizes. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Qian Xian retreated further, nearly pressed against the cave wall. What a stench! Who the hell threw me into this filth? Just as Qian Xian found himself with no means of escape, a voice resembling that of a 5- or 6-year-old child emerged from the pool. Who? Chapter 29. The Ancient Void Dragon Clan? Long Xiao. Suddenly, the dark red pool seemed as if it had been unplugged, rapidly draining away. Before long, the entire pool had vanished entirely, revealing the uneven bottom along with the brick he had thrown in and nearby scattered white bones. However, as soon as the bones came into contact with the air, they turned to dust. Furrowing his brow, Qian Xian stealthily returned, feeling perplexed. What the hell? This pool even has the ability to retreat. Thud, thud. Suddenly, the brick that lay quietly at the bottom of the pool began to move, then leaped up like a rabbit. The brick had come to life. Chen Xian's eyes widened, his pupils constricting. He was aware that treasures in this immortal cultivation world could become sentient. But he never expected this ordinary brick. The brick jumped a few times before coming to a halt, and then a small, blood-colored creature began to form above it. It appeared no larger than 2 adult palms. With a small head adorned with plump horns, a large mouth revealing non-threatening milk teeth, and a tail tipped with fiery red fur that swayed enticingly, tempting one to tug at it. Huh? A living creature? The small beast seemed even more surprised than Chen Xian, hovering in midair with its head tilted, its front paws instinctively clawing at the air. Was it you who woke me up? Looking at its utterly unthreatening demeanor, Chen Xian rolled his eyes. Yes, call me master. This brick had been smeared with his blood inside and out. Pfft. A mere mortal without cultivation qualifications dares to claim me as its master? The small beast, hearing this, bared its teeth in anger, red flames unintentionally erupting from its body as its 4 paws began to claw at the air, seemingly eager to take a bite out of him. Ridiculous. Your master possesses extraordinary talent and unparalleled cultivation potential. You should be proud to have such an exceptional master. Shameless. Upon hearing Chen Xian insist on calling himself master, the creature roared in fury, its form rapidly expanding, nearly filling the entire cave. The seemingly delicate creature transformed into a fearsome visage. Its eyes resembled 2 enormous crimson copper bells, its once tiny horns elongated and sharpened, leaving no doubt about their lethality. Its massive jaws revealed sharp canine teeth, and its body was covered in a layer of scales that appeared neither entirely scaly nor unscaly, with powerful 4 limbs firmly planted on the ground. Revealing claws that glimmered with a cold light, Chen Xian felt that with just one swipe, his small frame could be torn into several pieces. The tail behind him grew robust and strong, lightly whipping against the mountain wall, dislodging a large chunk of rock. SK. How impressive! The earlier form of the little beast had not caught his eye, but its transformed state now left him wide-eyed with admiration. The little beast, after its transformation, opened its mouth wide at Chen Xian and roared. The cave began to tremble, with debris falling from the ceiling. That gaping maw could easily swallow 2 of Chen Xian whole. Instead of feeling fear, he waved his hand dismissively in front of his nose. I say, Xiao Hong, how many years has it been since you brushed your teeth? Little beast, who are you calling Xiao Hong? You re the one who's Xiao Hong. Your entire family is Xiao Hong. Before the little beast could unleash another round of its roar, its body, which filled the cave, rapidly shrank as if a punctured balloon, reverting to its original size of merely 2 palms. A woo. I'll bite you to death. The little beast bared its teeth, leaping towards him, but Chen Xian deftly seized the back of its neck, leaving it to flail helplessly in the air. One hand still holding the little beast, he walked to the bottom of the pool to retrieve the slab he had previously thrown in, which had shown no change. He had once smeared this slab with his blood, yet received no response. The moment the little beast appeared, it seemed to have established an inexplicable connection with this slab. How is it that you are sealed within this slab? Chen Xian scrutinized the unremarkable slab once more, still unable to discern any difference. The little beast, unable to reach him with its claws, grew weary of roaring. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, it rolled its eyes. How would I know? Chen Xian clicked his tongue and shook his head. So foolish. It's no wonder you were captured and sealed inside. You re the foolish one. Your whole family is foolish. The little beast, struck by a hidden wound, suddenly regained its vigor as if invigorated, exclaiming, I am of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Ancient Void Dragon clan? Chen Xian had never heard of it, and neither had Zhao Jiang and Zhao Hai, nor Zhang Yin in their memories. The names certainly carried weight. Noticing the little beast's reluctance to elaborate, Chen Xian feigned indifference. What ancient Void Dragon clan? It must not be anything formidable. Otherwise, how could you have been captured and refined into a spirit? Pa, it's not like you humans are cunning. If it weren't for my injury back then, I wouldn't have fallen into the trap laid by you sly humans at that time. He had been a notable figure within his clan, but who knew he would accidentally wander into a secret realm, suffer an unexpected calamity, and barely escape the collapsing secret, only to be ambushed by humans. leading to his physical demise and soul being extracted and sealed within a magical artifact. Under the cunning tactics of Chen Xian, who had grown increasingly devious over the years, he managed to extract from the little beast, who had been sealed for an unknown number of years, the tale of its origins and the events that had transpired. The little beast's true name was Long Xiao, the young clan leader of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Clan leader? Huh? Chen Xian mused, contemplating the slab in his hand. According to this creature, it seemed this spirit had quite the background. From the memories he had gathered from the three men, he understood that generally, cultivators utilized magical artifacts, but there existed an exception, the extraction of high-level spirit beast souls into artifacts, causing the artifacts to undergo a qualitative change and become the legendary spirit artifacts. However, in the realm of cultivation, magical artifacts were already quite rare, let alone the legendary spirit artifacts. Spirit artifacts possess their own consciousness and do not require the cultivator to control them directly. They can autonomously attack enemies to a certain extent in a battle. This would be an unparalleled advantage. A smile once again graced Chen Xian's face, reminiscent of a wolf luring a child. Look here, Xiao Hong, since you have already been refined into a spirit artifact, why not cooperate? I'll take you back to the ancient Void Dragon clan, and all you need to do is lend a hand at a critical moment. Long Xiao, agitated, retorted, I told you, I am not called Xiao Hong. After hearing Chen Xian's proposal, it appeared half convinced. Really? Of course. Chen Xian nodded vigorously, his gaze radiating sincerity. You see, I have already recognized this spirit artifact with my blood. If I were to forcefully command you, you cannot resist, can you? Really? Long Xiao's ears drooped, and it began to believe Chen Xian's words. If only the crafty human had shed a little less blood on the spirit artifact or had not used his heart's blood. Perhaps it could have resisted the backlash and broken free from the contract. Who knew that, although Chen Xian did not comprehend the intricacies of contracts, his extensive reading of novels had led him to inadvertently sign an absolute master-servant contract with Long Xiao. One that was ancient and irrefutable. Despite Long Xiao's fierce demeanor, it posed no real threat to Chen Xian due to the existence of the master-servant contract. It was merely a fade intended to intimidate. If it could frighten Chen Xian into breaking the contract, Long Xiao would regain its freedom. Unfortunately, Chen Xian was not swayed by such tactics. In truth, Chen Xian sensed something amiss, yet perhaps due to his own lack of strength or the inadequacy of his soul. He could only vaguely perceive the restriction of the contract. He was merely taking a gamble, undeterred by the prospect of danger. Sensing an opportunity, Chen Xian pressed his thumb down on his pinky. Leaving the other three fingers aligned, I swear to the way of heaven, I in the realm of cultivators. No oath is deemed more serious than one sworn to the way of heaven. All right. Long Xiao's eyes darted around, its tail flicking in agreement. Let us say it's settled. Thus, the unlikely partnership between man and spirit commenced a friendly exchange. Was it this blood pool that awakened you? Chen Xian's guess was confirmed. Long Xiao, perched on Chen Xian's shoulder, yawned with its front paws, nodding. Recalling the foul taste of the blood it had just absorbed, it wrinkled its nose. Unfortunately, the blood's owner was too weak. Otherwise, I could have restored my adult form directly. Blood's owner? Ah, yes, it must be a descendant of the Stinky Snake clan, but its bloodline is likely quite muddled. If one's cultivation level is not sufficiently high, the soul's awakening might not be enough. If you had enough blood, could you restore your adult form? Chen Xian squinted, calculating in his mind. It seemed the greatest benefit within this Soul Sea's secret realm lay in this blood pool. From the conversations he overheard among those who had departed, it appeared there were several others within the secret realm of equal or greater quality. Upon hearing this, Long Xiao perked up, its soft body tensing as it promised another benefit. If you find a few more, I will teach you the blood pool body refinement technique. It needed sufficient blood to sustain its presence in the outside world. Otherwise, it would revert back into the spirit artifact and fall into slumber. Chen Xian did not anticipate such an unexpected advantage and readily agreed. Finding a way to exit the cave, they re-emerged into the desolate exterior. Achoo, Long Xiao, resting on Chen Xian's shoulder, sneezed from the irritating sand outside. Nearly tumbling off, Xiao Hong, you're a soul body now. How can you still be affected by external disturbances? Chen Xian asked, intrigued. Stop calling me Xiao Hong. Long Xiao fumed. Who said a soul body cannot be affected by the outside world? For Chen Xian, who had only a vague understanding of the world of cultivation, he dismissed the pointless squabble. All right, which direction? Determined to experience the blood pool body refinement technique that Long Xiao had mentioned, Chen Xian eagerly awaited its guidance. Long Xiao twitched its little nose, sensing the changes in the surrounding aura, before extending its tiny paw in a specific direction. This way. Though it was their first collaboration and they experienced a few bumps along the way, they quickly arrived at their first destination. After the winds and sand settled, this cave's owner seemed to have a bit more taste, as compared to the primitive cave they had encountered before. This place was at least much more refined. With a flick of its tail, Long Xiao dove into the central green pool. Hurry! The pool, now significantly smaller than before, did not deter Long Xiao. It dove in without hesitation. Splash! The water level remained unaffected. Long Xiao emerged from the green waters, its head above the surface, and glared at Chen Xian in dissatisfaction. Quick, throw my body in. Chen Xian lifted the slab, shaking it teasingly, not rushing to toss it in. Didn't you say you would teach me the blood pool body refinement technique? The two locked eyes for a moment before Long Xiao averted its gaze. Showing a hint of guilt. This pool water is toxic. Ordinary humans cannot use it. Chen Xian was unconcerned. That's fine. Just teach me first. With a resigned sigh, Long Xiao reluctantly flew out of the pool and floated before Chen Xian. Touching foreheads, a series of profound characters formed continuously in Chen Xian's mind. Having obtained the desired technique, he promptly tossed the slab into the pool, which soon began to bubble, gurgle, gurgle. Finding a corner to sit, Chen Xian closed his eyes and assumed a meditative posture, palms facing up. The blood pool body refinement technique, originally named something else, was likely a haphazard title concocted by Long Xiao. Chen Xian's soul body stood within the spiritual sea, surrounded by mysterious characters that appeared and vanished, weaving into countless chains that circled around him. Though the name might have been improvised, the technique itself was undoubtedly genuine. The original technique was likely more suited to Long Xiao's true form, while the altered version was more compatible with human cultivators. After thoroughly memorizing the technique, Chen Xian resolved to find a blood pool for experimentation. As he opened his eyes, he found that the verdant blood pool before him had long since dried up, and Chen Xian had not even had the chance to witness the white bones at the bottom of the pool crumble into dust. Let us go. Long Xiao flicked his tail with a satisfied expression. Chen Xian cast a dubious glance at the brick, sensing, perhaps mistakenly, that the surface had begun to flake, revealing a hint of a jade-like quality beneath. Yet, the change was so minuscule that had he not nearly sat upon this brick daily, he might have overlooked it entirely, exiting the cave dwelling, inhaling the air, entering a new abode, soaking in the blood pool. The journey had become increasingly familiar for both man and spirit. This time, the pool's water shimmered with a golden hue. Chen Xian turned to Long Xiao and Xiao Hong. Am I able to soak in this pool? Long Xiao flicked his tail, reluctantly nodding in assent. Why was this pool not toxic? Otherwise, it could have been consumed entirely by him. Chen Xian grasped the edge of the pool and tentatively dipped a foot in. Hiss. Like a branch plunged into sulfuric acid, a sharp pain pierced his ankle. Quickly lifting his foot, he saw that the skin which had come into contact with the pool was charred, exposing the blood-red flesh beneath. Can this truly refine the body? Surely, if he jumped in fully, he would emerge as a mere skinless human blood pit. You're not deceiving me, are you? Chen Xian gazed incredulously at Long Xiao, who floated in mid-air, scratching his head with his hind paw, equally perplexed. Impossible? How about you toss me in to test it? Chen Xian, plop. The familiar sound of the brick entering the water echoed. Chen Xian watched Long Xiao suck all the golden water out of the pool. Long Xiao emerged from the brick, still wearing that familiar satisfied expression. I just experienced it. This is the blood of the Golden Ant clan, which seems to have developed corrosive properties after mutation. Your body cannot withstand it just yet. Then, offering rare consolation, he added, no worries, I'll take you to the next one. Surely, it will be usable. If not, you can use it yourself. Long Xiao's small body spun with a series of popping sounds. Chen Xian glanced at him, remaining silent. The next pool he found was significantly more normal, a gentle shade of pale purple. Once again, he cautiously tested the waters with his previously injured but now healed right foot. Sizzle, Crack! Chen Xian looked down at his foot, nearly scorched black, then turned his expressionless gaze towards Long Xiao, who was avoiding eye contact, perhaps thinking, this one might not suit you either. Chen Xian nodded calmly. Fine, let's find another. Hey, what are you doing? We need to find a blood pool suitable for body refinement. Chen Xian left without looking back. You can't use it, but I can, Long Xiao protested, but with the brick in Chen Xian's possession, he followed suit, equally empty-handed. Let us go. Chen Xian smiled warmly at the dejected Long Xiao, whose drooping ears twitched at the sight of his grin, inexplicably sending a shiver down his spine. All right, Chapter 31. The explosive body. This time, the pool water was milky white, measuring a full 10 feet in diameter, a stark contrast to the previous pools. Chen Xian beamed. Xiao Hong, can I use this water? Yes. Had it not been for the blood contract binding them, its volatile nature would have undoubtedly torn Chen Xian to shreds, yet here it was, forced to endure in silence. Chen Xian nodded without hesitation. Stepping fully into the milky waters, the pool's liquid was cool to the touch. Despite his substantial physical enhancement from attaining the pinnacle of qi refining, the water still provoked a strong reaction. Finding a spot near the edge, he sat cross-legged and positioned his palms facing the heavens. The blood energy within began to circulate from his 3 dantians, gradually enveloping his exterior in a crimson hue. After several cycles of the soul refinement technique, Chen Xian consciously controlled the blood energy, slowly altering its trajectory to absorb the energy from the milky pool water. The first cycle of changing the blood energy's trajectory proved to be exceedingly difficult. Gritting his teeth, he stumbled through 3 hours before finally completing it. The moment he finished the first cycle, the crimson hue dissipated from his body, and the previously still milky water finally bubbled. Chen Xian sensed his flesh had solidified a fraction more. The successful operation of the first cycle allowed the subsequent flows of blood energy to become increasingly adept. The second cycle consumed only half the time of the first. The third took merely an hour, and then the fourth, fifth. Chen Xian's internal blood energy surged faster, and the milky liquid in contact with his skin began to bubble as if boiling, transitioning from sporadic bubbles to a crescendo of activity. After a day, the crimson water surrounding Chen Xian resembled boiling water, continuously bubbling, the depth of the pool visibly reduced by a fifth. Long Xiao hovered in midair, observing the slowly receding water, rolling his round, golden eyes. After a whole day, only a modest amount had been absorbed. Humans truly were worthless, forcing him to merely watch without partaking. Slurp. Long Xiao licked his non-existent lips, eyes darting as he sought a way to dissolve the blood contract through his lineage's inheritance. Unfortunately, whether due to his prolonged slumber or incomplete memories, he found nothing suitable after a lengthy search. Unable to eat or escape, he grew weary of remaining cooped up in the brick, opting to languidly sway his tail in midair. 3 days passed. Long Xiao shifted his position, raising a paw to stifle a yawn. It had been 3 days, and this human still had not finished absorbing. Chen Xian's rate of absorbing the pool's energy accelerated, compelling him to occasionally awaken and adjust his position. Now firmly seated in the center of the pool, leaving only a shallow layer of water around him. Unless unforeseen events transpired, at this rate, he would likely complete the process by nightfall. Yet, surprises always lurked where expected. This was Chen Xian's own folly. Initially, his body refinement technique was progressing smoothly, but suddenly he had a thought. Since he could open 3 dantians, could the body refinement technique also operate at triple speed? Acting on impulse, he split his blood energy into 3, simultaneously absorbing the pool's energy at thrice the pace. Had his physique been that of a divine beast, he might have managed to withstand such a sudden surge in energy. Regrettably, his body was merely that of a fragile cultivator, still yet to establish his foundation. Even seasoned body refinement cultivators would not dare to attempt triple energy absorption. Chen Xian was indeed being recklessly audacious. The influx of triple energy surged into his meridians, and Chen Xian instantly felt overwhelmed. His previously serene brow furrowed, lips pressed tightly together. The crimson hue began to fade from his lips. Had anyone been present, they would have noticed that the thrice increased energy was no longer merely a trickle reinforcing Chen Xian's body. It resembled a rampaging demolition crew, bulldozing a structure without care, leaving a chaotic mess requiring meticulous rebuilding. The demolition was swift, yet the repairs lagged far behind. Chen Xian's body felt as if it were a city under bombardment, collapsing bit by bit. His skin began to crack, reminiscent of fields scorched under the July sun, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath, blood seeping forth. The fissures widened, and the blood flowed more freely. In mere minutes, Chen Xian was drenched in his own blood, which pooled beneath him, staining the waters crimson. "What the hell am I doing?" Long Xiao, who had been with his eyes squinted, suddenly widened them in shock, his body straightening. "I wouldn't dare cultivate like that. You madman! Stop it!" Long Xiao rushed towards Chen Xian, intent on forcibly halting the body refinement technique. The human's demise mattered little, but he could not allow it to drag him back into slumber. It had taken him eons to awaken. Who knew how many millennia it would take to emerge again? Too late. Bang. Chen Xian's body could no longer endure the onslaught of energy. Compressed to its limits, he exploded with a gentle push from Long Xiao's blood-soaked flesh painted the entire cave. The final anguished cry of a creature echoed throughout the cavern, leaving those who heard it sorrowful and those who listened utterly heartbroken. Within a dilapidated, thatched cottage. Hiss! Chen Xian abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar thatched roof, exhaling deeply. He had been careless. He had thought that a reckless dive might save time, yet he had overstepped. The sensation of his flesh exploding in an instant oddly felt quite exhilarating. Chen Xian reflected on this. He had previously experienced the shattering of his soul. How could this mere flesh prove a challenge? Rising, he made his way to the kitchen. Long Xiao, he lifted the brick he had extracted from the stove, glancing back at the battered kitchen knife on the counter. Who would have thought such a treasure lay within his humble abode? Perhaps he should take this knife back and give it a try in the blood pool? Chen Xian had become quite adept at replaying the earlier chapters. As he practiced the soul refinement technique, he did not forget to experiment with the body refinement technique in the blood pool. Alas, it yielded no results. It seemed that only the blood pools within the secret realm would suffice. Killing and soul refining, Chen Xian, in this life, had ample time to set up his formations. Although lacking guidance from predecessors, Chen Xian has gradually explored a unique theory of his own through repeated formations. Drawing insights from the memories of Zhang Yan and others, it remains uncertain how long this formation will endure. Standing atop a peak outside the secret realm, Chen Xian gazes at the array he has meticulously arranged within the valley. As a one-time consumable, self-destructing magical artifacts are a luxury that someone of his modest means cannot afford to waste. With a resounding boom and a thunderous roar, once all disciples of the soul-refining sect have entered the Soul Sea's secret realm. Chen Xian calculates the precise moment to activate his formation. This self-destructing and isolating array, a product of his own ingenuity and prior testing, has proven to be quite effective. Who dares to cause havoc within the soul-refining sect? The second elder's eyes bulge like copper bells, astonished that there are still those who would dare to provoke him on his own territory. You old fool! Chapter 32. Ancient body refining technique. Chen Xian's agility has reached an unparalleled level among his peers, rendering him nearly invincible, even capable of contending with mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. When it comes to provocation, one must execute it flawlessly. As he charges into the Soul Sea's secret realm, Chen Xian does not forget to hurl a few self-destructing artifacts to obstruct the second elder. Boom, boom. The dazzling array of colors erupts in a spectacular display. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Xian strides unharmed into the Soul Sea's secret realm. Hong Yu stands to the side, observing the unfolding spectacle as though it were entirely unrelated to her. With the secret realm now sealed, the impotent roars of the second elder are directed at Hong Yu. Be cautious with your words, she warns, her beautiful eyes narrowing, instantly dousing the second elder's fiery anger with a cold wave of composure. This woman possesses a sharp wit. Apologies, I lost my composure. Humph, Hong Yu replies, a smirk playing on her lips, indifferent to the truth of his words, her interest piqued as she gazes at the entrance to the sealed Soul Sea's secret realm. An intriguing young man. Without hesitation, Chen Xian dives straight into the search for the pool of water. Plop, the kitchen knife is tossed into the pool. While he is aware of the effect of the brick he previously threw, he remains uncertain about the purpose of the kitchen knife. Chen Xian rests his chin on his hands, waiting for the miraculous outcome the knife might yield. 1 minute passes, 2 minutes. 10 minutes go by. Yet the crimson-black water remains utterly stilled. Is something amiss? Should he wait a little longer? 1 hour, 2 hours, 3. Well, I told you there aren't that many extraordinary things in this world. As the third hour begins, Qian Xian rises, dusting himself off, casually tossing the brick that had rested beside him into the pool. Gurgle. The water soon begins to boil, and with prior experience, Qian Xian has already moved to a safe distance. Oh, Xiao Hong. Long time no see after all. The brick has accompanied him for several lifetimes. Although it hasn't been in the water as long as the kitchen knife, it is still a familiar companion. Who are you? I am not called Xiao Hong, Long Xiao exclaims in irritation. I know. Chun Xian replies, playfully asserting, your true name is Xiao Hong, a member of the ancient Void Dragon clan, trapped within this brick due to human scheming. How do you know that? No, I am not called Xiao Hong. Long Xiao, still in its diminutive form, is momentarily bewildered by Chun Xian's barrage of words. Because I can predict the future. Hmph, Long Xiao scoffs. Rolling its eyes dramatically, I can manipulate the future. Predicting the future? Even tribulation stage powerhouses cannot accomplish that. The esteemed young lord of the ancient Void Dragon clan can merely manipulate space and time. Such feats are likely only achievable by deities. However, the gods of the grand world have long since fallen, and the myriad small worlds can only sustain themselves until the culmination of tribulation. How else would I know your name and identity? Chun Xian presses on, unfazed that it must be you cunning humans who have discovered this. How could you have so accurately released me? Or did you sign an unbreakable master-servant blood contract? Long Xiao accuses. I also know the blood pool body refining technique of your ancient Void Dragon clan. The blood pool body refining technique? Long Xiao tilts its small head, confusion evident in its eyes. Does my clan possess such a cultivation method? Chun Xian strides to the bottom of the pool, pocketing the brick and kitchen knife before exiting the cave and entering a chamber filled with milky white water. Watch closely. Chun Xian sits cross-legged in the water. The ancient body refining technique? Long Xiao feels Chun Xian's cultivation method activate, its entire spiritual form quaking in astonishment. Isn't this only taught to the ancient Void Dragon clan? How could a mere human? Wait! The ancient body refining technique can only be cultivated by divine beasts with formidable physiques. This human appears to be practicing a modified version. This revelation causes Long Xiao further confusion. It is well known that modifying a technique requires mastery of the original to the utmost degree, meaning this human possesses the ancient body refining technique. This is not a small world. Long Xiao is bewildered. If not for an accident, it would not have fallen from the grand world into this small realm, trapped in a spiritual artifact for countless years. Could it be that this human truly sees the future? Long Xiao's small mind has never contemplated such profound matters. Among the dragons, the belief has always been that strength prevails, and intellectual pursuits are seldom considered. How about it? 4 days later, Chun Xian, having absorbed the pool's essence, leaps up, his bones cracking loudly, as though he has undergone a thorough cleansing, expelling all useless impurities. Clenching his fists, he strikes a powerful blow against the cave wall. Boom! The sheer force from his physical body creates a half-meter-wide hole in the cliff, debris cascading down and kicking up a light cloud of dust. Not bad. Chun Xian feels that his physical prowess now allows him to contend with Zhang Yin. The blood of the snow ape indeed enhances one's strength significantly. Long Xiao nods, albeit with a tinge of regret. What a pity it was consumed by a human. Had I absorbed it? Well, the ancient Void Dragon clan's physique is inherently capable of overwhelming all. How could such inferior blood suffice for its needs? Onward, to the next. Leading Long Xiao to the edge of the golden pool, Chun Xian proclaims, see how benevolent I am, allowing you to restore your cultivation and spiritual form. Providing you with fine food and drink. Chun Xian gestures toward the golden pool, earnestly instructing Long Xiao. Gradually, Long Xiao begins to doubt itself. Could it be that this human truly sees the future? While humans are indeed weak, they have invented many clever contraptions. Favored by the heavenly laws, perhaps there truly will be unexpected outcomes. Otherwise, how could he possibly know that it requires this blood for restoration? After absorbing the golden blood, upon hearing Chun Xian inadvertently mention the Golden Ant Clan, Long Xiao's faith deepens. Perhaps this human truly can foresee the future. Could he lead it back to the grand world? Observing Long Xiao's increasingly resolute gaze, Chun Xian's smile grows more pronounced. Unbeknownst to him, he has extracted a wealth of information from Long Xiao. Chapter 33. Foundation Establishment. All right. Chun Xian rises once more from the once colorless, desiccated pool bottom, stretching his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoing around him. He is now ready to establish his foundation. Long Zhao's spiritual form continues to solidify. Chun Xian nods, sensing an intangible barrier he is on the verge of breaking through. Yet he lacks something crucial. Xiao Hong, do you have any suggestions? Long Xiao perches in midair, scratching its head with its hind paw, resigned to the name it no longer wishes to contest. This secret realm seems capable of obstructing tribulation lightning, which is why you have been unable to establish your foundation successfully. The secret realm possesses such a function? Chun Xian inquires, curiosity piqued. Aren't you able to see the future? Seeing the future also requires energy expenditure. Do you think there are no costs involved? Chun Xian has become adept at misleading certain spirits. This assertion is not entirely unfounded. If predicting the future were as easy as breathing, the world would surely descend into chaos. Provide me with sufficient blood, and I will tell you how to establish your foundation within the secret realm. What do you say? Long Zhao's eyes flicker thoughtfully. Recently, due to this human's excessive absorption of blood essence, it has been left to consume only scraps, causing its recovery to slow significantly. All right. Chun Xian nods eagerly. He stands on the precipice of foundation establishment. It is said that success will summon tribulation lightning, and if this brick could be enhanced further, it might serve as a formidable shield against the lightning. Watching Long Xiao plunge into the blood pool, Chun Xian resembles a farmer observing a pig growing plump from its feed. Eat up, eat up. The more you consume, the more vigor you'll have for future tasks. As Long Xiao indulges in the blood pool, it suddenly shivers, instinctively glancing around in alarm. Why do I feel as though someone is plotting against me? Surveying the area, it spots Chun Xian, who is smiling benignly, and shakes its head, dismissing the notion as mere delusion. How could that be? This is a small world, not the domain of those cunning beings from the grand world. After consuming 5 blood pools, Long Xiao finally lets out a satisfied burp. Lying back in midair, it pats its round belly, its face a picture of contentment. Alas, its spiritual form has become so weak after years of depletion. Otherwise, even this meager blood would not have satisfied its appetite. Speak. Exiting the cave, the outside world remains shrouded in swirling sands. Long Xiao lazily climbs onto Chun Xian's shoulder, twitching its nose and pointing towards a specific direction in the air. Strike here with your blade. Chun Xian, without uttering a word, raised his sword and struck towards the empty air. The blade, imbued with a sanguine aura, surprisingly carved ripples in the previously undisturbed atmosphere, akin to a stone dropping onto a smooth, mirror-like surface again. Buzz, continue. Buzz. After delivering 3 consecutive strikes, the ripples expanded in size. Long Xiao seized the opportunity, leaping directly from Chun Xian's shoulder towards the disturbed area in midair. In that fleeting moment of his jump, his form began to swell, growing immense. Roar. A crimson fireball erupted from Long Xiao's gaping maw, hurtling towards the rippling space. Bang. This fireball was like the final straw that broke the camel's back, causing the already unstable space to rupture violently, a spatial fissure. Chun Xian's pupils constricted. How could a mere qi-refining great perfection cultivator, lacking even the foundation establishment stage, create such a substantial spatial tear? The terrifying aura emanating from the fissure nearly brought Chun Xian to his knees, yet he endured under the immense pressure, standing with great difficulty, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Just a single encounter had already inflicted internal injuries upon him. It was unfathomable to imagine the fate he would face if he were truly sucked into that spatial rift, a death without a grave. Rumble. The suction abruptly dissipated, replaced by another wave of oppressive force. What the devil? Chun Xian lifted his gaze, only to witness that the fissure, initially a mere several meters wide, had inexplicably expanded to dozens of meters above his head. He felt as though he was about to be torn apart before he even had a chance to react. A thunder tribulation? Long Xiao had reverted to his original palm-sized form, leaping back onto Chun Xian's shoulder, and upon hearing Chun Xian's astonished tone, nodded with great pride. Indeed, the foundation establishment thunder tribulation you desired. You old rascal! The spatial fissure had encircled an area of several hundred meters, leaving Chun Xian no avenue for escape. Above, ominous dark clouds began to gather, their hue deepening, with occasional violet lightning streaking through. Chen Xian immediately sat cross-legged, palms facing the heavens, as the blood energy within his 3 dantians surged fervently. His storage bag was nearly depleted of protective talismans. And during this period, he had fortuitously encountered no disciples from the refining soul sect, which hindered his ability to replenish his talismans. Fortunately, the transition from chi refining to foundation establishment typically involved only a single thunder tribulation. With gritted teeth, he could endure it. Moreover, he had undergone rigorous training through the blood pool body refinement technique, so even if he were to be struck and left bloodied, he could simply find a blood pool to recuperate in. The brick and kitchen knife were already prepared. Chen Xian did not wish to employ them against the thunder tribulation. While there was danger in being struck, the experience could also enhance his bones and meridians and purge impurities from within. In summary, a single strike could bring numerous benefits that, of course, certain cultivators, fearing their bodies could not withstand the ordeal, might opt to use talismans for a measure of protection. After all, not every cultivator practiced body refinement techniques, possessing toughened skin and flesh that rendered them unafraid of thunder tribulations. Currently, among the entire cultivation realm, only spirit beasts could endure the thunder tribulation physically. Among humans, Chen Xian was likely the foremost. And he was the sort who boldly faced the challenge without resorting to pills. Boom. After gathering for quite a while, the thunderclouds finally reached a critical point. With a muffled rumble, a lance-thin bolt of lightning descended, striking Chen Xian directly. Crackle. Instantly, Chen Xian was enveloped in violet lightning, his entire body crackling with minuscule arcs. And my goodness, enduring the thunder tribulation with my flesh, the sandstorm within a radius of several hundred meters had mysteriously ceased. And in the distance, numerous disciples from the refining soul sect, sensing the spatial upheaval, approached, just in time to witness the scene of someone being struck. Their expressions turned to one of sheer astonishment. Xiao, brother Xiao, did Master ever mention that the flesh could withstand the thunder tribulation? A nearby disciple, in a daze, shook his head slowly. No, he never said that. This utterly overturned their understanding of cultivation. It was akin to how ordinary people perceive the sun as round. Only to step outside one day and exclaim, "Huh? It's square? Incredible! This person is exceedingly audacious." This group of disciples chattered excitedly, failing to initially consider that all those entering the secret realm were of foundation establishment stage or higher. How could someone be undergoing the foundation establishment thunder tribulation inside? How peculiar. Is this not the foundation establishment thunder tribulation? Finally, an unharmonious voice voiced the blind spot that had eluded everyone's attention. Indeed, is this not the foundation establishment thunder tribulation? Are there any chi refining cultivators among those who entered? None, right? A few bewildered individuals exchanged glances. Chapter 34. 3 Thunder Tribulations. Wait. This doesn't seem like the foundation establishment thunder tribulation. Amidst their confusion, a disciple suddenly pointed to the gathering thunderclouds overhead. Typically, when a chi refining cultivator ascends to foundation establishment, the thundercloud merely strikes once, after which it dissipates to rain down nourishing blessings. However, this thundercloud, having already unleashed one strike, showed no signs of dispersing. Rather, it was condensing once more. Could it be the Purple Mansion Thunder Tribulation? Which brother is attempting to advance to the Purple Mansion stage? I know, it must be the eldest brother. Exactly, it's definitely the eldest brother. How impressive. He dares to undergo tribulation in a secret realm. While the crowd cheered, several others quickly drew near, their familiar voices ringing out. What are you discussing? Celebrating the eldest brother's advancement to the Purple Mansion stage. The onlookers, fixated on the epicenter of the thunder tribulation, answered reflexively without turning their heads. Only after responding did they realize something was amiss. Huh? Why does that voice sound so familiar? Not just him, several others turned in unison. The eldest brother? Upon recognizing the newcomers, the disciples from the refining soul sect were even more astonished than Meng Yin. Meng Yin furrowed his brow. Who are you saying is advancing to the Purple Mansion stage? The group fell silent, glancing at the thunder tribulation that had thickened to the point of unleashing a second strike. Then back at the eldest brother, who stood beside Zhu Ji, both at great perfection. So, who exactly is advancing? Rumble. The poised second thunder tribulation finally descended. Chen Xian found himself perplexed by his misfortune. According to his recollections, Advancing to the foundation establishment stage involved only a single thunder tribulation, right? The previous strike had already consumed most of his preparations, and fortunately, due to his training and body refinement, he found that not only his skin but even his meridians were continuously breaking and regenerating under the nourishing effects of the thunder. By the time the second strike descended, the power of the first had not yet dissipated. Luckily, I was prepared. Chun Xian swiftly picked up the brick he had set aside and hurled it at the descending bolt of lightning. Here goes. Bang! The brick, though of ordinary size, still presented a notable sight against the slender bolt of lightning. Yet in the world of cultivation, size was but a reference. Many large objects were utterly useless. Thankfully, Long Xiao was not among them. You old rascal! As a spirit, Long Xiao naturally feared such lightning, which was innately adversarial to him. When the thunder tribulation began to gather, he had already retreated into the brick. Who would have thought that someone would use it as a shield? This was his sanctuary. If the spirit tool were damaged, his soul body would be harmed as well. If the spirit tool were destroyed, he would have no future to speak of in the face of life and death. Long Xiao's spirit surged forth from the brick, transforming into a colossal beast, directly confronting the thunder tribulation. Roar. Emitting a thunderous roar, Long Xiao surprisingly withstood the thunder tribulation, while the brick was struck simultaneously. With a crackling sound, the rough surface of the brick shed its powdery exterior, gradually revealing the smooth, jade-like texture beneath. Under the impact of the lightning, Long Xiao's spirit body grew increasingly solid, yet concurrently, it began to shrink. Though the thunder tribulation was merely a transition from qi refining to foundation establishment, in Long Xiao's previous state, such a tribulation would have barely tickled him. Now, however, his spirit body had been dormant for millennia, and after awakening, he had merely consumed a few drops of blood he had once disregarded, only to be thrust into the role of a shield against the thunder tribulation. His mind was filled with unceasing curses, clearly evident from his expression. Chun Xian, positioned behind the small red creature, could not catch a glimpse of his face. What is that? A commotion erupted among the spectators in the distance. When did the Soul Sea secret realm host such a formidable beast? Don't you realize? The Soul Sea secret realm has never experienced a thunder tribulation before. It seems like. Excellent, the crucial blind spot has finally been articulated. Throughout the history of the refining soul sect, it was not the first time they had entered the Soul Sea secret realm. Naturally, they were not lacking in disciples who had reached great perfection in foundation establishment. However, regardless of how close they were to the Purple Mansion stage, none had ever experienced a thunder tribulation within the secret realm. More often, they would leave the secret realm only to find themselves unable to control their blood energy and hastily advance outside. Experiencing advancement within the Soul Sea secret realm was unprecedented. Who on earth is it in there? Meng Yan's expression darkened as he had already contacted all disciples who had recorded the events of the Soul Sea secret realm through their tokens. The individual undergoing tribulation was definitely not among them. First, an unidentified cultivator appeared in their refining soul sect's secret realm, and now this unknown cultivator was undergoing tribulation within, with the most critical aspect being the emergence of that giant beast. If that beast were to become his ally Bang, by the time Long Xiao reverted to his original palm-sized form, he was utterly exhausted. All the blood energy he had absorbed during this time was completely depleted, forcing him to retreat back into the brick. The remaining flicker of the thunder tribulation that struck Chun Xian had lost much of its initial lethality. The first thunder tribulation on Chun Xian has finally been refined. And as the residual might of the second thunder tribulation descends, he seizes the opportunity to refine his body once more. To be honest, this sensation is far from pleasant. It feels as though someone is meticulously peeling away his skin and meridians, only to insert superior materials before closing it up again. The blood that flowed from his skin in the previous round has yet to dry, and now fresh blood oozes forth once more. Chun Xian experiences a blend of pain and pleasure, utterly oblivious to the gathering tribulation clouds above his head. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled rumble of thunder jolts him back to awareness of the changes within his body. Long Xiao, devoid of any excess energy, nonetheless remains attuned to the external situation. Upon sensing the renewed gathering of tribulation clouds, a barrage of profanities erupts in Chun Xian's mind. You bastard. Having lived for so many years, he has never encountered someone so disregarded by the heavenly Tao. While others ascend through a single thunder tribulation, this individual seems to be receiving a two-for-one deal. Should this human perish, who knows how many years he would have to sleep before awakening again? Perhaps his spiritual essence would not endure until the next awakening. Chen Xian, too, harbors a desire to express his grievances against the heavenly Tao. Not only Long Xiao, but he himself is also nearly out of strength. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to throwing bricks. Perhaps he should try a kitchen knife? The preparation time for the third thunder tribulation is significantly shorter than that of the second, and before Chen Xian has even devised a strategy, it crashes down upon him. With little time to think, he brandishes his knife, channeling all remaining vitality into it, and strikes fiercely at the sky. Boom. The blood energy, wielded through the kitchen knife, cleaves a blade of air that collides head-on with the thunder tribulation. Yet this proves of little consequence, merely causing the thunder to pause momentarily before descending with even greater speed. Chen Xian finds himself with no means of evasion. Damn the heavenly Tao! A flash of white light envelopes him, and he loses consciousness, leaving only a lingering curse against the heavenly Tao in his heart. Chapter 35. Foundation Establishment Success. Upon reopening his eyes, Chen Xian gazes at the hole in the thatched roof and gives a friendly gesture to the world. Digging bricks, wielding his knife, and advancing to the front lines, he accomplishes it all in one breath. Killing the Xiao brothers, Xiao Jong and Xiao Hai, has become second nature to him. Xiao Hai, until his last breath, cannot fathom how someone with seemingly inferior cultivation can predict his subsequent moves. As if foreseeing his every tactic, he dies with his eyes wide open. After collecting his spoils, Chen Xian leisurely walks while cultivating. Having mastered the manipulation of blood energy to an unparalleled degree among his peers, 2 years on the front lines have honed his utilization of every drop of blood to perfection. Now, his cultivation has successfully advanced to the pinnacle of qi refinement, discounting the sudden breakthrough and retreat. Upon arriving at the capital of the Feihu Kingdom, Chen Xian coincidentally times his arrival with the festival of 10,000 souls. When it comes to slaying Zhang Yin, he has become exceedingly proficient. Previously, he could kill Zhang Yin while only at the 10th level of qi refinement. Now, being of equal rank, taking Zhang Yan's life is as effortless as turning his hand. And Chen Xian feels no concern about the possibility of a misstep leading to his own demise, as he unleashes the pent-up frustration that has long been bottled up in his heart. Zhang Mian, along with the emperor and crown prince of the Feihu Kingdom, watches in trembling fear. The innate reverence for immortals, coupled with the ruthless methods of torture against their enemies, leaves them in awe. Chen Xian methodically drains the blood from Zhang Yin, one cut at a time, leaving no soul behind. Before departing with the flag of resistance, he does not forget to remind the emperor to return Chen Taiju to Qin family village. Of course. The emperor of the Feihu Kingdom shows no semblance of dignity befitting his station, utterly subdued by Chen Xian's bloodthirsty tactics. An immortal who reasons is one thing, but a silent immortal who strikes without warning instills a deep fear that one might utter the wrong word. Facing death without respite. When an ordinary person kills, death is simply death. But when an immortal kills, they can extract your soul, subjecting you to unrelenting torment. Entering the secret realm, after delivering gifts to the second elder, Chen Xian successfully enters the Soul Sea secret realm. Advancement. Chen Xian gazes up at the overcast sky. Once he breaks through the secret realm node, external thunder tribulations will be summoned, leading to his advancement in foundation establishment. If it were merely a common bolt of lightning, it would suffice. But this thunder seems to initiate with at least 3 strikes. Is it possible that his soul from another world is not favored by the heavenly Tao of this realm? Regardless, he resolves to experiment a few more times. He is certain he will discover a way. Chen Xian enters the blood pool and awakens Long Xiao, skillfully persuading it as always, when he feels the blood energy within him surging. Rushing through his entire being and realizes he has reached a bottleneck, he resolutely strides into the sandstorm and cleaves through the Soul Sea secret realm node with one swift blow. Boom. Chen Xian has now mastered the control of blood energy and the use of the kitchen knife to an extraordinary degree, wasting not a shred, compared to his previous life, where he struggled to break through the node. This time, he seems to perceive the entire secret realm as if ensnared in a web woven from countless threads. The spot where his knife has just struck is the most vulnerable point of the thread nodes. Naturally, what he fears most during advancement is the threat of ambush. The heavenly Tao is exceedingly fair. Should an outsider intrude upon someone else's thunder tribulation, the tribulation will retaliate with doubled ferocity against both the one undergoing the tribulation and the intruder. The one transcending the tribulation will face a more powerful bolt of lightning. Yet upon success, they may still receive the blessing of heavenly rain. Conversely, the intruder has nothing but losses to endure. Not only will they be pursued by the thunder, but once the tribulation concludes, they will gain not a single benefit. Hey, you human brat, how did you know this is the weakest point of the secret realm? Chen Xian stares at the increasingly ominous tribulation clouds overhead, not bothering to turn his head. Did I not mention that your master can see the future? Long Xiao, really? Aside from the thousand-eyed clan of the great world, he has never seen another race capable of perceiving the weak points of the secret realm with the naked eye. Can this human truly see the future? Yet many of the things he speaks of are indeed beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. As Long Xiao grapples with doubt, Chen Xian has already begun to endure the first thunder tribulation. The second thunder tribulation, unsurprisingly, continues to gestate. Aren't you advancing to foundation establishment? Long Xiao initially thought this human's physique commendable, preparing to have him lead the way to find another blood pool for absorption. But upon witnessing the absence of the ascending thunder in the sky, it is astonished to the point of nearly losing its voice. Impossible. It was clear that Long Xiao feels its cognitive capacity is insufficient. Or perhaps it has been asleep for too long, unable to keep pace with the external cultivation world. Since when did Qi refinement lead to foundation establishment, and why is there a second thunder tribulation? Chen Xian can hardly be bothered to respond. Drawing upon his experience from the first thunder tribulation, he absorbs the residual might of the first with much greater efficiency this time. As the second thunder tribulation descends, the surface of his skin has already recovered, and as for the interior, those who understand will understand. Bring on the bricks, you bastard. Long Xiao never anticipated that it would be deceived by this human brat. In the instant it is struck, Long Xiao seems to glimpse its long-lost ancestor. As it retreats into the brick, Chen Xian successfully withstands the second thunder tribulation. You damned thing, Long Xiao, cowering within the brick, is on the brink of exhaustion. Had it not been for the protective artifact shielding its soul, that single thunder tribulation would have sufficed to shatter its spiritual essence, utterly erasing it from this small world. Indeed, humans are all wicked. Long Xiao grits its teeth, pounding the ground in frustration. It must now endure. After absorbing the second thunder tribulation, the third thunder tribulation promptly follows. Blood Soul Banner. With a flick of his hand, Chen Xian conjures a crimson-black flag, and the souls within it surge forth to meet the heavenly lightning. Lightning is lethal to souls, especially the lightning of the heavenly Tao. Among the souls contained within Chen Xian's 10,000 souls banner, aside from a few at the foundation establishment level, the rest are reduced to ashes upon contact with the heavenly lightning. Even the foundation establishment souls can only endure for half a breath longer. The Blood Soul Banner? Undoubtedly, Meng Yin recognizes the Blood Soul Banner. Most disciples of the Soul Refining sect wield it as their weapon, and the Blood Soul Banner obtained from Zhang Yin is indeed a product of the sect's ancestor. Meng Yin has long coveted this banner, only to see it fall into the hands of an outsider. That was Zhang Yan's master? The other disciples beside Meng Yin clearly recognized this, their eyes flashing with confusion. But wasn't the news that Zhang Yan's master was killed? The other disciples, initially shocked by the thunder tribulation, begin to react. Is it possible that the one transcending the tribulation is the very person who killed Zhang Yan's master? This person has some audacity, daring to enter the secret realm and even undergo tribulation within it. We cannot let him escape. Yes, indeed. We must kill him. Kill him. Avenge Zhang Yan's master. A throng of individuals, indignant and righteous, seem to stand on the side of justice. None mention the tantalizing reward for slaying Zhang Yan's murderer within their sect, a group of clowns who Chen Xian pays no heed to. After annihilating the souls within the Blood Soul Banner, he endures the residual power of the heavenly lightning with his raw physique. The experience is far from pleasant. Chen Xian feels a kaleidoscope of colors flashing before his eyes. The pain in his body becoming numb, yet the sensation of being torn apart lingers, in an instant, or perhaps an eternity. Qian Xian finally awakens from the dazzling haze, belatedly sensing a faint warmth enveloping him. It feels as though he is submerged in a soothing hot spring. Not only does his body receive nourishment, but even his spiritual essence feels light and ethereal. Unbeknownst to Qian Xian, the blood energy within his three dantians begins to coalesce into a drop of bright red blood, shimmering with golden light. Has he succeeded? Qian Xian opened his eyes, a flash of crimson gold light flickering before settling back into his pitch-black pupils. Lowering his gaze, he clenched his fists, feeling an invigorating power that was utterly distinct from that of the qi refining stage. Was it truly the three tribulations of thunder? If a punch during the qi refining stage could merely create a one-zhang deep hole in the cliffside, now, having successfully advanced, a single strike from him could pierce through half a mountain. Within his body, 3 droplets of blood essence flowed joyfully through his meridians. Drawing out a kitchen knife, Qian Xian infused his blood energy into it and made a sweeping cut towards the distance. Boom! Amidst the eruption of sand and stones, a chorus of cries for help erupted. Save me. Chapter 36, Has the cycle been broken? Oh, I didn't notice there were people here. The surprise on Qian Xian's face was particularly exaggerated. Seizing the moment of chaos, he sheathed his knife and made his escape. How absurd! He merely wished to test the current lethality of his abilities. Wasn't he foolish enough to confront a multitude head-on? The element of surprise was his advantage. By the time they regained their senses, they would all be foundational cultivators. Too risky, too risky. Qian Xian, if nothing else, had become increasingly adept in his movements. Meng Yan's expression darkened. He had originally been poised to pursue the infiltrator immediately, but the ensuing commotion had distracted him, and when he turned back, he could no longer locate the figure. Damn it. Whether it was due to the death of Zhang Yan, whom he had always looked down upon, or the provocation of the soul-refining sect by entering the secret realm, Meng Yan was determined not to let him off the hook. You shameless scoundrel. Long Xiao had also received a modicum of care from Gan Lin, regaining a sliver of his strength to curse. Little Red, you shouldn't say that. Had it not been for me, you might not have become this beautiful. Qian Xian pointed at the significantly better quality bricks with conviction. Pa, I trust your deceit. Indeed, humans are cunning. Look, I even brought you to the blood pool to aid your recovery. How can you be so ungrateful? Although Qian Xian had successfully advanced, the energy he had expended was considerable, and he was in dire need of finding a new blood pool to restore his vitality. Typically, when cultivators advance, they are surrounded by trusted allies to prevent others from launching sneak attacks or taking advantage of the situation. Yet, Qian Xian had always operated solo, relying solely on his own exploration, leaving him largely ignorant of the common knowledge within the cultivation world. His successful foundation establishment was solely due to a series of trial and error. As long as one has enough lives, one can correct all mistakes, Qian Xian asserted with confidence. This blood pool had a rather girlish charm, its hue a soft pink, a pastel centipede. Long Xiao, upon seeing the same pink mist wafting above the blood pool, nearly crinkled his face into "Is this blood toxic?" Qian Xian had already tested it earlier and found no signs of toxicity. Stuck within the bricks, Long Xiao gazed at the pink pool water, hesitating for quite a while before Qian Xian finally comprehended the pool's effects. Ahem. It's used to assist cultivators in the pleasures of dual cultivation. Qian Xian, oh, then, undeterred, he asked, what would happen if someone like me used it? Long Xiao, since it's for dual cultivation, do you have a partner? No, a bit stifled. Without one, it's easy to explode your body. For some reason, Qian Xian felt he understood the unspoken implications of Long Xiao's words. The blood pools in the Soul Sea secret realm were becoming increasingly scarce. It took Qian Xian an entire day to locate another one, and relinquishing it felt somewhat unsatisfactory. Though you think if I took it, refined it into a pill, and sold it, it would be worth a lot. Qian Xian didn't dare to approach too closely, circling around the pool from a distance of several meters. It should appeal to quite a few people. Long Xiao pondered for a moment, surprisingly aligning his thoughts with Qian Xian's. However, can you refine pills? The soul inquired. Qian Xian, a good question. After all, I can't let others benefit at my expense. Qian Xian's primary principle was that any unearned profit is a loss. The blood within this pool was limited, and since neither he nor Long Xiao could utilize it, it would be prudent to simply take it with him, especially since he had a spare storage bag available. After packing the blood, as Chen Xian emerged from the pastel centipede's lair, he collided head-on with Meng Yin and his group, who were searching for him within the Soul Sea secret realm. Indeed, it's you? Chen Xian squinted. Ready for a fight? It's your grandfather. Though his cultivation had only recovered halfway, when it came to fighting, what mattered was the momentum. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Given that the opposition was not concerned with numbers, he had no qualms about making the first move. Clang, kitchen knife clashed against long sword, and Meng Yin felt unexpectedly that his own sword was weaker than Chen Xian's. How could this be? After Chen Xian departed, Meng Yin had contemplated the place where Chen Xian had advanced. Although he was unaware of the cause of the three thunder tribulations, the residual aura of advancement from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage was indeed present. Meng Yin simultaneously relayed a message to all disciples of the soul refining sect within the Soul Sea secret realm, instructing them to slay this individual without mercy upon encountering him. The encounter with Meng Yin was somewhat anticipated by Chen Xian. The Soul Sea secret realm was neither vast nor small, and with only over 20 individuals present, all except him were enemies. Unless he remained holed up in a lair, he would inevitably run into someone while traversing outside. Even if he found a cave to hide in, when the time within the Soul Sea secret realm elapsed, he would still be teleported back to the Outer Valley, where he would face not just one but an entire sect. Chen Xian believed that had he advanced to the Purple Mansion stage, he might have been eager to take on the challenge, but at the Foundation establishment stage, it was best to abstain. Giving an ant 1,000 chances would not guarantee it could bite an elephant to death before exhausting its life. But granting a wolf 1,000 opportunities might indeed lead to the elephant's demise. Although Chen Xian possessed confidence, he was not so arrogant as to act indiscriminately. The initial killing of Zhang Yin had been built on a certain foundation, enabling success. Although it felt prolonged, in reality, only 2 breaths of time had passed. Chen Xian and Meng Yin had exchanged blows several times before retreating to their respective camps. Ahem. Damn it, the opponent's cultivation was already 3 minor realms above his. And with such overwhelming blood energy, having just advanced, he had yet to fully recover, putting him at a significant disadvantage. Fortunately, the quality of the kitchen knife was commendable. Otherwise, after a round of skirmishes, he would have been at a disadvantage regarding his weapon alone. Meng Yin staggered back a dozen steps before halting, his gaze towards Chen Xian filled with a hunger to kill. He hadn't anticipated that the opponent, having just advanced, could match him, a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. So evenly, should he continue to grow, he would undoubtedly become a great calamity for the sect. He must die today. Everyone, form the heavenly blood formation? Yes. The disciples of the soul refining sect behind Meng Yin were exceptionally capable. Upon hearing his command, they quickly surrounded the two, forming a circular formation. Chen Xian was utterly incapable of stopping it. By the time Meng Yin commanded the formation, he had already summoned his blood soul banner. Soul Devour! In an instant, hundreds of roaring souls surged forth from the banner, in honor in battle. Chen Xian spat, likewise summoning his blood soul banner. Soul Devour. This technique, learned from Zhang Yan's memories, could only be executed upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, he would have used it earlier. Zhang Yan had merely theoretical knowledge. In actual practice, he was just as inexperienced. The 2 streams of souls clashed violently in the air, and with Meng Yan's obstruction, the heavenly blood formation was successfully completed. Chen Xian. There's no escape now. After all, Meng Yin had been waiting for this moment in the foundation establishment stage for years. The souls within his blood soul banner were his long-term accumulations, overwhelming Chen Xian's banner by a significant margin. In less than 15 minutes, the souls from Chen Xian's banner were annihilated by Meng Yan's assault, leaving Chen Xian as a solitary commander. There was no other option. He had to take matters into his own hands. It seemed he would have to start over again. The opponent had the advantage in numbers, superior cultivation, and possessed a formation. Chen Xian had nothing but a partially recovered brick and a decently crafted kitchen knife. With the heavenly blood formation suppressing him, Chen Xian's already have lethality was further diminished. His gaze towards Meng Yin grew increasingly fierce. This was the second time. Aside from the deceased Xiao Jong and Zhang Yin, this was the 3rd individual to have killed him twice. Let us die together. Ignoring the biting of Meng Yan's blood soul banner souls, Chen Xian charged directly at Meng Yin, kitchen knife raised. brick ready to strike. The 3 droplets of blood within him had begun to destabilize in his dantian, hinting at an impending explosion. Meng Yin had long prepared for this. As Chen Xian charged for self-detonation, he utilized the cover of the souls and the formation, not only evading the initial wave of Chen Xian's explosion, but also sealing the remaining force within the heavenly blood formation. Boom! Ripples from the formation swayed like a small boat amidst waves, nearly shattering, yet miraculously holding on until the last moment. Meng Yin stood outside the formation, gazing at the massive pit stained red. His eyes filled with derision. Chen Xian could no longer see any of this. You bastard. Chen Xian opened his eyes, nearly biting his gums. It had been an eternity since he had felt so stifled. Wait a moment. He didn't see the thatched roof of the dilapidated cottage. This is Chapter 37, Blood Ignition Technique. The Tribulation? Chen Xian remained in a meditative position, opening his eyes to find a throng of people charging towards him. His hands moved faster than his mind, swiftly drawing the kitchen knife and striking first as a greeting boom. The blood-red blade halted the advancing throng. Looking up at the sky, the tribulation clouds had dispersed, and the rift he had cleaved was slowly closing. Had he truly broken the cycle? Bending his head in disbelief, he gazed at his own hands, within which the 3 dantians pulsated with vibrant drops of blood, circulating in the meridians in endless loops. Chen Xian was at a loss for how to articulate his feelings in that moment. There was an undeniable joy born from the fulfillment of his desires. Yet it was accompanied by an absurd sense of unreality, as if a beautiful dream had come to fruition. How many times had he been trapped in the cycle of reincarnation? 20 times? 30? Or was it 40? His mind was a blank slate, and the hand gripping the knife felt almost foreign. Had he truly not entered another illusion? Though he had never experienced it firsthand, he had heard tales of certain secret realms that manifested illusions, ensnaring the cultivators within their own imagined paradises, ultimately draining them of all their cultivation and vitality, leading to a slow demise. Trapped to death. Chen Xian frowned slightly to it, seemed that he was least afraid of death itself. Why not give it a try? Raising his head, he surveyed the approaching throng, his eyes alight with frenzied excitement. Come on. What are you planning to do? Long Xiao, trapped within the bricks, was taken aback. In the blink of an eye, this newly appointed human master seemed to have gone mad right after overcoming his tribulation. How could someone who had just passed their tribulation, still in recovery, dare to engage with over 20 mid to late stage cultivators of the same level? Wouldn't it be quicker to just slit his own throat with a knife? Scratch, scratch, scratch. He was even using it to take photos, with a brick in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. Chen Xian was the first to clash with Meng Yin, who charged ahead. Bang, clang. The brick was surprisingly sturdy. Especially after withstanding the thunder tribulation, it seemed to possess even greater integrity. It met Meng Yan's long sword without leaving a single mark. How crude! Incredibly crude. Long Xiao cursed vehemently within Chen Xian's mind. What kind of cultivator engages in close combat directly? Shouldn't they be using formations and talismans for ranged attacks? Chen Xian shrugged, indicating that after all these years, he had grown accustomed to this mode of combat. Furthermore, within this secret realm, it appeared that long-range attacks were somewhat weakened. If he were to unleash an explosive talisman, it might not even match a tenth of its external power. Chen Xian had previously noticed that the soul bodies summoned by the Blood Soul Banner seemed less ferocious than those outside, which allowed him, despite the vast disparity in strength between him and Meng Yan, to prolong the battle for a while. Since the Blood Soul Banner's soul body was ineffective, he would have to engage in close combat, eliminate the opponent, and absorb them into his Blood Soul Banner. The prospect was enticing, yet the reality was perilous, as the gap between the two was exceedingly vast. The other disciples of the soul-refining sect, under Meng Yan's signal, did not intervene but instead surrounded the two. For a few fleeting moments, Chen Xian felt as though he were a beast being observed in an arena. No, that wouldn't do. If a fight was to ensue, everyone should join in. He deftly evaded Meng Yan's sword, redirecting the resulting sword energy towards the onlookers, who had not anticipated such an event, causing them to jostle and stumble as they attempted to escape the path of the sword energy. Appearing rather disheveled, then came the second and third instances. Chen Xian himself inadvertently unleashed a few sword energies, inciting both frustration and fury among the observing disciples. Yet they dared not intervene lightly due to the warnings of their senior brother. All obey. Heavenly blood formation. Meng Yin also sensed that this mere cultivator who had just reached the foundation establishment stage was proving a bit challenging, observing the commotion in the dimly lit wetland. He swung his sword and took a few steps back, commanding with a loud voice. Yes, ha. So many of you, big deal. Qin Xian lifted his arm to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at the figures opposite him with indignation. Even after pushing through to a higher level, he had traded injuries for kills but had failed to leave even 2 blood marks on his opponent. While the blood droplets within him circulated too rapidly, causing his lungs to reach a state of overload. Wasn't this a way to confirm if it was an illusion? There should be some pain to awaken him. The soul refining technique included a method of burning one's own blood essence and soul body, which could temporarily elevate one's combat power to 6 times its usual strength. However, once the burning was complete, the individual would be rendered incapable of further cultivation. Blood burn. Holding the brick in one hand and the kitchen knife in the other, he positioned himself with one foot forward and the other back. Igniting the 3 droplets of blood within his dantians, boom. The blood droplets exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Chen Xian felt the once sluggish veins begin to boil anew, his previously pale complexion now flushed with color. Ah! Chen Xian let out a roar, the protective aura erupting outward from his center, the flying debris causing the disciples of the soul-refining sect who were forming the formation to become flustered, causing the nearly completed formation to disband. Meng Yin watched in dismay as the aura of the man before him surged higher and higher. He did not practice the sect's supreme technique, the soul-refining technique, but rather a slightly inferior method, the soul-forging technique. His resentment towards the patriarch and master had always simmered. Why was he, with lesser aptitude, forced to see all his efforts dismissed? Who didn't know that this was not a matter of spiritual roots, but of spiritual energy? Cultivating through blood essence had never required consideration of aptitude. Why was he suddenly subjected to such scrutiny? It was utterly unfair. To that end, Meng Yin had striven even harder, vowing that one day he would make others see him in a different light. Initially, he had felt only begrudging resentment when the patriarch chose not to accept Zhang Yin as a disciple and teach him the soul-refining technique. But when he learned that the patriarch not only accepted Zhang Yin, but also took him as a personal disciple and imparted the supreme technique, Meng Yan's heart was consumed by jealousy. Why should that good-for-nothing, who had done nothing, be favored over him? Upon hearing of Zhang Yan's demise, Meng Yin felt a perverse sense of satisfaction. It seemed the heavens deemed that good-for-nothing unworthy of cultivating the soul-refining technique. As for the one he detested, Meng Yin harbored no fondness for him either. In Meng Yan's plans, that good-for-nothing was meant to perish at his hands. Little did he expect that after merely stepping outside, he would be killed by others, stealing his prey, seeking death. Meng Yin had not anticipated encountering another practitioner of the soul-refining technique within the secret realm, which was akin to dancing on his frayed nerves. If Chen Xian had any inkling of this man's twisted thought process, he would undoubtedly roll his eyes and then deliver a brick and a kitchen knife to awaken this deranged individual. Who do you think you are? Back when the person stood before you, you didn't dare to kill him, yet after his death, you dared to spout off with your nonsensical comments. His prey? Bah! Although Meng Yin might not be as handsome as he was, he still had the audacity to flaunt such a face. He must be awakened. Chapter 38. Mutual destruction. After burning his blood essence, Chen Xian's speed and attack power were on an entirely different level. Just having recently overcome the Thunder Tribulation, he had only recovered half of his original strength. Now, after the blood burn, his power surged to 6 times its peak state. Typically, blood burning could only yield double one's peak strength. However, due to Chen Xian's cultivation of 3 dantians, the result was far greater than mere addition. He could now wield his kitchen knife with enough force to cleave through an opponent's longsword. Clang, thud. With a single sweep of the kitchen knife, he not only severed Meng Yan's longsword in 2, but also caused the remaining sword energy to slice off his right hand at the elbow. The crimson blood staining Meng Yan's world. Meng Yan felt an immediate chill in his arm and, upon looking down, realized his right arm had vanished at the elbow. Pain surged through him, a delayed realization setting in. His features twisted in agony as he quickly swallowed a hemostatic pill. The bleeding soon staunched. Yet, His lost right hand could never return, for cultivators, unless they reached the nascent soul stage. Physical injuries could only be healed gradually. Only the patriarchs above the nascent soul stage could regenerate lost limbs and restore their original health. But how was that possible, even in the soul-refining sect? One of the top 3 sects within 1,000 miles, the patriarch was merely at the late golden core stage. The nascent soul stage, that was a legend found only in other continents. Meng Yin, even if he survived, would forever be a cripple without his right hand. You dare? Looking at his severed right hand, Meng Yin was utterly enraged, his eyes filled with blood. Qian Xian bared his bloody teeth. I have never backed down from anything. With that, he charged at the surrounding disciples of the soul-refining sect who were forming the heavenly blood formation. His time was limited. He would kill one if he could. 2, if he was lucky. Moreover, he had allies who were indiscriminate in their attacks behind him. Meng Yin, the indiscriminate ally, was indeed a competent assistant. All the attacks were deftly evaded by Qian Xian, leaving varying marks on the disciples of his own sect. Thud. The disciples of the soul-refining sect were astonished to see this newly advanced foundation cultivator not only mastering their sect's supreme technique, but also employing the forbidden blood-burning technique. They scrambled to evade. Had their senior brother suffered a setback? Those of lesser cultivation than their senior brother had clearly lost their minds to rush in. This provided Qian Xian with even greater maneuverability. He navigated effortlessly among the disciples, his already exceptional agility pushed to its limits. Like a nimble silver fish, he dodged through a swarm of black fish attacking him, cleverly utilizing their momentum to incite them into infighting. In an instant, blood stained the land. Some belonged to Qian Xian, but far more belonged to the disciples of the soul-refining sect. After using the blood-burning technique, he had only a short incense stick's worth of time. Though it wasn't long, it was sufficient for Qian Xian to drag all these disciples down with him. Together, blood streamed from Qian Xian's eyes, nose, and ears, resembling a demon clawing its way out of hell. Beside him lay fallen corpses, and like him, only Meng Yin remained standing defiantly. As Meng Yin gazed upon his fallen junior brothers, a chill rose within him. Madman. He was well aware that many within the sect referred to him as insane. Yet he never anticipated encountering someone even more deranged. This individual had nearly annihilated the new generation of the soul refinement sect, effectively severing its future prospects. It is widely acknowledged that a sect requires the support of its most powerful ancestors to maintain its facade. Alongside a continuous influx of prodigious talents to instill hope for the future, however, the true strength of a sect lies in the collective contribution of its disciples. Qian Xian's actions had undeniably decimated a significant portion of the foundational disciples of the soul refinement sect. Should the remaining disciples at the Purple Mansion stage dwindle to a mere handful, while the foundational disciples fail to keep pace, the soul refinement sect would be driven to its demise. Come on! Qian Xian paid no heed to such matters. He sought to unleash his pain through violence. Ding! Clang! The weapons of both combatants pierced the other's dantian simultaneously. Qian Xian's hand, wielding a kitchen knife, emerged from the back of his opponent, while Meng Yan's short sword impaled Qian Xian through and through. Ha! Gazing into the face of his adversary, Qian Xian unhesitatingly brought down a brick with his other hand, shattering his opponent's skull. Splatter! It was akin to a ripe watermelon being crushed. And Qian Xian found himself drenched in the aftermath. Madman! Finally, Qian Xian fell backward, his mind echoing with the frantic voice of Long Xiao. You are the mad man. Outside the secret realm, the second elder, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly perked up at the sound of cracking jade slips. What is happening? Oh no! Oh no! Second elder, the soul tablet of the senior brother has shattered. The disciple in charge of the soul tablets was on the verge of tears, lamenting his misfortune. Just recently, he had been punished for the shattering of Zhang Yan's soul tablet, and now, after finally securing a task outside the sect, he faced this calamity with 20 soul tablets. In the past, it was customary for disciples to rest while guarding the soul tablets. He had gone to great lengths to obtain this task, and now, barely 2 days into it, calamity struck again. Whose soul tablet is it? The second elder's eyebrows and beard nearly stood on end, his eyes bulging with fury, an aura that ordinary people could scarcely withstand. Meng Yin, senior brother. This gray-clad disciple, trembling, knelt before the second elder. holding the already shattered soul tablet in his hands. Something has gone awry in the secret realm? The second elder's expression darkened as he gazed toward the now vanished entrance of the secret realm. Historically, the casualties among disciples entering the secret realm had been minimal. The only recorded incident occurred a millennium ago, when all disciples perished without a trace. Since then, the subsequent entries had been met with trepidation. But such complete annihilation had not recurred. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 1,000 years. Could that misfortune have struck again? What of the other soul tablets? All are fine. The second elder furrowed his brow. Stroking his beard in contemplation, torn between whether to report to the sect leader, given that it involved his eldest disciple. After a moment of hesitation, the second elder ultimately decided against it. It was merely one disciple. Perhaps a mere accident. As long as the others were unharmed, he could accept a certain level of casualties. Very well, you may leave. Keep a close watch on the soul tablets. The gray-clad disciple breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, today marks another day of survival. The crimson moon cast its gaze downward, eyes closed in contemplation, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil unfolding nearby, though the hand concealed beneath long sleeves twitched momentarily before falling still. Chapter 39. Exiting the secret realm, second elder opening his eyes, it was still as if the aftermath of a thunderous tribulation lingered. Splendid. Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and after self-destructing thrice, he finally calmed down somewhat. It seemed evident that cultivation bore fruit, though it could not entirely break the cycle of reincarnation. What if his cultivation were to rise even higher? A glimmer of light flickered in Chen Xian's eyes, as if envisioning himself breaking free from the cycle, forming the array. Observing the group as they began to set up the blood sky array once more, Chen Xian chose not to engage in further entanglement with Meng Yan. His current aim was not to eliminate his opponent, but rather to experiment. If his cultivation advanced further, could he draw closer to breaking the cycle? Although he had never studied this particular formation, he had noted their repeated attempts and identified some weaknesses. While breaking through might require some time, escaping before the array was fully set up would be a trivial matter, why, dear children? Next time we shall play together. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Chen Xian felt quite pleased. The remaining group, unable to match his agility, could only watch in astonishment as he vanished before their eyes. Meng Yan's teeth nearly ground to dust, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Before so many junior brothers, allowing the opponent to slip away so effortlessly was akin to having his dignity trampled into the ground. With his current cultivation, he could easily intercept the foe. Yet, it felt as though the opponent possessed an uncanny awareness of his every move, as if foreseeing his next attack. Meng Yan's expression darkened, mirrored by the equally grim faces of the other disciples of the Soul Refinement sect. An outsider had not only intruded upon their sect's secret realm, but had also managed to escape unscathed amidst their combined assault. Should word of this reach the elders of the sect, he would undoubtedly find himself in the confinement hall for reflection. Everyone, disperse. Conduct a thorough search. If you encounter the intruder, relay the message immediately. Under Meng Yan's command, all disciples scattered in an orderly fashion, combing through the secret realm. Unlike Chen Xian, who relied on instinct and the sixth sense to seek out the blood pools within the Soul Sea's secret realm, these disciples had long since claimed this secret realm, having monopolized it for a millennium. Their familiarity with its layout far surpassed Chen Xian's understanding. Each disciple possessed a detailed map of the Soul Sea's secret realm. Though some locations may have shifted over time, the overall layout remained largely intact. Despite having clashed with this group on numerous occasions, Chen Xian had never engaged in serious discourse with them. Leaving him unaware that they held the key to passing through the realm. It could be said that Chen Xian's failure to secure a storage pouch upon departing was a significant loss. However, considering the circumstances, he had not truly lost much. After all, with Long Xiao, the successfully deceived artifact spirit, searching for him, the blood pools were among the finest within the secret realm. In truth, blood pools were not universally beneficial. Soaking in them for an extended period would lead to the development of antibodies, rendering them ineffective for cultivators. Both Chen Xian and Long Xiao were oblivious to this fact. Nonetheless, each sought out a quality blood pool. Tossing a brick into the liquid to test its essence, if Chen Xian could absorb it, he would not hesitate to plunge into the waters, competing to see who could consume the blood pool faster. If he could not absorb it, then it would be a boon for Long Xiao. Chen Xian had also attempted to throw the kitchen knife into the pool, only to find it unresponsive, lamenting its excessive fastidiousness. Whether by coincidence or by Chen Xian's design, the two parties did not encounter each other again. Time flew by, and after several days of fruitless searching, the disciples of the soul refinement sect redirected their energies toward honing their own skills and absorbing the blood pools. After all, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. They could not afford to waste their hard-earned opportunity in the secret realm due to an outsider. Conversely, Meng Yin was relentless in his pursuit, growing increasingly agitated by the absence of any encounters. Time for cultivation passed swiftly, and before long, the day arrived for the secret realm to reopen after a year. Buzz. The token within Chen Xian's storage pouch abruptly soared into the air, glowing gold and establishing a connection with the secret realm. Awakened from his efforts to absorb the energies of the blood pool, Chen Xian frowned, watching as the token spun in midair, growing larger. Is the token malfunctioning? Has the secret realm concluded? It's over? Chen Xian nearly leaped from his seat, realizing he was unprepared. If he were to be transported out, given the fervor with which he had entered, he would undoubtedly find himself besieged. The current him was not the same as when he first entered the secret realm. If he were to perish now, he would not simply restart as a newcomer from Chan village, but as an experienced player following a tribulation, an inexperienced player. Chen Xian pondered, realizing that it might not be unwise to take a gamble. If even the soul refinement sect feared him, then his future cultivation efforts would be rendered moot. Charge out, take a risk, and ascertain just how formidable the sect truly was. The golden light of the token enveloped the entire cave, and as the brilliance flashed before his eyes, Chen Xian felt as though he had passed through a thin membrane. When the radiance finally dissipated, he found himself amidst a sea of green, and no, a multitude of heads roaring toward him, prompting him to hastily retreat. Having left in such haste, he had made no preparations. He was already prepared to restart as an experienced player, simply to test the toughness of the bone that was the soul refinement sect. Blood Soul Banner. With a flick of his hand, the soul bodies within the Blood Soul Banner surged forth, colliding head-on with the throng before him. When two forces clashed, the courageous would prevail. The majority of the soul bodies summoned by Chen Xian were mere minions at the Qi refining stage, with only a pitiful couple at the foundation establishment stage. In contrast, not only did the opposing side outnumber him, their quality far surpassed that of his soul bodies, making it feel as though he had provided a feast for them, insufficient even for a fraction of their appetite. Such is the might of a powerful lineage. Chen Xian couldn't help but drool with envy. If such forces were in his hands, he could undoubtedly wield them to far greater effect. Were the second elder to discover his thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff in disdain. Did one truly believe that the prowess of those at the late Purple Mansion stage was achieved through idleness? The second elder surpassed Chen Xian by an entire major realm, effortlessly dealing with him as if it were a trivial matter. Despite Chen Xian brandishing his board and kitchen knife, they could not withstand the overwhelming might of his opponent. Even resorting to the blood-burning technique would not suffice against such power. A cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage could easily eliminate dozens at the Foundation Establishment stage. In a similar battle within the secret realm, had the second elder been besieged by that group, he could have leisurely dispatched them with one hand, effortlessly killing them in an instant. Conversely, Chen Xian, using the blood-burning technique, would only achieve mutual destruction with those adversaries. The disparity in strength could not be bridged by mere talismans or medicinal pills. As Chen Xian prepared for self-detonation, he fixed a fierce gaze upon the second elder. Damn old man. Congratulations to the second elder for ascending to the top of my personal kill list. Among the living, Meng Yin had now fallen to second place. Quite the commendation, as Meng Yin was no longer the sole occupant of the top spot. Chapter 40. Confronting the second elder. Hong Yu sat gracefully in a nearby palanquin, observing Chen Xian as she delicately plucked a crimson fruit with her jade-white fingers, painted with a single red button, bringing it to her lips with an expression that danced between admiration and regret. However, once Chen Xian erupted into a mist of blood, she lowered her gaze and picked up a handkerchief to wipe her hands. When Chen Xian opened his eyes once more, his thoughts had shifted from how to tackle the group before him to the realization that distancing himself from them and enhancing his cultivation seemed an unfeasible path. Thus, he pondered, one by one, shall I slay them? After all, There were many adversaries, and while he was stubborn, he was not foolish. Mutual destruction served no purpose if there was nothing to gain from it. However, if he sought to benefit from this group, he would need to proceed with caution. After breaking free from the encirclement, Chun Xian did not hasten to seek out a blood pool to restore his cultivation. Instead, he set his sights on the blood and storage bags of the other individuals in the secret realm. He calculated that relying solely on his own abilities would not suffice to escape the pursuit of that old man at the entrance. Therefore, his first option was to cultivate to a level higher than that old man. Well, he mused, perhaps with another year of effort, he could successfully ascend to the Purple Mansion stage, rendering him no longer fearful of that odious elder. Yet, he realized that time was not on his side. Thus, Plan A was dead in the water. His second option involved artifacts, formations, and talismans. As the saying goes, when martial prowess is lacking, one must rely on weapons. Did he not witness how cold weapons from his original world could never compare to hot weapons? That was merely a case of dimensional suppression. Though he had only a few talismans and formations left, others possessed them. With their altruistic spirit, they would surely lend a helping hand. Chun Xian swiftly subdued the first resisting disciple of the soul-refining sect. This disciple was among the weaker individuals in the secret realm, only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. With calculated intent, Chun Xian easily overpowered him. "Hey, don't blame me. I warned you not to move. I merely wanted to take something without causing harm. Look how fiercely you resisted. See, your defiance led to this unfortunate outcome." Chun Xian grumbled to the still-warm corpse, quickly confiscating the storage bag, the robe, and the artifact from the fallen disciple before retreating. By the time others noticed the commotion, they found only a thoroughly stripped and warm body. Brother Liu, Brother Liu. A few individuals swore vengeance upon the corpse of their comrade, determined to hunt down the thief, while Chun Xian organized the spoils he had acquired. Among the assorted items, some were indeed useful, though they still fell short of his needs. After locating a blood pool and restoring his cultivation, Chun Xian decisively began to prepare for his next actions. "How utterly despicable!" Long Xiao observed Chun Xian's antics, shaking his head in disdain. Chun Xian remained unfazed, accidentally dropping his board into some foul liquid and, after a while, forgetting about it. The nauseating smell had thoroughly permeated Long Xiao, who had never encountered such a petty human. "Too much. This is simply outrageous." Long Xiao grumbled, feeling indignant at being treated this way. "I take it back." Upon seeing Chun Xian reach for the board near the putrid liquid, Long Xiao quickly retracted his earlier complaints. He truly wished to avoid being engulfed by that stench. Humans, cunning. The spirit seethed with frustration but was compelled to greet Chun Xian with a smile. Chun Xian continued to exchange one life for another, scavenging for pills and artifacts to bolster his cultivation, rapidly advancing in strength. By the time the secret realm opened, he would be fully equipped. Facing that old coot outside, he would not be easily suppressed. Chun Xian fiddled with the talismans in his hand, ready to launch them the moment he stepped outside. The familiar golden light dimmed once more. Before the brilliance could fully return, he flung over 30 explosive talismans to the right. Then, slapping the storage bags at his waist, he unleashed another 10 explosive artifacts. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the valley erupted in chaos. The remaining disciples of the soul-refining sect who emerged alongside Chun Xian were obliterated, leaving no trace of their existence. Those slightly farther away still suffered grievous injuries, spitting blood and unable to recover without years of medicinal care. The second elder had not anticipated such a scenario. Fortunately, his robe bore high defensive qualities, coupled with his protective blood qi. The first wave of Chun Xian's explosive talismans did not harm him in the slightest, while the second wave of explosive artifacts was met with a prepared second elder, who dealt with them with ease. Some of the artifacts did not even detonate before being swept away by his sleeve, landing in the valley's distance, detonating into nothingness. Chun Xian. He realized the futility of his efforts, but he had not expected them to be this futile, failing even to breach the elder's protective blood qi. It seemed this plan had failed miserably. Activating the blood-burning technique, he hurled all the talismans and artifacts from his storage bag without restraint, launching an assault on the second elder, at last. Chun Xian identified the weakness in the elder's protective blood qi, while he himself was running on fumes. "Old man, I will eventually blow you to smithereens." After leaving those final words, Qian Xian transformed into a cloud of blood mist, vanishing from this world. The second elder's robe bore a few tears. Although he was uninjured, his overall appearance was somewhat disheveled, casting a shadow over his expression. Before the sect's disciples, especially the woman present, he felt humiliated to have been attacked by an outsider of merely the early foundation establishment stage. Such a disgrace was intolerable. Yet, with the instigator now a mere wisp of existence, he found no outlet for his ire. When Qian Xian opened his eyes again, he gazed at the dissipating tribulation clouds and the closing spatial rifts above, a greater excitement igniting within him. How utterly delightful! Within the secret realm, he reveled in murder, treasure hunting, and cultivation, streamlining many inconsequential steps. Now, the most pressing matter was dealing with that old mangy dog blocking the entrance. Regarding Meng Yin, by the sixth time he had slain him, Qian Xian could predict his next move with his eyes closed. "Oh, you've killed me twice, but I will surely kill you 20 times. Qian Xian grinned radiantly at Meng Yin, whose eyes remained wide open in death, bewildered by the meaning behind those words. Had he not encountered this person before? The disciples of the soul-refining sect were once more annihilated within the Soul Sea's secret realm. Xiao Hong, do you have any formidable methods for killing? Qian Xian sat cross-legged in the shallow green waters, propping his chin with one hand while sifting through the various spoils in his storage bag. Long Xiao had thought that as a member of the Dragon Clan, he was already quite unreasonable, only to discover that this human master who awakened him was even more unreasonable, slaying foes without a word and not forgetting to extract their vital blood and soul. Truly exemplifying the phrase to pluck the feathers of a passing goose. Who do you intend to kill? Qian Xian raised his gaze to Long Xiao, who floated before him, grinning widely a villain at the late Purple Mansion stage. Long Xiao, do you really want to consider what you were saying? You have only just advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Against peers at the same level, you might stand a chance. But if your opponent surpasses you by an entire major realm and 2 minor realms, the difference is not merely that of a mortal wielding a stick against an immortal. Do you see that ant over there? It's brandishing a wooden stick, flaunting its might. Come on, raise your hand and crush it. Is this the sort of talk one would expect from a rational person? Why not wait until you advance to the Purple Mansion stage to settle the score with this individual? Advance to the Purple Mansion stage? Qian Xian pondered. He could clearly sense the gap in combat power between himself now and his former peak at the Qi refinement stage. Xiao put it bluntly. Even facing his own past self at the peak of the Qi refinement stage would be an effortless victory. Similarly, he should be able to dominate any opponent of the same Purple Mansion stage with his current cultivation. Yet, time was not on his side. Qian Xian scratched his head. What do you mean time is not enough? Qian Xian blinked. As soon as I step out of this secret realm, a late Purple Mansion stage mutt will be waiting at the entrance. If I do not slay this dog, I fear I will be bitten by this mad dog. Long Xiao exclaimed, how can you speak of a late Purple Mansion stage cultivator like that? It's outrageous. How can someone's mouth be more provoking than his? Shouldn't I just fall back into slumber for several millennia, awaken with a new master, and emerge then? After all, with this person's capacity for creating trouble, he will sooner or later find himself at the mercy of others. Just block the dog, and it won't be able to bite you, Qian Xian remarked, his brows furrowing, his entire countenance resembling a dumpling squeezed into a multitude of creases. Filled with reluctance. But that mad dog has bitten me several times before. Then wait until you have a way to kill that mad dog before you settle the score with him. Fine then. Qian Xian solemnly assessed the disparity in strength between the two sides, muttering reluctantly it seemed he currently had no means to deal with that old fellow. In truth, had it not been for the brief duration of the secret realm's opening, he would have advised hiding within it to elevate his cultivation before confronting that old man. Such a pity. Shifting his focus, Qian Xian began contemplating how to exit the secret realm. First and foremost, he needed adequate protection. Secondly, if he could set up a trapping formation to ensnare that old man, it would be ideal. Lastly, he would need to prepare powerful explosive talismans and magical tools. As for protection, I'm afraid I can offer little. Long Xiao scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. These matters are best understood by the Xuanwu clan. Our dragon clan is renowned for its combat prowess. In terms of defense, our dragon scale armor is virtually impenetrable by ordinary artifacts. While I can certainly engage in battle, I truly cannot assist with matters of protection. The knowledge passed down in my memory is quite limited. The few techniques I can recall are beyond the capabilities of a lowly human like you. Very well. Chun Xian turned and began studying the trapping formation. As long as he could throw out the formation flags the moment he stepped out, the opponent would be unable to intercept him immediately, rendering the others insignificant. You don't even know how to set up a trapping formation? He shook his head. What about explosive artifacts? He hesitated and shook his head again. Explosive talismans? His gaze shifted evasively, and he shook his head once more. You know nothing at all. What use are you to me? Chun Xian's inquiry struck a chord deep within. I can help you fight. Long Xiao blurted out after a long pause. Ha. Chun Xian's scoff encapsulated all his disdain. What do you mean, little human? Do you look down upon me? Long Xiao fumed, jumping up in midair. Chun Xian nodded. Affirming indeed, I look down upon you. You are merely a waste of resources in this contract. My blade is far superior to you. Chun Xian concluded with a decisive remark. Long Xiao, upon reflection, felt he might as well have been obliterated from existence. It was amusing to recall how many formidable beings had sought favors from him on Dragon Island. Yet now he found himself belittled by a mere foundation-building novice. The final comment, it seemed, was indeed a harsh truth, further fueling Long Xiao's ire. How peculiar. Long Xiao cast a furtive glance at the worn kitchen knife resting beside Chun Xian. Why did he sense danger emanating from that knife? On Dragon Island, even the clan leader had never instilled such profound pressure in him. Was it an ancient ancestor? He contemplated testing the waters with his spiritual sense but hesitated, fearing the other's temperament, and ultimately abandoned the idea. Long Xiao lay down in the air, resting his head upon his claws, unknowingly fixating his gaze upon the kitchen knife. Although Long Xiao proved to be of little utility, Meng Yin and the other disciples contributed significantly, their storage bags filled with the bulk of their possessions. While some of the pills and talismans were not particularly high-grade, the sheer quantity from over 20 individuals was still considerable. It might pose a challenge against that old man, but it would suffice to buy some time. There were also several jade slips regarding the Blood Soul banner. This was Chun Xian's first time reading such slips. Initially clumsy, he gradually grew adept. Reading the slips required the cultivator's level to reach foundation building or above and necessitated the use of spiritual sense. Placing the slip against his forehead, a torrent of information flooded his mind, some in text, others in illustrations. After perusing all the slips, he selected those that seemed most beneficial. The most effective among them was the Heavenly Blood Formation, a formation he had encountered frequently. However, it required a larger number of practitioners to set up, which he promptly ruled out from his plans. After sifting through the remaining slips, Chun Xian focused on the two left. One was the Blood Sealing Formation, aptly named, as it utilized blood vitality as a medium for sealing. Chun Xian possessed ample blood vitality, and crucially, he was currently within the Soul Sea's secret realm, where he lacked nothing in terms of blood. Particularly, he had access to some blood with special properties. The other was the Blood Soul Life and Death Formation, which intertwined blood vitality with the soul body. Once successfully ensnared, it could continuously drain the opponent's blood vitality and soul, converting it into energy for the formation's operation. He had blood vitality, and he had a soul body. Unfortunately, given his current cultivation, the probability of successfully trapping the opponent was nearly zeroed. Chapter 42. Blood Sealing Formation 2. Alright, let's go with the Blood Sealing Formation. Chun Xian clapped his hands in determination. He began selecting suitable formation flags from his storage bag for refinement. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The time came for the Soul Sea's secret realm to open its exit once more. Chun Xian had only just managed to refine a rudimentary version of the Blood Sealing Formation's flags, and it wasn't that he had been slacking. It was simply that he had never engaged in formation crafting before. A true novice embarking on a new path. Chun Xian had wasted many materials in his clumsy efforts, and after much difficulty, he had barely produced a rough prototype. With no time to delve deeper, he could only venture out with this half-finished blood-sealing formation disc and flags. Upon exiting the secret realm, Chun Xian immediately threw out explosive artifacts and talismans. With only enemies around him, there was no fear of collateral damage to allies. It was time for a swift and decisive kill. The second elder was neither too far nor too close. The explosive artifacts and talismans were little more than a gentle breeze to him. However, the disciples nearby were unfortunate. Upon witnessing his disciples being harmed, The second elder's brow furrowed in anger. Boldness. Finally, the moment had arrived. Chen Xian was eager to engage. As the enemy rushed towards him, he hurled the formation disc, and the flags orderly surrounded the second elder. Buzz. An invisible barrier encircled the second elder. It worked. On the opposite side of the valley, Hongyu, reclining against the palanquin, propped her chin up and raised her slender brows in interest. The blood-sealing formation? This formation was known only to the higher echelons of the sect, and she hadn't expected it to be used against one of their own. Unfortunately, the formation was woefully inadequate. The blood. How amusing. Indeed, before Hongyu could finish her musings, the second elder had already broken free of the formation. The formation had barely lasted a breath. Chen Xian, he took a breath and a half to set up the formation. What a loss! Since he could not be stopped, he would have to engage directly. Burning blood technique, activate. It was the same declaration Chen Xian had made before facing the second elder. Chen Xian opened his eyes, ignoring the predatory gazes of those surrounding him, and resolved his thoughts. He realized that the blood from the blood pool had not been considered for extraction from the secret realm because it would be useless once outside. Had the formation not been of such poor quality, he likely would not have been able to activate it even for that brief moment. The blood extracted from the secret realm had transformed into a foul and worthless substance. It seemed the burden now fell upon them. Chen Xian observed the 20 or so individuals closing in on him. He felt less like prey being hunted and more like a hunter watching his quarry step into a trap. Meng Yan, don't worry, we haven't reached 20 yet. Chen Xian carefully bottled Meng Yan's blood, then proceeded to the second disciple of the refining soul sect, the third. His movements and killing had grown increasingly simple. If he could resolve it in one strike, he would not waste a single drop of blood vitality. After slaying 27 individuals, Chen Xian barely broke a sweat, a stark contrast to his earlier chaotic escape. After all, they were of the same cultivation level. If it had been a recently advanced cultivator, they would have struggled significantly with controlling their blood vitality, leading to substantial waste. Chen Xian's command over his own blood vitality had reached a level that even some at the Purple Mansion stage could not rival. The subsequent period was tedious and monotonous. He sought out useful blood pools to enhance his own cultivation, while those he could not absorb, he cast long Xiao into, all the while refining the formation flags. The blood-sealing formation proved useful, and Chen Xian had no intention of abandoning this direction. Once again, the secret realm opened. Chen Xian stepped forth, brandishing a formation disc even more potent than the last. Exuding confidence as he emerged, bang. When enemies meet, let the first act be an explosion of respect. Before Chen Xian could fully grasp the situation outside, he hurled the prepared explosive talismans and artifacts towards the second elder. Followed by the blood-sealing formation disc and flags. The motions flowed seamlessly, as though choreographed. The second elder, caught off guard, was ensnared. This time, bolstered by the blood of the refining soul sect disciples, he successfully trapped the second elder. Unfortunately, this time the formation disc proved inadequate. It held for merely 3 breaths before shattering, and the flags immediately became ineffective. Indeed, exploring without guidance resulted in hardship. Chen Xian, irked, began anew. For the third attempt, 7 flags of poor quality crumbled. For the fourth, only 1 fell on the 5th try. He finally ensnared the second elder, and the formation disc and flags performed admirably, but alas, the blood vitality faltered, collapsing after 10 breaths, and no matter how formidable an ant may be, it cannot withstand the weight of a boulder. Even if it momentarily supports itself with a twig, the stone will inevitably collapse before the ant can escape, crushing it. The disparity in strength between the two sides was not something external objects could bridge. With so many eyes upon him, did he not feel fear? Long Xiao inquired, glancing at the predatory figures surrounding them. No big deal, Chen Xian replied, not even lifting his eyelids. Long Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. The weakest among them is at the mid-foundation stage, while the strongest have reached complete foundation establishment. What courage do you possess, having just advanced to the foundation stage? Had he been trapped for too long? Failing to keep pace with the current cultivation world. What if they united? They say him, unite. Chen Xian suddenly pondered an alternative method of resolution. United together. Chen Xian squinted at the group of people approaching. Xiao Hong, do you have any contracts of servitude with humans? Plenty. Which kind do you desire? Long Xiao assured, thumping his chest. The most ruthless kind, That would be the soul contract? Soul contract? Chen Xian was perplexed. The contracts he had signed with Long Xiao were completed in a daze, without much understanding. You know, with so many future matters at hand, you wouldn't be unaware of such a commonplace contract? Long Xiao inquired. Such trivialities are never worth remembering. Chen Xian replied with great conviction. So, after subduing these people, we can form a contract, correct? After Long Xiao explained the soul contract within Chen Xian's spiritual awareness, Chen Xian seemed to grasp it, quickly summarizing. About right. That's simple then. Chen Xian rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Though it seemed a lengthy endeavor, in reality, the two had exchanged words for merely a couple of breaths. While Meng Yin had only just begun to form an encirclement, so shameless to have so many people attacking one, Long Xiao shook his head in disdain. Indeed, with that, Chen Xian charged towards Meng Yin first. Capture the leader before dealing with the rest. He intended to beat this person down first in any other circumstance. It would have been a ludicrous joke for someone newly initiated into foundational cultivation to defeat a group of mid to late stage foundational cultivators, or even those who had achieved complete mastery. Chapter 43. Human Array Flag. However, this event transpired in the Soul Sea secret realm. Meng Yin was directly beaten into a heavy injury and fell unconscious, while the remaining disciples succumbed even more swiftly. It must be stated that injuring someone without killing them is far more troublesome than outright killing, as one must carefully control their strength. Moreover, the injured would retaliate, whereas the dead could not pose any threat of a sneak attack, which caused Chen Xian to suffer twice. After experiencing 2 surprise attacks from the wounded, he increased his strength to ensure the opponent would fall into a deep slumber until the 3rd day dawned. With a resounding smack, after stunning the last person with a brick, Chen Xian dusted off his hands, placing them on his hips as he surveyed the spoils scattered about. Fortunately, he had incapacitated them multiple times. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to knock them out so easily. Can you see all their weaknesses? Long Xiao observed clearly from within the brick. This newly appointed human master consistently targeted the vulnerabilities of these cultivators, politically predicting their timing and flaws in their attacks. Isn't this rather simple? Chen Xian expressed, claiming that with a few more encounters against this group, one would understand. Simple? Long Xiao was filled with questions. Watching as Chen Xian squatted beside the first person he had knocked out, Meng Yin, he reached out, digging fresh blood from the wound, and then inscribed the recently learned contract mark on the center of the opponent's brow. With blood as the guide, and soul as the directive, I take your heart's blood. Contract established. The crimson blood flickered at Meng Yan's brow before vanishing, shortly followed by a droplet of vital heart blood surfacing. As long as Chen Xian held this drop of heart blood, he could command Meng Yin to live or die at will, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Sequentially, he completed the contracts with the remaining 20 or so individuals, finally setting his plan into motion. What are you going to do? Send a swarm of frenzied ants to bite a mad dog? Chen Xian replied with a grin. The blood seal array belonged to the realm of sealing formations, and the array plates and flags lacked the durability for extended use. The most crucial aspect of it, the blood energy, was akin to the fuel indispensable for vehicles in his original world. Insufficient fuel would hinder travel, while inadequate core components would slow speed. What he intended to do now was dismantle the entire vehicle and replace its method of combustion. You are using people as array flags? Long Xiao observed in horror, his scales nearly bursting. What a perverse notion! Though he had once strayed from the Dragon Clan's teachings, he had never committed such ruthless acts against his kin. Truly, the human race deserved their reputation as the most cunning and vicious of all. Long Xiao shuddered, baring his teeth. These disciples of the soul refinement gate had their souls and blood energy contained within their bodies, while their spiritual awareness was utterly erased by Chen Xian, rendering them no longer human, but merely breathing puppets. Chen Xian's intention was to use these bodies as array flags, inscribing array patterns upon them to create a living, mobile blood seal array. As he pondered how to adapt the array based on different bodies, suddenly laughing maniacally, Long Xiao shrank back, hiding within the brick, resolutely silent. Outside the secret realm, the second elder watched as the soul tokens of the sect disciples dimmed one after another, his brow furrowing deeply. Fortunately, although the soul tokens had darkened, they had not shattered completely. This was also the reason why Chen Xian was besieged each time he emerged. Once the outside world learned that all disciples within had perished, it was easy to deduce who had emerged. It was no wonder the second elder targeted Chen Xian each time he reappeared. You killed the personal disciple of the ancestor, snatched their token, entered their sect's secret realm, and then proceeded to eliminate all their disciples. Who wouldn't be furious? Besides lamenting the loss of sect disciples, the second elder felt the weight of responsibility heavier this time. As he had personally led the team, allowing this person to enter the secret realm under his watch and then witness the complete annihilation of those disciples right before his eyes. An utter disregard for his authority. The entirety of the soul refinement gate viewed the lives of ordinary mortals as insignificant as ants, unworthy of a second glance, and the internal struggles were brutal and bloody, as long as one contributed to the sect. Even if they killed their own disciples, they could continue their cultivation without consequence. Those accomplished disciples were all stained with blood, not to mention the second elder and his peers atop the hierarchy. Although Hong Yu was also a caretaker of this secret realm, she had never taken the position seriously, appearing more like an indifferent outsider compared to the second elder, who patiently awaited outside. Even when all the sect's soul tokens shattered, she merely lifted her eyelids to glance, as if bestowing charity. In contrast to the second elder's frenzied agitation, she simply yawned, propped her head, and dozed off. As for the truth of the matter, who could tell? After all, Chen Xian had never involved her in his affairs since exiting the secret realm. While Chen Xian crafted the human array flags, he immersed himself in the blood pool for cultivation. Time slipped away like the rapidly descending waters of the pool, vanishing in an instant. However, it was fortunate that he had completed the basic human array flags. Next, it was time to test the results. Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the 3 rows of people before him, filled with anticipation. He had truly succeeded. Long Xiao, having lived for thousands of years, had never encountered such a deranged idea and never expected to witness it unfold before him. Having fully recognized Chen Xian's madness, he noted that although 3 had failed, 24 had succeeded. Heh. Let us go, my children. As the exit of the secret realm gradually expanded, Chen Xian's smile widened. Once the exit stabilized, he waved his hand, sending the 3 rows of figures into the shimmering light of the exit. Following closely behind, to conceal a person, one merely needed to blend them within a crowd, and this was precisely Chen Xian's strategy. With this first layer of protection from the group, he would not have to fear an immediate ambush from that old man upon his emergence. Ambushing someone is the least honorable act. However, upon exiting, it was entirely different from previous encounters. Chen Xian felt no hostility. For cultivators, the ethereal sixth sense is of utmost importance, as it serves as a response of spiritual awareness to danger. With no immediate attack, Chen Xian spotted the old man standing with his hands clasped behind his back at the forefront of the crowd. With a single thought, the 24 individuals swiftly surrounded the second elder. Chapter 44. Leaving the secret realm, the second elder had intended to approach the disciples emerging from the secret realm to offer comfort, but upon sensing the unusual behavior of all present, he prepared to investigate closely, only to find himself encircled by this group. The soul essence is missing? Truly, a master of blood-soul cultivation, the second elder immediately discerned the anomaly among the disciples, extending his hand to summon his blood-soul banner. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chen Xian had already devised a strategy. Although the human array flags differed from the typical array flags, who could argue that the human body could not be a material? While ordinary array flags required various materials, the human array flags merely substituted human bodies for other materials, yielding equal or even superior results. Under Chen Xian's direction, the disciples acting as array flags shifted their forms, ensnaring the second elder. Chen Xian was never one to back down when the opportunity arose. Having suffered greatly from the second elder, he intended not only to take a bite out of him but to tear into him completely. In this first instance of capturing the second elder, rather than seeking an escape, he seized the chance to mercilessly attack the drowning dog. You dare? The second elder narrowly evaded an explosive artifact and ceased holding back. The blood-soul banner unleashed its essence, instantly shredding several surrounding disciples into fragments. Teske, quite difficult to chew. You should run. Long Xiao, hidden within the brick, was so anxious he nearly leaped forward to assist. So audacious, to think a mere foundational cultivator would dare to challenge someone of a far greater realm in a one-on-multiple fight against a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. Does he wish for reincarnation to come swiftly? No, This is a situation where even a second chance at life is unattainable. Long Xiao was trapped within the bricks, his two front claws shielding his head as he shrieked. Could it be that his dragon life was about to fall into slumber once more? Immediately, observing that the 24 human formation flags had dissipated significantly in mere moments, Qian Xian did not linger, swiftly extricating himself. He conveyed his final commands to the remaining human formation flags and, with remarkable agility, vanished from the valley in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant sounds of self-detonation echoed, and even the second elder could scarcely withstand the explosive force unleashed by the mid-to-late Foundation establishment disciples. Despite his timely evasions and the activation of protective treasures, he was momentarily rattled, his internal organs shaking, letting out a muffled groan as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering from significant internal injuries. "Old fool, just wait until I return to deal with you." Chen Xian's booming voice reverberated throughout the valley, causing the remaining disciples of the Soul Refinement sect, who wished to assist yet dared not approach, to shrink back, lowering their heads in dread, wishing they could render themselves deaf. Woe betide them. Were they to be entirely silenced? Casting a glance upward, the darkened visage and terrifying aura of a certain individual sent shivers down the spines of these disciples, compelling them to huddle closer, desperate to blend in with the wild grass beneath them. What misfortune had they encountered to be caught in this secret realm's guardianship? Heh, an amusing little fellow. One could hardly doubt that those who dared to speak at such a moment were merely spectators. As expected, the injured and humiliated individual cast a furious glare. "Second elder, why do you stare at me?" Hong Yu feigned ignorance of the individual's wrath, covering her lips as she smiled seductively. "Hong Yu, why didn't you act just now?" The second elder consumed 2 pills, his expression darkening. Hong Yu lowered her finger, arching an eyebrow at him, her sarcasm palpable. "Oh, the esteemed second elder of the Soul Refinement sect, with his late-stage purple mansion cultivation, needs a mere girl like me to assist in dealing with a fledgling who has just established his foundation." Hong Yu's voice danced with mockery. She was unafraid of being overheard, accusing their sect of bullying the weak. "Or you?" Hong Yu narrowed her eyes. "Too inept?" "Hong Yu." The second elder's brows nearly shot up in indignation. "Let us go, return." Hong Yu, unfazed by his wrath, commanded her disciples beside her. "Yes." Meanwhile, Hong Yu, carried in a palanquin by her disciples, floated comfortably back to the sect beneath the gently swaying crimson silk curtains, while Qian Xian dashed nearly 1,000 miles. Only pausing to breathe once he confirmed no one was pursuing him. Phew. He spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, carelessly wiping it away with his sleeve. "Are you all right? Are you all right, Long Xiao?" Having burst forth from the bricks, anxiously circled around him. "Don't worry, I won't die." Chen Xian was not afraid of death, but if he were to continually suffer beneath that old man's shadow without gaining any advantage, he could certainly choose to be a bit more diplomatic. Leaving the secret realm, the outside world awaited his flight. One day, he would ascend upon this sect and dismantle it. His immediate priority, however, was to advance in cultivation. Northwest, the 10,000 Poison sect? From the memories of those Soul Refinement sect disciples who crafted living puppets, Qian Xian learned of another sect in opposition to the Soul Refinement sect, which seemingly possessed methods to counter them. Yet, rumors remained merely that. He knew not their veracity. He must witness everything with his own eyes. This respite period must not be trivial. Having absorbed the memories of so many, he was aware that beyond lay a vast expanse of sky. However, until he utterly exhausted the Soul Refinement sect, he would undoubtedly suffer from inner demons, unable to cultivate in peace. The Taoist path, after all, espouses the freedom to pursue one's desires. Anything that disturbs one's inner peace must be eradicated. As for the innocence of those involved, the countless souls within the blood-soul flags wielded by the Soul Refinement sect disciples could tell you. Finding a quiet spot, he set up protective formations and sat cross-legged to mend his internal injuries. 2 days later, Qian Xian suddenly opened his eyes, gazing vacantly toward the northwest. "Is someone there?" The place where he found himself was quite remote. Judging by the figure's appearance, it seemed they were merely passing through. Yet, by unfortunate coincidence, Qian Xian was directly beneath the path they must take. His injuries had only healed to about 80%, primarily due to the lack of vital energy, leading to a slow recovery. At this pace, he would need at least another 5 days. If he were to capture a few hundred mortals and drain their blood, he wouldn't need 5 days. In less than an hour, he could fully recover and even advance in cultivation. Yet, Chen Xian had made no such choice. Originally, it would have sufficed for the stranger to pass by, allowing both parties to remain unscathed, yet they could not escape the blind pursuers trailing behind. Meng Hanyun, today is your day of reckoning. With a furious shout, a massive palm descended upon the unfortunate figure in green attempting to flee. Boom. Ah, now this is troublesome. Chen Xian, who had initially wished to avoid interference, found his temporary dwelling utterly demolished. Had he not reacted quickly, although he wouldn't have had to pay the price alongside his makeshift shelter, he would have been left in a most embarrassing state. Chen Xian stood outside, gazing at the ruins of his temporary abode. I dug this out with my own hands. With my own hands. How dare they? Chapter 45. Meng Hanyun, Song Ping. Alas, it seems I have no choice but to intervene. Boom, boom. A tremendous wave rippled through the air, blowing Chen Xian's hair back, revealing his eyes as deep as a cold pool. Bang. The green figure, unable to withstand the onslaught, crashed to the ground before him, sliding to a stop at Chen Xian's feet. Phew, cough, cough, cough. Meng Hanyun clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his hair disheveled, his robes in tatters. My apologies, fellow Taoist. Even at this moment, he did not forget to apologize to the unfortunate soul he had implicated. No matter. Chen Xian fixed his gaze upon him, particularly noting his fiery red hair, which contrasted sharply with his green robes, making him appear as a walking dragon fruit entwined with a green peacock. Meng Hanyun bore a striking resemblance to the fiery nature of his name, exuding a vibrant heat, his features exquisitely defined, with both his eyebrows and hair a brilliant red. Had he not spoken, one might have mistaken him for a remarkably beautiful female cultivator, a figure of high standing in both the mortal and cultivation worlds. Oh, Meng Hanyun, is this your paramour? The pursuer who had been chasing him also descended. Clad in a black robe, his long black hair half-tied with a jade crown, he appeared quite dashing. Yet the way he looked at Chen Xian was unsettling. I did not. Don't make baseless accusations. Chen Xian had not anticipated that while searching for a cave to recuperate, he would be unfairly labeled with such an outrageous charge. If you are not his paramour, why assist him? Chen Xian? Me? Assist him? He pointed at himself, then at the recovering figure of the fiery dragon fruit peacock. Humph. Otherwise, helping your grandpa. I was peacefully cultivating here and had yet to settle the score for you demolishing my dwelling. And you come to accuse me first? The dashing figure glanced at the pile of rubble nearby, his brow unruffled. Is this pile of broken stones what you call a dwelling? Chen Xian, very well. Fists are hardening. Fellow Taoist, be cautious. As Chen Xian turned to regard the now-ruined pile of stones, he sensed a fluctuation of blood energy in the in ambush. When it comes to agility, Chen Xian had never lost. The dashing figure had hardly grasped Chen Xian's movements when he found himself behind him, a cleaver descending diagonally, the repressed blood-red blade aura bursting forth. Even though the dashing figure bore a protective robe, it was of no avail. He was directly slashed, a gaping blood-red wound appearing. Fortunately, he had fled swiftly. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved in two by Chen Xian. Hiss, are you wielding a treasure? Song Ping immediately retrieved a pill. Swallowing it, astonished and furious as he regarded the inconspicuous cleaver in Chen Xian's hand, a hint of glee creeping in. He had not expected to encounter such a rare treasure in the hands of a fledgling at the early foundation establishment stage while out and about. Truly, when luck is on your side, nothing can obstruct it. With Meng Hanyun's flowing cloud fan now in hand, another treasure that could bypass restrictions had appeared. Heaven must be aiding him, a half-cultivated waste at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and a fledgling with little combat prowess. Heh, ha ha ha, fellow Taoist, it seems your item has caught his eye as well. Meng Hanyun, discerning the gaze of his pursuer, began to understand the situation. Approaching Chen Xian, he maintained a respectful distance. You too? Chen Xian tilted his head, assessing the fiery dragon fruit green peacock. Slap. Meng Hanyun snapped open the fan in his hand, its surface shimmering with 5 colors, clearly not an ordinary item. How is it? Quite pleasing to the eye. Chen Xian glanced at it and nodded. This fan, with its flamboyant design, indeed complements the fiery dragon fruit green peacock well, but it is not merely for show, akin to your knife. It is also a treasure. A treasure? What distinguishes it from a magic tool? At present, Chen Xian had yet to grasp the difference between magic tools and treasures. You do not know. It was evident that Meng Hanyun was surprised. This was the first time he had seen someone so astonished by the extraordinary item in their possession. Chen Xian, being quite straightforward, shook his head. Let me explain, a treasure. You two are getting along splendidly. The overlooked Song Ping was now thoroughly incensed. The magic tool in his hand was a black, ambiguous object resembling a ruler. A single strike unleashed tremendous power. Even before it made contact, one could feel the immense gale it generated. What he held was the Emo Qian Qi, also a magic tool. Meng Hanyun twirled the fan in her hand and swung it outward, unleashing a tremendous whirlwind that clashed with the raging wind. The battle between the winds caused the branches on the mountaintop to sway violently, some unable to withstand the force and snapping cleanly in half, soaring into the sky. Chen Xian had long retreated to a safe distance. Having affixed several protective talismans upon himself, after unleashing that fierce whirlwind, Meng Hanyun's complexion darkened considerably, revealing that her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. If she did not pause to find a secure place to recover, she would likely meet her end here. I fear I cannot go on, Meng Hanyun lamented, shaking her head with a bitter smile as she sensed the almost parched state of her Dantian's spiritual energy. Oh, perfect timing. I shall take my turn. Until now, apart from that old fellow, no one beneath the Purple Mansion stage had dared to be so audacious in front of him. Long Xiao observed the reckless individual opposite him and shook his head. Why must you do this? Chen Xian possessed the spiritual artifact Long Xiao and the kitchen knife as his magical weapon, along with a plethora of valuable items in his storage bag. Within the secret realm, he had already dispatched several disciples of the soul-refining sect, who were in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment, even those who had reached completion, and ultimately managed to refine them into human array flags. Dealing with someone like Song Ping, who was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, required no more than a fraction of his strength. The kitchen knife was unnecessary. He could simply summon the Blood Soul banner. You belong to the Soul Refining sect. Upon seeing the familiar black and red banner, Song Ping's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily begged for mercy. Friend, it's a misunderstanding. I am a close friend of Meng Yin from your sect. Very well. You have inadvertently struck upon another of Chen Xian's triggers. Indeed, there was a path to death. Perfect. You can accompany him inside the banner and reminisce about old times. Chen Xian, in a display of kindness, deliberately brought Meng Yan's soul, trapped within the Blood Soul banner, to the forefront. You killed Meng Yin? Song Ping, upon seeing the fierce visage of the soul at the forefront, dared not linger any longer and immediately turned to flee. How could a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner like him escape when even Meng Yin, who had reached the peak, was slain so easily? If he did not run now, would he truly choose to join Meng Yin within the Blood Soul banner? People are perceptive. However, it was unfortunate that Song Ping, having begun with poor judgment, did not escape far before being surrounded by the souls, who swiftly devoured him, leaving behind only a chorus of fading screams. Once the souls ceased their onslaught, Song Ping's body had been torn to shreds, blood splattering the ground. Chapter 46. The wind calms as Chen Xian approached. He raised his hand, and the spilled blood transformed into wisps of blood mist, which he absorbed through his palm. Indeed, the blood of cultivators at the same level was purer. Regrettably, the flavor still lacked a certain richness. Chen Xian smacked his lips, reminiscing about the blood pool in the Soul Sea secret realm. As Ji Xiaohong had mentioned, that realm was merely an incomplete fragment, and the blood pool he had absorbed was of a lower grade. If he could discover more fragments, he might enter a mid-tier or even high-tier blood pool and undergo a complete transformation. Friend, are you truly of the Soul Refining sect? Meng Hanyun had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful lad would act with such decisiveness. He did not concur with Song Ping's assertion, of course not. Chen Xian scratched his head, picking up the last relic left by Song Ping, the storage bag, and waved it toward Meng Hanyun. A trophy? Shall we split it? No, friend. You may have it all. Meng Hanyun waved his hands frantically, not pausing to consider. What a joke. If I were to take the items in this storage bag, Who knows if the other party would leave behind his own? Very well. Chen Xian was sincere this time. After all, the prey had been lured to him, and he did not require the storage bag of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Friend, this storage bag contains merely a portion. The better items are hidden elsewhere. Oh? Chen Xian casually glanced into the storage bag, extracting a few decent items that lifted his spirits. The Northwest is bustling with activity. A secret realm has recently opened, and many loose cultivators have entered. Where this person acquired quite a wealth. Chen Xian shot him a sidelong glance. It seems you have also been there. Meng Hanyu nodded affirmatively. He had been targeted by the other party precisely because he had obtained a wind attribute treasure due to his own wind spirit root. This fan, however, he had no doubt. Friend, you are impressive. Chen Xian's interest was piqued. Why do you share this with me? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for yourself? Meng Hanyun shook his head. Not at all. I observe that you possess extraordinary talents, and I foresee great achievements in your future. I hope to seek your guidance one day. Chen Xian, Meng Hanyun. Meng Hanyun reversed the grip on the fan and clasped his hands. Chen Xian was keen to find a place to enhance himself. Where is Zuan Fengxi? You truly do not know of Zuan Fengxi? It seems I must reflect upon myself. After they had recuperated, the two set off together toward the northwest. Along the way, Meng Hanyun began to explain Zuan Fengxi and the situation of that secret realm that in truth, it was less a secret realm and more a spatial cave dwelling of an ancient powerhouse. In ancient times, even a chair or a cup used by a great elder possessed boundless utility. The entrance was situated at the junction of the Xianyun sect, the soul refining sect, and the Wan poison sect. The three sects had a history of rivalry, having clashed multiple times before ultimately establishing a treaty of harmony. In this spatial cave dwelling, a specified number of disciples from each sect would participate, along with a certain allocation for loose cultivators from the outside. Adhering to the principle of not letting the other party benefit from what they could not consume themselves, every time the cave dwelling opened, it would attract unprecedented crowds. Zuan Fengxi was a renowned trade alliance in the Western continent, with branches scattered throughout. It was said that the three leaders stationed there were all at the late stage of golden core cultivation. Though the truth of this remained uncertain, Zuan Fengxi primarily served as a trading venue for cultivators, periodically hosting auctions of various tiers. Should a cultivator require materials or spiritual treasures, they could post bounties on the Zuan Fengxi bulletin board. Western continent, that should be where I currently reside. As Chen Xian hurried along, he sketched out his approximate location on a rough map. In summary, he seemed to be in a remote corner of the Western continent. Akin to a rural town from his previous world, it appeared that this realm of cultivation was indeed vast, and Chen Xian felt increasingly eager. Only by ascending in cultivation could he break free from the cycle of reincarnation. Isn't it quite lively? Meng Hanyun lightly waved his fan while introducing Chen Xian to the surroundings. Chen the country bumpkin Xian felt a tinge of astonishment. In this new world, aside from squinting his eyes in that mountain village, he had been embroiled in continuous battles at the front lines. After enduring so much hardship to cultivate, he was still relentlessly pursued, leaving him scarcely any opportunity to appreciate the vibrance and liveliness of the cultivation world. Zuan Fengxi was indeed the place to broaden the horizons of the rural bumpkin Chen Xian. Zuan Fengxi resembled a colossal castle that obscured the sun. Upon entering, one could witness a bustling marketplace, with cultivators flowing in and out like those attending a lantern festival in the mortal realm, with an abundance of food and drink. That is Gui Shi tea, quite delightful. Over there, they sell dragon scale fruit, suitable for body cultivators, which we have no need for. This here is 8 treasure pills, concocted from numerous fine herbs. Meng Hanyun strolled along, recounting details as if he were sharing treasured family secrets. It appeared that Meng Daoyu was well acquainted with this place. Indeed, I have traveled extensively since childhood, visiting many Zuan Fengxis. After finishing his sentence, Meng Hanyun covered his mouth with the fan, tilting his head toward Chen Xian as if sharing a secret. To be honest, Chen Daoyu, all Zuan Fengxis look the same. Oh, a nationwide chain. Chen Xian understood. That particular location was the true core of Zuan Fengxi. The two continued their conversation until they arrived at a massive structure resembling a grand hall. If Zuan Fengxi was akin to a towering mountain, then the core of Zuan Fengxi appeared as though it were a colossal stone hewn from the summit of that mountain, standing majestically with an imposing aura. Not bad. Chen Xian nodded. In this world filled with celestial arts, Such an edifice that stretched beyond sight could only be effortlessly erected by cultivators. You mentioned searching for the remaining treasures. Chen Xian had not forgotten the primary purpose of his visit. Oh, right. Meng Hanyun lightly tapped his forehead with his right hand holding the fan. I almost forgot. With a turn of his heel, Meng Hanyun led the way in another direction. Does this place also provide accommodation? Indeed. No matter what cave dwelling you wish to rent, they have it available. The eastern side of Zuanfengxi was the auction area. The western side was the trading area they had just explored. The southern side featured various inns and cave dwellings, while the northern side housed refining rooms and alchemy chambers, all available for temporary rental. Truly a place that encompasses all, Chen Xian marveled. This is indeed the Xinhuan San of the leisure world. Here we are. Meng Hanyun arrived at a front desk and tapped the table with his fan. Area B application pass jade slip. The front desk was manned by a slender, middle-aged man who appeared surprised upon seeing Meng Hanyun. Hearing his request, the man quickly bowed and began to search. Area B application. He produced an orange jade tablet, which bore the inscription of Bishun. Let us go. Meng Hanyun took the jade tablet and departed. While Chen Xian could feel the curious gaze of the man upon him. Is this your family's establishment? A slight connection. Meng Hanyun shook his head. Chapter 47, Blood Fiend Stone. Chen Xian did not inquire further. The two of them proceeded one after the other to the cave dwelling rented by Song Ping. You cultivators truly are impoverished. Even a cave dwelling requires renting, Chen Xian remarked, standing at the entrance. Suddenly filled with sentiment in everyone's recollection, cultivators were meant to be immensely wealthy, the kind who squandered their riches with abandon. It was unexpected to discover that some were so destitute they needed to rent a cave. You cultivators, Meng Hanyun pondered, continuing his thought. Who told you that all cultivators are affluent? There are countless impoverished cultivators, particularly among sword cultivators. At this juncture, Meng Hanyun shook his head, as if recalling something amusing. Unable to suppress a laugh. They don't even possess a decent robe. Their storage bags are cleaner than their faces. Chen Xian, in this moment, gained a new perspective. Long Xiao turned over within the brick, adjusting to a more comfortable position. That's true. In my former world, the barbarian clan was the poorest, Dragon clan, on the other hand, was the wealthiest. Just think of the treasures I had in my cave, slurp. Long Xiao recalled the golden treasures of his cave, unable to restrain his saliva. However, the thought of his corporeal death and the uncertainty of whether those treasures had been unearthed filled him with deep sorrow. Gnawing at his own claws in lamentation, cursed be it. Let us hope no one has divided my treasures, the great world. Chen Xian heard another novel term, and its name alone suggested it was extraordinary. He felt a stir of excitement, yet he recognized that every endeavor must be approached step by step. One day, he would stroll through the great world, at which point he ought to have liberated himself from the cycle of reincarnation. Now, take out the jade token from Song Ping's storage bag. With the previous orange jade token as a reference, Chen Xian quickly discerned a similarly styled token. Meng Hanyun held one token in each hand, pressing them against the designated area on the door's hand ring boom. An orange glow illuminated the doorframe in a circle, followed by a muffled sound as the stone door of the cave silently swung open. It was still a card-based system. Chen Xian scrutinized the stone door with keen interest. Meng Hanyun explained, if it were the jade token itself, that single piece would suffice to open it. However, for us merchants to unlock it, we must adhere to the one held on the merchant's side. Both pieces together are required to open it. Chen Xian nodded, comprehending. It was akin to entering one's own home in the previous world, where scanning one's pupils or fingerprints allowed for direct entry. Yet, to permit another to enter one's home required not only a password but also permissions. The cave dwellings rented from Xianfengxi in the western continent were indeed guaranteed safety. Chen Xian continued to nod, fully understanding. He merely lacked a bit of patience regarding others. He was not unreasonable and did not require excessive explanations. He wondered where this individual had placed his belongings. It seemed they would need to search separately. Chen Xian agreed and, after parting ways with Meng Hanyun, immediately summoned Song Ping's soul to extract his memories. What could be more informative than the person himself regarding the whereabouts of his treasures? Instead of laboriously searching, it was far more efficient to directly inquire with the individual. As for why he hadn't confided in Meng Hanyun, it appeared the latter had not laid his cards on the table either. This cave was not small. A Aside from the expansive courtyard they entered, it branched off into eastern and western sections. Chen Xian now stood on the eastern side to the right after entering. All of Song Ping's valuable items were contained within this side's secret chamber. It remained uncertain whether Meng Hanyun was aware of this or not. He ventured into a room dedicated to alchemy and artifact crafting, yet Song Ping was not skilled in either, leaving that area entirely vacant, devoid of any signs of activity. Song Ping's memories corroborated this as well. Upon reaching the cultivation chamber, he lifted the meditation mat and, utilizing blood energy to mimic Song Ping's spiritual energy fluctuations, the wall behind him silently shifted, revealing a dark passage leading underground. Chen Xian did not hasten to descend but instead called for Meng Hanyun to prepare to go down together. "Chen Daoyu, may I go first?" Meng Hanyun assessed the entrance, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal abyss, hesitatingly suggesting, "Please." Chen Xian gestured invitingly, entirely oblivious to the concept of politeness. Naturally, he had summoned the other to lead the way. Otherwise, why would he have beckoned him over? Merely to split the spoils. Meng Hanyun had initially presumed Chen Daoyu to be quite easygoing, but to his surprise, despite his demeanor throughout, he had yet to allay the other's suspicions. With a sigh inwardly, he tightened his grip on the fan and stepped forward into the darkness. Tap, tap, tap. Logically speaking, Meng Hanyun's boots were crafted from exquisite brocade, embroidered with a wind attribute acceleration array, and they made no sound upon contact with the ground. Chen Xian sometimes closed his eyes, disregarding his sixth sense, and would not have detected Meng Hanyun's presence at all. Unexpectedly, stepping on the unknown black tiles produced such a crisp sound? It was Meng Hanyun's first experience hearing it, and he nervously assumed a defensive posture, not noticing anything unusual, before quietly exhaling in relief and glancing down at his feet, avoiding looking at Chen Xian. Seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed, the two continued their descent. The path finally reached its terminus. Bloodfiend Stone? Long Xiao's body suddenly sprang up, gazing at the blood-red stone floating at the center of the chamber's array. Leaping from his resting place to observe the stone up close, buzz. The array beneath the stone sensed the intrusion, and the protective array activated automatically, raising an invisible barrier that enveloped both the stone and the array within. Long Xiao too was kept at an intriguing array, indeed. Chen Xian was not particularly interested in the stone that had astonished Long Xiao. Rather, he was eager to explore the array below. He wondered how this array was constructed. The only sensation he had was that the cultivator who set up the array was on par with his own cultivation level, yet the array appeared far more intricate. After further perusing Song Ping's memories, it seemed this array was also derived from a secret realm. What a pity. If only there were a detailed diagram of the array, perhaps he might have had the opportunity to attempt it himself. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He could dismantle it now and study it at his leisure later. With Song Ping's memories, disassembling this array was not a daunting task. Chen Xian swiftly dismantled it entirely. As he collected the array plates and flags, Long Xiao let out a howl, rushing directly into the stone. His cry resembled that of a dog. Where was the semblance of the dragon bear he had previously described? Chen Xian, while gathering the array flags, found himself cleaning out his ears. "Meng Hanyun, are you referring to me?" It seemed he hadn't made any noise just now. Should he not have? Let him take another look. Observing Chen Daoyu's actions akin to that of a rogue, Meng Hanyun silently acquiesced and respected the act as long as you were pleased. He held no interest in the items within. The Bloodfiend Stone was indeed remarkable. But alas, it would merely serve as an ornament for him. Chapter 48, The Auction. Watching as Chen Xian completed his collection of array plates and flags, Meng Hanyun lazily leaned against the nearby wall, fanning himself with his flamboyant fan, showing no inclination to assist. Upon glancing back at the center, the Bloodfiend Stone was gone. Huh? It vanished? What transpired? It was just there a moment ago. Meng Hanyun immediately straightened up. A flicker of panic in his eyes. Chen Daoyu did not make a move. This perfectly intact stone has disappeared. Could it be blamed on me? But I truly did not touch it, not even approached it. Xian Fengxi's mind erupted with sharp explosions, wishing to empty his storage bag to prove his innocence. To his surprise, after Chen Daoyu finished collecting the array plates and flags, he turned to leave. Chen Daoyu, the Bloodfiend Stone. Although the item is no longer present, I must still remind you. It has been taken. Chen Xian did not even glance back. Taken? So the Blood Fiend Stone's disappearance was due to Chen Daoyu? When did he make his move? As a wind spirit root, how could I not have seen it? Indeed, Chen Daoyu was not merely the cultivator he appeared to be. Meng Hanyun had already concluded that Chen Xian was some ancient being masquerading as a novice. Yet looking at the other's youthful appearance, he seemed genuinely a young man. Meng Hanyun believed he too was not lacking in brilliance. The thoughts racing through one's mind did not hinder his steps following Chen Xian's departure. Other items were no longer of concern. The most valuable things in this rented cave of Songping were that array plate and the Blood Fiend Stone. All right, let us go. I'll take you to try the renowned immortal S18 drunkenness. After the two exited, a gray-clad servant stood at the entrance. Meng Hanyun tossed 2 jade tokens to him. Please tidy up this cave dwelling and prepare it for reopening. Yes. After sampling the famous immortal S18 drunkenness, Chen Xian rated it a remarkable 99 points. Chen Daoyu, rest well. In a couple of days, there will be a grand auction in the Eastern District. If you're interested, you may attend. Here's a pass. Before parting ways with Meng Hanyun, Chen Xian received a new yellow jade token. Observing Meng Hanyun's retreating figure, he placed the token into his storage bag and turned to re-enter the cave he had just rented. The financier, Meng Hanyun. Was uncertain whether it was merely coincidence, but the Soul Refinement sect seemed to employ a different system of exchange. Despite rummaging through countless storage bags, Chen Xian had yet to find even a single low-grade spirit stone. A destitute sword cultivator passing by would surely mock him. Spirit stones, as the name implies, were the cornerstone of communication and the currency of the cultivation world. They were categorized into high-grade, mid-grade, and low-grade spirit stones. With the existence of the legendary top-grade spirit stones, in any case, Chen Xian had never encountered one. The Western continent primarily utilized low-grade spirit stones, with mid-grade spirit stones being exceedingly rare, predominantly held by a few large sects in the continent's center, while high-grade spirit stones were even scarcer. As for top-grade, best left unmentioned. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones equated to a single mid-grade spirit stone, and the same exchange rate applied between mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones. Top-grade stones were not considered. It appeared he had cultivated a fade of a false immortal. He had also learned from Meng Hanyun that in this world, cultivation did not rely on blood energy but rather on spiritual energy. In other words, Chen Xian's method of cultivating his vital energy is an unorthodox practice, verging on the realm of heretical cultivation. It is fortunate that he resides in a remote area, beyond the reach of the major sects. However, if he were situated closer to the heart of the continent, he would undoubtedly be despised by many. Chen Xian, perplexed, found himself suddenly labeled as a heretic. Upon attempting to cultivate with spirit stones, he discovered that a separate meridian had opened within him. Had an outsider been able to peer into Chen Xian's body, they would have seen 3 crimson droplets of blood circulating within the red veins, while the white veins interspersed, faint yet stubbornly enduring. After absorbing a piece of low-grade spirit stone, the white veins became even more pronounced, a mist of milky white clearly delineating itself from the blood droplets in his 3 dantians. At this moment, Chen Xian was utterly bewildered about what he was cultivating. Nevertheless, he was alive. Surely that meant there was no cause for concern. What he could not comprehend, he decided to set aside, trusting that he would eventually forget. Regrettably, Xiao Hong had consumed the blood-dark stone and fallen into a deep slumber. Otherwise, he could have sought her counsel. In the following days, Chen Xian spent his time wandering during the day and meditating at night. Occasionally, Meng Hanyun would visit, and their relationship grew increasingly amicable. Finally, the day of the grand auction arrived. Chen Xian entered the venue with a jade token, only to be escorted to a private room by a beautiful female cultivator. Along the way, beams of spiritual light flickered. The walls, floors, and decorative items were all of the level of magical tools or even treasures, items that would be fiercely contested by ordinary cultivators if placed outside. Yet now, they were displayed openly, inviting admiration without fear of theft or robbery. Rest assured, seniors, no one dares to act recklessly at Zuan Fengxi, Chen Xian inadvertently remarked. The guiding female cultivator chuckled softly, her vermilion-tipped fingers covering her mouth. Her gaze sparkling, her lips moving with grace, exuding an enchanting fragrance with every smile and frown. Alas, her flirtatious glances fell on deaf eyes. Chen Xian remained utterly unmoved. The female cultivator, taken aback, chose not to speak further, leading the way in silence. Once Chen Xian entered the private room, she instructed those below to wait outside for messages and departed. What followed was a lavish chamber of dark gold, resplendent beyond compare. In stark contrast to the discarded decor of the corridor outside, reclining before a vast luminous screen was none other than Meng Hanyun, the red-haired individual Chen Xian had encountered just the day prior. The female cultivator, gathering her flowing black waves, gracefully approached and seated herself beside Meng Hanyun. Such an intriguing youth, she remarked. Meng Hanyun, fanning himself, lifted a cup of exquisite green wine from the table beside him. Merely swirling it before his eyes, "Sister, if you were to gaze a little longer, you might reconsider your words." The female cultivator cast him a sidelong glance, somewhat surprised. Her brother rarely offered such high praise. "Next time, I shall certainly take a closer look." Had it not been for her brother's incessant mentions of this individual, she might not have felt compelled to guide him. Meng Hanyun chuckled softly, choosing silence, his gaze drifting to the gathering crowd below, which was steadily filling the auction hall. With a resounding thud, the grand door shut, and the auction officially commenced. Chapter 49, Pointed Xiong Branch. The entire auction was arranged in a fan shape, divided into upper and lower levels. The lower level was a grand hall filled with various seats, already occupied by a multitude of attendees, most clad in uniform black cloaks, with only a handful revealing their true appearances. An air of quiet anticipation enveloped the room. The upper level contained private boxes shrouded in mystery. Chen Xian occupied a secluded box, positioned somewhat off-center. Acquiring such a space typically required a considerable advance payment of low-grade spirit stones. Within the box, a massive luminous screen faced the auction stage, allowing a clear view of the items being auctioned while shielding against prying eyes. This formation proved quite useful. Alone in the room, apart from the intriguing luminous screen, Chen Xian found only a set of tables and chairs, crafted from fine materials that a mere mortal might cherish as treasures, yet to a cultivator, they were merely lifeless wood devoid of spiritual energy. The formation was drawn with special pigments, fixed for use, distinct from portable array discs or banners. However, formations remained a blind spot in Chen Xian's knowledge. His understanding of their crafting was rudimentary at best. Without formal education, even the finest treasures before him remained unrecognized. As Chen Xian pondered the intricacies of the formations, the auction stage buzzed with excitement. "Welcome, esteemed seniors and friends, to the Zuan Fengxi auction. Our first item for bid is 300-year-old pointed Xiong branch." The screen seemed to possess an amplification function, the voice resonating as if spoken right beside him, presenting the tightly sealed wooden box's contents in vivid detail. When the box was opened, gasps erupted from the crowd below. It was indeed a pointed Xiong branch, aged 300 years. Zuan Fengxi had truly outdone itself. It was said that the last appearance of such a branch was a century ago, and even then, it was a mere 200 years old, fetching a staggering 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Who can afford that? A voice scoffed nearby. "Look at you, friend. Who here could not afford it?" Someone else chimed in with a laugh. The majority of them knew they could not muster such wealth. 3,000 spirit stones could support their cultivation for a century, perhaps even allowing them to ascend one or two minor realms. And with luck, perhaps even a major one. The pointed Xiong branch resembled a mere twig picked from a mountain, yet a closer inspection revealed its smooth, subtle texture and 3 blood-colored rings on the cross-section. Striking against the natural wood HUE.IT was primarily utilized by cultivators to mitigate inner demons during breakthroughs. The higher the age, the more profound the support it offered. A 300-year-old branch could assist a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage, an esteemed rank within any sect, where a single minor breakthrough could significantly widen the gap between sections. Its exorbitant price stemmed not only from its medicinal properties, but also from its rarity as a directly consumable herb. Some cultivators feared the high failure rates of alchemical refinement, deeming it a waste and preferring to consume it whole instead. Through generations of experimentation, a system for consumable herbs had emerged. Chen Xian, however, found himself more intrigued by the prospect of alchemy. If anything was most coveted among cultivators, it was undoubtedly the alchemist. Various spirit herbs tossed into a cauldron could yield elixirs sold for 10, 20, or even 50 times their original value. An indisputable windfall. Chun Penny Pincher Xian felt a tug of temptation. His current supply of spirit stones was scant. His soul refining technique had recently reached an impasse. While his energy cultivation was progressing rapidly, yet the lack of spirit stones hindered him. The few stones he had painstakingly acquired had all been expended. Contemplating, he gazed at the slumbering entity drifting within his consciousness, harboring an instinct that his absorption of such vast spiritual energy was undoubtedly intertwined with it. Meanwhile, the bidding for the pointed Xiong branch intensified. 3,500 spirit stones, 3,800, 3,805, 3,000, U.4,000. The persistent bidder was a figure cloaked in black, their features obscured, age indeterminate. Though their voice suggested youth in the realm of cultivation, appearances were often deceptive. Except for those practicing certain unique techniques, higher cultivation levels typically bestowed a youthful visage, with aging only manifesting as one's lifespan waned. Competing against the cloaked figure was a middle-aged man in dark robes, whose once black hair now bore streaks of white, betraying the approach of his twilight years. It was likely that he was gambling on this branch to propel himself to a higher level of cultivation. The bids climbed ever higher, soon surpassing 6,000. The middle-aged man hesitated longer with each subsequent bid, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow, indicating he was nearing his limit point. 6,160. 6,500. The middle-aged man's obsidian eyes fixated on the hooded figure across the room, gritting his teeth, his mouth opening and closing in deliberation. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally closed his eyes, releasing a breath he had been holding and slumping back in defeat. 6,500 low-grade spirit stones. Anyone else? The auctioneer, a charming young woman, glanced up at the second-floor boxes, noting the silence that enveloped them. Despite the raucous excitement of the hall below. 6,500, going once. 6,500, going twice. Sold. Congratulations, esteemed friend. This 300-year-old pointed Xiong branch is now yours. The cloaked figure was ushered to the back for the transaction. As the auction continued, the second item was presented. A resplendent blue and gold tripedal cauldron. Chapter 50, the crimson flame blue crystal cauldron. The cauldron was modest in size, merely fitting in the palm of one's hand. The presenter lifted the tripedal cauldron, suspending it in midair, channeling incantations into it. The cauldron began to spin and expand until it reached a size of 10 feet. Indeed, this was the legendary crimson flame blue crystal cauldron, authenticated as genuine by the auctioneer. The young lady introducing the item observed the hushed gasps of astonishment that rippled through the hall, followed by a surge of excitement. With a triumphant smile, she glanced towards the second-floor box before continuing her introduction. It was said to be the final masterpiece of Master Ming, capable of increasing the success rate of alchemical concoctions by 10%. Esteemed seniors and fellow practitioners, you are all aware of the challenges of alchemy. Possessing such a cauldron, whether for personal use or as a gift, would undoubtedly aid you on your path of cultivation. Upon concluding her introduction, the young lady felt the intense gaze of the second-floor box directed towards her. I shall not linger further and risk annoyance. You are all familiar with this alchemical furnace. So let us commence the bidding. Starting price: 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. A collective intake of breath ensued. Such a terrifying starting price would cause nearly all cultivators in attendance to withdraw. The ensuing competition would undoubtedly be among those in the second-floor box. After the starting price was announced, both the first and second-floor boxes fell into a profound silence. Finally, a figure clad in black robes from the first floor raised a bidding paddle. 10,050. 10,050. Splendid. Is there a bid higher than 10,050? 15,000. The second-floor box finally made its presence known. Box number 5, 15,000. 16,000. 18,000. The competition on the second floor ignited. While the first floor relinquished its bidding, becoming mere spectators, as the bids escalated, those who deemed it unworthy began to withdraw. After all, it was merely a furnace, not a finished elixir, without a suitable alchemist at home. Purchasing it to curry favor seemed imprudent. The price gradually reached 27,000 before slowing down, with only Box 5 and Box 9 competing. 28,000. After Box 9 placed its bid, Box 5's light flickered for a moment before dimming, signaling its withdrawal. Congratulations to Box 9. At this price, one could acquire 2 similar grade cauldrons. Unless for its unique qualities, There was no need to be the one to overpay. Those in the second-floor box need not retrieve their items personally. The auction house would provide dedicated delivery. Following a flurry of excitement, the subsequent items for bid comprised rare alchemical materials and crafting supplies, igniting several waves of enthusiasm. Chun Xian exhibited little interest. Propping his head with one hand, his gaze cast downward upon the throng of competitors. With no funds at his disposal, he refrained from participation, merely observing for the sake of broadening his horizons. After several rounds of minor excitement, a familiar female cultivator ascended the stage, carrying a box draped in red silk, the very one that had been brought to Chen Xian. The young lady who had been hosting the auction appeared momentarily surprised upon her arrival. A flicker of astonishment in her eyes, though it passed unnoticed by nearly all. She quickly composed herself and stepped aside. Esteemed guests, today our establishment has unexpectedly procured a rare treasure. We invite you to examine it. Isn't that the president of the Xinfeng Association? Indeed. It was she. Is she truly here? The treasure within the box. The female cultivator, eschewing any pretense of mystery, unveiled the red silk. A radiant light emanated forth. What is this? Resting upon the red silk was a partially torn map-like parchment, bearing the marks of age. Noticing the curiosity it sparked among the crowd, the female cultivator smirked and continued her introduction. This is no ordinary map. It is the fabled treasure map of the legendary Master Wenqing. Upon her utterance, the crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Master Wenqing? A treasure map? Chun Xian furrowed his brow. Pondering the identity of this Master Wenqing, sensing that everyone seemed to be well acquainted with him, a soft knock sounded at the door of the box, and Chun Xian's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he pressed a button at the side of his seat. Who is it? Chen Daoyu, it's me, Meng Hanyun. Chun Xian pressed another button, and the door opened automatically. After Meng Hanyun entered, the door closed behind him. Why do you arrive so late? I merely wish to inquire whether Chen Daoyu had any thoughts regarding this treasure map. Treasure map? Chen Xian followed the direction of his fan, gazing at the item displayed on the auction stage. Are you interested, Daoyu? Meng Hanyun snapped his fan open with a flourish. Who wouldn't be intrigued by the treasures left behind by Master Wenqing? Is Master Wenqing truly that renowned? Meng Hanyun hesitated, momentarily pausing in his fan waving, his head tilted as he regarded Chen Xian with disbelief. You do not know of Master Wenqing? The tone suggested that not knowing him was a remarkable oversight. Is he indeed famous? Meng Hanyun chuckled softly. In our western continent, he is quite well known, for he is the only one known to have ventured to the southern continent and returned. He went to the southern continent and came back? Meng Hanyun nodded. Our western continent has limited cultivation resources. Those who reach the golden core stage often seek resources from other continents for further breakthroughs. As he spoke, Meng Hanyun's expression grew wistful. Sighing softly, most do not return, leaving behind no news. Aside from a few who left their life lamps in their sects or families, there remains little else to prove their existence. The extinguishing of life lamps is a grim fate for the majority, leaving only a flickering remnant, a faint hope for those who follow. Remembering his grandfather who ventured to the southern continent half a year ago, Meng Hanyun noted that his life lamp still glowed within the family. Albeit dimly, akin to being extinguished, the family had long since lost hope. It was due to the uncertainty surrounding his grandfather's fate that they dared to act discreetly. Otherwise, he and his sister would not have traveled such a great distance to this remote place in search of the fabled opportunity. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and death is an inevitable conclusion. Chen Xian regarded this with a calm demeanor. I am not one to rewind time. I have long since lost count of how many lives I have lived. Indeed, Meng Hanyun recognized that Chen Xian possessed a profound understanding that set him apart from those he had encountered previously. The way he regarded wealth and power was akin to observing lifeless foliage. This sensation he had occasionally witnessed in his grandfather, though never so pronounced as in Chen Xian. The ease with which Chen Xian spoke of eliminating peers suggested either a fade of youth or an astonishingly formidable background. The age of a cultivator could often be discerned to a degree. Meng Hanyun was certain that Chen Xian's age aligned with his appearance, at least not exceeding a century. It was uncertain which prestigious family had groomed him. Chapter 51, Master Wenqing, the Treasure Map. You have yet to elaborate on Master Wenqing, Chen Xian prompted. How could I forget? Meng Hanyun snapped his fan shut, tapping his forehead in apparent chagrin. Master Wenqing was a renowned figure 3,000 years ago. Who, during his pursuit of a breakthrough in the Golden Core stage, departed from the Western continent. Upon his return a century later, he had successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage. The specifics of his journey remain shrouded in mystery. Save for what is known from the now-defunct Qingdao sect, of which Master Wenqing was once a member. He wiped out his own sect. Meng Hanyun nodded. Indeed. Surprising, is it not? The Qingdao sect was once among the foremost sects of the Western continent, flourishing with 5 Golden Core cultivators during its peak, including 2 at the late Golden Core stage and 1 at the pinnacle. Yet, no matter how glorious, it ultimately met its demise, Chen Xian remarked blandly, casting his gaze at the female cultivator showcasing the treasure map. Meng Hanyun sighed, shaking his head. Indeed, it is ironic. Everyone speculates what transgressions the Qingdao sect committed that would provoke Master Wenqing, who had always defended his sect. To turn against them and enact such a massacre was indeed a bitter irony. None of the predecessors who departed from the Western continent ever successfully returned, and the sole one who did was responsible for the annihilation of his own kin. Is the Southern continent truly as wonderful as you claim? Meng Hanyun hesitated, turning to observe Chen Xian's earnest expression as he scrutinized the auction. Everyone asserts that the Southern continent offers far superior spiritual resources and opportunities for breaking through the Golden Core stage. Master Wenqing's ascent to the nascent soul stage serves as a testament to this. And what became of Master Wenqing in the end? Chen Xian inquired, tilting his head to meet Meng Hanyun's gaze. His eyes dark and inscrutable, resembling a placid pond concealing a brewing tempest, he self-destructed. Meng Hanyun continued. After Master Wenqing's massacre of the Qingdao sect, he concealed their accumulated treasures and artifacts, rumored to be hidden within a separate realm. Master Wenqing even created a map of this concealed space. He subtly gestured with his eyes towards the incomplete blueprint currently under auction. Rumored to be part of a greater whole, it is said that if one were to gather all the blueprints, they would uncover the treasures left behind by the legendary Qingdao Gate, with the most coveted being the Ascension Manual sought after by those in the Golden Elixir stage. It is no wonder that the bidding has become so frenzied, as this is an object of desire for cultivators at the Golden Elixir stage. Chen Xian found himself pondering aloud, almost as if to convince himself, should such a valuable item not be kept hidden away? Why would one choose to auction it off? The auctioneer, a down-and-out cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, claimed that he could not safeguard this treasure map with his current abilities, and would rather exchange it for the cultivation resources he desperately needed. Even though he was uncertain if he could ever collect the complete set, Meng Daoyu was well aware of this predicament. I merely possess a bit more insight, he remarked. Meng Hanyun fanned himself while nibbling on a pastry from the table beside him. Upon hearing that Chen Daoyu was inquiring about the whereabouts of the legendary Qingzhen, he was astonished that he showed no interest in the treasure map. As Chen Xian observed that all the competitors in the main hall had withdrawn, he realized that the real contest was now taking place in the private boxes on the second floor. The price of the spirit stones had skyrocketed to 110,000. And the true competition was just beginning. As the bids continued to rise, several participants began to withdraw, realizing the expense was unjustifiable for only a fragment of the treasure map, especially when its completeness was still uncertain. 150,000, came a bid from Box 5. Could we not make a few more copies of this map? Chen Xian mused. If he were to acquire the treasure map, fearing others might covet it, he could easily print thousands of copies, ensuring that every cultivator in the realm possessed one, much like the once coveted cultivation techniques. If such items became commonplace, he would no longer be pursued relentlessly for possessing one. Meng Hanyun sighed. To be frank, Chen Daoyu, this treasure map not only marks the location of the treasure but also serves as the key to unlock it. Making copies would be futile. Chen Xian nodded, understanding that without the original's protective insignia, there would be no hope. Ultimately, the treasure map was sold for 178,000. The occupants of Box 5 were not as jubilant as others might have expected. Brother, after purchasing the treasure map, we won't have enough spirit stones left for the fragrant herb. The speaker was a fair young woman clad in a delicately embroidered white veil over a blue outfit, her expression tinged with concern. Beside her, a striking young man in blue with sharp brows comforted her by patting her head. If we fail to acquire it, so be it. You know this treasure map has been our father's lifelong pursuit. If we could locate the legendary Qingzhen's treasure, it might contain rare herbs suitable for grandfather. Time was of the essence. They needed to depart immediately. With such a significant item in hand, it was unsafe to have so many witnesses at the auction. They must return swiftly to avoid any unforeseen dangers. All right, the young woman agreed. After completing the transaction with the auction house, they hurriedly made their exit under the guidance of the staff. Following Box 5 was the group from Box 9. Other cultivators, who had been discreetly observing Box 5, were now stirred into action. The auction continued, but an ominous atmosphere had settled in, much like the deceptively calm surface of the Black Abyss Sea, beneath which dark currents churned, ready to engulf any who drew near. "Are you not concerned about your auction?" Qin Xian observed a few figures in black discreetly slipping away from the main hall. Meng Hanyun glanced over, noting that Zhuan Yangxi had ensured the safety of all successful bidders within his purview. Implicitly, he understood that once they exited, their fates would be uncertain in the world of cultivation. Treachery and the survival of the fittest were commonplace. If one lacked the means to protect themselves, losing their possessions, or even their lives, was entirely their own fault. Chun Xian chose not to intervene further. He was already surprised that he had been able to ask as much as he had. What did he expect to achieve by getting involved? The departing figures included several at the Purple Mansion stage, and he was merely a novice at the Foundation Establishment stage. Hardly a match for them. As the two continued their casual conversation, the auction resumed with an array of exquisite items, reigniting the fervor among the attendees. "Qin Daoyu, did you not find anything of interest?" Meng Hanyun inquired. "That I did." To his surprise, Chun Xian's response was affirmative. "Then why not place a bid?" "I lack spirit stones," a commendable and forthright reason. Meng Hanyun couldn't help but chuckle at this candid admission, his laughter erupting uncontrollably, his fiery red hair resembling a flickering flame dancing upon the verdant grass. "You are quite humorous, Daoyu." Meng Hanyun wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes. "I truly lack spirit stones." Meng Hanyun paused, his tone incredulous. "Are you serious?" Chapter 52, The Li Family of Xiyan. Chun Xian merely offered a knowing glance, inviting contemplation. Meng Hanyun. Yet, he noticed that the formations Daoyu utilized were of exceptional quality. After all this time, the only tangible assets he possessed were those formations, that truly considered valuable. "Ah, so my formations are deemed worthy in your eyes?" Meng Hanyun began to question himself under Chun Xian's earnest gaze. Had he truly wasted his years of training? Chun Xian suddenly recalled how to earn spirit stones for himself. While robbing was swift, it was fraught with complications and potential repercussions. Furthermore, there were always those oblivious individuals who would persistently provoke trouble. Perhaps an alternative method could save him considerable time. "If I were to sell some items to Zhuan Yangxi, what price do you think they would offer?" "They would surely provide a satisfactory price." "Excellent." He happened to possess a collection of surplus items he could part with in exchange for resources. Without Chen Xian needing to intervene, Meng Hanyun seemed to have pressed a button, and soon after, the door to their chamber swung open, revealing a stout man in a dark blue robe, resembling a steward, around 40 years of age. "Oh, you have items you wish to sell, esteemed sir?" The man approached Chen Xian with precise intent, bowing respectfully indeed. Chun Xian opened the pale blue outer garment of his robe and began to produce various storage bags. 1, 2, 3, 4. As an array of diverse storage bags tumbled forth. Initially, Meng Hanyun paid little mind, but as Chen Xian continued to extract them, his hand fanning the air became increasingly erratic. By the time Chen Xian produced the 20th bag, Meng Hanyun was left utterly astonished. The steward in the blue robe was equally taken aback. Who would carry so many storage bags on their person? It was evident that these items were acquired through nefarious means. Finally, when Chun Xian reached the 20th bag, he ceased, leaving a small mountain of bags piled on the table. "Let us start with these." He reserved a couple for safekeeping. To say the steward was professional would be an understatement. After recovering from his initial shock, he swiftly began to assess the items. 2 first-tier bags and 26 second-tier bags. All expertly crafted. "If you wish to part with them all, I can offer you 2,500 spirit stones." Typically, they would charge 30 spirit stones for a first-tier bag and 100 for a second-tier bag. But given the quantity Chen Xian provided, the steward was generous in his offer. Agreed. Chun Xian had no objections and proceeded to retrieve one of the remaining storage bags, pouring its contents out with a clatter. Meng Hanyun gasped, "I wonder just how many Foundation Establishment cultivators Qin Daoyu has robbed." The spilled materials were largely second-tier items suitable for Foundation Establishment, with only a few first-tier items from the Qi refinement stage. They cascaded onto the table, creating a cacophony of metallic sounds. The steward's expression turned wooden as he diligently organized the items. Although no one else assisted him, he worked swiftly and soon had everything sorted. After a thorough calculation, he presented a figure that pleased Qin Xian, 35,672. Rounding up, that totals 35,700. Once both parties confirmed the transaction, the exchange was completed swiftly and amicably. While the two here enjoyed a smooth transaction, the pair departing with the treasure map had plunged into chaos. Sister. Li Qingqiu swung his sword to fend off an assailant, turning to his injured sister. Li Qingying, brother, I'm fine, she reassured him, glancing at the bloodstain on her shoulder. Damn, these people are relentless. Li Qingqiu glared at the encroaching group of masked assailants, especially the leader, whose expression was particularly grim. They could have escaped unscathed. But unexpectedly, another wave of attackers had descended, slaughtering their few remaining allies and preventing them from using their escape techniques. The Li family of Shiyan, we have long been prepared for your escape techniques. The masked leader sneered. Knowing we are from the Li family, do you not fear the consequences of your actions? Li Qingqiu's heart sank. Their adversaries were well informed about their background and had taken precautions, indicating that this was no mere chance encounter. Ha ha ha! The masked figure laughed heartily. We sought you Li family members, and what a delightful surprise it is to find you. Their objective this time was initially to capture Li Qingqiu and Li Qingying, siblings whose possession of the Taoist's treasure map turned out to be an unexpected boon. They had not anticipated their fortune would be so remarkable. Once they apprehended these two, they would surely earn the chief's commendation. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the figure in the black robe was already prepared. After the recent skirmish, the siblings had depleted a significant amount of their spiritual energy and were swiftly captured and taken away, leaving only the rustling leaves in the forest, silently narrating the events that had transpired. As darkness dissipated and the sun ascended, the forest began to illuminate. Suddenly, beneath the blanket of fallen leaves, an unusual sound erupted, followed by a rapid ascent, releasing a spectacle of colorful fireworks visible to only a select few. Who would have thought someone would indulge in fireworks? Just as Chen Xian had emerged from his tranquil meditation, he beheld the layers of radiant fireworks cascading like a multitude of falling stars. Fireworks? Beside him, Meng Hanyun, puzzled, followed Chen Xian's gaze but could only see an empty expanse of sky. You can't see them? Meng Hanyun confirmed with a glance in that direction, then turned back, shaking her head earnestly. No, perhaps it was merely a trick of the light. Meng Hanyun, where do you plan to go next? I seek a place to enter seclusion. Chen Xian was in urgent need of enhancing his strength. He harbored a suspicion he wished to verify. Why not rent a cave in Zuanfengxi for your seclusion? Meng Hanyun queried, explaining that many wandering cultivators, including those from sects and families, often choose to rent a cave in Zuanfengxi as a resting place during their travels. The safety of Zuanfengxi is well assured, and as long as one possesses sufficient spirit stones, it is possible to rent higher-grade cultivation chambers. I am financially constrained. Meng Hanyun, if I recall correctly, you recently received nearly 40,000 spirit stones? Such a sum, how many years would it take for a foundation establishment cultivator to accumulate? It is insufficient. Meng Hanyun's expression was conflicted. The amount of spirit stones a cultivator could absorb each day was limited by their cultivation level. Much like an ordinary mortal who must eat daily, regardless of their size, there is a cap on how much food one can consume without consequence. The same principle applies to cultivators. Exceeding the capacity of one's dantian could lead to an overflow of spiritual energy, resulting in violent reactions. There were once reckless cultivators who set a grim precedent by exploding due to such excess, leaving a massive crater in their wake. Since then, others have refrained from such reckless pursuits. After all, one's life is singular, and perishing from overabsorption of spiritual energy is a most disheartening fate. Typically, a cultivator in the Qi refining stage absorbs a low-grade spirit stone roughly every 4 days, while those in the foundation establishment stage consume 2 daily, and at the purple mansion stage, 25 daily. Higher levels require even superior spirit stones. Chen Xian, currently at the nascent stage of foundation establishment, possessed over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, allowing for continuous absorption for up to 50 years. Although the rental cost of Zuanfengxi cultivation rooms was somewhat steep, merely 5 low-grade spirit stones per day, it assured safety. enabling cultivators to train without fear of ambush. No need to see me off, Ming Daoist. May we meet again. After taking a few steps, Chun Xian turned back to bid farewell directly. Before Ming Hanyun could suggest accompanying him, she watched as his figure swiftly vanished. Such graceful movement. Wait, not long after Chen Xian departed, a tall, enchanting female cultivator appeared behind Ming Hanyun, the very one who had guided Chen Xian at the auction. Sister. Ming Hanyun's mood soured, her crimson curls drooping slightly. It was evident that the other did not wish for her company. There was no need to make herself uncomfortable. Ming Hanyun sighed. What brings you here? Father has already been informed of your situation. Our subordinates are still investigating the origin of the pursuers, and results should surface soon. Upon hearing that her whereabouts had been compromised, Ming Hanyun grew serious. It must have been an internal leak, as only a few were privy to my movements. With my grandfather injured and my father's position unstable, some are likely resorting to underhanded tactics. As she spoke, a flicker of ruthlessness passed through her eyes, though her smile remained radiant. Once located, let us feed the fish in the cold pool at the back mountain. Do as you wish. Is there still no news regarding that item? Ming Hanyun shook her head. Initially, there was, but an incident occurred within the territory of the soul refining sect, causing it to be lost. They are currently searching the area. The person sent to find it returned this morning with no results. Ming Hanyun frowned, glancing at Ming Hanyun. Impossible. I distinctly saw it. As she spoke, a thought crossed her mind. Could it have been taken by someone from the soul refining sect? I will have my informant from the soul refining sect investigate. The two stood in an inconspicuous spot outside Zuanfengxi, an invisible barrier rising around them, obscuring their conversation from all but themselves. Meanwhile, as Ming Hanyun and her brother grappled with the acquisition of a treasure to restore their grandfather's health, Chun Xian had already found a suitable cave for cultivation. Nestled deep within the forest, far from human activity, the ambient spiritual energy was as scarce as that found in the mortal realm, ensuring it would go unnoticed by other cultivators. After clearing the area, he set up layer upon layer of protective warning formations. Sitting cross-legged upon a large stone in the cave's center, he swept his sleeve, pouring out nearly 100 spirit stones from his storage pouch, and began his meditative practice. The soul technique Chan Xian possessed was the soul refining sect's soul refining art, which required blood energy. Currently, he was cultivating with the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, a method entirely different in its operation. The common knowledge of the cultivation world was an enigma to Chan Xian. Yet he believed that if blood energy could flow, then spiritual energy could surely do the same. Upon his first acquisition of spirit stones, he unconsciously began to channel both spiritual and blood energy simultaneously. Now, within him flowed two distinct meridians, one red and one white, each traversing the same pathways. Had the ancestor of the soul refining sect known, his eyes would have surely bulged in shock. The notion that the soul refining art could only be cultivated with blood energy was established knowledge. Yet, there were always fanciful cultivators who attempted to use spiritual energy instead, leading to chaotic meridians that rendered them incapable of further cultivation, resulting in their fall to the status of mere mortals. To witness a once noble cultivator reduced to the lowly existence of an insignificant mortal is a far grimmer fate than self-detonation. With prior examples in mind, future disciples refrained from pursuing such perilous paths. Moreover, Chun Xian's unique ability to harmonize two different energies was not merely a doubling of combat power. It heralded the inception of an entirely new cultivation system. From the memories of the soul refining sect's disciples, Chun Xian was aware of these precedents. While others feared the severance of their meridians leading to mortality, he, confident in his ability to reincarnate, felt no trepidation. He would cultivate first. In truth, Chun Xian's current method was the authentic path of the soul refining art. Disciples of the soul refining sect had always known that unlike ordinary cultivators who depended on painstakingly acquired spirit stones, they could cultivate simply by absorbing blood energy through slaughter. Blood energy, unselective of talent or age, had a remarkably low entry threshold. This led to a period when the soul refining sect absorbed a multitude of ordinary mortals for cultivation, subsequently engaging in mass slaughters of mortal cities, expanding at an alarming rate, resulting in a significant reduction in the mortal population, with vast stretches devoid of life. However, after receiving warnings from higher-level sects, the soul-refining sect faced numerous disappearances among its elders and disciples, leading to a gradual decline. Ultimately, they relocated to this area to recuperate. Due to overexertion and the substantial loss of high-ranking elders, coupled with opportunistic actions from other sects and subsequent relocations, their cultivation methods suffered considerable degradation. Nevertheless, after years of recuperation, the soul-refining sect gradually regained its strength, quietly instigating conflicts in the mortal realm, aiming to surreptitiously absorb two other sections. The death of the elder from the Xinqing sect was orchestrated by the soul-refining sect's covert machinations. Returning to the soul-refining art, the original requirement was for practitioners to first cultivate their blood energy. Once their blood energy was sufficiently potent, they would use it to establish a foundation, condensing blood beads, and then they could utilize spirit stones to absorb the spiritual energy within, gradually suppressing the bloodthirsty aura contained within the blood beads to achieve a balance between the two. Unfortunately, the soul-refining sect had lost crucial portions of this pivotal technique, leading them to believe that blood energy was required throughout the entire process. This misconception resulted in many disciples experiencing violent surges of blood energy after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Particularly in the later stages of foundation establishment, many disciples would undergo drastic personality changes, becoming ruthless and bloodthirsty. Even those who managed to ascend to the Purple Mansion stage through their blood energy would find themselves trapped in the late stages of Purple Mansion. Unable to progress further, forcibly attempting to form a Dan would only lead to their explosive demise. The ancestor of the soul-refining sect was thus ensnared in this predicament. After extensive searching through the fragmented texts, he finally identified a potential remedy, Zhang Yin. However, in a twist of fate, Zhang Yin met his end at Chen Xian's hands. Had the ancestor been aware, he would likely have emerged from his seclusion to personally hunt down this individual. Would Chen Xian fear this? Absolutely not. The soul-refining sect had long since been marked in his book of grudges. Even if the refining soul sect does not come knocking, he will eventually seek them out. At present, the utmost priority is to break through to the next level. Chapter 54. The cave dwelling collapses again. Time flows like water, and under the simultaneous exertion of the refining soul technique and his three dantians, the low-grade spirit stones he amassed diminish with the same rapidity. The refining soul technique inherently accelerates absorption, and with three dantians, it is akin to a corpulent individual possessing three large appetites, consuming nearly 10 times that of an average person. After a day's cultivation, he expends nearly 20 low-grade spirit stones. If this were in Fengxi, it would undoubtedly cause disturbances in the surrounding spiritual energy. Without delving into whether they are incurring losses or whether Chen Xian fears others discovering this, the incessant troubles that would ensue are simply bothersome. Chen Xian is not afraid of death, yet he detests the relentless pests that come his way, which he is presently unable to eliminate. Thus, after tentatively absorbing a spirit stone within Fengxi, he decisively chooses to relocate. If Long Xiao were awake, he would undoubtedly shake his head and sigh. If this were an ordinary sect, who could afford to nurture such a glutton? Chen Glutton Xian, sensing the surrounding spiritual energy waning once more, swings his hand without even opening his eyes. Whether it is his fortuitous luck or an abundance of it, a disheveled figure draws closer from not far away from his meticulously chosen cave dwelling. Cough, cough, cough. Li Qingying clutches her injured chest, stumbling forward in haste. Hurry, quickly! Her brother remains behind to fend off the newly emerged group of cloaked figures. It has been a month, and no one from her family has arrived. Something must have gone awry. And now she must rely solely on herself. However, she is gravely injured. How much longer can she endure? Li Qingying is uncertain, yet she knows that even if it means destroying the treasure map, she must not hand it over to the enemy. Miss Li, there's no need to run any longer. Your brother is already dead. Do you intend to perish over that worthless piece of paper? Li Qingying remains silent and continues her desperate flight into the unknown. She cannot stop. At this moment, she is sustained solely by sheer willpower. Once she falters, she knows that both she and the treasure map will fall into enemy hands. Ha! Refusing to drink the toast, you will face the penalty drink. The adversary snorts coldly, and a massive hand descends. Li Qingying ignites her essence blood, hastily dodging the colossal palm. Boom. All the birds in the vicinity take flight. As that strike sends trees and the underlying sand deep into the earth, leaving only a colossal handprint behind. Li Qingying does not pause and continues to flee, while her pursuer seems to find amusement in the chase. Akin to a cat playing with a mouse, occasionally slamming down a massive hand that barely brushes past her, at times, she is buffeted by the wind generated by the palm, exacerbating her injuries. The cacophony of destruction continues, and fortunate for her, the remoteness of the area prevents any cultivators from investigating. Perhaps the overwhelming pressure sensed here deters them. Boom. Another strike. However, this time, it finally triggers the warning formation set by Chen Xian. HM? Chen Xian awakens instantly, his gaze piercing, scanning the area where the formation was triggered. Boom. As he ponders whether someone has inadvertently stumbled in or if an actual intrusion is occurring, the next warning formation is activated. Very well, it appears someone has come to provoke. Chen Xian rises. The individuals outside move swiftly, their cultivation evidently surpassing his by a significant margin. By the time Chen Xian steps outside, the warning formation has already reached its final layer. Boom! Upon exiting, he sees a massive hand descending from the heavens. Drawing a kitchen knife from his waist, he cleaves upwards towards the sky. The immense blade aura meets the descending palm, colliding as they draw closer. The blade aura diminishes, while the hand's descent halts momentarily, achieving a peculiar balance, leaving behind a terrifying atmosphere that distorts the air in the clearing. After all, the blade aura pales in comparison to the energy of the hand. And shortly thereafter, the blade aura dissipates, though the palm, albeit slightly weakened, continues its descent. Nevertheless, Chen Xian unleashes a second and third blade aura to counter it. It takes 5 blade auras to completely exhaust the opponent's massive hand. Chen Xian feels a substantial drain on his internal spiritual and blood energy. Clearly, facing an opponent in the Purple Mansion stage while he remains in the Mid-Foundation stage offers little chance of victory. After assessing the combat capabilities of both sides, Chen Xian is dissatisfied with the outcome. I am from the Xianli family. Please, senior, save me, and my family will reward you generously. Li Qingying gazes at the battle unfolding, her eyes sparkling with hope, and hurries forward to bow in respect. The Xianli family? I am unfamiliar with them. Chen Xian glances at the injured yet strikingly delicate female cultivator and offers no reply. Kid, hand over that girl, and I shall spare your life. A figure clad in black robes and a white mask strides forth from the thicket, his booming voice both intimidating and oppressive. After making this declaration, he strikes a palm towards the mountainside behind him. Chen Xian's newly established cave, less than a month old, collapses once more. One might dismiss this as mere misfortune for an ordinary person, yet it is particularly vexing for the obstinate Chen Xian. Had he not threatened him, perhaps he would have turned a blind eye to the matter. However, having issued a threat and destroyed the cave he painstakingly created, this matter is far from over. Chen Xian chuckles, for the fates of life and death remain uncertain. After all, he has the option of resurrection. The adversary does not. This time, if he does not perish, next time, or the time after that, who can guarantee he will not ultimately be vanquished? Chapter 55. The Three Dantions. Moreover, the opponent is merely at the early Purple Mansion stage. If he can scarcely contend with the formidable elder in the late Purple Mansion stage, how could he possibly be outmatched by this initial stage foe? 3 attempts, at most, he has 3 chances to resurrect. He will undoubtedly eliminate this opponent. Chen Xian digs at his ears, his expression rather infuriating. Now then, if you kneel and kowtow to me, I might just let you off the hook. How about that? Kid, you are courting death. The obscured expression behind the mask is indiscernible, yet it surely conveys displeasure. As a dangerous aura begins to emanate, Li Qingying bites her lower lip until it turns pale, clutching her wound, standing a meter away from Chen Xian. This is no longer a situation where she can intervene. The masked figure is not one to waste words. He simply wishes to incapacitate this young man, inflicting endless suffering before extracting his soul. Both parties are intent on a swift resolution, prioritizing the first strike. The black-robed figure's palm wind is fierce, while Chen Xian brandishes his kitchen knife, engaging directly. Boom, bang. The clash of blade aura and palm power uproots nearby trees, uprooting them entirely and snapping off a swath. Li Qingying retreats several dozen steps before coming to a halt, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. This level of spiritual energy is indeed beyond the capabilities of a mere foundation stage cultivator. Though the black-robed figure has sustained some wear from the pursuit, he has nonetheless retained sufficient reserves, with minimal spiritual energy spent. Chen Xian, on the other hand, has expended all his energy in that single strike, being pushed back several steps by the force of the collision. The disparity in their strengths is immediately apparent. Kid, if you kneel down and plead for mercy now, perhaps I will spare you. Chen Xian, gripping the knife in his right hand, shakes it dismissively, tilting his head in mockery. What a coincidence. I was just about to say the same. Courting death, having not been provoked in such a manner for a long time. The black-robed figure's rage ignites. With his palm facing downward, he slowly raises his hand. Spiritual energy surges wildly into his right palm, forming a colossal handprint in the air, the black robe billowing ominously. Chen Xian, still clad in his somewhat crude gray attire, appears even more out of place beside the cultivators, resembling a laborer. His black hair is tied back with a makeshift hairpin fashioned from a piece of wood he scavenged, with loose strands cascading down. Holding a brick in his left hand and a kitchen knife in his right, he blends seamlessly into the mundane world, lacking any sense of dissonance. Yet, in this world of cultivation, he stands out starkly. Had it not been for Meng Hanyun's company, he might have been stopped at the entrance of Zuan Fengxi. His originally dark complexion, having undergone a thunder tribulation and constant cultivation, has gradually transformed into a pale hue, with his features becoming increasingly striking. If Chan Taizhu were to stand before him, he would likely be stunned for quite some time before recognizing him. A thin smile graces his lips, for just moments ago, he heard a long-lost voice. What the hell? I just slept for a brief moment. How did you end up in a fight with someone from the Purple Mansion stage? And please, don't throw me again. Long Xiao awakens to find himself hurled out, swiftly materializing and directing the brick towards the opponent. With Long Xiao's assistance, Chen Xian feels considerably less pressure. The allure of spiritual artifacts to countless cultivators lies not only in their distinction from ordinary magical tools, but also in their ability to be continuously upgraded. Most importantly, it is the spirit residing within them that makes them so coveted. Once a spirit recognizes its master, it can control the artifact to aid its owner, providing an invaluable ally during combat. Chen Xian's brick is exceptionally sturdy. The kitchen knife in his hand, capable of breaking seals, has been rendered useless against it, demonstrating its formidable resilience. While it may be challenging to contend with the black-robed figure's massive palm, shattering it before formation is a trivial task. With Long Xiao's help, Chen Xian can now focus entirely on wielding his kitchen knife against the foe. The black-robed figure's massive palm is suppressed, and his other hand finally extends, summoning 3 half-foot-long giant needles. The needles are entirely black, adorned with a multitude of runes that gleam ominously as they spin. The moment Long Xiao appears, the gluttony in the black-robed figure's eyes is undeniable. A spiritual artifact. He had not expected something once coveted by his master to manifest before him. If he eliminates this young man and seizes the spiritual artifact, he will undoubtedly earn praise upon his return. The black-robed figure is ignorant of the fact that a recognized spiritual artifact is essentially useless to him. Otherwise, he would not entertain the notion of eliminating Chen Xian. In the blink of an eye, the two sides engaged in combat dozens of times. Chen Xian let out a muffled grunt, feeling a considerable injury within. The black-robed man's attire bore 2 tears. Chen Xian gently pressed his tongue against his right cheek, acknowledging the evident disparity in their strengths. After moving his limbs, the blood droplets within his 3 dantians silently erupted. Blood ignition technique. You are from the Soul Refinement sect. The black-robed man immediately recognized him as the blood aura spread from Chen Xian's body, turning his previously pale lips a vibrant red, while his dark eyes sparkled with fervor. Correct, but there is no reward, enhanced by the blood ignition technique. Chen Xian's combat prowess and destructive capabilities were incomparable to mere steel. Clang, clang, clang. Just moments ago, he had been at a disadvantage, yet now he was able to press the attack against his opponent. With every strike, as their weapons clashed, Chen Xian's unripped right hand had already been stained crimson at the base, while one of the black-robed man's 3 massive needles had been shattered under the relentless assault, leaving the remaining one precariously close to breaking. Chen Xian lunged forward, bringing his blade down, only to find the massive needle held by the black-robed man intercepting his strike. Their distance barely half a meter apart. Chen Xian could clearly see the excitement flickering in the black-robed man's eyes. Silently, the last remaining needle lunged toward Chen Xian's back, and if he continued his offensive, it would surely result in a fatal exchange. Chen Xian could only sidestep, evading the deadly blow. The black-robed man had anticipated everything, yet never imagined that Chen Xian would not dodge but merely shift slightly, evading a fatal injury as his knife severed the needle in the black-robed man's grasp, plunging directly toward his chest. Black-robed man? A madman. It was too late for him to consider retreat. The slightly chipped kitchen knife in Chen Xian's hand effortlessly pierced through the black-robed man's protective armor, embedding itself in his chest. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into the black-robed man's wound, silently exploding and wreaking havoc upon his meridians. The sound was faint, yet the massive needle fulfilled its mission, piercing through the dantian and emerging from his lower abdomen. The black-robed man gazed at the familiar needle tip, laughing heartily. He had merely sustained an injury to his chest, while his opponent had destroyed their dantian. Ha ha ha, just a mere chi refining stage practitioner, daring to challenge me? Today what? Typically, when a needle disrupts a cultivator's dantian, their spiritual energy cannot coalesce, rendering them effectively useless. Yet, Chen Xian appeared oblivious to the pain, and despite the absence of a dantian, he was still able to wield spiritual energy. Chen Xian flashed a broad smile, blood staining his teeth. Apologies, but your grandfather possesses 3 dantians. Chapter 56, The Slaying of the Black-Robed Man 3 What? Hiss! As the black-robed man momentarily lost focus, Chen Xian thrust his kitchen knife toward the man's dantian once more. Regardless of the opponent's armor and natural defenses, it was akin to piercing through a flimsy sheet of paper. The spiritual energy surged toward the knife's tip, exploding instantaneously. Bang! Crack! The brick from Long Xiao smashed down, shattering a large portion of the black-robed man's skull. Cough, cough, cough. I have won. With the last vestige of his strength, Chen Xian stood there, a mouthful of metallic sweetness rising in his throat, with his lower dantian destroyed, and the blood droplets in the middle and upper dantians having self-detonated. He realized he would not live much longer. No, it can't be. The black-robed man's eyes brimmed with disbelief and astonishment as his white mask finally fell away, revealing a bloodied and contorted visage beneath. He swayed momentarily before finally collapsing backward. Stirring up a cloud of dust, Chen Xian, unable to maintain his stance, staggered back 2 steps and leaned against a stone, yet his gaze remained fixed on the black-robed man's eyes. Cough, cough. His expression exhibited exhilaration and madness. To think it took me less than 3 attempts in the early stages of Foundation establishment against the initial Purple Mansion stage. Any ordinary cultivator would have no doubt about the immense disparity between them. This was a clear case of overwhelming superiority. Yet, in Chen Xian's case, not only had he shattered this oppressive momentum, but he had also successfully killed his opponent, a feat that would be legendary in the realm of cultivation. Seniors, Li Qingying did not take the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. Instead, she seized the moment to tease, recovering a bit of her composure. Upon witnessing the black-robed man's fall, she was both surprised and yet felt it was somewhat expected. Oh, you haven't left yet. Only then did Chen Xian notice the female cultivator cautiously approaching. Senior, these are healing elixirs for your injuries, you no need. Chen Xian declined outright, stating that he was on the brink of death. Li Qingying. Having witnessed many dying cultivators, she had never encountered a youth so composed and calm, even exhibiting excitement and anticipation. You damned fool, if you die, how long will I have to sleep? Long Xiao's spirit flickered before Chen Xian, causing him discomfort. Soon as the blood aura burned away, Chen Xian's vitality extinguished. Long Xiao was instantly absorbed into the brick, falling to the ground, indistinguishable from the surrounding rubble. Senior. Hiss. His ears throbbed painfully. Chen Xian opened his eyes once more, still amidst the familiar dissipating calamity clouds and surrounded by a circle of soul refinement, sect disciples. He exhaled deeply. It had been a long time. This was the longest he had lived since embarking on his path of cultivation. Exiting the secret realm, encountering Ming Hanyun, strolling through Xinyun, slaying the black-cloaked man. It had been ages since he experienced such excitement. With the newfound experience in killing the black-cloaked man, he felt more confident in dealing with the second elder. However, killing the latter would also require him to start anew, which felt like a loss. He had to preserve his own life carefully. refining the human body formation flag, exiting the secret realm, battling the second elder. This time, Chen Xian moved with remarkable composure, and unlike the last time, he left the secret realm in a state of disarray. He was even able to bid farewell to the second elder gracefully. The journey proceeded smoothly until he departed Xianyun and discovered a new cave dwelling. Chen Xian not only set up a defensive formation at the entrance, but also laid a killing array at the location where he had fought in his previous life. I am from the Li family of Shiyan, understood. Before Li Qingying could finish her sentence, Chen Xian interrupted her. He rose and approached the black-robed man. This time having prepared adequately, this new cave dwelling had finally not collapsed. Ah? Li Qingying stepped back cautiously, her pallid complexion growing even paler. Had she unwittingly walked from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair? It seemed her life was forfeit today. Alas, the treasure map would not return to her family. As she subtly gathered the little remaining spiritual energy within her, she witnessed what she had believed to be the wolf and tiger engaging in combat. They are indeed fighting. As the black-robed man summoned his massive needles once more, Chen Xian activated the killing array beneath him. You plotted against me. This was a technique Chen Xian had newly learned, known as Snowfall, a fitting name. Indeed, it was as ruthless as it was beautiful. When activated, it ensnared individuals within it, and the small killing arrays within spun like swirling snowflakes, shredding those trapped inside like delicate petals caught in a storm of blood. Buzz, the formation activated, completely enveloping the black-robed man. The small array flags were triggered, and although Chen Xian was still inexperienced, for the already exhausted black-robed man, this formation would consume the remainder of his spiritual energy, ultimately leaving him vulnerable to slaughter. You seek death. The black-robed man was enraged as the first snowflake tore through his robe, and his massive hands flailed within the killing array. Unfortunately, while the snowflakes appeared to scatter with a mere touch, in reality, they were akin to floating duckweed. When his giant palm struck down, it merely sent them swirling away, continuing their relentless pursuit. The sight of blood was inevitable. Hiss. The pure white snow gradually turned crimson, and the killing array began to crumble. My goodness, you are truly ruthless. Long Xiao floated beside Chen Xian, observing the bloodied figure of the black-robed man in a fit of rage, shaking his head and clicking his tongue in awe. If only his expression were not so exhilarated, it might have been more convincing. Speak another word, and I shall toss you in to see for yourself. Long Xiao, why does it feel like? Upon awakening, this master has gone even crazier. Bang! The snowfall array shattered. The black-robed man was nearing his end. Chen Xian advanced step by step, wielding his kitchen knife. Clang! Hiss! The knife effortlessly sliced through the last massive needle that had attempted to ambush him. And with a swift twist of his wrist, the blade pierced through the black-robed man's dantian, simultaneously delivering an explosion of spiritual energy into it. How is this possible? The black-robed man died with his eyes wide open. Chen Xian had only sustained minor injuries this time. Sheathing the kitchen knife at his waist, he stood before the black-robed man's corpse, extending his right hand to absorb the powerful blood energy directly into his body. His previously depleted blood energy gradually replenished. Once he had drained the black-robed man completely, Chen Xian extracted his soul and confined it within the blood-soul flag. Thereafter, the blood-soul flag housed yet another soul of the Purple Mansion stage. Chapter 57. Under scrutiny. Thank you, Senior. Li Qingying stepped forward to bow respectfully. No need. Chen Xian returned his kitchen knife to his waist, preparing to depart, indifferent to the pitiable appearance of the other. Senior, please wait. Li Qingying, observing the seemingly unremarkable yet youthful figure of the senior, felt a sense of urgency as he showed no inclination to linger. Is there something you need? Chen Xian furrowed his brow. Feeling somewhat perplexed, yet he did not express any dissatisfaction towards the other party. Clearly, Li Qingying held a different view, hastily interjecting with an explanation. Thank you for saving my life. Senior, I have a token of gratitude I wish to present to you. With that, Li Qingying produced a piece of paper from her storage pouch, a map that Chen Xian recognized. A treasure map? He inquired. Indeed, Senior, she affirmed. Chen Xian was taken aback. Although he had not had the opportunity to delve into the memories of the masked figure in the black robe, he had glimpsed fragments while capturing the essence of that individual. This treasure map evidently held immense significance for Li Qingying, yet she was offering it to a complete stranger as a reward for saving her life? It was absurd. The mere suggestion was incredulous to him. However, Chen Xian was not one to adhere to conventional thoughts. What use is it to give something you do not wish to keep? He reached out into the void and seized the treasure map, stowing it away in his own storage pouch. Even if he had no intention of utilizing the map himself, selling it would undoubtedly yield a substantial sum of spirit stones for his cultivation. His current training regimen seemed to be rather resource-intensive. He indeed needed to devise a more effective means of acquiring spirit stones. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the desiccated corpse of the black-clad man. This was undoubtedly the quickest way to acquire spirit stones. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. While it might bring swift returns, the ensuing troubles would be too cumbersome, hindering his ability to cultivate in peace. Though he did not fear complications, the influx of troubles would inevitably lead to irritation. He resolved to inquire with Ming Hanyun next time about methods for earning spirit stones. Senior, Chen Xian, having taken the item, turned to leave, but Li Qingying, feeling anxious, raised her voice slightly. Upon meeting the cold, dark gaze of the senior, she felt a flicker of fear. I must speak my piece, she insisted. Would you consider visiting our family? I fear you might misunderstand, she quickly added. What I meant to say is, we, the Li family, have gathered all the pieces of this treasure map, with only the final piece in your possession. Once we combine the last fragment, it will unlock the secret realm of the treasures left by Master Wenqing. Senior, would you care to join us? I can swear by the heavens that if you bring this treasure map to the Li family, you will be granted entry into the secret realm. And all that you obtain within will belong entirely to you, without any interference from the Li family. Li Qingying spoke with fervor, confident in her assurances. The treasures left by Master Wenqing were coveted by every cultivator across the Western continent. An oath sworn by the heavens was the gravest vow among cultivators. Failure to fulfill such a vow would result in severe repercussions, potentially leading to stagnation in one's cultivation or even death. With no hope of reincarnation, this was her objective: to utilize him to retrieve the treasure map for her family, thereby circumventing the involvement of other factions along the way. This woman was indeed shrewd. Very well. He found himself curious about what treasures Master Wenqing had left behind after obliterating his former sect. Thank you, Senior. Li Qingying expressed her gratitude with a deep bow, then led the way as they departed, ensuring to dispose of the black-robed man's corpse along the way. Their purposeful journey progressed swiftly, with occasional surprises, all of which Chen Xian handled effortlessly. The white-clad one dead? In an opulent underground palace. Thousands of miles away, an irate voice echoed in the lavish inner chamber. Yes, my lord, came the trembling response from a quaking figure in black robes kneeling below. If Chen Xian and Li Qingying were present, they would recognize this man's attire as identical to that of the assailants who had pursued them. The individual seated in the central position was shrouded in darkness, obscuring his expression. Did the old monster from the Li family take action? No. The kneeling figure quaked with fear. It was the old monsters from other sections, and not that either. He gulped, his voice dwindling to a whisper, trembling so violently that it seemed he might disintegrate at any moment. The seated figure narrowed his eyes, observing the quaking subordinate. Speak. Their origins are unknown. The black-clad man whimpered, terrified. Why had he, the lowest-ranking individual, been tasked with delivering such news? Unknown origins. The seated figure enunciated each word slowly, as if savoring the implications, the atmosphere growing increasingly perilous. Boom! The kneeling black-clad man screamed as his body rapidly expanded, exploding into a myriad of fragments. My lord. Without needing to be instructed, others swiftly entered to clean up the remains and report to a new arrival. You arrived just in time. The newcomer, evidently of high status within the palace, faced the seated figure, whose expression remained inscrutable, laced with sarcasm. Why lord need not be angered. That young man is merely an inconsequential rogue cultivator. Yet this inconsequential rogue managed to slay the white-clad one, the seated figure reminded. Indeed, the newcomer replied calmly, exuding an air of persuasion. A mere white-clad, given time, could be replaced. Our priority now is the treasure map. The seated figure remained silent, and the newcomer understood he had been heard. I sent someone to probe. It appears that the young man is merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The seated figure straightened slightly. Intrigued. You mean to say he killed a white-clad at the early stage of Purple Mansion with mid-stage Foundation establishment? No, the newcomer shook his head, and the seated figure's interest waned momentarily. However, the next revelation rekindled his curiosity. He killed the white-clad while only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. Early stage of Foundation establishment slaying early stage of Purple Mansion? The seated figure's surprise was evident. Indeed, I suspect he possesses a genuine soul refinement technique. Is he from the soul refinement sect? The newcomer shook his head leisurely. No, there are no records of him among their disciples. However, he appears on their wanted list. The wanted list of the soul refinement sect? Though the seated figure held disdain for the sect, he was aware that their wanted list was a matter of life and death. Indeed, this young man seems to have slain a direct disciple of the soul refinement sect's ancestor during his chi refinement stage and subsequently obtained a token to the soul refinement sect's soul secret realm, turning all the disciples who entered into puppets. Since no one had ever considered turning cultivators into array flags, the information that leaked was not entirely accurate due to the rapid self-detonation of those individuals. Yet the soul refinement sect failed to eliminate him. The newcomer shook his head again, his tone laced with admiration as he mocked the ineptitude of the soul refinement sect. Where is he currently at Foundation establishment? The newcomer regarded the seated figure, enunciating every word: soul, secret, realm. The seated figure sat up straight, an eagerness radiating from him. Do not rush. Let him first go to the Li family to unlock that treasure site. For many years, prior to Master Wenqing's disappearance, it was said that only those with a fated connection could unlock it. After searching for so long, perhaps this young man can assist us. The seated figure cast a deep glance at the newcomer. Very well. Chapter 58. Selling quotas 1,000 miles away, Chen Xian, who was entirely unaware of the schemes directed at him, was being welcomed as a distinguished guest into the Li family's reception room. Li Qingying, with tears in her eyes, recounted the situation to her father and uncles. Chewer, the grief-stricken Li father and mother were devastated at the loss of their son, while several others nearby offered their condolences. When Li Qingying mentioned that Chen Xian had saved her, her parents expressed their gratitude with a bow. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for saving our daughter. Although Chen Xian's displayed cultivation was only at the Foundation establishment stage, his ability to easily slay an early-stage Purple Mansion cultivator indicated that he had at least reached the mid-stage of Purple Mansion. Concealing one's true cultivation while traversing the world was not unusual, and the Li family did not find it suspicious. Upon hearing that her companion wished to accompany them to the treasure site of Master Wenqing, Li father inquired, "How many will be traveling together?" "Just 3 of us." Chen Xian initially intended to go alone but suddenly recalled another matter, changing his response mid-sentence. He had learned from Li Qingying during their journey that the treasure site could accommodate around 20 individuals, and he deliberately proposed a number that would not exceed this limit. Very well. The treasure site was originally estimated to allow for 20 entrants, so the addition of 3 more would not significantly impact their plans. Furthermore, time was of the essence for Li father. Though they had spent centuries searching for the treasure map, they had finally gathered all the scattered pieces, with the core fragment now in Chen Xian's possession. "My friend, that map." Li father hesitated. Chen Xian, feeling generous, directly retrieved the fragment of the treasure map from his storage pouch and handed it over without concern for any possible renegotiation. "Thank you, fellow cultivator. I swear by the heavens that once we confirm our plans to depart, I will inform you." Agreed. Chen Xian nodded, declining the offer to stay and rest within the family. Li father provided him with a contact talisman, and Chen Xian took his leave. "This Chen fellow is quite an intriguing individual," Li father mused, watching Chen Xian depart, stroking his well-groomed beard. Indeed, although he had recently ascended to the Purple Mansion stage, why had he never heard of this person before? Li father's elder brother stood beside him. Perhaps he simply prefers to cultivate in secrecy. There are indeed many formidable rogue cultivators on our continent. Utilizing 3 quotas to cultivate a friendship with a peer who harbors no ill intent towards us bears no detriment. Indeed, the elder brother of Li's father did not linger in distress. After offering consolation to the bereaved Li parents, he summoned the senior members of the clan to assemble the treasure map and expeditiously ascertain the precise location of the treasure. Meanwhile, Chen Xian swiftly located Xianfengxi not far from the Li residence and made his way directly to the main building to find the steward. "Is there anything you require, senior?" Chen Xian revealed a jade token given to him by Meng Hanyun, stating his intention to seek him out. May I inquire your esteemed name, Senior? Chen Xian. Please hold on. Chen Xian. The steward, with utmost respect, escorted Chen Xian into the guest chamber and presented exquisite tea and delicacies. Shortly thereafter, the steward returned. Senior, it is inconvenient for young Master Ming to be contacted at the moment. He has instructed me to inquire on his behalf. If there is an urgent matter, you may directly convey your commands to me. The steward wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. His voice growing increasingly respectful and cautious. It's nothing. Please ask him if he wishes to proceed to the treasure location of the real person Wending. I have quotas available. Upon hearing this, the steward's round face was filled with confusion. Who? Where? What? Fortunately, he was a professional. Even in his astonishment, he regained composure within 2 evenings and hurriedly set off to contact Meng Hanian. Do you have the address of the real person Wending's treasure location? The steward soon returned, holding a mirror that resembled bronze yet was not, in which the figure of Meng Hanyun materialized. Oh? Did you not say it was inconvenient to contact? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow. Remaining silent, ahem, I am currently in a small secret realm with poor signal, Meng Hanyun explained, revealing his surroundings, a pitch-black marshland, not far from which a somewhat familiar figure was engaged in battle with a demon beast. The ability to communicate with you is due to this magical artifact. At this point, even the affluent Meng Hanyun felt a pang of regret. This ancient mirror, capable of allowing communication across secret realms, had originally been of a higher grade. However, over time and with excessive use, its level had diminished. Even so, it had cost a considerable amount to acquire, and it was a consumable item, diminishing with each use. He couldn't bear to utilize it except in dire situations. I possess 2 quotas for entering the treasure location of the real person Wending. How many spirit stones will you offer? 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Meng Hanyun paused, then added, for 1 quota. Deal. Chen Xian readily nodded, finding it somewhat higher than his own estimation. I shall await you here. Those intending to go should arrive promptly. Rest assured, in 5 days, no, 3 days, Meng Hanyun nodded and, after relaying some instructions to the steward, decisively ended the communication. Sister, I have located the treasure of the real person Wending. At that moment, Meng Hanyun, who was evading the 3-eyed green scale beast, was momentarily distracted and nearly fell victim to a sneak attack. The hem of her garment tainted with the beast's venom, hissing as it corroded. Seeing a hole in her cherished attire, Meng Hanyun glared furiously at the beast and unleashed a devastating strike. Boom! The 3-eyed green scale beast, along with its spirit, was swiftly engulfed in blazing white flames, leaving not a trace behind. You little rascal! Meng Hanyun approached and delivered a playful yet forceful blow to the back of his head. Ouch, sister, my hairstyle! Meng Hanyun hurriedly fixed his hair. Enough, hurry! 300,000. Meng Hanyun extended 3 fingers. Deal. Meng Hanyun did not attempt to haggle. Chen Daoyu, you have seen him. He possesses a quota for entering the treasure location of the real person Wending. Really? Is that place not yet found? Chapter 59. The Meng siblings arrive. Meng Hanyun regretted his low offer as he heard his sister's question. He touched the flowing cloud fan in his hand, speculating that it was likely the map that had been sold. He had not held much hope, only to discover that the map he had relinquished was indeed the last one. Did the Li family gather? After Meng Hanyun disclosed the address, Meng Hanyun instantly understood. I wonder how Chen Daoyu became associated with the Li family. Meng Hanyun had never mentioned knowing anyone from the Li family. Have you informed father? Not yet. Then hurry. Yes, yes. After notifying their father, the 2 siblings hastily made their way to the location provided by Chen Xian. Xianfengshi spread throughout the entire western continent, and naturally, flying artifacts were indispensable. Chen Daoyu, I have arrived. On that day, Chen Xian, enjoying a rare moment of leisure at an inn, was savoring his meal when a vibrant green figure with a conspicuous red crown swaggered into the establishment. The newcomer, quite unceremoniously, plopped down beside Chen Xian. Meng Hanyun, clad in a smoke-purple female cultivator's robe, had slits along the hem of her long skirt, revealing glimpses of her jade-white legs as she walked. In contrast to their previous meeting at Xianfengshi, Meng Hanyun's long black hair was partially pinned atop her head, adorned with several exquisite hairpins, while flowing beads of cloud color cascaded through her hair. Shimmering as she moved, clad in matching earrings, her elongated neck appeared even more enchanting. If their initial encounter had displayed a hint of restraint, This moment was a full display of her unabashed allure. Her features were strikingly beautiful. Meng Hanyun was undeniably a handsome man, and as his sister, Meng Hanyun's looks were equally remarkable. With brows like distant mountains, eyes containing the misty waves, a perfectly sculpted nose, and lips that seemed to beckon, her cool demeanor rendered her a figure to be admired from afar rather than approached closely. Not merely a beauty among mortals, she was a rare gem even in the realm of cultivation. Indeed, ranking among the top 3 on the beauty list. I have met Chen Daoyu. Meng Hanyun nodded, taking a seat at the table and beckoning for a cup of tea. Chen Daoyu. This is my sister, whom you have met before. Meng Daoyu. Chen Xian acknowledged Meng Hanyun with a nod. Meng Hanyun, seated beside Chen Xian, could hardly contain his excitement as he recalled the matter they had discussed. Unable to resist the urge to fan himself and cover his mouth, his face alight with curiosity. Did you truly find it? Chen Xian did not respond, merely smiling and offering a confirming glance. Wonderful, when shall we? Hanyun, Meng Hanyun interjected, frowning. Such matters could not be discussed in public, ahem. Let us eat. Afterward, we shall find a place to converse in detail. Receiving a stern look from his sister, Meng Hanyun quickly straightened his posture and served her a cup of tea he had poured himself. Sister, tea. The trio soon relocated to a more private setting, a domain of Xian Fengxi, known for its excellent privacy and anti-peeping measures, at least in terms of the formations. Chen Xian instinctively inspected the room structure. He had recently become engrossed in studying formations, having tasted the benefits of their application during his previous confrontation with the masked man. His cultivation level could only be solidified gradually, step by step, but he could still enhance his confidence through the auxiliary effects of various artifacts. Chen Daoyu, this is your reward. When shall we set forth? Meng Hanyun closed the door, took a seat at the table, and with a wave of his hand produced a storage bag containing 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xian was unreserved, as his recent studies on formations had consumed a significant amount of his spirit stones. He swept the contents of the storage bag into his own possession in 3 days. So soon, typically, for mid-level secret realms, preparations would take at least half a year, or even several years. This legendary treasure location opening so swiftly seemed suspicious. Fear not, the treasure map is complete. They say it can be opened directly using the map without waiting for a specific time. Chen Xian had recently gained some understanding of the general methods of opening secret realms in the cultivation world. Secret realms are broadly categorized into 3 types. One that opens at fixed times, often controlled by different sects according to their respective levels. The second being random secret realms, where both the timing and location of the opening are uncertain. Filled with unpredictable dangers and benefits, it was said that 3,000 years ago, a secret realm had opened within one of the top 10 sects, radiating abundant spiritual energy, which caused great elation within that sect. Unfortunately, after gathering enough disciples, the realm closed and never reopened, leading to a significant drop in the middle-level disciples of that sect, nearly resulting in their absorption by other covetous sects, forcing them to retreat to a third-rate status to barely maintain their existence. Of course, such misfortunes were relatively rare. The inherently unpredictable nature of these random secret realms did allow for some to reap benefits. The founder of the third-ranked corpse puppet sect in the Western continent, for instance, attained his cultivation methods and resources through a chance encounter in an unexpectedly appearing secret realm, which enabled him to establish the sect and achieve his current grand accomplishments. The last type of secret realm is akin to Chen Xian's current situation, often constructed by great predecessors as tombs or treasure sites. Such realms are fraught with peril yet brimming with boundless opportunities, as long as one possesses sufficient keys to unlock the secret realm. It can be opened, albeit through various methods. Historical records indicate that some have required thousands of sacrifices, while others have opened with medium-grade spirit stones, a myriad of approaches, but one thing remains clear. Gaining access to my treasure is no simple feat. In the subsequent revelations received by Chen Xian, it was unexpectedly discovered that the treasure site of the renowned master Wenqing merely required the complete assembly of the map for the location to materialize. Moreover, it was remarkably considerate of the map to guide its holder. The Li family had pieced the map together in a unique manner, and thus the address was vividly inscribed upon it. The preparations over the past 10 days were merely to ensure safe entry into the secret realm, conducting a final check on the already sufficient supplies. Although time was somewhat pressing, Meng Hanyun felt no anxiety. Instead, a A sense of relief washed over him. Perhaps he could find what his grandfather needed within. Are you two going? Meng Hanyan nodded, expressing her gratitude to her companion. No need for thanks. You have provided me with spirit stones? Chen Xian replied with a certain detachment towards Meng Hanyan. A slight furrow appeared on Meng Hanyan's brow. A flicker of confusion reflected in her eyes. Throughout her life, few had remained so indifferent to her presence. This youth had been strikingly different from the very first glance, his gaze devoid of the usual awe and admiration, resembling instead a casual observation of the trees and stones one might encounter by the roadside. A mere foundation establishment, no, now he was at the mid-stage. Noticing the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding Chen Xian, Meng Hanyan adjusted her perception. Yet, the sensation conveyed by his gaze occasionally reminded her of her grandfather. Meng Hanyan appeared remarkably carefree. Even in solitude, he could engage himself in conversation for an extended period. From the moment they parted ways until he accompanied his sister in search of herbs. His vivid accounts of their observations made the journey seem alive and vivid. After 2 hours had passed, Meng Hanyan finally paused to sip some tea. What about you, Chen Daoyu? Chen Xian did not conceal his activities. Stating simply, I have been cultivating and dealt with a few individuals who disturbed my practice. Meng Hanyan nearly choked on his tea. Disturbing your cultivation? Well, they met a fitting end. Chapter 60. Returning to Chen family village, Chen Xian nodded in agreement. In the lively atmosphere around them, the three maintained a relatively harmonious rapport. By evening, Meng Hanyan even sought out a pleasant spot, ensuring they were well fed before parting ways. The resting place chosen by Meng Hanyan and Meng Hanyan was conveniently adjacent to Chen Xian's. Over the next 2 days, Meng Hanyan would come by each morning to greet them before busily attending to his own preparations. Time flew swiftly, and when the moment of convergence arrived, the siblings donned exquisite masks and walked alongside Chen Xian. Chen Xian observed the fiery red of Meng Hanyan's hair but refrained from speaking. Curiously, despite having been in the cultivation world for quite some time, aside from the unusual hair color of Meng Hanyan, all others he encountered had black hair. He pondered what purpose the mask served if it did not conceal her hair color. Had Meng Hanyan known what Chen Xian was contemplating, she would have heartily patted his shoulder and enlightened him. Daoyu? You seem to be unaware. Different factions are intertwined with various interests. Zuan Fengxi claims neutrality, refraining from participating in the struggles between powers. Tio boldly enter the Li family's secret realm. They must at least feign some level of discretion. It is merely a matter of maintaining appearances. If it truly comes to light, they could always claim someone entered under false pretenses, for no one can see their faces, allowing ample room for maneuvering. Most importantly, this is a transaction made with genuine spirit stones. My sister contributed 300,000, and I added 100,000. It would be wise to tread carefully, lest he turns against us. As anticipated, upon arriving at the Li family's gathering place, all eyes paused momentarily on Meng Hanyan's tight-fitting mask and her striking red hair, yet they pretended to look elsewhere. Unfazed, Meng Hanyan stood boldly next to Chen Xian, accepting the attention of the onlookers while assessing the others. After mutual greetings, they boarded the flying vessel prepared by the Li family, a medium-sized craft hovering mid-air, resembling a ship adorned with over a dozen intricate formations, which gradually illuminated upon the infusion of spiritual energy. With a resounding horn, the assembly set forth. The journey would require time, as an ordinary flying ship typically needed at least 2 days, yet the Li family's vessel required merely a single day. Promising arrival by evening, outside, the wind howled, and thick clouds continuously streamed away behind them. Meng Hanyan stepped onto the deck, joining Chen Xian as they gazed upon the sea of clouds. Indeed, the speed of the Li family's ship was remarkable. In the realm of Zuan Fengxi, there was but one vessel that could match this pace, and Meng Hanyan felt a tinge of envy. The intricate formations carved upon the ship's body were truly fascinating. Chen Xian observed the glowing patterns of the formations in motion. Silver circles flickered incessantly, each formation complementing the others in a seamless harmony. Recently, Chen Xian had made some progress in his studies of formations. Yet he still struggled to achieve the synergy between two formations. Typically, attempts to coalesce two formations resulted in rejection or even explosions, with few examples of peaceful coexistence. However, the cooperative nature of the flying vessel was a rarity. Chen Xian sensed he might glean some profound insights from the interplay of these formations. Meng Hanyan, however, was more intrigued by the impending treasure site than the formations themselves, when one becomes engrossed in their pursuits. Time often slips away unnoticed. By the time Meng Hanyun roused Chen Xian from his contemplation of the ship's accelerated defensive formations, the group had already reached their destination. Is this truly the treasure site of Master Wenqing? Meng Hanyun mused as she leaned over the ship's railing to gaze below. There lay a forest, an ordinary and secluded spot in the mundane world. Not even cultivators, let alone regular folk, would likely venture here. Yet, Meng Hanyun soon detected the lingering traces of human life. In such a remote location, there are still mortals residing. Chen Xian remained silent, scrutinizing the familiar yet foreign terrain beneath the ship, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He had never once considered that the fabled treasure site of Master Wenqing would be situated directly above Chen Family Village. Indeed, Chen Family Village, the very dilapidated thatched roof he had seen countless times upon waking. Unlike before, when he had viewed it from within, he now looked upon it from the outside. Chen Xian was struck by the illusion that he might be gazing through that broken hole. Locking eyes with the self he had once awakened. Wait. Spotting Li's father preparing to unveil the treasure map and open the site, Chen Xian stepped forward to intervene. Chen Daoyu, is there an issue? Chen Xian frowned, observing the small village below, where smoke wafted delicately upward. If they were to open the site here, the mortals would undoubtedly face catastrophic consequences. Your good intentions are commendable, but they are merely a handful of mortals. It is their honor to sacrifice themselves for our path of cultivation. Had it not been for Chen Xian's interjection, Li's father would hardly have noticed the dozen or so villages below, resembling mere pebbles at their feet. Just as one would not alter the threshold for an anthill, cultivators would not concern themselves with the lives of mortals beneath the entrance to a treasure site. Could we not relocate them before opening? Chen Xian pressed. Li's father, to be honest, were it not for my awareness of your true nature, I might mistake you for someone of benevolent disposition. To go to such lengths for a few insignificant ants is quite the inconvenience. Yet, Li's father was unwilling to engage in a dispute at that moment, gesturing for others to make arrangements. Li family village. Most of the women were busy preparing dinner, the men toiling in the fields, and the children assisting or caring for younger siblings. The once peaceful scene was suddenly disrupted by the ominous rumble of thunder from the sky. What is happening? Is it going to rain? Heaven forbid! Our wheat cannot withstand the rain. Good heavens, what is that? As the villagers of Chen Family Village looked up, they beheld a colossal object looming above them, casting a shadow like a dark cloud. Chapter 61. Confrontation with the Li family. The men laboring in the fields hastily gathered their belongings and rushed to the village's ancestral hall, while the women in their homes, cooking and washing, called for their children to join them. The village elder was the swiftest, trembling as he knelt before the descending figure of the illustrious immortal. I am the old village chief of Chen Family Village, Chen Yutian, here to pay my respects to the immortal. The remaining villagers, though sparse, followed suit, kneeling in fear, their hands and legs trembling uncontrollably, foreheads striking the stony ground until blood began to flow, yet they felt nothing. Their gazes filled with terror and dread. To them, the immortal seemed too distant and far too terrifying. The lives of everyone in the village hung precariously on the whims of these immortals. This location is now occupied. Depart within the hour, or face death. The leader, a member of the Li family at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, was dissatisfied with the menial task assigned to him, casting a particularly icy glare at the villagers of Chen Family Village. When he uttered the word death, it bore no malice, as if he were simply commenting on the pleasant weather. Had it not been for Chen Xian's timely intervention, they would not have even noticed the mortals gathered beneath the entrance to the treasure site. To them, it was preferable to eliminate these mortals entirely than risk allowing them to escape and potentially leak information. Immortal! The village chief of Chen Family Village, despite his trepidation, dared to lift his head. Leave within an hour? We have lived here for generations, our ancestors resting here, the crops we are currently harvesting, and the possessions we have cherished. All his courage waned under the immortal's gaze, and the village chief, with a bloodied face marked by age, humbly implored, might the immortal grant us a day's grace? Bang! The leading scion of the Li family furrowed his brow. A swift flick of his sleeve causing the village chief, Li, to disintegrate like a burst blood vessel, leaving no trace behind. Should you dare defy again, this shall be your fate. Hiss, the countenance of the Li Xian turned frigid. And before he could finish his words, he felt a chill in his dantian, followed by the frenzied dissipating of his blood. His body, still aloft on the flying sword, involuntarily lurched downward, before he could succumb to the cold or the encroaching darkness. He found himself abruptly restored to the light. Who gave you the audacity to slay him? As the Li Xian fell, he revealed Chen Xian standing behind him, his expression dark as night, an ominous aura emanating from him, causing the other Li family members to unwittingly retreat on their flying swords. Terrifying. Why is this esteemed elder, whom our clan invited, so enraged? Upon seeing the clan leader approach, the surviving young ones breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Daoyu, what is the meaning of this? Li's father wore a grim expression as well. Someone had killed a member of his clan right before his eyes, effectively delivering him a resounding slap in front of all his kin. What could this mean? Chen Xian, grasping the withered corpse of the Li Xian, carelessly tossed it aside, as if discarding a repugnant piece of refuse, before the other Li family members could retrieve the body. The unrecognizable cadaver erupted into a cloud of dust mid-air. With his other hand, he crushed the howling soul. You, Li father, how dare you? Qin Xian, are you intending to become our enemy? An enemy? Qin Xian chuckled at the absurdity. Was it not your Li family that made the first move? The remaining members of the Li family descended from their flying vessel in a grand procession, while Ming Hanyun and her brother flew to Chen Xian's side. The three of them vastly outnumbered by over 20. Father, Li Qingying grasped her father's arm, flying her sword to stand before Qin Xian. Senior, may I inquire why you acted so suddenly? Although the location of the treasure trove was now abundantly clear. Without the treasure map in their possession, this elder could not enter. It was ill-advised to turn hostile at this juncture. Typically, several factions would collaborate to unlock a secret realm for resources, even amidst competition. Conflict would arise only after benefits were reaped. To turn against each other now, with nothing in sight, was indeed an uncommon occurrence. Below, the son of Chen village chief was drenched in his deceased father's blood, his eyes bloodshot with rage. The other villagers huddled together, women clutching children, while the stout men raised their sickles and hoes defensively, gazing upwards at these so-called immortals. They were bewildered as to why these celestial beings would intercede for such inconsequential mortals. Or perhaps there were internal conflicts among the immortals themselves. Chen Taiju, now a robust young man, had gradually begun assisting his father in managing clan affairs. Since his discharge from military service, his prestige within the clan had surged, hinting at his potential as the next leader. Observing the familiar figure in the sky, Chen Taiju squinted, the silhouette growing increasingly recognizable. Hazy. Chen Tieju's voice was barely audible, yet everyone present in the air heard it clearly. Li father was no fool. Upon hearing the mortal invoke that name, understanding dawned upon him. Could it be that this land belongs to this wandering cultivator? The treasure map's location coincides with the mortal village he protects. What a coincidence. Qin Daoyu, does this village fall under your protection? Meng Hanyun, though outnumbered, showed no fear, instead seizing the opportunity to voice the group's confusion. Brother Taiju. Chen Xian descended upon a blood-colored sword. His appearance had changed significantly. Standing now before Qin Taiju, who hesitated to confirm. The once frail and scrawny boy had matured into a striking and imposing youth. His raven-black hair was partially tied back, and he wore a simple gray linen outfit, resembling a tattered sack draped over a splendid porcelain vase, an incongruous sight. Despite the disheveled attire, the youth's formidable aura could not be concealed. Hazy. Chen Tieju's eyes welled with tears instantaneously as he rushed forward. Enveloping Chen Xian in a firm embrace, with great strength. Chen Xian's usually calm heart experienced a momentary flutter, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, creating ripples that quickly subsided but nonetheless stirred the waters. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. All these years, father and everyone has missed you dearly. Chen Taiju lowered his head, using his rough sleeve to wipe away the falling tears, leaving an inconspicuous red mark on his weathered face. His tear-soaked eyes sparkled, reminiscent of his unchanging spirit. Chapter 62. The relocation of Chun family village. The village chief. This thought crossed his mind. Chen Taiju glanced towards Chen Dai, who had finally regained his composure, his earlier sorrow now masked, save for a lingering redness around his eyes.
With the village chief deceased, someone must step forward to oversee matters. Hazy, this is. The Meng siblings landed not far behind Qinxian, scrutinizing the ragged mortals. Sister, it seems that the attire worn by Chen Daoyu is akin to that of this ragtag group. Meng Hanyun discreetly transmitted her thoughts to Meng Hanyan, who rolled her eyes, uninterested in her brother's occasional nonsense. It was blatantly obvious. No worries, Uncle Li, this place has become unsafe. I shall arrange a new residence for you all. With news of the treasure trove circulating in the cultivation world, remaining in Chen family village would undoubtedly place them in perilous circumstances. It was untenable for him to constantly protect them. The optimal solution was to relocate the entire village to a tranquil and secure locale. Very well. Chinde nodded. Hazy had indeed made something of himself, standing alongside these immortals to secure benefits for the village. He was not one to be ungrateful, aware that if not for Hazy's presence, the entire village would have perished at the hands of these immortals without a whisper of warning. Now, preserving everyone's lives while relocating to a peaceful place was of utmost importance. Wealth was secondary. I shall inform everyone to prepare their belongings, no need. Chun Xian interjected. Huh? Chinde was puzzled. Though the villagers recognized Chen Xian, they regarded him with caution, hesitant to approach. The chasm between the immortal and mortal realms was undeniable. Chen Xian and they were now inhabitants of two distinct worlds. Li family patriarch, your clan's disciple killed my kin. I avenged him, which is only just, is it not? Chen Xian strode deliberately towards Li father. It is I who failed to manage my Ki and Li father suppressed his anger. Li Qingying had quietly conveyed words of comfort to him earlier. Allowing him to regain some composure, it seemed that Inger was correct. This wandering cultivator indeed cared for his family, and this aspect had finally revealed his vulnerability. Bowing one's head momentarily bore no shame. Then I must trouble the Li family patriarch to assist with the relocation of my kin. Originally anticipating a confrontation, Meng Hanyun felt a twinge of concern regarding the treasure trove's accessibility. Yet it concluded rather anticlimactically. Did neither side feel a loss of face? Once the inconsequential individuals returned to the flying vessel, Chun Xian instructed all the villagers of Qin family village to stand in the designated area at the village entrance. Hovering in the air, with a wave of his hand, countless array flags emerged. The array disc was directly embedded in the village's center, and the hundreds of array flags were sequentially planted within a 10-mile radius encompassing the village. Enveloping the entire Qin family village, buzz, the formation activated, a faint, blood-colored half-circle barrier shielding the entirety of Qin family village. An Immortal's technique. Chen Taiju and Qin Dai stood at the forefront, their mouths agape in astonishment at the unfolding scene. They had not anticipated that in just a few short years, Hazy had become so formidable. Crack! To command such a vast expanse of land was a challenge even for Chen Xian, who was employing this formation akin to a spatial transportation technique for the first time. How could this be? Li father stood at the forefront of the flying vessel's deck, watching as Chen Xian lifted the entire Li family village, including its inhabitants, homes, and surrounding vegetation. Was he not at the Purple Mansion stage? The Li family members behind him stirred with significant agitation, gaining a renewed understanding of Chen Xian's strength. It had only been a few days, and Chen Daoyu had advanced considerably. Meng Hanyun closed the flowing cloud fan in her hand, tracing the intricate array patterns on its handle. A playful smile gracing her lips, I shall lend a hand. Meng Hanyun left those words behind and departed the flying vessel once more. You. Meng Hanyun barely had time to intervene. Or perhaps she simply chose not to. Chun Xian tore apart the land of Qin family village from the nearby peaks. His internal energy and blood essence surging violently. Merely isolating Qin family village had nearly exhausted all his cultivation. Not enough, still not enough. Qin Xian flipped his palm, summoning the Blood Soul banner, with a commanding shout. Countless souls surged forth from the Blood Soul banner, piercing the edges of the formation, joining Chun Xian in lifting the enormous faint blood-colored sphere. Chen brother, I am here to assist you. Meng Hanyun appeared beside Chen Xian, and with a sweep of her flowing cloud fan, he immediately felt the weight of the sphere lighten considerably. Thank you, Meng brother. With his allies' goodwill, Chun Xian was not one to stand on ceremony. You re-welcome. I know a splendid place that will suit them perfectly. Having traveled extensively, Meng Hanyun was no stranger to the mortal realm. Coincidentally, She had passed through this vicinity recently while searching for medicinal herbs for her grandfather. With no one from the Li family stepping forth to assist, the two figures, seemingly insignificant beneath the colossal sphere, steadily moved it away into the distance. Li Qingying's exquisite visage remained adorned with a smile, albeit one that barely concealed her astonishment and a hint of regret. On the opposite side of the deck, Meng Hanyin observed the dramatic transformations displayed by the Li family, her mood lifting slightly. She did not believe that the petty-minded young man would easily quell the matter. It seemed that the young girl from the Li family had also surmised as much. What a pity it was. For the two parties could have been friends. While she lamented the lost opportunity, Meng Hanyin's face was alight with schadenfreude, which did not go unnoticed by Li Qingying, who felt a pang of distress. Li Qingying indeed shared this sentiment. One could forge a friendship with a promising senior, yet it was tragically thwarted by the short-sightedness of her own clan. At this juncture, one could only hope to avoid enmity. And it would be fortunate if the other party did not take advantage of the situation or add insult to injury. Her father was far too indulgent of these people. Meanwhile, Meng Hanyin single-handedly confronted over 20 members of the Li family, while Chen Xian, wielding the Blood Soul banner in one hand and a spirit stone in the other, tirelessly expended his energy, ultimately leading the entire village to a valley 100 miles away. This valley was encircled by mountains, with a flat expanse at its center, home to a serene emerald lake. Chen Xian and Meng Hanyun were just able to place the entire Qin family village within the vicinity of the lake. The villagers huddled together, gazing at the ever-rising sky, feeling grateful for the solid ground beneath their feet. Otherwise, many would have surely been paralyzed by fear. They were unaware of how much time had passed until they felt a tremor beneath them, which brought them back to their senses. Had they not arrived at a new location? Once Qin Xian dispelled the formation, the villagers of Qin family beheld the verdant valley and the fertile grasslands surrounding them. If only they could cultivate this land for crops. Uncle Qin, please remain here for the time being. I will set up formations around the area to prevent any dangers. Chen Xian extracted a blood-colored jade stone from his storage bag, inscribed with the formation he had used for training. He selected the best one among them. This is a communication formation. If you find yourselves in danger, shatter it, and I will be informed. Thank you, immortal. Qin received the jade pendant with both hands, hesitating to call out to Chen Xian, but ultimately refraining, instead leading the villagers of Qin family in a bow of gratitude. Chen Taizhu stood among the crowd, feeling isolated and conspicuously out of place. Qin Xian, please rise. Chapter 63. The Jade of Inquiry. Will you return? As Chen Xian turned to leave, Chen Taizhu could not restrain himself from stepping forward. Yes, he had come to this world without much goodwill. The only pure kindness he had received was from the villagers of Qin family. Regardless of the circumstances, he would protect this place. Take care of yourself, Heir Hezi. Chen Xian soared away on his sword, while behind him, Chen Taizhu, with reddened eyes, waved goodbye along with the other silent villagers of Qin family watching him depart. All right, everyone, let us hasten our efforts. Even in a new place, we must strive to survive. Chen Dai instructed several strong men to properly handle the remains of the village chief, burying him in the ancestral grave on the back mountain. Others were assigned to harvest the uncollected wheat, while some were tasked with scouting the valley to swiftly eliminate any threats. In a land where entire nations could fall overnight, the sudden disappearance of a village would hardly attract the attention of other forces. Moreover, the indentation left by the Chen family village was unmistakably beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Thus no one would pursue the matter, as long as the villagers of Chen family refrained from interacting with the outside world in this valley. They would even be exempt from taxes. If they worked diligently, life would not be too harsh. Once the villagers were settled, Chen Xian and Meng Hanyun returned to the flying vessel. The Li clan, under the direction of Li father, had activated the map. Not far ahead, the assembled treasure map radiated golden light, and before it, a palm-sized gray vortex gradually expanded with the continuous emergence of golden light. Qin Daoyu, upon their return, Li father clasped his hands in greeting, his demeanor markedly different from before. Chen Xian nodded, not placing much significance on this change. After all, everyone was merely putting on a fade. Should he provoke his ire, he would not be held accountable for the ensuing consequences. Seeing the two return, Meng Hanyin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chen Sr., the entrance to the treasure trove will fully open in an hour. Li Qingying stepped forward. Indeed. Chen Xian did not elaborate further, settling down cross-legged on the opposite side of the deck, closing his eyes to recuperate. The recent exertion of slicing the land and transporting the villagers of Qin family had drained him considerably, and this was a perfect opportunity to restore his vitality in preparation for their imminent venture into the treasure trove. An hour felt interminable to the anxious members of the Li family. Yet to Chen Xian, it passed in the blink of an eye. "Chen brother, the entrance to the treasure trove has opened." The voice belonged to Meng Hanyun, who, despite his usual calmness, could not help but express excitement. His tone brightening, Chen Xian opened his eyes, concluded his meditation, and stood up. From the deck, he observed that the gray vortex had expanded to nearly 3 meters in diameter, stabilizing enough to accommodate 3 or 4 individuals simultaneously. The more than 10 individuals from the Li family, including Li Qingying, were prepared to enter, with Meng Hanyun and his sister equally poised for action. "Chen Daoyu, please," Li father gestured, and Chen Xian did not contest the apparent intention to treat him as expendable. Sometimes, certain dangers accompanied immense opportunities, and he was precisely the sort who did not fear peril. With Chen Xian leading the way, Meng Hanyun and his sister closely followed. As the trio approached the gray vortex, they vanished into thin air without encountering any unforeseen traps. Li father nodded at Li Qingying, who then ushered all the members of the Li family into the vortex. Upon touching the vortex, Chen Xian felt a fleeting blur, and when he reappeared, he found himself in a world filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms. The sky was a brilliant blue, the grass a lush green, and the distant peaks rose and fell like waves, with white clouds lazily drifting above, occasionally punctuated by the calls of cranes echoing through the air. Most importantly, the abundant spiritual energy almost seemed to condense into a tangible mist. Each breath felt as rejuvenating as meditating for an hour in the outside world. What a celestial realm this was! Was this truly the fabled Qingdao Gate? Meng Hanyun's eyes sparkled with admiration as he surveyed this ethereal world. The so-called cultivation realms of the outside world had long since reached a waning state, and what was once known as the nascent soul stage was now merely a legend, let alone higher levels of cultivation. A place with such dense spiritual energy was rare even among the foremost sects of the Western continent. Perhaps the Southern continent held such wonders, but that was far away, and those who ventured forth, apart from the one who created this secret realm, had vanished without a trace. During this time, Chen Xian had also inquired about the past of the Qingdao sect and knew a bit about this treasure trove. The area where the three stood was at the foot of a mountain. Before them loomed a massive jade plaque, upon which 3 grand characters were inscribed in sword energy. Qingdao Gate. It was rumored that the Qingdao Gate had been utterly annihilated by the Master of Inquiry. Little did they know it had been absorbed into a secret realm of his own creation. Meng Hanyun gazed up at the 3 characters, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. The Qingdao Gate, which had once been obliterated overnight, leaving not a trace, had become the subject of countless speculations in the outside world. Yet, it was surprising to see this long-lost Qingdao Gate emerge before them in such a manner. Behind the plaque was a winding stone staircase leading to the mountain's peak, disappearing into the mist. Meng Hanyun first circled the plaque a few times before rolling up her sleeves and taking action. The sound of the fan handle colliding with the jade column resonated like neither gold nor silver, echoing hollowly. The Jade of Inquiry? As she confirmed her suspicion, she could hardly believe it. This item was so precious that even a piece the size of a fingernail could fetch an astronomical price in the market. Impossible! Meng Hanyun furrowed her brow as she approached, verifying her findings, her expression of disbelief shattering her previously cold demeanor. It was indeed the Jade of Inquiry, and an entire block at that, as its name implies. The Jade of Inquiry is utilized by cultivators in their quest for enlightenment. In the realm of cultivation, aptitude is crucial, but so too is comprehension. With sufficient aptitude but lacking understanding, one would ultimately achieve nothing. Conversely, those with keen insight, even with subpar aptitude, could often experience sudden breakthroughs, significantly accelerating their progress. The Jade of Inquiry is akin to a glitch in the world, capable of forcibly inducing enlightenment for those lacking in comprehension, thereby elevating their understanding and facilitating breakthroughs in cultivation. Xuan Fengxi possesses a palm-sized Jade of Inquiry, which is enshrined as a treasured artifact within the main building, closely guarded. However, the use of the jade is also limited. The one in Xuan Fengxi's main building can only be utilized 10 times at most. Thus, The majority of cultivators who obtain it use it for significant breakthroughs in their realms. The block before them, if removed and transported back, could incite madness among all cultivators of the Western continent. Even a formidable force like Xuanfengxi might struggle to safeguard it, of course, if it could be stealthily concealed. There would be no fear of thieves. I'll give it a try. Meng Hanyun immediately sat down cross-legged, one hand resting on the plaque stone column, the other poised with her palm facing upward. Meng Hanyun stood beside her, ready to provide protection. Chun Xian, however, held little interest in this matter. The three of them had been inside for quite some time, yet not a single member of the Li family had appeared. Could it be that everyone had entered different locations? Or had they not entered at all? Casting a glance back at the empty space behind him, Chun Xian pondered this question for a moment before dismissing it. It was inconsequential. Whether they entered earlier or later, they would inevitably cross paths eventually. If they had not entered, they would encounter one another upon exiting. If all else fails, one might as well perish and allow the Li family to enter first. Meng Hanyun has been trapped in the late Foundation establishment stage for a considerable time, yearning to break through to the great perfection of Foundation establishment. However, recent events have been relentless, leaving him with little time to focus on his cultivation. Now, in this moment and place, with the air rich in spiritual energy and the Wendayu nearby, Meng Hanyun feels as though he has finally surmounted that barrier he has toiled so hard against, achieving his breakthrough effortlessly, as if it were destined to happen. Chapter 64. Phoenix would buzz. A slight breakthrough in a minor realm causes a gentle current of air to emanate from Meng Hanyun, dispersing outward. Yet, this minor breakthrough is merely the beginning. He can feel his cultivation surging within him, nearing the pinnacle of the great perfection of Foundation establishment, and he is tantalizingly close to touching that barrier. Meng Hanyun cannot help but let out a hearty laugh towards the heavens. Ha ha ha, who else could achieve such an effortless breakthrough? Calm that a minor breakthrough relies on a foundation of accumulated experience, yet transitioning from Foundation establishment to Purple Mansion requires a bit more time. Chen Daoyu, you may go ahead. I shall remain here to guard him. Meng Hanyun knows Meng Hanyin would never abandon her brother, yet she cannot impede Chun Xian's exploration, thus she speaks kindly to avoid any awkwardness. Chen Xian, who had no intention of meddling with them, pauses momentarily before adding, be cautious. Since their arrival, this secret realm has exuded an overwhelming sense of tranquility, devoid of dangerous traps or terrifying beasts, resembling a genuine paradise. Thank you. Meng Hanyin watches as Chen Xian's figure steps onto the jade stone steps, gradually disappearing around a corner, then sighs as she glances at her restless brother. With so many valuable treasures within, this insufferable boy is solely focused on his own breakthrough. As Meng Hanyun concentrates on his breakthrough, he suddenly feels an ominous premonition. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. He resolves to focus on advancing to the Purple Mansion stage to alleviate some of his sister's burdens. Chen Xian, clad in ordinary cloth shoes, treads silently on the jade stone tiles. With each step forward, the scenery becomes increasingly vibrant. Gazing into the distance, he sees verdant mountains and cascading white waterfalls, akin to a mesmerizing painting that enchants the beholder. Even from a hilltop away, Chun Xian seems to sense the mist rising from the waterfall. However, this idyllic place feels slightly devoid of life, as though it were a carefully crafted dream trap. Enchanting yet stirring an underlying sense of unease. After traversing countless steps, Chun Xian's silhouette emerges in a vast, expansive plaza atop the mountain. He has visited few sects, and the only plaza he has seen is the one at the Wan Hun Festival in Feihu Kingdom, which, while capable of accommodating thousands, pales in comparison to the enormity of this plaza. The immense plaza, as if cleaved from the mountainside by a colossal sword, stretches as far as the eye can see, rendering anyone standing within it insignificant as mere ants. The ground is entirely composed of the Wendayu he had previously observed, magnificently laid out, clearly reflecting the former splendor of the Qingdao sect. At last, Chun Xian spots members of the Li family, over 10 individuals in one corner of the plaza, fervently and obsessively prying at the tiles with their swords, utterly oblivious to the arrival of others. Li Qingying stands nearby, her delicate features somewhat icy, as her current cultivation and status fail to command respect among these individuals. Chun Xian shakes his head inwardly. The decline of the Li family is not without reason. Despite his reckless disregard for his life, he is not devoid of intelligence. Given the current state of the Li family, their survival is a stroke of luck. Choosing to ignore them, Chen Xian strides towards a wooden building on the opposite side of the plaza. In stark contrast to the opulence of the plaza, this three-story wooden structure appears rather shabby, constructed from subpar timber. Aside from some intricate carvings, it resembles the work of ordinary mortals. The wooden door stands ajar. The Li family must have rummaged through it earlier. Inside, the seating is disheveled, and the ground is littered with worthless jade skins, carelessly discarded and trampled upon, indicative of the hurried nature of the previous search. The reception area is devoid of furnishings except for a few simple straw mats. Ascending to the upper floors reveals several exquisitely crafted wooden rooms, furnished with beautiful carved beds and tables. Alongside a few trivial, non-spiritual trinkets, the second floor consists of 5 rooms, all similarly appointed. Climbing to the third floor leads to a vast platform, where Qianxian's cloth shoes creak upon the wooden floorboards. Apart from some overturned wooden chairs, there is nothing else to be found. Phoenix wood. Suddenly, after a prolonged silence, Long Xiao leaps forth, gazing at the lifeless wooden boards beneath Qianxian's feet, nearly losing its voice in excitement. Its entire being seems ready to collapse onto the wood, as if it could lick the boards clean. Master, it's phoenix wood. I have scarcely encountered it in the upper realm. To see someone squander such a heavenly material here is astonishing. Long Xiao's tone grows increasingly agitated as it expresses its disdain for those who waste such precious resources. What is phoenix wood? Qin Xian has yet to hear of it. Long Xiao is practically bursting with the desire to share its astonishment and sorrow with Qian Xian. Phoenix wood is said to be the kind of wood where those ragged birds underwent their nirvana. This wood absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, providing substantial assistance for cultivating fire attribute techniques. Most crucially, not only does this material aid in cultivation, but it can also be used in artifact forging and talisman crafting. Even your newly learned fire attribute formation would be significantly enhanced, by at least threefold, not merely 30%. Such a material is not only rare in the lower realm, it is considered hard currency in the upper realm, fiercely guarded by those ragged birds. Long Xiao smacks its lips, recalling its own attempts to acquire some phoenix wood for burning, only to have 2 of its scales pecked by those birds, causing it considerable pain. Then let us take it, Chen Xian decides. Preparing to store the wooden building in his storage bag, however, upon making the attempt, his storage bag unexpectedly fails for the first time. Chapter 65. The appearance of high-grade spirit stones? Oh, I forgot to mention. Your storage bag is far too low-grade. Only a storage artifact tempered with phoenix fire can contain phoenix wood. Chen Xian furrows his brow. Is there no other option? Long Xiao tilts its body, scratching itself with its hind paw. If I had a physical form, I could use a storage artifact made from dragon scales to collect it. Chen Xian glances at it without speaking. After all these years, who knows how many souls have perished, only to be captured as crafting spirits, and here it is discussing a physical form. Ha ha ha, I've found a high-grade spirit stone. A sudden uproar erupts in the plaza. Drawing the attention of others, a man holds a fist-sized stone that shimmers with vibrant colors, its abundant spiritual energy palpable even from several dozen paces away. High-grade spirit stone? Could such a thing exist on this continent? Long Xiao inquires, sensing something peculiar about the spirit stone, leaping forward unseen by others. Bah! What on earth is that? Before it can approach the spirit stone, it feels an overwhelming threat and hastily retreats. Returning to Chen Xian's side, still shaken. How could such a thing appear in the lower realm? What is this? Long Xiao's face contorts in distaste, and after a moment, it utters, it is not a good thing. Its aversion is evident. High-grade spirit stone? Hand it over. The Li family members, who had been digging at the Wendayu in the plaza, gradually disperse, and someone suddenly speaks up, capturing everyone's attention as they gaze greedily at the man holding the resplendent spirit stone. The speaker is a young man in blue clothing, somewhat rugged in appearance, with a voice that booms across the vast plaza, akin to a shout in one sea. Li Qingtai is one of the new generation leaders of the Li family. And he is also among those leading the family in this endeavor. In his view, Li Qingying's prominence is merely due to her father being the clan leader. Now that Li Qing is dead, and with Li Qingying being a mere woman, she is unworthy to compete for the next clan leader. He was the first to propose excavating the Wendayu from the plaza to take for themselves. Li Qingheng, a young man clad in white with a somewhat delicate appearance, stands before the one holding the spirit stone, confronting Li Qingtai. You better recognize your place. Li Qingtai's eyes gleam with malice. Yet Li Qingheng remains undeterred. With Li Qing dead, the future clan leader will undoubtedly emerge from one of them. Animosity is inevitable, especially in this charged atmosphere. Young master. The man who obtained the spirit stone appears to be around 30. Somewhat worn, but the intensity of the scene snaps him back to reality. He quickly chooses the advantageous option and offers the stone to Li Qingheng, even omitting the title of young master in his address, clearly indicating his stance. Very well, upon returning, I shall propose to the clan that you be granted access to the cultivation chamber. Thank you, young master. The middle-aged man, while initially lamenting the loss of the high-grade spirit stone, now feels elated at the unexpected opportunity to enter the cultivation chamber. After Li Qingheng accepts the stone, he obediently retreats to the side, and Li Qingtai strides over with his entourage. 17 members of the Li family entered. Divided into 3 factions, Li Qingying's faction was the smallest, comprising only 4 individuals, while the other 2 factions each consisted of 6. Had Li Qingchu still been alive, the composition of the entrance would surely have differed. However, with his demise, the 2 lesser factions saw a glimmer of hope. Although Li Fu was the patriarch, he was still constrained by other elders of the clan. The current number of participants was a result of Li Fu's considerable efforts to secure a place for his people. Li Qingheng, do you aspire to monopolize the high-grade spirit stones? Li Qingtai's words fell like a heavy mantle. Li Qingtai, spare me your rhetoric. Once the spirit stones are distributed, they will naturally be returned to the clan. Do not presume that your seniority grants you the right to suppress me. The realm of cultivation is no place for age to dictate authority. Li Qingheng scrutinized him, snorting disdainfully. You should perhaps cultivate for another 2 years. A waste who has yet to reach the mid-level of the Purple Mansion has no right to speak here. Your qualifications are not for you to determine. Were it not for your father consuming pills to enhance his cultivation, your own aptitude would hardly allow you to aspire to the mid-level of the Purple Mansion. It is laughable. Li Qingtai held a deep disdain for his cousin, who relied on pills to elevate his cultivation. To him, true cultivation must be achieved through one's own diligence and integrity. Shortcuts of this nature were the most contemptible. However, the matter of Li Qingheng's reliance on pills was an open secret within the Li family. Yet no one dared to voice it openly. Now that Li Qingtai had laid it bare, his delicate features grew increasingly sinister, his narrowed eyes concealing a latent threat. Li Qingtai, are you courting death? His narrow-mindedness had always led to jealousy towards Li Qingchu, whose talents surpassed his own. Li Qingchu had made significant contributions outside, and in his view, the greatest threat to the designated young patriarch was none other than Li Qingchu. As for Li Qingtai, he was merely a simpleton with brawn, serving as a useful shield. Now that Li Qingchu was dead, this once useful shield had audaciously stepped forward, and perhaps it was time to consider permanently sealing him within this secret realm. Once outside, no one would dare contest his claim to the position of young patriarch. The future patriarch would undoubtedly be him. Enough. We are in a secret realm. Our clan must stand united. Are we preparing to provide others with a spectacle of our internal strife? Li Qingying's fair visage was laced with coldness as she positioned herself between the two, halting the escalating conflict. Her gaze shifted towards the side, where Chun Xian observed the unfolding drama. Qingtai, since you have discovered the first high-grade spirit stone, it stands to reason that there may be a second or third beneath the square. Rather than squandering time here in quarrels, we should continue our excavation. Li Qingying's words struck a chord with Li Qingtai. If there were indeed more high-grade spirit stones below, then his contention here was utterly futile. He might as well heed his cousin's advice and seek out more for himself. After appeasing Li Qingtai, she turned her attention to Li Qingheng. Qingheng, your cultivation is formidable, and you will inevitably require more spirit stones in the future. This is an opportune moment to allow those below to gather more. Such treasures are exceedingly rare outside this secret realm. Li Qingheng's grim countenance softened somewhat. Although his cousin often played the peacemaker, there was truth in her words and the outside world, let alone the entire Western continent. Finding even a single high-grade spirit stone was no simple feat. It was indeed unwise to waste precious time quarreling here. He resolved to heed Qingying's counsel. Chapter 66. Feng Wenqing casting a sharp glance at Li Qingtai. He proceeded towards the opening where the first high-grade spirit stone had been unearthed. Li Qingying observed the now quiet factions with a heavy heart, pondering what her uncle and third uncle were thinking. Could the Li family truly regain its former strength? Her momentary confusion was swiftly cast aside, and she offered a reassuring smile to the surrounding clan members, encouraging them to continue their quest for the Wendayu. She then approached Chen Xian. Chen Xian, will you not take even a fragment of Wendayu with you? Chen Xian regarded her with mild indifference. Miss Li, it appears you are not particularly invested in these matters. Wendayu held little significance for him. What he truly needed was ample time to accumulate and elevate his cultivation to the Purple Mansion stage. Had the high-grade spirit stones in the hands of these individuals been authentic, he would have acted without hesitation. Alas, they were mere fakes. Chen Xian was not one to solely rely on Long Zhao's assertions. He maintained a high degree of vigilance towards the so-called high-grade spirit stones. Long Xiao, perched upon Chen Xian's shoulder, stifled a yawn. Such a worthless counterfeit, and yet you fools treat it like a treasure. With the clan members sharing the burden, the younger generation need not overly concern themselves. Li Qingying smiled faintly. Her initial encounter with the two had transformed significantly. She had to consider her family's interests. Her earlier gratitude was genuine, but her current wariness was equally sincere. Chen Xian, uninterested in engaging in mind games with her, turned and approached the rear of the wooden structure, where a narrow path down the mountain became visible. Had he not witnessed it personally, it would likely have gone unnoticed. Yes, I smell something particularly fragrant from this direction. Long Xiao exclaimed, his lethargy vanishing in an instant, his eyes sparkling with excitement and his tail raised high. The stone steps leading down were not as broad or flat as those traversed earlier. The stones were barely the size of a palm, making footing precarious. Most critically, this area seemed to be under a spatial prohibition. Chen Xian had initially intended to utilize his sword to fly down, but the restriction forced him to rely solely on his agility, leaping down step by step. His nimble movements ensured that he landed precisely each time. After descending roughly a third of the way, he finally spotted a protruding platform. Alighting upon it, he found himself facing a stone door embedded in the mountainside. The door was small, just wide enough for one person to pass through, and it was overgrown with weeds, making it easy to overlook. Strange, why do I detect an unpleasant odor? Long Xiao inquired, sniffing the air in confusion. The scent bore a striking resemblance to that left by a group of scruffy birds. Yet had not those birds long vanished from this realm? Chen Xian began searching for the mechanism to open the door, quickly locating it, contrary to the anticipated thunderous opening of the stone door. The mechanism activated with a quiet slide, revealing a narrow, illuminated passageway. Unconcerned about potential traps, Chen Xian stepped forward. The sound of footsteps echoed oddly in the serene passage, reminiscent of jade striking stone, creating an oppressive atmosphere in the vast, elongated corridor. As he walked, he observed that the passage, though appearing smooth from the outside, was crafted from a material resembling jade, adorned with intricate carvings of various designs. From the entrance onward, the carvings seemed to chronicle the history of a sect's development. The narrative began with a fiery descent from the heavens, transforming into avian forms, as numerous figures knelt below in supplication. Subsequently, the avian forms morphed into humans, with the kneeling figures dividing into several groups. Seemingly practicing martial arts, as the narrative progressed, the figures grew in size, beginning to encircle the central figure, which had taken on a human form. The avian figure was ultimately trapped in a cage, while the now magnified figures wielded an array of weapons, violently dismembering the captive. The avian figure languished in its cage, while the figures outside reveled in song and dance. Eventually, the avian figure vanished, and flames engulfed the cage, igniting the figures outside, whose anguished cries could almost be heard through the jade-like barrier. Ultimately, the cage disappeared, leaving behind a solitary red egg. The surviving figures then utilized the remaining resources to rebuild a magnificent abode upon the scorched earth. While the fate of the egg remained a mystery, in its place, a singular red figure emerged on the luminous jade wall. This red figure grew larger, and the once erected abode flourished even more. Yet, when the red figure reappeared, the once grand structure lay in ruins beneath its feet, the remnants of the other figures strewn about, limbs scattered across the ground. The final scene depicted the red figure, now carved to life-size proportions, seemingly piercing through time and space. Locking eyes with Chen Xian, as Chen Xian gazed upon the visage of the red figure, he perceived a strikingly cold yet fervent presence. Such contrasting descriptions seemed fitting for this individual. The figure possessed an unmistakable beauty, with fiery red hair crowned by a golden diadem. Its eyes, though alluring, emitted a chilling intensity. Clad in a scarlet robe embroidered with enigmatic golden patterns, its feet adorned with matching golden boots, it wielded a long crimson sword, its hue reminiscent of flames and the essence of countless lives. Chen Xian stared at the figure for an extended moment before finally discerning the three carved characters at its feet. Feng Wenqing. Was this truly the legendary figure known as Wenqing? Could it be that they are of the Phoenix lineage? Long Xiao exclaimed in genuine surprise. Indeed, it appears so, Chen Xian replied, casting one last glance at the jade sculpture. Before reaching the end of the passage, this cavern, a vast hollow space, is where Chen Xian found himself at the end of a narrow path, perched inconspicuously upon a section of the cavern wall. From his vantage point, Chen Xian appeared no more than a mere speck upon the ground. As he gazed upon the wonders within the cavern, Long Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils constricting as he exclaimed, Chapter 67. The Phoenix Egg, Muddled Feathered Bird Egg. The entire mountain had been excavated, revealing a slender, elongated stone pillar that seemed to reach deep into the earth's core, at the top of which rested a half-meter-tall, crimson egg-like object. Long Xiao soared into the air, circling the egg twice before finally alighting upon its slightly pointed apex. His four claws gripped it firmly as he lowered his head to sniff the surface of the egg. Such a pure essence. The motley feathered birds from the upper realm are known for their emphasis on bloodline lineage. How could such a pure-blood egg possibly fall into their hands? Is this a phoenix egg? Chen Xian gleaned from Long Zhao's occasional remarks that the dragon and phoenix clans have always been at odds. When Long Xiao reminisced about the phoenix clan, he often referred to them derisively as muddled feathered birds. An expression of inner conflict flickered across Long Zhao's countenance. Indeed, the bloodline remains quite pure. He felt an uncanny familiarity with this trace of bloodline, yet could not recall its origin. Since he could not remember, he dismissed the thought. Such matters rarely lingered in his mind for long. Long Xiao shook his head, his eyes gleaming with inspiration as he proposed what he believed to be an excellent idea. Master, should you not contract this bird egg? Contract? Indeed. While the muddled feathered birds may lack in combat prowess, they possess the ability to be reborn through nirvana. If this egg hatches, it could yield significant combat strength. Long Xiao was internally calculating. This master did not appear to be someone to be trifled with and harbored great potential. Sooner or later, he would return to the upper realm, if he could contract a pureblood from the muddled feathered bird clan. Upon their return, how would those raucous birds dare to behave arrogantly? Long Xiao would never confess that he had once been singed by the phoenix fire of the muddled feathered birds, leaving him bald for several centuries, forcing him into seclusion until his scales regrew sufficiently for him to venture out once more. The human and spirit prepared to contract the phoenix egg. A sudden sound echoed from the cavern's ceiling. With a crack, several stones plummeted from above, directly towards the phoenix egg. Before the stones could strike the egg, a layer of red light enveloped it, incinerating the fist-sized stones into dust, rendering them utterly harmless. There was space below. From the newly created opening in the cavern's ceiling came a resonant voice, followed by a thunderous roar. The previously small opening suddenly erupted with a rumble. As if an explosive talisman had been activated at the entrance, a multitude of stones cascaded down. Aside from those incinerated by the red light near the phoenix egg, the rest plummeted into the abyss below. Chen Xian looked up to see several heads peering down from the illuminated opening above, their gazes meeting his. Young clan leader, look, what is that? Li Qingheng spotted the figure clad in gray linen at the edge of the cliff. Upon hearing the exclamations of those around him, he shifted his gaze and, upon closer inspection, was momentarily breathless. What is this? Is it an egg of a spirit beast? Confusion soon followed. Why does this esteemed elder, invited from our clan, seem so knowledgeable about this secret realm? They had inadvertently breached the lower level while mining for spirit stones and spirit jade. Yet the way the other party appeared suggested they had entered from a much safer location. Li Qingheng's gaze drifted towards the tunnel behind Chen Xian. The other party exhibited no interest in the jade of inquiry in the square, nor in the appearance of high-grade spirit stones. But instead, they were captivated by this cavern, and this egg could not possibly be an ordinary object. Everyone, heed my command. If anyone assists me in seizing this egg, they shall receive a Zifu pill upon our return to the clan. Li Qingheng decisively threw out the bait. The Zifu pill, as the name suggests, is used for breaking through to the Zifu stage during the Foundation establishment period, increasing the chance of success by 30%, a coveted item that is difficult to acquire even with spirit stones. Coincidentally, his mother was an alchemist. While it might take some effort, it was not an impossible feat for her to produce this item. With the allure of such a generous reward, not only the Li clan members already allied with him, but also those under Li Qingying and Li Qingtai were stirred. After all, a Zifu pill, even if one could not utilize it personally, could be sold for a significant sum of spirit stones, ensuring ample resources for future cultivation. If anyone helps me obtain this spirit beast egg, they may claim a third-grade magic weapon upon our return to the clan. Li Qingtai, eyeing the crimson egg atop the stone pillar, also boldly spoke up, a third-grade magic weapon. This was an excellent item for those at the Zifu stage, and the previously interested individuals instantly became animated. Why did they come to the secret realm if not to acquire resources for cultivation? Wealth, companions, land. These 4 words encapsulated the life of a cultivator. The items they obtained in the secret realm would require them to surrender at least 80% upon returning to the clan. But if they could secure private rewards upon their return, everything would belong to them. I'll go, young clan leader, rest assured, we will certainly help you seize that spirit beast egg. What young clan leader? The clan has not issued any orders, yet you dare to shout such things, not fearing the ridicule that may ensue. What did you say? You're embarrassing the Li family. I see you're simply asking for trouble. Come on, let us compete. Once a united clan, they had yet to obtain the treasure, and already they were embroiled in internal strife. Enough, Li Qingying admonished, her icy gaze sweeping over each member of the Li family. She had always been of a gentle disposition, with her brother shielding her from the fray. However, with her brother gone, the faces of these people had all changed. During this treasure-seeking expedition, her uncle, third uncle, and the clan elders had developed considerable tensions with her father. If only her brother were still here. Qingying, my sister, do not be upset. We are merely jesting, we will not truly come to blows. Li Qingheng interjected with a friendly smile, gesturing to the others. Enough, enough, we are all family here. Let us not give outsiders a reason to mock us. After saying this, he cast a pointed glance at Li Qingtai. Li Qingheng, what do you mean by that? Li Qingtai could hardly bear to witness Li Qingheng's smug demeanor. If not for his mother being an alchemist, he would not stand a chance in vying for the position of clan leader. He ought to consider his own cultivation and aptitude. Li Qingheng feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. Look at what my cousin said. I did not specifically name anyone, so how could he take it personally? As the two continued their bickering, it seemed as though tensions would reignite. Ultimately, however, they hesitated, refraining from actual confrontation. Chen Xian paid little mind to the cacophony around him. His thoughts were consumed with how to traverse the nearly 100 Jong distance to claim the phoenix egg within the cavern. He had previously attempted to use flight magic, only to discover that it was utterly ineffective within this hollow expanse. Anyone daring to employ it would surely plummet into the unseen abyss below. Ah, look! Someone foolishly tried it. Void prohibition? Li Qingtai's already dark expression deepened further. The one who had just fallen into the abyss was a member of his Li clan who had been relying on him, having received a flying artifact from him. Yet they had not anticipated that the flying artifact would prove useless not only outside but also within this cavern. They were at least 50 Zhong away from the egg, and if measured in a straight line, those from the Li family were closer to the egg than Chen Xian. With Chen Xian unable to approach the phoenix egg by flight, and the Li family also unable to accurately land on the spirit beast egg from above, they needed a rope. Li Qingheng assessed their position relative to the spirit beast egg and decisively opted for the simplest solution. If flight was prohibited, they would resort to the most primitive method of lowering a rope to retrieve the egg. Yes, Chapter 68, Unfathomable Flames. The individuals below Li Qingheng rummaged through their storage bags for a considerable time before someone finally produced a rope-like artifact, tentatively lowering it from above, yet it still fell short. Li Qingtai was not slow either. His father was a craftsman and had provided him with numerous artifacts, among which was a rope that could extend up to 100 Jong. Down. The individuals above secured one end of the rope and selected an agile person to slide down. The individual moved swiftly, covering the 50 Jong distance in merely a few breaths, landing several meters away from the spirit beast egg amidst the astonished, anxious, and expectant gazes of the onlookers. Li Qingheng, his hand concealed within his sleeve, instinctively clenched tightly. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, he could not afford to act recklessly, only feeling an urgent impatience as he watched the individual attempt to maneuver closer to the spirit beast egg. Ah, indeed, the ignorant are often the bold. Long Xiao floated in midair, observing the reckless individual. He would meet his demise. Chun Xian, catching Long Xiao's tone, recalled the protective red light surrounding the phoenix egg. Of course, did he truly believe that a mere mortal could touch a divine beast's egg? Though Long Xiao held a disdain for the Phoenix clan, as a divine beast from the upper realm, their mutual contempt was one thing, but allowing the filthy hands of a commoner to tarnish it was another. How then shall I contract it? Merely touching it could lead to incineration. If he attempted to form a contract with the Phoenix egg, would he not be similarly repelled by the crimson light? Your blood is different. Although he would not admit it, Long Xiao could sense that this new master, whether in blood or soul, was markedly distinct from the ordinary cultivators of the lower realm. He had never encountered a purity of vitality and blood that could rival that of the pure-blooded dragon and phoenix clans. As for the soul body, it was inscrutable, utterly beyond comprehension. Long Xiao had succeeded in forming a contract merely by staining his spiritual weapon with Chun Xian's ordinary blood, something that typically required even the heartfelt blood of a human cultivator to achieve success. It was simply not the same. Chun Xian lowered his gaze, concealing a thread of contemplation. Meanwhile, members of the Li clan swung on a rope in the center of the cave, gradually inching closer to the spirit beast egg. Li Qingtai, perched anxiously at the cave's entrance, unconsciously crushed the stones at the edge with his hands, his tension palpable. Almost there, just a little further, Li Qing's tightly clenched fists, buried deep in his palms, remained fixed, his eyes unblinking as they focused on the individual nearing success. The breaths of those around him had stilled. Just a bit more, just a fraction more. Hearts raced as the rope swayed ever closer to the spirit beast egg. It was done. With a surge of hope, the Li clansman hanging from the rope reached out, and in that final swing, he was finally able to touch the spirit beast egg, before a cry of pain could escape his lips. He was enveloped by a sudden layer of crimson light that appeared beside the egg, silently disintegrating him into dust. The red glow did not cease after consuming the Li clansman. It instead surged upwards along the rope towards the cave's opening. Throw it away! Li Qingtai acted decisively, yanking the other end of the rope. In the instant he released it, the crimson light had already surged up. Hiss! The rope-like artifact disintegrated into nothingness, and the red light vanished. Chun Xian squinted, finally recognizing the familiar crimson glow. Was it not the very flame depicted on the murals at the entrance of the passage? Chapter 69. Contracting the phoenix egg after several attempts. And the loss of 2 more members, the Li clan finally gave up, casting reluctant glances at the egg before their eyes drifted to Chen Xian, who had remained motionless by the stone wall from the beginning. And they departed without a second thought. This treasure trove was vast. There was no need to expend too many lives here. After all, the map was in their possession, and if they could not acquire it this time, they would seek their father's counsel upon exiting. They did not believe this outsider would be able to obtain the egg. All right, they're gone. Long Xiao flicked its tail and floated down from the cave entrance. Have you found a way to proceed? It could glide over, but lacking a physical form, it was incapable of retrieving the egg. That, of course, the murals were all there, weren't they? Chen Xian nodded. Long Xiao exclaimed, Huh, murals? What murals? Chen Xian stood at the edge of the modest stone platform, with the passage he had just entered behind him and a chasm nearly 100 feet deep before him. Anyone glancing over would have no choice but to retrace their steps. Ignoring the ominous abyss ahead, Chun Xian stepped forward, eliciting a gasp from Long Xiao. You Datha? Long Xiao's scales bristled, quickly transforming into a stone sculpture. Overwhelmed by the spectacle before it, Chun Xian was actually treading upon the black abyss as if an invisible, transparent stone bridge spanned the void beneath his feet. Each step he took was both steady and precise. He seemed to innately know where to place his foot next without the need to see. He did not head straight for the phoenix egg, but instead took a couple of steps forward, occasionally retreating or inexplicably sidestepping, moving in a manner that defied logic. Long Xiao hovered in the air, observing the entire route. Though the dragon clan seldom researched formations, they were well aware of their adversaries. Is this the formation of the scruffy bird? Long Xiao tilted its head, finally piecing together a thread of understanding from its ancestral memories. No, how could you possibly know the scruffy bird's formation? It had been inscribed on the wall. As Chen Xian walked, he recalled the red elements seen along the passage's murals. Initially uncertain, he had noted that when one of the Li clansmen perished near the right side of the phoenix egg, it seemed as if he had collided with an invisible platform. Though quickly reduced to ashes by the phoenix fire, that momentary pause had not escaped Chen Xian's notice. The spot where the man fell corresponded precisely to the last mural on the wall. Where flames were reborn, if one were to divide the murals traversed along this wall into segments, it would become evident that each red, regardless of whether depicted in human or egg form, could be viewed as a footprint, seamlessly connecting the entire sequence. Those red dots represented the steps taken toward the spirit beast egg within the cave, clear and unmistakable. Chen Xian took his first step, confirming the presence of the invisible surface beneath his feet. With each subsequent step, he moved with conviction and steadiness, ultimately traversing the void to stand half a meter from the phoenix egg. He did not rush to make a move, but instead examined the crimson egg closely. Only upon nearing could he discern that the phoenix egg resembled a burning flame, its golden glow at the apex forming mysterious patterns that danced across the shell. Far from the rigid appearance perceived by outsiders. Master, hurry, drip your heartfelt blood upon it. Long Xiao floated beside Chen Xian, rubbing its forepaws together, more impatient than the one directly involved. Should they successfully bind such a pure-blooded phoenix as a servant and return to the upper realm, it would surely relish mocking the scruffy birds. Long Xiao could already envision the moment it would jeer at the scruffy birds, unable to suppress a chuckle. The term master rang particularly sincere from its lips. While Chen Xian had used ordinary blood to contract Long Xiao, he would employ heartfelt blood for the phoenix egg, ensuring that the phoenix could not escape the effects of the contract. Without hesitation, Chen Xian grasped at his chest, a droplet of heartfelt blood emerging, causing his complexion to pale. For cultivators, nothing was more precious than heartfelt blood. If severely depleted, it could not only shorten one's lifespan but also trap the cultivator's cultivation at its current level, hindering further advancement and potentially leading to a significant decline in strength, making recovery nearly impossible. He swiftly pressed the droplet of heartfelt blood against the phoenix egg. The phoenix ball possessed its own spirit. A standard equal contract could not compel such an arrogant divine being to bow, let alone an obviously humiliating master-servant contract. Master-servant contract. Long Xiao exclaimed in shock. Although its contract with Chen Xian outwardly appeared to be a master-servant arrangement, it was not strictly so. To some extent, they maintained an equal standing. However, this time, utilizing heartfelt blood for the contract was markedly different from the previous half-hearted agreement. It was a pure master-servant contract that completely controlled the other party, capable of annihilating any resistance. Were Long Xiao to perform the binding itself, it would likely hesitate to employ such a degrading contract, effectively trampling the dignity of the Phoenix clan. If this were to occur in the upper realm, Long Xiao pondered, retracting its claws. It could not possibly accompany this unworthy master to face the wrath of the Phoenix clan, could it? Hiss! Ignorance breeds courage. Long Xiao gazed at Chen Xian with admiration. The phoenix egg would undoubtedly not remain passive. The surrounding crimson light intensified, blocking the droplet of heartfelt blood from reaching the shell. Junior, are you being overly autocratic? Suddenly, a voice echoed within the cave. As the red flames above the phoenix egg coalesced into a human form, cultivators typically possessed exceptional appearances, and this individual before him was extraordinarily stunning, even as a remnant of divine consciousness. Their former might was evident. Chen Xian raised his gaze, locking eyes with the figure. It was none other than the renowned Master Wenqing. Chen Xian was not the least bit surprised. The person before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the one depicted in the last mural on the wall. Their identity unmistakable, Master Wenqing regarded this peculiar young man before him, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. This individual possessed abundant vitality and blood, a robust soul body, and had cultivated quite well in terms of spiritual energy. Yet their physical form seemed rather frail, creating an uncomfortable impression. It was akin to forcibly cramming a massive object into a bottle ill-suited for its size. The vessel appeared on the verge of bursting yet stubbornly held together for some inexplicable reason. It resembled an ancient creature that had failed its tribulation yet was forcefully seizing control, though the soul body and the physical form exhibited a high degree of compatibility, unlike a mere usurper. You are indeed an intriguing junior. Your soul body and vitality are formidable, yet your physical form lags behind. You are not a usurper, which is peculiar indeed. How about this? If you agree to sign an equal contract with it, I shall bestow upon you a body refinement technique to ensure your physical form aligns with your soul body. What do you say? Master Wenqing appeared quite amiable, making it hard to imagine how he had once annihilated his entire sect. Deal. Xiao nodded. Master Wenqing was satisfied with the young man's perceptiveness and summoned a droplet of blood from the phoenix egg, leading to the establishment of an equal contract between them. The moment the contract was forged, Xiao felt as if his consciousness had been plucked like a string, allowing him to sense the being within the phoenix egg. You possess commendable talent. Should you reach the upper realm in the future, feel free to seek me out. Master Wenqing tossed a jade, slipped to Chen as his form gradually dissipated. You have contracted it. You are now the master of this treasure trove. Take care. As the last word was spoken, the entire cave began to tremble. Chapter 70. Chaotic battle. With a resounding cry, the phoenix egg swayed from side to side atop the stone pillar. A golden phoenix, materializing from the void, burst forth from the egg, shattering the ceiling of the cave. The celestial creature soared, creating a resounding echo as it circled the treasure site before diving down once more, plunging directly into Chen body. What is that? Meng Hanyun, who had been engrossed in his cultivation, was awakened by the thunderous sound. The siblings gazed in awe at the fire-red spirit beast that obscured the sky. Feeling the immense aura of the beast's phantom, utterly astonished, it resembled the legendary ancient divine beast, the fire phoenix. Meng Hanyun's expression turned grave. She had come across fragments of information in her family's library, but regrettably, tens of thousands of years had passed without deeper records. It was known that the appearance of such a divine beast would inevitably bring about catastrophic calamity. Wasn't this the legendary Qingdao sect? How could a lost divine beast manifest here? Perhaps it was merely a treasure imbued with the essence of a divine beast. She speculated upon the disappearance of the phoenix phantom. Truly, it was no ordinary matter for a sect that once reigned supreme. Meng Hanyun was taken aback, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he turned to the contemplative Meng Hanyun. Sister, Meng Hanyun grappled with conflicting thoughts but ultimately exhaled heavily and shook her head. It was far more crucial to find the medicinal herbs we need. Such a precious item would undoubtedly attract relentless covetousness, and even the former Zuan Fengxi might not be able to protect it now. Their immediate priority was to assist their grandfather in advancing his cultivation. As the two conversed, the battle atop the mountain began. The Li clan had not strayed far. Unlike their initial entrance, they were now distinctly divided into three factions, each seeking to excavate the Taoist jade and high-grade spirit stones. When the phoenix phantom emerged from above, it wreaked havoc upon the vast square. Thankfully, the three factions managed to avoid being caught in the middle. Otherwise, casualties would have been numerous. Spirit beast? No. This aura. Li Qingheng's delicate features glimmered with excitement as he beheld the golden phoenix soaring around the peak. Feeling its overwhelming presence, his breaths became noticeably heavier. Li Qingtai tightened his grip on his sword, determined to seize this newly emerged treasure. As the phoenix phantom returned to the enormous pit in the center of the square, the Li family members positioned themselves in a tripod formation. Peering down into the abyss, where they clearly spotted Chen, who was stowing the phoenix egg into his storage pouch. Him? No way. How could he possess the spirit beast egg? Hand over the spirit beast egg. The cavern had already collapsed, and the anti-flight formation appeared to have sustained damage. Chen effortlessly soared out of the cave on his sword, colliding with two flying swords aimed at him. He skillfully evaded by sidestepping, landing on the opposite side of the square, where a large section had been ravaged. Li Qingtai and Li Qingheng surrounded him from both sides. You plan to make a move? Chen Xian surveyed the two men. Dare not. We implore you to yield the spirit beast egg, Senior Li Qingheng, maintaining a respectful demeanor, inclined his head, yet his tone bore no semblance of courtesy. What if I refuse? Then do not blame us for being impolite. Li Qingtai stepped forward. Li Qingying, recalling Chen Xian's past act of saving her, could not help but interject. Senior, that spirit beast egg holds immense significance for my clan. I can represent the Li family in offering spirit stones for its purchase. I am not in need of spirit stones. Chen Xian, whether intentionally provoking or inadvertently flaunting, produced the golden phoenix egg from his storage pouch. The contracted phoenix egg, once half a meter in size, had now shrunk to the size of a palm, radiating with vibrant spirit light. Li Qingtai and Li Qingheng's eyes glistened with desire, their breaths becoming heavier at the prospect of contracting such a spirit beast egg. They envisioned themselves inheriting the Li family in grandeur, becoming the clan leaders. Attack! Li Qingtai was the first to thrust his sword towards Chen Xian, the sword energy surging ominously as it approached. Before it even drew near, an oppressive aura emanated from it, surpassing even Li Qingheng's prowess in swordsmanship. Had it been an ordinary individual, they might have succumbed to the pressure of the sword energy. But Chen Xian was no ordinary foe. With one hand gripping the egg and the other drawing a kitchen knife from his waist, he slashed diagonally from upper right to lower left. The red blade energy surged forth, clashing with the sword energy and not only dissipating the seemingly intimidating force, but also sending the residual blade energy, infused with a murderous intent, straight towards Li Qingtai. Forced to unleash two more sword energies to counteract, he barely managed to stabilize himself. While Chen Xian engaged with Li Qingtai, Li Qingheng stealthily approached, his long sword akin to a phantom, aimed directly at Chen Xian's back. Remarkably, Chen Xian seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. He subtly shifted his stance, parrying the long sword with the kitchen knife. The collision produced a resounding clang as Li Qingheng, whose cultivation was reliant on pills, was pushed back 2 steps involuntarily. Truly formidable, Senior, Li Qingheng had initially approached with a mindset of seizing an advantage through stealth, but he had not anticipated the significant disparity in their strengths. However, he remained undeterred. If strength was lacking, numbers would compensate. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the members of his faction from the Li family, who surged forth like a swarm. Li Qingtai's side mirrored the same urgency. Yet, Chen Xian, having once slain over 20 mid to late-stage foundation cultivators with his initial foundation stage prowess, was now in mid-foundation himself. These fewer than 10 individuals were hardly worth his concern. His movement was honed through countless battles, rendering him as elusive as a specter, each appearance accompanied by the demise of a Li family member. Swoosh, swoosh, 7, 6, 5 except for Li Qingying and a few Li family members who refrained from engaging. Only bloodied Li Qingtai and Li Qingheng remained on the square, leaning on their long swords, blood streaming from their arms and pooling beneath them. Chapter 71. Annihilation. This was not the first time Li Qingying had witnessed Chen Xian in action. But this time, it seemed his cultivation had deepened significantly. Senior, please show mercy. Seeing Chen Xian stride toward the kneeling Li Qingtai, Li Qingying had no choice but to intervene. We are all of the same clan. While the deaths of others could be accounted for, if my cousins were to perish here, I would not know how to face uncle and third uncle upon our return. Senior, I understand that their words may have been offensive. Please show leniency. If they all perish here, outside. The remainder of Li Qingying's warning hung unspoken, a blend of caution and inadvertent threat. All who entered bore soul tokens. The loss of so many clan members was already a significant blow. Should these two cousins also perish, the new generation of the Li family would be irrevocably severed. Swoosh! The only response was the sound of weapons piercing flesh. Li Qingying sincerely pleaded for mercy. But she was unable to counter the folly of her allies. The moment Chen Xian turned to listen to Li Qingying, both Li Qingtai and Li Qingheng simultaneously launched surprise attacks from opposing directions. Since they had come seeking death, he would not hesitate to oblige. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Chen Xian stepped forward, flicking non-existent blood from the kitchen knife, as 2 heavy thuds echoed behind him. Li Qingying watched in horror as her 2 cousins collapsed into the blood-soaked ground, Her heart left with but a single thought. It's over. Hiss. Meng Hanyun and his sister climbed the stone steps, coincidentally witnessing the final scene. They inhaled sharply, their once squinting fox-like eyes now wide with astonishment. Incredible. Brother Chen is truly formidable in his domain. He has slain core members of the opposing clan, a feat he had never dared to attempt before. Unlike her brother, Meng Hanyun was not as unfazed. Her thoughts were consumed with how to safely extricate herself and her brother from this place. They had entered alongside Chen Xian, and the deaths he caused would undoubtedly be attributed to them. Although Zuan Fengxi was unafraid of trouble, it was evident that their faction was in the wrong, and it was uncertain whether those outside could provide timely assistance. After all, the Li family had dispatched 2 Purple Mansion cultivators to guard the entrance of this treasure site. Brother Chen, what have you done? Meng Hanyun sidestepped the pools of blood to approach Chen Xian. Oh, they sought to kill me and seize my belongings, but alas, they underestimated their own capabilities. Chen Xian casually sheathed the kitchen knife, having already stowed the phoenix egg in his storage pouch. Amidst the sea of blood, he held his palms facing down, channeling his energy as the blood on the ground gradually evaporated, transforming into mist that he inhaled. The corpses strewn about appeared to desiccate rapidly, losing their lifeblood until mere skeletons remained. Chen Xian's mid-foundation cultivation expanded further. His method of cultivation was indeed somewhat sinister, in the Qi refinement stage. The requirements were manageable, yet, in the foundation stage, the demand for blood vitality escalated. Chen Xian even sensed that, to some extent, he could manipulate the blood within a person's body, provided their cultivation was inferior to his. Yet, such a dangerous cultivation technique would provoke relentless pursuit in the realm of cultivation. Who could guarantee that today, he could only control the blood of foundation cultivators beneath his level and not, in the future, extend this ability to Purple Mansion or even Golden Core cultivators? Such a perilous practice must be extinguished at its inception. Upon hearing Chen Xian's nonchalant remarks, Meng Hanyun could not help but admire him. Brother Chen, truly, you are remarkable. Your words carry weight, senior. You cannot leave. Li Qingying found herself momentarily distracted, realizing that not only had her 2 cousins and numerous clan members perished, but their very lifeblood had also been drained. In a state of panic, she positioned herself in front of Chen Xian, who was preparing to depart. Are you also going to stop me? Chen Xian responded with remarkable calmness, as if merely stating a fact. Li Qingying bit her lip until it turned pale. She understood that confronting this esteemed elder would undoubtedly lead to her demise. However, even if she managed to escape unscathed alongside the remaining clan members, she would still face suspicion from her uncle and third uncle, especially since they had lost their most cherished son, which would undoubtedly incite chaos within the clan. She was perplexed as to how things had escalated to this point. Hadn't they come in search of treasure? The treasure map had been fully assembled, the secret realm successfully located and opened. Yet the outcome was tragically unforeseen. Li Qingying gazed up at the cerulean sky, her chest feeling icy, with warm blood seeping from her damaged dantian. Beside her lay the remnants of her clan members who had entered the treasure site. The Li family had been completely annihilated. Meng Hanyun had not anticipated that this Chen brother would act with such decisive ruthlessness, instinctively maintaining a safe distance from him. Yet, upon reflection, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, dismissing the notion of safety. If he could easily eliminate so many at the foundation establishment stage, then surely, if he intended to kill him, even with all the protective talismans he possessed, it would merely require the elder to exert a bit more effort. Chen brother, will we still be able to leave this place alive? Meng Hanyun watched as Chen Xian absorbed the last drops of blood, forcing a smile. His words were blunt, devoid of the usual circumlocution, surprising his sister I can. But you too, Chen Xian glanced at the 2 individuals beside him, pausing momentarily. Not necessarily, he had not originally intended to take lives, but he was taken aback by the sheer number of foolish individuals who had come forth to meet their doom. The matter with that old wretch from the soul refining sect remained unresolved, and now he was faced with a new batch of obstacles. The presence of 2 individuals at the Purple Mansion stage among the Li family upon entry flickered in his mind. If there had only been one, he might have attempted a desperate exchange of injury for death, but with 2, he was uncertain of his current abilities against them. After we exit, keep your distance. Chen Xian left behind a kind reminder. What? With your current cultivation, You think you can confront those two at the Purple Mansion stage? Long Xiao, who had been lingering nearby, finally grasped the situation, his reaction having been rather slow. This treasure site can sustain itself for 5 years, enough time for me to reach the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Chen Xian, now in complete command of the secret realm, was intimately familiar with the resources within. This treasure site had originally been established by the Taoist Wengqing as a high-level secret realm. Its time flow was comparable to the outside world, yet the density of spiritual energy was vastly superior. His internal vitality was ample, and compared to it, the spiritual energy was somewhat lacking, making this an opportune moment for a breakthrough. Foundation establishment pinnacle against 2 at the Purple Mansion stage, one of whom is at the late Purple Mansion stage. Long Xiao's face contorted in distress. What sort of master have I followed? How is he even more reckless than before? Yet perhaps this is for the best. Life will certainly not be dull. Long Xiao thought to himself, flicking his tail as he cheerfully trailed behind Chen Xian in search of a suitable spot. Chapter 72. Confrontation and cultivation outside the treasure site. What did you say? Repeat that. Li Father's face darkened like a storm cloud, while another middle-aged man from the Li family, clad in purple and slightly younger, wore an even graver expression. Returning to the patriarch, the soul tablets of our clan members, they are all shattered. The Li family's steward, trembling and kneeling before them, tightened his grip and closed his eyes, forcing the final words through clenched teeth. It's over. The Li family is finished. The soul tablets of the Li family were naturally housed within their main stronghold, not something that could be casually transported. The news they received was merely a relay of what had been disseminated by the Li family, filtered through numerous channels before reaching them. Where is Hung? My Hung! Li Father's voice rose in desperation. The middle-aged man in purple stepped forward, seizing the steward by the collar and lifting him, his veins bulging and face twisted in fury, resembling a fiend risen from the depths of hell. Qing Hung is also gone. The steward quivered in fear, nearly shaking apart. Why was he so unfortunate? It seemed that such calamities had been assigned to him, the usual target of bullying. He wondered if he would survive this day. Father. Mother, I am sorry. Li Father's complexion turned ashen, staggering back a step, precariously close to collapse. He had recently lost his only son, and now, in this moment, he was faced with the loss of his daughter as well. Bang! The middle-aged man in purple hurled the steward aside, his wrath directed squarely at Li Father. It's all your fault. Why did you send clan members to the treasure site? Did you not say that there was no danger within? His Hung. Our records clearly state that there was no inherent danger in the treasure site. Third brother, do not pretend otherwise. Li Father, having endured the pain of losing a son, recovered more swiftly than expected. How can you be certain that your son's death was not intentional? The middle-aged man in purple gritted his teeth. If your son is dead, do you wish for mine to accompany him in death? Third brother, be cautious with your words, Li Father admonished, aware of the multitude of Li clan members present. If such a statement were to spread, how would others perceive him as the patriarch? Ha! Cautious, Li Mingqiao. Do you dare claim that you do not harbor such thoughts? Li Father fixed his gaze upon him, speaking each word with gravity. I swear to the heavens, I have never. The middle-aged man in purple scrutinized his eyes for a long moment before finally looking away. I shall re-enter the secret realm, Li Father, very well. They had originally considered the internal balance of the treasure site, concerned that those of higher cultivation might trigger spatial disturbances. Now that not a single clan member had survived within the treasure site, they had no choice but to send someone in to investigate, ideally someone at the mid-Purple Mansion stage. Soon, they organized a group to prepare for re-entering the secret realm, but this time, the process was far from smooth. What is happening? The secret realm is unresponsive. Patriarch, it's no use. The secret realm cannot be opened. The reassembled treasure map floated in the air, rustling, but despite the Li family members pouring their spiritual energy into it below, not a single response was forthcoming. After a moment of brief chaos, the Li family members quickly settled down upon the appearance of Li Father. After trying various methods, they despaired at discovering that the treasure map they had painstakingly gathered over centuries could only activate the treasure site once. And that activation had ensnared the new generation of the clan. The Li family would soon face a protracted period of decline. Without a sufficient rise of talented descendants, their lineage risked fading into obscurity. Meanwhile, Chen Xian remained oblivious to the turmoil outside. entirely focused on sitting cross-legged atop the stone pillar that had once housed the phoenix EGGIT. Must be said that having gained complete control over the secret realm, Chen Xian finally comprehended the true nature of this treasure site. "Do you see the distant green mountains and clear waters?" he mused. "Do you see the occasional celestial birds flying by? They are all illusions. In reality, the only truly valuable aspect of this treasure site was this mountain peak. No. It should be said that it was half a mountain, for it had been cleaved in two, leaving behind a damaged plaza and a winding stone staircase leading upwards. The Taoist Wangqing had originally constructed this treasure site to utilize the formations set within the plaza to nurture this phoenix EGG. In other words, the entirety of this treasure site had been erected solely for the sake of this egg. The spiritual energy on the western continent was weak. Had the phoenix egg been placed outside, it would not only fail to hatch but would gradually wither away, becoming a dead egg. The origins of this phoenix egg were unknown, as was why the Taoist Wangqing had not kept it on his person in any case. This entire secret realm was devoid of the legendary elixirs and magical herbs of the former first sect, merely serving as a large-scale incubation ground for the egg. A complete farce, as for why such rumors had circulated later, and who had drawn those map fragments. It had been so long that the individuals involved could no longer be questioned. Knowing the truth, Long Xiao mused, "Indeed, this is what humanity is capable of." As time flowed, Chen Xian, wholeheartedly absorbing the spiritual energy in the space, steadily advanced in his cultivation. The phoenix egg nestled in his lap glimmered with a golden radiance. Pulsating as if it were breathing, boom. An invisible explosion erupted within Chen Xian's 3 dantians, with the blood pearls within each gradually increasing in number, while the spirit pearls did not lag behind. At last, he successfully ascended to the pinnacle of qi refinement. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the phoenix egg on his lap seemed to shimmer slightly, though its size remained unchanged. Chen Xian reached out to place the phoenix egg into his storage bag, stretching his limbs before leaping directly out from the split at the top. Chen brother, Meng Hanyun had endured a wretched 5 years. Initially, he had anticipated exiting the realm with bated breath, ready for the secret to open at any moment, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Yet, day turned into month and month into year. He had memorized the remaining jade pieces on the plaza, but the secret realm had shown no signs of reopening. Eventually, his anticipation waned, and with a mindset of what's done is done, he prepared to explore the entire treasure site. How foolish in the end. He could only roam atop this mountain peak, with the farthest distance he could reach being the stone tablet at the base of the mountain. Beyond that, it was as if he had collided with an invisible barrier, unable to move a single step further. After surveying the area, one could not help but cover their face in disbelief. This long-rumored treasure site turned out to be merely a single peak. Just one. How frustrating. He had entered in search of medicinal herbs, but had he known it would be like this? Chapter 73. Exiting the realm. Meng Hanyun stood by the sign at the foot of the mountain, regret gnawing at him. Meng Hanyin, however, was not too distressed. Upon realizing she could not leave, she decided to seize the opportunity and focus on her training. After all, in such a rich aura of spiritual energy, even their home-esque training room could hardly compare. With no way to find the herbs, they could only strive to enhance their own cultivation, as they could not afford to waste this chance. Moreover, with the entirely family now deceased, they had no idea what awaited them outside, and with no means to contact the outside world, their only option was to strengthen themselves in anticipation of the realm's opening. The commotion surrounding Chen Xian's exit naturally caught the attention of the 2 individuals stationed before the stone tablet, who were there in place of the guardian beast. Dressed in a plain gray hemp robe, and having spent a lengthy time in seclusion, Chen Xian emerged in a rather vulnerable state. Fortunately, thanks to the numerous storage bags he had gathered, filled with various magical robes, he was swift enough to avoid embarrassing himself in front of Meng Hanyun and his sister. Brother Chen, that robe you are wearing is of excellent quality. There was something eerily familiar about it. Perhaps it was simply that most magical robes bore a resemblance, reminiscent of those once auctioned at home. Shaking his head, Meng Hanyun dismissed the thought of that familiar magical artifact. Following closely, he immediately recognized the robe adorning Chen Xian as the very one that had been sold for a high price at the last auction, which had been acquired by a member of the Li family. This companion of theirs certainly had no fear of retribution, boldly wearing stolen goods in plain sight. Chen Xian glanced down at the robe he had hastily donned. It was indeed resplendent, a deep, almost black indigo, with wide sleeves and intricate silver patterns woven throughout, serving as protective formations. Due to his recent advancement, the wooden hairpin holding back his once-long black hair had shattered, leaving his locks cascading down his back. Clad in this magnificent robe, Chen Xian appeared transformed, having seamlessly transitioned from a mere country boy into a distinguished cultivator. After 5 years, Chen Xian had officially stepped into youth. His once boyish features now matured into a striking visage, with a stern countenance, his brows resembling mountain peaks, and eyes as dark as unfathomable depths. He reflected not a hint of light. Meng Hanyan found herself momentarily entranced by his appearance. "Brother Chen, have you forgotten to wear shoes?" Meng Hanyun's focus was peculiar as he observed Chen Xian's bare feet upon the plaza, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Chen Xian looked down. His original cloth shoes had shattered during his advancement. For a cultivator, whether one goes barefoot is merely a matter of personal preference. With his current physical prowess, even stepping on molten lava would likely not harm his soles. Yet, years of habit made it uncomfortable to be without footwear. "Here, take these." Before Chen Xian could rummage through his storage bag for suitable boots, Meng Hanyun had already produced a pair of black long boots, which were indeed magical artifacts. Chen Xian accepted them without hesitation. The boots adjusted to fit him perfectly. "Brother Chen, are we able to leave now?" Meng Hanyun finally voiced his desire. Chen Xian nodded and lightly waved his hand toward the open space before him. A gray vortex began to form slowly. The sound of a fan dropping to the ground echoed. A certain someone had been holding it all along. "Is this really all it takes?" Meng Hanyun realized that since knowing Brother Chen, he had been increasingly flustered, feeling as though his 5 years had been a mere joke. Was the exit to the realm right here, accessible at any moment? Chen Xian turned back. "Why not? This treasure site is now mine. Do I need to wait for a specific time to open my own door?" No, it was he who had been ignorant. Meng Hanyun silently picked up the fan, covering his face with his other hand in despair. Meng Hanyun, observing the ever-expanding exit, reminded the two, "With the Li family all dead, be cautious when we step out." Meng Hanyun adjusted his expression, gripping the fan tightly, ready to charge into the fray. The gray vortex steadily grew from the size of a fingertip to a passage large enough for two to traverse. Finally stabilizing, Meng Hanyun took a few quick steps, positioning himself ahead of the group. "I'll go first." Meng Hanyun, taken aback by her brother's recklessness, perhaps motivated by a desire to protect her, hurriedly followed, disregarding Chen Xian's presence. Chen Xian remained unhurried. After all, he had created the exit and could perceive the situation outside. Strangely, there were no Li family members guarding the area. This stood in stark contrast to his previous experience upon exiting the Soul Sea realm. Had they simply given up, foregoing revenge? As Meng Hanyun and his sister readied themselves for a confrontation, they found the outside terrain open and tranquil, with the fresh air occasionally disturbed by the fleeting forms of wild rabbits. Having exited the treasure site, Chen Xian bid farewell. "Brother Chen, where are you headed?" Though Meng Hanyun was uncertain about the situation outside, he still inquired upon hearing Chen Xian's intent to depart, to annihilate the soul-refining sect. Chen Xian stated his intentions plainly. Meng Hanyun was taken aback. "What? Who?" Chapter 74, Bald. Having lost sight of Chen Xian, Meng Hanyun slowly turned his head, as if he could hear the creaking of his neck. "Sister, what did he say?" "To annihilate the soul-refining sect." Meng Hanyun inhaled sharply. Brother Chen's audacity is as unwavering as ever. That is the soul-refining sect, known to be formidable, especially with the golden core cultivator at the helm. Although Zuan Fengxi is not fearful, they do possess a formidable presence. Despite rumors that the golden core ancestor of the soul-refining sect was gravely injured, it was still not something a mere foundation establishment cultivator could provoke. Meng Hanyun acknowledged that Chen Xian's offensive capabilities far exceeded those of a typical foundation establishment practitioner, even standing his ground against early Purple Mansion cultivators. Yet, that was merely early stage. Mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivators were practically invincible to them. Let alone golden core experts, a mere glance could send them into a panic multiple times over. Was Chen Xian courting death? Meng Hanyun could not comprehend. "Enough, let's leave this place." Meng Hanyun felt an unsettling aura pervading the seemingly serene valley. Furrowing her brow as she urged Meng Hanyun to depart. "Sister, don't tug at my clothes, my hairstyle." It's a mess. As the valley fell silent once more, an inconspicuous stone lay quietly hidden amongst the distant rubble, silently recording all that transpired. Had the Leaf family not stationed anyone to guard this valley? They had indeed intended to, but with the younger generation suffering heavy losses, they found themselves under siege from another covetous force. After confirming the veracity of the rumors, they hastily dispatched a large contingent to assault the Leaf family's main residence. The Leaf family had since recalled all scattered members to brace for this impending extermination crisis, even compelling the injured former patriarch and several elders to exit their seclusion prematurely. While the Leaf family confronted the opposing force, Qian Xian busied himself on the road, taking the opportunity to refine some useful magical artifacts. His current forging skills were still lacking, his techniques rather crude, having never received systematic training. Thus, his efforts relied solely on the newly acquired phoenix fire for powerful smelting. Indeed, Qian Xian discovered that due to his bond with the phoenix egg, he could harness the layer of phoenix fire surrounding it. Though he had struggled initially, burning his clothes and hair to naught, he had learned from his mistakes. There was a crucial detail Dragon Xiao had forgotten to mention. Phoenix fire could incinerate anything. In simpler terms, it meant that the hair and brows Qian Xian had lost could not be restored until he reached the embryonic transformation stage, at which point he could reform his body. With a crack, Qian Xian crushed another mirror, not particularly concerned with appearances, but sporting a shiny bald head was undeniably conspicuous. On several occasions, he had to don a black robe with a hood while visiting the cultivator market to conceal his hairless head and the brows that would not grow back, leaving only his nose visible below. Dragon Xiao swore it was not laughing. It simply could not help but let out a series of toots. Qian Xian, unperturbed, utilized the now familiar phoenix fire to smelt a useful brick from the inside out. Ouch! Hot! 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 Dragon Xiao's scales turned a fiery red, resembling a creature clad in scorching iron, hopping about in the air, trying to evade the omnipresent flames. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, give me another chance, it lamented. How did I end up with such a petty master? Qian Xian, unhurried, continued his journey back to the soul-refining sect while simultaneously enhancing his forging skills. Unfortunately, he lacked any techniques pertaining to this field. Otherwise, with the aid of Phoenix Fire, he could have made even further advancements. Nevertheless, for now, it was more than sufficient, at the very least. One must grasp the well-worn brick, which, under certain circumstances of a capricious spirit, has been subjected to the flames of refinement time and again, now reduced to a mere fraction of its original size. Once a 5-inch long and 2-inch wide brick, it has now shrunk to the dimensions of a 1-inch long rectangular jade pendant. Its surface, once rough, has been transformed through the process of burning into a lustrous red jade, translucent and radiant, with mysterious patterns intertwining within, resembling a delicate ornament when held in hand. Qian Xian, in a moment of convenience, has decided to adorn his waist with this modified brick as a decorative piece, complementing it with a tassel of the same hue. Of course, he does not neglect the kitchen knife, knowing that if the brick can be continuously refined, the knife too deserves attention. While ordinary magical artifacts may not withstand the full force of the phoenix fire, this knife remains unblemished. Even the notch on its blade remains as it was. How can this thing be harder to refine than I am? After enduring the pain, Long Zhao's spirit becomes even more substantial, displaying a notable increase in its presence, though so far only Qian Xian is able to perceive it. He is currently observing the knife being refined from a distance. A few days prior, at a bustling trading market, Qian Xian procured 2 fine pieces of spiritual ore and, having found a temporary cave dwelling, prepared to smelt the ore for use in the Blood Soul Banner. Within his Blood Soul Banner, he already possesses over 50 souls at the Foundation Establishment stage and 3 at the Purple Mansion stage. As long as his adversaries do not exceed the Golden Core stage, he stands a fair chance against them. After upgrading the Blood Soul Banner earlier, he habitually took out the kitchen knife for another round of refinement. Boom! Outside the temporary cave, several presences of the Purple Mansion stage drew near, which Qian Xian initially chose to ignore. However, as fate would have it, a scuffle between the two parties inadvertently spilled over to his side. Fortunately, Qian Xian's proficiency in formations has improved significantly. Otherwise, that explosion would likely have buried both him and the stones within. Qian Xian's expression darkens as he realizes that he seems to be at odds with the temporary cave. Despite having chosen a location with scarce spiritual energy and a remote geographical position, it seems to attract troublemakers time and again. Bang! Before he could make his exit, another explosive impact struck precisely at a weak point in the formation. The temporary cave's formation faltered, and debris cascaded from above, landing harmlessly outside the protective barrier of Qian Xian's robe, bouncing away. Chu Xiao Wu, hand over the blood-essence stone, and I shall spare your life. Chen Xian donned his hood and rushed out, aiming a strike at the person issuing the threat. The adversary evidently did not anticipate a sudden confrontation, and their assault continued unabated. Bang! The clash of blade energy and blood energy sent towering trees crashing down and scattered debris in all directions. Who are you? The individual was propelled backward, halting mid-air while gripping the very familiar soul banner in Qian Xian's eyes, their expression frigid. The soul refinement sect. Qian Xian's gaze shifted from the resonating soul banner in their grasp to their face. Questioning yet assured. Knowing it is my soul refinement sect, should you not hastily retreat? Chen Xian recognized this person. To be precise, he had seen them in the memories he accessed. The seventh elder of the soul refinement sect, known for his erratic wanderings, is seldom seen by many disciples of the sect, except for Ming Yin, the sect's senior disciple, who has had dealings with him. What a coincidence. I happen to have business with you. Chen Xian thought this was truly a fortuitous opportunity for experience. Judging by the strength of this individual, defeating the soul refinement sect would take some time, but if they came one by one, he might very well annihilate them. A smirk crept across Chen Xian's lips, his black pupils hidden beneath the hood slowly glimmering with a crimson hue, akin to a hunter spotting its prey. Fellow Taoist, the opponent is at the mid-purple mansion stage. We must flee. Chu Xiao Wu, having finally caught a breath of relief, hurriedly sought refuge beside Chen Xian, transmitting a warning through their thoughts. This fellow Taoist had indeed assisted him, and he could not allow them to be dragged into peril. No, you go first. I just happen to have matters to discuss with this individual. Huh? Are you even listening to yourself? Chu Xiaowu questioned incredulously. Had he been trapped in the secret realm for too long to lose touch with the outside world's tempo? Nowadays, how dare these younger generations provoke their seniors so brazenly? Unless you are at the Purple Mansion stage? Chu Xiaowu ventured a cautious guess. Only among peers would such audacity be tolerated, of course not. Chen Xian made no effort to conceal his cultivation, casting a peculiar look at Chu Xiaowu in response to their conjecture. This individual, at least a consummate foundation establishment practitioner, could not possibly be oblivious to his own level. Then why do you still dare to provoke? Chu Xiaowu remained perplexed. Enough. The seventh elder's complexion darkened. Astonished that a senior of the mid-purple mansion stage was being so blatantly disregarded by these two foundation establishment youths. Who are you? Before engaging, he needed to ascertain the identity of this unexpected newcomer. If they were a disciple from some major sect in training, his rashness could lead to unnecessary enmity between sections. Given the recent turmoil within the sect, it was prudent to avoid complications. Someone here to take your life. Chen Xian's calm tone conveyed an undeniable fact, leaving Chu Xiaowu momentarily dumbfounded. Brother, you truly are something. Chu Xiaowu raised both thumbs in admiration, struck with awe. Had he possessed such courage, he would not have been so ruthlessly pursued by that old man, ignorant child. The seventh elder seethed. Such provocation warranted his intervention, even against core disciples of other sections. He had every reason to retaliate against anyone who approached with hostility, even if their sect were to come knocking. The seventh elder extended his hand, summoning the blood soul banner, fingers weaving incantations. Soul kill. Chen Xian, not to be outdone, summoned his meticulously nurtured blood soul banner, soul kill. Today, he was not the same as before. The souls within his blood soul banner at the Purple Mansion stage were not necessarily fewer than those of his adversary. You are also of the soul refinement sect? The seventh elder's expression shifted upon seeing Qian Xian summon forth his blood soul banner. A multitude of souls surged forth from it. His astonishment only deepened. How is this possible? A mere foundation establishment junior possesses multiple Purple Mansion stage souls within their blood soul banner. Not just one. It is worth noting that his own blood soul banner contained only 3 Purple Mansion stage souls, 2 in the early stage and 1 in the mid stage, the latter of which he had painstakingly acquired. Wait, how come I have never seen you in the soul refinement sect? The seventh elder's mind raced. He was certain he had not encountered this individual within the sect. Yet, the other was undoubtedly wielding the authentic soul refinement technique, and the blood soul banner was also a product of their sect. The soul refinement technique, IT, was a cultivation method reserved solely for inner disciples. Could this be a new disciple taken under the wing of some senior brother? No, that was implausible. Anyone reaching the foundation establishment stage could not remain obscure within the inner sect. Noisy. Chun Xian observed the stalemate between the souls summoned by both sides. Furrowing his brow at the endless chatter, without further ado, he unsheathed the kitchen knife at his waist and charged forward. He preferred the tangible engagement of close combat. The sensation of blade meeting flesh was irreplaceable by any spell. You. The seventh elder was taken aback that the other had the capacity for close combat while simultaneously commanding their souls in battle. Heh, grandsons, Grandpa is here. Long Xiao leapt from the pendant it inhabited. Chun Xian had recently favored not using bricks for combat, and it was feeling quite pent up. Perhaps due to being a soul entity or the result of being refined by the phoenix fire. Long Xiao could now freely enter and exit the blood soul banner, disregarding its restrictions. Initially, Chun Xian did not realize this and allowed Long Xiao to enter the blood soul banner, resulting in the greedy creature devouring a significant portion of the souls Chun Xian had collected. Fortunately, he discovered this in time, preventing the loss of the 3 crucial Purple Mansion stage souls. After reprimanding Long Xiao, it had no choice but to forego its buffet-style snacking. Ugh, rubbing its satiated belly. Long Xiao's eyes twinkled with an idea for a new transaction. I'll help you train these souls, and you feed me in return. What do you say? They can be trained? Chun Xian inquired. Intrigued. Originally, no. However, after consuming a fair amount, I can now control them. 10 days for a foundation establishment soul. Chun Xian found the proposal appealing. Long Xiao, 5 days. 15 days, 7 days. 20 days. Woo. 10 days fine. 10 days it is. Any longer, and I'll get impatient. Long Xiao did not anticipate that this human would dare to negotiate in reverse. The deal was struck. Chun Xian readily agreed, while Long Xiao felt somewhat disheartened. Why does it feel like I've fallen into a human scheme? This marked the first instance where Chun Xian completely entrusted the control of the souls within the Blood Soul banner to Long Xiao. Interestingly, while others could see the souls within the Blood Soul banner, no one besides Chun Xian has yet perceived Long Xiao's spirit. Long Xiao had previously mentioned that this was a characteristic of spirit artifacts. Commanding the souls within the Blood Soul banner, Long Xiao's aura surged, letting out a mighty roar. Its diminutive form gradually expanded, inflating to a height of 2 meters before finally halting in that moment. It bore no semblance to its former petite self. A colossal dragon horn jutted from its head, while its eyes, resembling copper bells, shimmered with a deep golden hue, each containing a needle-like dark pupil. 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth glimmered ominously, with the longest fangs protruding menacingly, inducing an involuntary shiver at mere sight. Its immense cranium was enveloped in a flowing mane, and its lithe body was adorned with palm-sized, dark golden scales. The whip-like tail flicked behind it, tipped with similarly golden tufts of fur, resembling a fluffy pom-pom. Powerful limbs hovered above the ground, with claws that curved like hooks, appearing exceptionally sharp. One could scarcely doubt that a mere scratch from them would result in being torn asunder. In Chapter 76, during the battle, Chun Xian beheld the full form of Long Xiao for the first time, and his immediate thought was that he had erred in naming it, rather than Little Red. It ought to be called Little Gold. Moreover, as he observed the dark golden scales, an incongruous thought crossed his mind. He wondered if this creature held monetary value and could be utilized for alchemy or medicine. Deeply ingrained in the genetics of the people of the Flower Kingdom was the instinct to assess new discoveries for their practical applications. Upon encountering something novel, the first impulse was to ponder if it could be consumed. If not edible, could it be used in medicine? If neither, then could it serve as a material for weaponry? Regardless, such a creature must possess tangible utility. Even after traversing numerous lifetimes, Chun Xian remained no exception. Perhaps his experiences in the world of cultivation had only amplified this proclivity. Alas, Long Xiao's current form was ethereal, not corporeal. Otherwise, Chun Xian would have eagerly commenced his studies. Beware, my friend, Chu Xiaowu exclaimed, witnessing the audacity of this brave soul, who seemed distracted in the midst of battle, as an attack from the opponent was about to land upon him. Foolish child. Elder 7 grumbled, his prepared strike missing its mark, his expression darkening further. Thankfully, he bore no beard, for otherwise, it would surely have bristled with anger. Qian Xian, fully engrossed in the skirmish with Elder 7, adhered to the unspoken rules of the cultivation realm, where battles typically unfolded through spells. Save for the rare few who had mastered physical cultivation, the close combat techniques he had honed on the battlefield found expression in the realm of cultivation as well. He dashed forward, drawing near. Evading the sword's brilliance, his feet remained steady as his right hand, wielding a kitchen knife, deftly pierced into Elder 7's right flank. A direct hit, sizzle. The spiritual energy burst forth, ignoring the protective garment adorning his opponent. The kitchen knife had yet to encounter an insurmountable barrier. Thud. Elder 7 could scarcely believe that his third-grade protective garment could not withstand even a single strike, as it pierced through to his innards. The spiritual energy unleashed within him exploding violently, forcing him to withdraw his sword while attempting to shove Qian Xian away with his other hand, striving to create distance between them. Qian Xian, agile as a specter, remained at Elder 7's side. As the Elder's long sword retaliated, Qian Xian countered with an elbow strike, preventing the Elder's sword from retreating while simultaneously withdrawing the kitchen knife. Squelch, blood gushed forth from the wound that had no weapon to impede it. The color drained from Elder 7's face. Rather than pause, Qian Xian bent low, darting behind Elder 7, brandishing the kitchen knife without mercy. Slash. No matter how swiftly Elder 7 lunged forward, he could not shield himself from the blade and its accompanying lethal aura. The knife cleaved a deep, bone-exposing gash across Elder 7's back, blood erupting as if it were a fountain. Utilizing his momentum, Elder 7 surged forward, and only when they had established a safe distance did he retrieve a medicinal pill from his storage pouch. He now regarded Qian Xian, who held the kitchen knife in one hand while licking the blood from his palm. With eyes filled with malice, akin to gazing upon his father's killer, impressive, Chu Xiaowu observed, dumbfounded. The duration of their combat, while seemingly prolonged, amounted to less than a single breath. Qian Xian's black hood remained firmly in place. As he emerged unscathed while inflicting grave wounds upon Elder 7, who was of a significantly higher cultivation level, in contrast, Chu Xiaowu felt like a useless burden standing beside him. When did those in the Foundation establishment stage become so formidable? His father had clearly stated that with his current cultivation, he could dominate within the Foundation establishment realm. Could it be that his father had deceived him? No, he refused to believe it. This must be another ancient monster like his father, feigning youth to trick him. Regardless, he resolved to take advantage of the situation, seeking the Elder's demise. The blood essence stone had been an accidental acquisition, initially of little use to him. Had the Elder approached him amicably, he would not have minded exchanging it for spirit stones. However, given the Elder's obstinate demeanor and lack of intent for a proper transaction, his stubborn nature refused to yield. He was prepared to go down with the ship. Senior, should you succeed in slaying him, I shall offer you this blood essence stone. Suddenly, Qian Xian, having pursued for quite some time, had incurred significant losses in magical artifacts and was now facing a severely injured Elder 7. Initially, he had sought to trade with spirit stones, yet this young man now appeared willing to gift the stone to another. What was his motive? Elder 7, bewildered and aggrieved, found that his grievances bore no fruit. Qian Xian advanced once more, kitchen knife in hand. Elder 7 exclaimed, "You all, can you not adhere to the traditional rules of combat in the cultivation world? Who taught you such barbaric methods?" For cultivators, battles typically involved spells, at most employing a long sword or other magical artifacts. Close combat, in their eyes, bore no distinction from the actions of mindless beasts. The sensation of cleaving enemies apart with each stroke was not something that could be replicated with a talisman or spell in Qian Xian's view. Sizzle, sizzle. Elder 7 found himself devoid of strength to contemplate further as Qian Xian's knife had reduced his once esteemed third-grade robe to tattered rags, transforming him into a blood-soaked mess. "You huff, who huff, are you?" The blade in his opponent's hand emanated an aura so sinister that Elder 7 was certain the young man had yet to reach the Purple Mansion stage. Yet, the overwhelming blood energy radiating from him surpassed that of a perfected Foundation establishment, comparable to the early stages of the Purple Mansion. Most crucially, He could sense the flow of spiritual energy within the young man. Having cultivated the soul refinement technique for centuries, Elder 7 believed he understood it thoroughly. However, he had never encountered anyone like this individual, capable of harmonizing blood energy and spiritual energy without self-destruction. Could it be that the young man possessed a complete version of the soul refinement technique? Or had he descended from a higher-tier continent? Old man will fight you to the death. As his blood dwindled, Elder 7 contemplated fleeing several times during the skirmish, only to be thwarted by Qian Xian each time. Now, he found himself with no path but towards inevitable demise. Blood ignition technique. His aura surged dramatically. Mid-purple mansion. Late purple mansion. Perfected purple mansion. What the? Chu Xiao muttered, glancing at the detector in his hand and then at the imposing Elder 7 standing before him. Cursing under his breath, "Friend, flee." This elder has forcibly elevated his cultivation to perfected purple mansion using the blood ignition technique. Do not confront him directly. If you can stall for a while, this secret technique will be rendered ineffective. What? The blood ignition technique. Chun Xian's spiritual energy and blood energy had been significantly depleted. Facing off against someone in the mid-purple mansion stage, he could barely secure a kill at the cost of his own severe injuries. With the preset formation, perhaps he could manage with merely light wounds. However, against an opponent at the perfected purple mansion stage, it would require his utmost effort. It was not that Chun Xian was unafraid of death. He understood that slaying the individual before him was merely the beginning. If he could not defeat this opponent in a direct confrontation, his aspirations to eradicate the soul refinement sect would be nothing but a farce. Trading one death for the experience of slaying a perfected purple mansion cultivator was quite the bargain. Chun Xian's memory of the blood ignition technique was clear, but he had forgotten the hood that covered his head. The fierce wind swept across, revealing his shining bald head, which gleamed brighter than the sun above. For the first time, Chu Xiaowu beheld Chen Xian's true visage, and in Chapter 77, Elder 7 found himself feeling utterly humiliated. A master, indeed, is different. Chu Xiaowu stroked his thick black hair, recalling the similar baldness of his father, suddenly feeling an inexplicable urge. At that moment, instead of contemplating escape, he sought a favorable vantage point to observe the clash. Unafraid of the man who had come to settle the score with his savior after slaying him, blood mist enveloped the space between Chen Xian and Elder 7, as the souls within their respective blood-soul banners engaged in a fierce battle. Chen Xian had Long Xiao, barely managing to gain the upper hand against his opponent. In truth, the souls within Chen Xian's blood-soul banner did not possess numerical or qualitative superiority. Their success hinged entirely on Long Xiao. Elder 7 had initially believed victory was assured, only to find himself forced to resort to the blood ignition technique. Arrogant Junior, today you shall witness the might of this old man. Elder 7's eyes turned crimson as he gestured, causing the blood mist to coalesce into numerous long swords, hovering menacingly around him, all aimed at Chen Xian. After devouring the opponent's souls, Long Xiao flew over, burping contentedly. The blood mist solidifies, yet it remains ephemeral. The ability to solidify blood mist was a feat achievable only by those at the golden core stage. By imitating the blood ignition technique, Elder 7 had forcibly elevated his cultivation from perfected purple mansion to the early golden core stage. Albeit only for a fleeting duration. Ha ha ha. Today marks your demise. Go? Elder 7 cackled madly, as countless long swords formed from blood energy surged towards Chen Xian like an unending rain of blades. Each of these swords possesses the lethality capable of severely wounding a mid-stage cultivator from the purple mansion realm with a single strike. Should Chen Xian be struck by even one sword, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries, not to mention the omnipresent and unescapable barrage of sword rain. By heavens, that shameless old man is using his strength to bully the weak and overwhelming numbers to intimidate the few. Chu Xiaowu, watching from the sidelines, was infuriated. Yet he lacked the power to intervene. Oh, father, if you do not arrive soon, your son's savior may perish, and you will be left to collect his remains, though. Given how long this has persisted, it is likely the body would be reduced to mere minced meat, suitable for making dumplings. Chu Xiaowu's gaze was fixed upon the torrential downpour of swords, his thoughts wandering far afield. Speaking of dumplings, perhaps if I am destined to die, I should indulge in a few more bites first, becoming a glutton in my final moments. All he could do was fret anxiously. feeling as if he were already lost in the void. Meanwhile, Xin merely raised his hand, transforming the tile from his waist into a jade pendant, which enlarged before him, morphing into a colossal blood-red shield. Its shimmering light coursing through the intricate dark patterns upon its surface. Roar! I'm coming. Long Xiao, having recently devoured a substantial number of souls, was brimming with spiritual energy. Xin summoned the spirit weapon it had inhabited, infusing it with even more blood vitality, enhancing its already formidable presence. The red scales on its exterior gleamed even more vividly, akin to flames ablaze. With a mighty roar, Long Xiao charged forth, akin to a colossal beast clad in impenetrable armor, rampaging through the sword rain, effortlessly clearing a significant portion of the damage. The spirit weapon Long Xiao inhabited could cleave through any existence, disregarding taboos, rendering this blood-red sword rain comparable to a mid-tier second-grade attack. Little more than a mere tickle to him. The only concern was the speed of his charge, potentially leaving him unable to block from other directions. How could this be? Elder 7 utilized the blood-burning technique, channeling all his blood vitality to fuel this sword rain, believing victory to be all but assured. Yet, he was thwarted by a single artifact. No, was it a treasure? 3rd grade or even 4th grade? This massive blood shield could effortlessly deflect the blood swords, indicating it was at least a 3rd grade treasure, while maneuvering freely amidst the sword rain suggested it was no less than 4th grade. However, such treasures impose stringent requirements on the cultivator's levels. An ordinary person or cultivator could scarcely muster enough blood vitality to sustain it. How was he able to achieve this? Elder 7's gaze towards Xin was tinged with both astonishment and a hint of trepidation. Clang, clang, clang. Another wave of blood swords shattered, dissolving back into blood mist. This is unacceptable. They are cheating. I am growing angry. Long Xiao deftly manipulated the gigantic shield, swatting away the blood swords as if wielding a handleless fly swatter. Yet, as the blood swords were reduced to mist, as long as Elder 7 remained alive, he could reform the mist into blood swords for another assault. After 2 rounds of swatting, Long Xiao's frustration mounted, his mane bristling in agitation, his forehooves pawing at the air. Casting fierce glances at Elder 7, wishing to snap his neck. Xin frowned and reminded him, "Aren't you capable of absorbing blood?" After all, Long Xiao had fiercely competed with him for blood in the blood pool. Showing little restraint, Long Xiao's irritable right hoof had just been raised when he heard this, freezing momentarily, head tilted in realization. Oh, how did I forget? Xin suddenly grasped the reason behind this spirit's incessant bragging about its past prowess before meeting its demise. Should I consider switching to another spirit in the future? Long Xiao, unwilling to admit his own folly, insisted that he merely had consumed too many souls and did not wish to partake in such low-grade blood. Roar! Here I come. Enraged and humiliated, Long Xiao positioned himself before Xin, charging through the sword rain once more. This time, he would not afford Elder 7 an opportunity. After the blood-red shield shattered the blood swords, before the swords could reconstitute into mist, the shield's grooves began to pulsate, drawing in the wisps of blood mist. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. The shield's absorption rate accelerated, its hue growing increasingly vibrant, while Elder 7's complexion grew ever graver. You dare! He could keenly sense the diminishing blood mist under his control, shocked to discover a treasure that could counter the soul-refining technique. The soul-refining sect's primary combat strategy revolved around the soul body's attacks and blood vitality assaults, both of which were terrifying to other cultivators. Cultivators below the golden core stage lack specialized training against soul bodies. When attacked, they are as vulnerable as an unprotected maiden, easily slaughtered. Blood assaults are similarly dire, as ordinary cultivators rely on spiritual energy in combat, with victory determined by who possesses greater reserves, supplemented by artifacts, talismans, and formations. Yet disciples of the soul-refining sect can manipulate blood vitality, which, once tainted, acts as a venomous curse, causing turmoil within their blood. Thus, when engaging with soul-refining disciples, other cultivators are aware they must maintain a safe distance, avoiding blood vitality. However, ranged attacks are thwarted by the opponent's soul banners, making matters exceedingly difficult. Therefore, unless one has formidable backing or an exceptionally fierce disposition, most cultivators tend to avoid direct confrontations with soul-refining disciples. Ironically, Elder 7 encountered Chen Xian, who practiced the same soul-refining technique. Not only were long-range soul attacks ineffective, serving merely to provide sustenance to his opponent, but close-range blood assaults were equally futile, inadvertently replenishing Chen Xian's blood vitality. With his cultivation rendered useless, he found himself in a most vexing predicament. Chapter 78. Blood Essence Stone. It is my turn. The surrounding blood mist was fully absorbed by Long Xiao, and Chen Xian, observing Elder 7's pale visage, felt a surge of satisfaction. Drawing forth the kitchen knife leisurely, he propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, slicing through the air directly towards Elder 7. Having emerged from the depths of the blood sea, Elder 7, despite suffering setbacks to his favored techniques, responded with remarkable swiftness. He drew his life sword, bracing for impact. Clang! Swish! The blade of the kitchen knife collided with the sword, effortlessly cleaving it in two, while the remaining blade, propelled by its momentum, plunged into Elder 7's chest, sending blood mist erupting forth. With a twist of his wrist, Chen Xian drove the knife upward, creating a gaping wound upon Elder 7's chest. Staggering back, Elder 7 had scarcely a moment to catch his breath before Chen Xian, closing the distance, plunged the kitchen knife into his dantian. You? Elder 7's pupils constricted as he felt the icy blade within his dantian, accompanied by the explosive spiritual energy coursing along the knife. Boom! This sound was audible only to Elder 7. Fortunately, his dantian had been drained of blood vitality. Otherwise, the explosive energy alone would have been sufficient to obliterate his dantian, rendering him incapacitated. Though now, the situation was not much better. In simple terms, it was akin to two armies clashing. Normally, provisions would be stored in the rear camp, but if the enemy set fire to them, the soldiers would have no food left. Yet Elder 7's predicament was that he had prematurely distributed all the provisions to his soldiers. Even if the enemy burned their granary to the ground, the soldiers would still have enough supplies to endure one last battle. Chen Xian's aim to incapacitate Elder 7's dantian was merely incidental, with the actual damage amounting to 0. Cough, cough, cough. Elder 7 staggered backward, one hand gripping the broken sword and the other clutching his dantian, as blood seeped from his abdomen, soaking through his tattered robe. Such a formidable junior, truly formidable. Elder 7 no longer possessed the initial confidence and assurance, his gaze towards Chen Xian filled with complexity. Can I discern the true relationship between you and the soul-refining sect? Such an outstanding junior, seemingly embroiled in deep-seated enmity with the sect, yet I have never heard of you over the years. Once I extract your soul body, I shall reunite you with your brethren in my soul banner. Chen Xian, too, experienced substantial blood vitality depletion, having utilized the blood-burning technique. Elder 7, in the fulcrum of the Purple Mansion, could endure far longer, while Chen Xian had been relying on his 3 dantians to alternate in burning. Now nearing the end of his strength, ha, old man, I await your arrival. Elder 7's soul bodies within the soul banner lay extinguished, his blood vitality nearly exhausted, even his life sword shattered. Aware that all hope was lost, he had no expectation of survival. At this moment, he resembled a waning elder, filled with weariness and melancholy, evoking an unwillingness to strike him down. Benefactor, do not be deceived by his appearance. He deceived me in a similar manner. Chu Xiaowu, witnessing Elder 7's condition, jolted awake, leaping up to intervene. This is outrageous. This old wretch has already deceived me. He dares to mislead my unsuspecting benefactor as well. I can tolerate this for my uncle, but not for my aunt. His true nature must be exposed. Swish! Chen Xian's kitchen knife pierced through Elder 7's spiritual sea, the spiritual energy sent forth shattering it into fragments. Elder 7's eyes widened in horror. Watching as Chen Xian showed no signs of mercy, a final groan escaping his throat before he collapsed heavily backward. Thud. His eyes remained wide open, staring at the gray sky, unable to close in death. Elder 7 could never have imagined that, after a lifetime of glory, employing every means to reach his current position, he would meet such a suffocating end at the hands of an unknown junior. Truly, it is a farcical tragedy. With a sudden grunt, Chen Xian expelled the stagnant blood from his chest, then approached the 7th elder, grasping his soul form with one hand and deftly sending it into his blood-soul banner. He then kicked the elder's body aside, revealing the silver needles concealed behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Xiaowu had already sprinted over from a safe distance, and upon witnessing Chen Xian's adept maneuvering, he couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration. Impressive, my benefactor. It's clear you've engaged in such acts of plunder before. Is there something you need? No. Oh wait, yes. Chu Xiaowu, fearful that his benefactor might unleash his bloodthirsty nature and eliminate him as well, raised his hands defensively. Remembering something else, he nodded vigorously and hastily retrieved a fist-sized, irregular black stone from his storage bag. This is the blood essence stone I stumbled upon by chance. It's said to be useful for those lunatics from the soul refining sect. Of course, benefactor, I am not implying anything about you. Chu Xiaowu quickly added an explanation. The blood essence stone? Chen Xian recognized its value. For the members of the soul refining sect, it was indeed a precious item, capable of refining the blood energy within cultivators, enhancing its purity. However, with only one, it would only be enough to refine the blood energy of a single dantian. Chu Xiaowu nodded. I only have this one. But I can take you to the location where I found it. There are many more, though it's a bit dangerous. If the seventh elder knew there were more blood essence stones, he would surely regret not speaking more cautiously before. It was merely a few more spirit stones. What an unjust death he suffered. What a treasure. Though the purity seems a tad lacking, master, you must quickly inquire about the location so we may go together. Long Xiao, having digested the blood mist he had just consumed, shrank in size and scampered over, wagging his tail excitedly. Lead the way. Chen Xian accepted the blood essence stone, examining it closely before infusing it with his blood energy. As it entered, the stone shrank dramatically, transforming from languid to exhilarated. If it had initially been a slow-moving elephant, it now resembled a cheetah sprinting with fervor. All right. What do you mean, all right, Chu Xiaowu? You've grown quite bold. Chu Xiaowu rubbed his hands, preparing to lead the way, when a thunderous roar echoed from above. Chapter 79, Chu Tianba. This is bad. They're coming for me. Just moments ago, Chu Xiaowu had been brimming with enthusiasm. But now he wilted like a frostbitten cabbage, visibly deflated. In a way, Dad has never moved this quickly before. Buzz, a figure clad in flamboyant red approached, even the flying sword beneath him blazing with intensity. His speed was remarkable, yet he displayed great agility as he neared, leaping off the sword, sheathing it, and striding forward with large, confident steps. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, as if choreographed. The newcomer possessed a handsome visage, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect without anger. His hair was tied back, adorned with a golden crown embedded with crimson gemstones. He wore a grand red robe with intricate golden embroidery, embellished with various colored gems, and donned light golden armor. The wide belt, encrusted with multicolored gems, cinched his waist, and his red gold boots were similarly adorned with gemstones. The wrist guards he wore matched the luxurious ensemble, dazzling to the EY goodness. What a splendid outfit! Long Xiao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the shimmering attire. Thankfully, he lacked a physical form. Otherwise, he would surely be drooling. Chen Xian appraised the individual's eye-catching attire. Hearing Long Xiao's envy, was this spirit tool a bit off-kilter, Dad? Reluctantly, Chu Xiaowu stepped forward and cupped his hands. Smack! The man clapped a hand down on the back of Chu Xiaowu's head with no restraint. You rascal! I see you're still alive. What with the distress signal? Hiss, Dad, could you be gentler? Chu Xiaowu covered his head, hopping in protest. Gentler? I barely received your message before rushing over. I feared for your life, lest your mother throw me out of bed. How unfair! Chu Xiaowu grumbled. Noticing his father was about to deliver another affectionate slap, he quickly retreated, on high alert. That I warn you, if you try that again, I'll tell Mom. As expected, Chu Tianba prepared for another swat. You little rascal. All you do is run to your mother. After their usual friendly banter, Chu Tianba finally noticed Chen Xian standing aside, not participating in their exchange. Dad, allow me to introduce you. This is my savior. Seeing that his father finally acknowledged his benefactor, Chu Xiaowu jumped in between the two, ready to make introductions. However, when he reached Chen Xian's name, he suddenly faltered. What is your name, benefactor? Hearing his foolish son's question, Chu Tianba rolled his eyes and waved him off. Get out of here. Hey, hey, hey. While we're talking, don't get physical. I'll tell Mom. Hiss, you little rascal. Chu Tianba felt a twitch in his hand, but business took precedence. He bowed to Chen Xian. Greetings, young brother, I am Chu Tianba, the father of this troublesome boy you saved. Chen Xian. Allow me to take the liberty of addressing you as Brother Chen. Chu Tianba spoke heartily. I sincerely thank you for saving this boy. Please accept this small token of gratitude. With a flourish, he produced an exquisite box from his storage bracelet. This is a purple mansion pill. I see Brother Chen has reached the peak of foundation establishment. This elixir should be useful. Long Xiao darted over. The purple mansion pill? This aura. It even has hidden alchemical patterns. High-grade stuff. Quick, accept it. Qin Xian gazed into the open box, which contained a single deep purple pill, faintly shimmering with alchemical patterns and brimming with spiritual energy. I appreciate the gesture. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. Regardless of whether it was coincidence, you saved our family's boy, and that is a fact. Chu Tianba was resolute in his stance, closing the box and pushing it into Qian Xian's hands. To him, it's a fact worth recognition. In the world of cultivation, there are many hypocritical practitioners who preach lofty ideals while engaging in base actions. Thank you. Although unsure of its utility, Qian Xian felt that the individual before him was genuinely worthy of respect. Dad, you're quite stingy. You only give one purple mansion pill. Chu Xiao peered out from behind Chu Tianba, pouting in dissatisfaction at his father's gift. Smack! Chu Tianba couldn't help but retaliate with another swift clap. This is a third-tier, upper-grade pill crafted by your mother. It should suit Brother Chen perfectly. I've told you countless times. Gifts should be useful. Stop bestowing a bunch of flashy items that serve no purpose. You just asking for trouble. Who says they're useless? Chu Xiao countered. Those treasures, talismans, and spirit stones. Tell me, which of them is not useful to a cultivator? Smack, still daring to argue back. You hit me? And I'll tell Mom. Ack, you're driving me mad. Once my cultivation improves, I'll return every single slap. He fumed, vowing to repay his father in kind. Those blood essence stones must surely be of use to my benefactor. Blood essence stones? That name sounds familiar. Chu Tianba furrowed his brow, halting his hand midair as realization dawned upon him, his rage boiling over. You actually went to the abyssal realm. I've warned you countless times. That place is off limits. You little rascal, you've truly crossed the line. Smack, ack, Dad. I'm sorry. I truly am. Just don't hit my face. After a chaotic flurry, even with spiritual energy in play, Chu Xiao could not contend with his father's might, ending up with a bruised face as he obediently limped behind his father. Brother Chen, since this boy has promised to take you to the abyssal realm, I'll accompany you on this journey. Initially puzzled by the mention of the abyssal realm, Chen Xian finally had the opportunity to inquire. Senior, could you enlighten me about the abyssal realm? No need to call me senior. Just address me as Chu Tianba. He waved his hand dismissively and began to explain the location of the abyssal realm. Chapter 80. Arrival at the abyssal realm. The abyssal realm is located nearly 30,000 miles from here. Far beyond the territories of the soul refining sect, the 10,000 poison sect, and the Shenqing sect IT is said that a heavenly fire once fell there, burning for 10,000 years and forming a vast pit. The depths of this pit are unfathomable, often emitting terrifying sounds, yet no living creature has ever emerged. To date, cultivators have only explored the periphery of the abyssal realm, with very few daring to venture further inside. Those who did never returned. Merely relying on the sporadic treasures acquired from the outer realms by the cultivators is sufficient to elevate their cultivation levels by at least 1 or 2 minor realms. Some individuals have even managed to obtain resources in the abyssal land that propelled them to a significant leap in their cultivation. This has, in turn, enhanced the fame of the abyssal land and spurred an incessant wave of exploration. The blood essence stone was discovered in a small pit located at the periphery of the abyssal land. 3 individuals have already boarded the ship contributed by Chu Tianba. This vessel, as per Chu Tianba's usual taste, is resplendent in gold, shimmering and inviting, evoking a desire for plunder. Benefactor, if you like it, I shall gift you one later. Chu Xiao, resembling a little dog fixated on a piece of meat, incessantly circled around Qian Xian. Upon witnessing him studying the ship's formations, he eagerly approached to express his loyalty. No need. Benefactor, do not be modest. My father has plenty of these, indeed. If my brother is interested in this ship, I happen to possess a newly refined one. Chu Tianba has grown immune to this brat's prodigal antics. After spending this half-day together, he has come to appreciate the character of this heavy brother. but as for a ship, with ample materials and some time, he could easily refine several more. Thank you. This is the first time since entering the world of cultivation that Chen Xian has encountered such a magnanimous cultivator. Oddly enough, he seems to have lost the sense of envy and impulsiveness he once felt upon meeting newcomers. Perhaps it is because he has also stepped into this world. To him, these individuals are not much different from the mortals of the ordinary realm, as all are susceptible to death, if Brother Chun is interested. Next time you visit my city, I shall teach you the art of weapon refining. Over the past few days of conversation, Chen Xian has learned about the circumstances of the Chu family. The Chu family is a prestigious clan of weapon refiners, possessing vast mountainous lands rich in fire ore, upon which they have constructed a grand city. Chu Tianba is the current city lord and a rare fourth-grade weapon refiner. Chu Xiaowu's mother, named Cheng Jingqiu, also hails from a family of alchemists and is a fourth-grade alchemist herself. Curiously, weapon refiners and alchemists tend to hold each other in mutual disdain. Weapon refiners find alchemists pretentious, while alchemists regard weapon refiners as crude and boorish, leading both sides to look down upon each other's professions. The Chu and Cheng families are somewhat adversarial, yet no one anticipated that one would be the future heir of a family and the other the most talented alchemist within their clan, only to become entangled in a relationship by sheer happenstance. The Cheng family was particularly dismayed when their future alchemical prodigy was wed to the boorish individual they had scorned. Consequently, the Cheng family has cursed Chu Tianba vehemently whenever he is present. Their disdain palpable. Meanwhile, the Chu family revels in delight, relishing the opportunity to vex those pretentious individuals. However, the other sects near the two families tremble at the union of these two prodigies, fearing that they might become cannon fodder in the event of a combined force. Regardless of external speculations, the couple finds solace in their private life, enjoying a tranquil existence. As the sole offspring of their union, Chu Xiaowu is spoiled to the extent of being oblivious to the hardships of the outside world. With formidable parents, when he ventures out, most are aware of his identity and would think twice before taking action, lest they find themselves in a precarious situation. One is a fourth-grade alchemist, and the other a fourth-grade weapon refiner. Apart from their inherent strengths, they also share connections with significant powers. Who would have thought that the seventh elder, with his keen eye for the blood essence stone, would appear, even if Chen Xian refrained from intervening? The life-saving artifacts on Chu Xiaowu would suffice to sustain him until his father arrives, albeit with some injuries that would warrant a stern reprimand from his mother. Now that Chen Xian has rescued him, not only is he spared from maternal chastisement, but he can continue to frolic outside, and most importantly, his father will accompany him to the abyssal land, allowing him to explore deeper realms. Chu Xiaowu's mind is racing with schemes, and upon noticing the glimmer in his eyes, Chu Tianba knows he is up to no good. Smack! You hit me again. Cease your thoughts of venturing into the depths of the abyssal land. If you dare act rashly, I shall summon your mother. Chu Tianba cuts off all avenues of escape for Chu Xiaowu as he attempts to argue further. I had no intention of going deeper into the abyssal land. Chu Xiaowu can only momentarily quell his desires. When his father punishes him, he could seek refuge with his mother, but if his mother chastises him, his father would only exacerbate the situation. Humph! Truly, crafted by the hand of Chu Tianba. The ship travels over 30,000 miles, reaching its destination in just a day and a night. In contrast, when Chen Xian returned to the capital of Feihu Kingdom, a distance of several thousand miles, even at the speed of a high-speed aircraft, it took him over a day. Now, this speed exceeds tenfold. They have arrived. High above the ground, the golden ship seems to collide with something, coming to a halt. Chu Tianba stands at the bow, gazing down at the charred land below. This is the abyssal land, where flying is prohibited. Chen Xian nods. He has acquired a thorough understanding of the abyssal land specifics during this journey. The three of them find a suitable location and descend the ship. Once Chu Tianba retracts the vessel, the trio envelopes themselves in spiritual energy and steps forward, officially treading upon this scorched earth. From the sky, one can clearly discern that the abyssal land resembles an immense pit. However, its edges are dotted with numerous small craters. It is akin to a mountain range growing downwards, with the abyss's depths forming the principal peak of this mountain range. Most cultivators search for resources within these smaller pits, while the largest at the center is shunned. No one has ever returned from there, leaving the treasures within a mystery. The pit discovered by Chu Xiaowu is close to the edge. This pit is not large, measuring approximately 40 meters in diameter, And when compared to other pits that often exceed several hundred meters, this one is indeed quite modest. Guided by Chu Xiaowu, the trio descends into the pit with remarkable speed. Within mere moments, they arrive at the location where Chu Xiaowu found the blood essence stone. The space below narrows considerably, and they find footing on a protruding rock. "Look there!" Chu Xiaowu exclaims excitedly, pointing towards a cavernous area below. Using the jutting stones on the wall as leverage, the three swiftly enter the cavern. Upon stepping inside, they are met with a wave of heat that feels like a searing flame crashing towards them. The powerful force nearly shatters their protective spiritual barriers. Qian Xian, possessing 3 dantians that sustain sufficient spiritual energy, finds his barrier merely quiver like a bubble before stabilizing swiftly. With his cultivation, the heat wave is less intense than the geothermal heat in his training chamber. Only Chu Xiaowu appears somewhat flustered as he relies on precious artifacts. He is caught off guard by the sudden surge, causing his barrier to burst silently like a popped bubble. Fortunately, upon witnessing his son's predicament, his father has equipped him with protective artifacts. When one shatters, another automatically activates to shield him. "Father, have you improved this tortoise shell again?" This is the first time Chu Xiaowu has utilized this novel contraption. Instead of fearing the earlier obliteration, he feels a surge of excitement, poking at the spiritual barrier with his index finger. "Take care not to break it. This one has only 5 layers. Chu Tianba recalls the painful memories of his son's past antics and warns him. Oh. Chu Xiaowu, realizing his intentions have been seen through, feels somewhat disgruntled. He had indeed been curious to see what would happen if he were to burst another. However, 5 breaking one more shouldn't be a problem. Right? Chen Xin pays no heed to the bickering father and son behind him. After the heat wave dissipates, he strides boldly into the cavern. Just before the heat wave arrived, he sensed that the dormant phoenix egg in his storage bag had stirred slightly, a flicker of excitement and anticipation resonating within. The interior of the cavern is spacious. Upon entering, they are greeted by a towering red cavern, with a stalactite hanging from above, nearly touching the ground. Upon entering, one would discover that the so-called crimson walls are merely the blood essence stones obtained by Chu Xiaowu. Benefactor, these are all blood essence stones, but it appears that this item turns black when taken outside. Chen Xin, if all of these were excavated, he could fill an entire storage bag. If Elder 7 had known there were so many blood essence stones, he would surely have passed away without peace. Struck it rich, struck it rich. Long Xiao, without being asked, maintaining his juvenile form, dashed around the cave and upon seeing Chen Xin digging at the surrounding walls of red blood essence stones, hurried over to intervene. Master, do not excavate those scraps. Hurry. The good stuff is right here. Brandishing a kitchen knife, Chen Xin had already unearthed several pieces of blood essence stone. This one, Long Zhao's forehooves were clinging to an inconspicuous stone pillar in the center, his face exuding an unseemly flattery. What is this? Long Xiao continuously rubbed his face against the stone stalagmite, and upon hearing Chen Xian's uninformed remark, he whirled around in shock. What? This is blood essence jade? A rarity even in the higher realms, blood essence jade? What distinguishes it from blood essence stone? Chen Xian was puzzled, yet the name suggested a kinship. Let me clarify, blood essence stones are mere scraps among inferior spirit stones. While blood essence jade is a supreme grade spirit stone, just one piece of blood essence jade from here is equivalent to all the other blood essence stones in this cave. Long Xiao, fearing Chen Xian might not grasp the significance, continued, moreover, blood essence stones can only purify blood energy, but blood essence jade not only purifies but also contains extremely pure blood energy. You will no longer need to absorb human blood for cultivation. If you take this entire blood essence jade, it will sustain you through the soul refining technique up to the stage of forming an infant, or even transcending to divinity. Hiss, forming an infant? Chen Xian had yet to reach the purple mansion stage, with the golden core stage still ahead. Now, with just this 3 zhonglong stalagmite, he could save resources equivalent to 2 major realms. The terrifying energy implied is self-evident. Chen Xian was not an irrational killing machine. Since emerging from the Soul Sea's secret realm, he had rarely taken lives, the incident at the treasure site notwithstanding, and that was due to a lack of sufficient blood, which had caused his soul refining technique to hit a bottleneck. Fortunately, his recent focus had been on the spiritual energy within his body, making minimal progress with blood energy, thus it did not pose a significant issue. What benefits does this bring you? Chun Xian was skeptical of the spirit tool's unsolicited generosity. Hee, when master obtains it, can you spare me a small piece? Long Xiao extended a front paw, its meaning unclear. Chun Xian remained silent, awaiting Long Xiao's revelation. Seeing his master unfazed, Long Xiao's spirits waned. Blood essence jade is akin to what we encountered in the previous secret realm. The crucial point is that blood essence jade lacks any other attributes. If I could absorb several pieces, I could transform. As a spirit tool, Long Xiao could only be seen by its master, and not even touch objects. The delicacies it longed for had been elusive since its awakening. If I had a physical form, I wouldn't need you to fight next time. Long Xiao was determined to gain a corporeal form. Very well. Although the abyssal land forbade flight, Chun Xian's agility remained intact. Grasping the stalagmite with one hand, he propelled himself up, reaching the pinnacle, and then with a decisive swing, he struck down. Clang! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the cave as Chun Xian, exerting all his strength, severed the stalagmite at its base and stored it in his bag. Chu Xiaowu had just concluded a debate with his father when, unexpectedly, he heard the soul-shaking sound. Covering his bleeding ears, he shut his eyes tightly. Gritting his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted in agony. Hiss! It hurts! It hurts! Chapter 82, Mistaken Medicine. This sound was not merely an assault on the flesh. The soul was equally affected. Chu Tianba, being a weaponsmith, possessed a stronger soul. Thus the impact was minimal. He quickly enveloped his son in another layer of soul protection. Biffed! As Chun Xian landed back on the ground, he clutched his chest and expelled the stagnant blood. Blood also seeped from his 7 orifices as he cast a fierce glare at Long Xiao. Why didn't you inform me that this thing was so perilous? Long Xiao blinked innocently. Even more so than Chun Xian, I didn't know. How could it have known that excavating this item would be so injurious? Previously, such items were always presented to it as polished chunks, and it merely utilized them. Who would have guessed that harvesting would be so troublesome? Chun Xian, who could sense Long Xiao's thoughts to a degree, asked, Benefactor, are you all right? I have pills here. You should take 2. Chu Xiaowu shook his head, regaining his composure, and swallowed 2 pills. I'm fine, thank you. Chun Xian accepted the pills and swallowed them without hesitation. The moon-white pills dissolved upon entry, instantly enveloping his body in a refreshing sensation, completely dispelling the previous hidden injuries. This pill Chun Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. Its efficacy was remarkably impressive, and most crucially, it seemed to have an effect on his soul. After closing his eyes to meditate and sense, Chun Xian was convinced that this pill could enhance his soul. What is this pill called? Chu Xiaowu. It's the clear heart pill. He then retrieved the jade vial containing the pills and showed Chun Xian the inscription, which read, Clear Must Pill? Hearing Chun Xian pronounce the name, Chu Xiaowu exclaimed, What? He hastily retracted the jade vial, taking another look. Huh? He took the wrong medicine? Then he retrieved another identical jade vial from his storage bracelet. Excellent. This is indeed the clear heart pill. How did you come to possess your mother's pill? Chu Tianba stepped forward, snatching the jade vial to examine it closely, his brows furrowing as he squinted at Chu Xiaowu with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Did you steal it from your mother's alchemy room? His tone was filled with certainty. Chu Xiaowu, feeling somewhat guilty, shrank his neck. Initially, his father had dragged him to learn weapon crafting, while his mother had insisted on alchemy. He had no desire for either and had quietly slipped away. While out, he had sustained some injuries. Thus he had pilfered quite a few treasures from his mother's alchemy room, these 2 vials of pills being among them. Fortunately, Chu Tianba's subsequent words assuaged both their fears. This clear must pill is a precious item. Your mother has only managed to refine 1 vial after over 10 furnaces. He then flipped the jade vial over, revealing only 1 pill identical to the one Chun Xian had just consumed, rolling out, Chu Tianba, Chu Xiaowu. He was not mistaken. It had taken your mother over 50 years to gather the materials for this pill, and 7 years for the refining process, yielding only 16 pills in total. Now, all had been consumed by this prodigal son? Father, I was wrong. Upon hearing that familiar roar, Chu Xiaowu immediately stood upright, adeptly and sincerely admitting his mistake. You go back and explain to your mother. He was eager to see whether this time his wife would still protect this little rascal. Chun Xian furrowed his brow. Is this pill very expensive? He had intended to acquire more, for thus far, he had not consumed any pill that could enhance his soul. Chu Tianba nodded, shooting a glare at Chu Xiaowu before explaining with some reluctance. Mainly, the spiritual materials are exceedingly rare, and the failure rate in refining is extremely high if Brother Chen wishes for it. I can give you this last one as well. Chu Tianba returned the pill to the vial and handed it to Chen Xian. After all, his son was already in trouble, so giving away this last pill was of little consequence. Chen Xian did not accept it but pondered a different question. If purchased, how many spirit stones would it be worth? Chu Xiaowu, thinking his benefactor sought to distance himself, quickly explained, no need, just one pill. My mother will be able to refine more later. I require a larger quantity. Huh? How many? Let us start with 100. Chu Xiaowu's expression resembled one who had heard something utterly incomprehensible, glancing at Chen Xian, then back at the jade vial suspended in midair, then back to Chen Xian, and then the vial again. Chen Xian, vial Brother Chen, one should not consume too many pills. It could lead to pill toxicity. To be honest, it was also Chu Tianba's first time hearing of someone consuming pills in such a manner. Was he not afraid of exploding from overdose? This Brother Chen seemed to lack some fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world. And no worries. Mere pill toxicity is trivial, as long as you can control the phoenix fire. That little pill toxicity need not be a concern. Long Xiao interjected, thumping its chest in assurance. If sold outside, how many spirit stones would this pill be worth? Chen Xian, drawing from his current memories, did not recall this pill, but inferred from the knowledge he had acquired that it would likely be priceless outside. Approximately 100,000. Chu Tianba was uncertain, attempting to minimize the estimate, and nodded affirmatively. That should be about right. Chu Xiaowu, father, have you gone daft from crafting? Or has the price of crafting risen recently? 100,000. Why not quote a lower amount? Chen Xian, who fancied himself somewhat affluent, recalled that he had sold numerous storage bags for only over 30,000 together with the funds from the Li family and the occasional unwitting fools who crossed his path. He could muster a total of only about 160,000. Enough to purchase just 1.5. Humans are notoriously crafty. They merely compress various herbs into pills and sell them for such exorbitant prices. Long Xiao was deeply afflicted. Chen Xian, who yearned to continue his cultivation but lacked sufficient spirit stones and elixirs, found himself increasingly tempted by the prospect of alchemy. If he could concoct elixirs himself, he would save a significant amount of expenditure, and even sell them for other cultivation resources. A breakthrough in his cultivation would surely bring him closer to the end of the cycle of reincarnation. As the three pondered their thoughts, a sudden, thunderous screech pierced the air, causing the cavern to tremble. Numerous blood-essence stones, of various sizes, began to cascade down from the cavern walls. Let us go, Chu Tianba exclaimed, lifting Chu Xiaowu as he followed Chen Xian in a hurried dash toward the exit. When the three finally scrambled back to the surface from the small pit, they beheld figures fleeing from the depths of the abyss. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and sprinted toward the edge of the abyss. Once they had exited the tremulous region, the seismic activity finally ceased. Nearby, a small group of 5 or 6 individuals, clad in robes indicative of a sect, appeared somewhat disheveled. One among them bore visible injuries and wore a look of regret as he gazed toward the abyss. Brotherly, it's a pity we couldn't retrieve that item, spoke a young man with broken brows. We can always go for it next time. As long as you're all right, that's what matters. The speaker possessed a striking countenance, exuding calmness despite the loss, and he offered words of comfort to his fellow disciples. Rest assured, brotherly, we will surely acquire it next time. A charming woman adorned with an array of hairpins chimed in, her looks surpassing the average among cultivators, her eyes glimmering with unmasked affection for Brotherly. Sensing her gaze, Brotherly merely smiled, offering no further comment. Meanwhile, a more youthful and spirited girl, visibly displeased with the woman's presence, crossed her arms and huffed, if it weren't for you, we would have secured that item ages ago. The woman, initially ready to retort, quelled her anger upon noticing Brotherly, her eyes brimming with tears. I am sorry, Brotherly, it's all my fault. Seeing her distressed demeanor only aggravated the younger girl, who scoffed, Humph, you shameless woman, trying to play the victim at your age. Just as tempers rose, Brotherly intervened to prevent any further embarrassment, deftly diffusing the tension between the two women with a few well-chosen words. Brotherly's skill in managing relationships is quite impressive. Xiao thought, hands tucked into his sleeves, peering curiously at the unfolding drama. Once the group finally quieted, he felt a tinge of regret for not witnessing more of the spectacle. Unbeknownst to him, Qianxian was engrossed in a piece of blood essence jade he had procured from a long stalagmite. Within the cavern, it appeared akin to the stone walls, but outside, its hue resembled a milky white jade, distinct from the crimson blood essence stones that adorned the cavern. Long Xiao had already burrowed into the storage bag containing the substantial blood essence jade. Though he lacked a physical form, he could absorb the intangible energy, and once sufficiently nourished, he could manifest a true corporeal body. As the trio remained outside, the opposing group also lingered, seemingly waiting for the tremors of the abyss to subside. A few days passed, and sensing the unusual activity in the abyss, several other factions began to arrive, some flying on swords, others aboard ships. In just a few days, numerous new arrivals had established themselves around the perimeter of the abyss. Initially, Chen Xian had been utilizing the blood essence jade to practice the soul refinement technique, feeling a sense of security with Chu Tianba guarding him. However, as the crowd grew, he temporarily halted his cultivation. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chu Tianba began to share insights on the art of weapon forging. Their conversation soon turned to the most crucial possession of a cultivator, their life weapon. Those lunatics from the soul refinement sect, their life swords are mere illusions. They hardly qualify as genuine life weapons. Illusions? Chu Tianba nodded. A true life weapon resonates with the cultivator's spirit. When a life weapon is damaged, its wielder suffers as well. The timid folks from the soul refinement sect, lacking mastery in swordsmanship, have resorted to creating a haphazard flying sword in a misguided attempt to uphold their sect's integrity. They exploit their souls and blood for cultivation. They could just as well use a rag as their life weapon. As he spoke, Chu Tianba's disdain for the soul refinement sect was palpable. Ironically, these individuals, fearful yet ambitious, recognized that using a mere rag as a genuine life weapon could lead to backlash, so they pretended to forge a flying sword instead. Yet, they failed to grasp the intricacies of proper forging. And their flying swords were crafted from subpar materials, inevitably resulting in diminished offensive capabilities. If they were to engage in battle, any damage inflicted upon their swords would be a significant loss. It was perplexing how someone from the soul refinement sect had concocted such a half-baked life sword, merely claiming the title without any real connection to its essence. Chu Tianba, as an authentic weapon forger, found their practices utterly grotesque. It felt akin to a top student witnessing a mediocre peer attempting to solve problems, only for the latter to revel in their misguided methods, prompting the top student to wish for self-inflicted blindness. Imitating poorly is one thing, but these fools have birthed a grotesque imitation. Chu Tianba realized Chen Xian seemed to have ties to the soul refinement sect, and he subtly cautioned his new companion against emulating their absurd practices, which would only invite ridicule. Brother Chen, when do you plan to return to the soul refinement sect? I intend to go once I reach the Purple Mansion stage, Chen Xian replied candidly. Excellent. Be sure to bring me along. Chu Tianba had initially held a mere disdain for the soul refinement sect, but upon discovering they had targeted his son, his temper flared. He refrained from confronting them directly, restrained by the presence of his son. Otherwise, he would have dispatched a couple of third- or fourth-tier artifacts to hunt down the members of the soul refinement sect. He had promised his son not to get personally involved, but he had never agreed to refrain from letting others take action. As a leading weapon forger in the area, Chu Tianba possessed a modest fortune. Chen Xian, eager to learn more about forging, seized the opportunity to engage with Chu Tianba while waiting for the tremors of the abyss to subside. Chu Tianba, delighted to see someone so eager to learn, brought his son along to listen as well. Why must I endure yet another lecture from my father about forging and alchemy? Chu Xiao thought, feeling exasperated. Brother Chen, let me share with you that a true life weapon should be as the lessons unfolded. Chen Xian found himself systematically absorbing knowledge about weapon forging, from the initial stages of gathering materials, refining, tempering, inscribing formations, stabilizing formations, to layering formations, having relied solely on scavenged items thus far. Chen Xian primarily possessed a small red brick transformed into a jade pendant, a kitchen knife that stubbornly refused to fit into his storage bag, a blood soul banner he had seized from Zhang Yin, and a flying sword he had exchanged several times. The small red brick could seek nourishment for upgrades, while the kitchen knife, which Chu Tianba had examined, bore no remarkable attributes aside from its somewhat large notch. It appeared as ordinary as any kitchen utensil found in the mortal realm, marred only by a few rust spots and devoid of any discernible formations. Lacking even a handle as Chen Xian had wrapped it in cloth. When Chu Tianba first encountered the kitchen knife, he thought Chen Xian was jesting. You truly want to discard this kitchen knife? Let us head to the weapon-forging city and pick out a few proper ones. Not necessary, Chen Xian replied, sheathing the knife at his waist. Despite his silver-threaded black robe and striking features, the incongruity of the shabby kitchen knife at his side rendered him a curious sight. The trio felt quite pleased with themselves, yet to outsiders, they appeared an odd assembly. A bald youth in a black robe, a newly affluent individual in golden robes, and another in a black and gold robe. Indeed, under Chu Xiao's insistence, his father had finally relented and provided an alternative robe instead of matching his son's. Master Chu, I never expected you to grace us with your presence, one of the newcomers remarked, observing the mismatched trio. Not long ago, another group had arrived, and the leaders exchanged knowing glances, presumably communicating with their spiritual senses before abandoning their disciples below and approaching respectfully. Who might you be? Chu Tianba inquired, as he rarely bothered to remember the faces of such individuals, finding their chaotic appearances far less endearing than the artifacts he valued. I am Han Zhengde of the Wan Poison sect, and I have long admired the esteemed name of Master Chu, Wan Poison sect. Chu Tianba nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, likely unable to discern who the other was, merely offering a perfunctory nod in agreement. Asking, is there something you need? I have heard that the master recently refined the purifying poison bell. I wondered, that trinket? It is merely a small item. In a few days, there will be the annual auction at the refining city. It is likely to be auctioned off then. You fancy it? You could just attend the auction. If he could afford the auction price, he wouldn't be seeking assistance from others. Who does not know that one can indeed acquire fine treasures at an auction? Yet the prices often exceed the usual market rates by more than half, and in times of scarcity, they can even multiply several times over. He possesses spirit stones, yet they are insufficient against the wealthier sects present at the auction. Understanding what the other sought, Chu Tianba adeptly began to practice Tai Chi, bidding farewell to the guest. Benefactor, do not be misled by my father's demeanor. It is all thanks to my mother's teachings. Chu Xiao quietly crept behind, observing his father eloquently send the visitor away empty-handed. Chen Xian cast a glance at Chu Xiao. Does your father know what a filial son you truly are? In the days that followed, various visitors came to call on Chu Tianba, much to his exasperation. Previously, he had secluded himself in the refining city, occasionally venturing out for materials, and those seeking to curry favor with him found it difficult to gain entry. Unexpectedly, encountering him outside prompted them to hastily ingratiate themselves, hoping to establish a rapport for future needs of magical artifacts. Time passed, and just as Chu Tianba was on the verge of losing his temper, the tremors from the abyss ceased. The once vibrant atmosphere, filled with mutual greetings among various factions, fell eerily silent, all gazes fixated on the heart of the abyss. Go. Everyone exchanged glances, none daring to take the first step. Until finally, a party that had emerged with Chen Xian could no longer contain their impatience and charged in first. One led the way, and the rest followed suit, racing toward the center of the abyss. From above, they resembled ants emerging from their nest, all rushing toward an enticing confection at the center. Yet, none could discern whether that alluring treat was genuinely sweet or concealed a deadly poison. Chen Xian and his companions did not stand out much in the crowd. At this moment, there were no conflicts of interest, merely mutual vigilance. The edges of the abyss were dotted with numerous pits, where some cultivators, feeling inadequate to seize the treasures at the center, sought to discover hidden gems within these recesses. Hurry, hurry, hurry. When the tremors of the abyss subsided, Long Xiao emerged from his storage pouch. His gaze fixed longingly on the center of the abyss, akin to a long single man beholding a stunning beauty, yearning to leap forward. Are there good treasures? Absolutely exquisite treasures, the aura. Long Xiao stretched his neck, inhaling deeply, his expression one of rapture, then opened his eyes, filled with desire. A peerless treasure. Had it not been for the constraints of the contract, he would have dashed ahead without a second thought. Chen Xian, witnessing Long Xiao's unusual state for the first time, felt a surge of curiosity. The blood essence jade had only excited the spirit of the artifact, and now, boom, as everyone surged forward, one individual was the first to reach the depths of the greatest bottomless chasm. That person leapt down along the chasm's edge, and moments later, a thunderous crash was heard, accompanied by a half-scream. The cultivators arriving afterward, though momentarily sobered by the cry, were irresistibly drawn by the alluring aura emanating from below. And without hesitation, they followed in the footsteps of the first, Like ice cubes being dropped into a massive pot of boiling water, they fell one after another, silently merging with the scalding liquid, which continued to dissolve the subsequent ice. After nearly 100 had plunged in, finally, one individual managed to wrestle back a sliver of reason from the intoxicating aroma. The person stood at the chasm's edge, gazing into the abyssal darkness below, fear shimmering in their eyes. The enticing scent clashed with their dwindling rationality, a battle of heaven and man. Ultimately, reason triumphed over desire, and they reluctantly withdrew step by step. The others, lacking such fortitude, continued to plunge into the depths. Occasionally, one or two would resist temptation, but others, overwhelmed by the surging energy within, would lose control of their aura, causing their protective barrier to shatter and meet their demise. "You little rascal, come back!" Chu Tianba, possessing considerable composure and equipped with various protective artifacts against temptation, gazed toward the dark heart of the abyss, his face etched with solemnity, observing the reckless and irrational behavior of his son. He swiftly extended his hand, seizing the collar of Chu Xiao's robes and yanking him back, delivering a resounding slap to the back of his head. Slap! Ouch! Chu Xiao snapped back to awareness. Chapter 85. Re-entering the abyss. What on earth? Chu Xiao, upon realizing the perilous ground he was about to tread, broke into a cold sweat, retreating several steps without needing his father's grip. Filled with trepidation, not far from him, two more cultivators leapt in, their screams abruptly cut short. Hiss! Chu Xiao had never witnessed such a terrifying sight, turning his face slightly, unable to bear looking directly. Clang! Chu Tianba retrieved an ancient bronze bell from his storage bracelet. Letting it drop to the ground, where it resonated without any bells ringing, it roused those behind him and the struggling individuals from their daze. What has happened to me? My heavens, what is this? Where are my treasures? They were just before me. What lies beneath? As the haze dissipated from the eyes of the crowd, they regained clarity, several having already stepped into the deepest recesses of the center. Fortunate that the ancient bell had rung in time. Thank you, Master Chu. Thank you, Master Chu. The awakened individuals, now cognizant of their savior, expressed profound gratitude, approaching to convey their thanks, deepening their respect for the legendary kind-hearted Chu Tianba. Master Chu truly possesses a compassionate heart, deserving of being a paragon in the realm of cultivation. Next time I seek magical artifacts, I must go to the refining city, although the items may be pricier. With Master Chu overseeing, quality is assured. No need for such formality. I merely brought my son out for some experience. With the protection of the heavens, you shall naturally turn peril into safety. I have merely done a trivial favor. Chu Tianba, shedding the simple demeanor he exhibited before Chen Xian, spoke grandly, winning the admiration and respect of the cultivators. Chu Xiao, hiding behind his father, watched him eloquently converse, pouting slightly, whispering to Chen Xian, "Do not be misled by my father's pretense." All these words were taught to him by my mother, practiced many times for effect. Chen Xian thought, is it really appropriate to expose your father's shortcomings in front of others? You are indeed a good son. After Chu Tianba's speech, he subtly indicated that he was merely accompanying his son for an outing, devoid of any intent to compete for treasures, which eased many hearts. Indeed, with Master Chu's formidable refining abilities, what treasures would he need? If he truly required any materials, they would surely be delivered to his doorstep. No need for him to take action himself. Chu Tianba exuded an air of a great man, achieving success and withdrawing gracefully, while the cultivators began to cluster with their companions, discussing safe ways to descend. Indeed, treasures lay before them, and none intended to leave. Chu Tianba, accompanied by Chu Xiao and Chen Xian, circumvented the throng, navigating to a less populated area along the chasm's edge. This chasm was vast. Even with a considerable number of cultivators entering, they were spread thinly along the edges, with only a few visible from a distance. The larger crowd they had encountered earlier was merely due to their proximity to the chasm's perimeter, as everyone had converged to rush in together. Although the nature of the treasures within remained unknown, they could coexist peacefully until they obtained them. Brother Chen, are you prepared to descend? Chen Xian nodded, his gaze fixed deep into the abyss, as if he could see the faint crimson glow at its center through the impenetrable darkness. Since Brother Chen has made his decision, I shall not dissuade you. Here are some protective artifacts for your defense. Remember to take them. Chu Tianba, possessing considerable wealth, carried only high-tier artifacts, enough to sustain a small sect if successfully robbed. Do not mention it. You saved my little rascal. The abyss is perilous. Consider this alone. Chu Tianba preemptively blocked any refusals from Chen Xian. Thank you. Chen Xian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted. He too found it strange how much goodwill this person harbored toward him. I shall proceed. Wait, woo. Upon seeing Chen Xian activate a protective barrier and leap down, his body moved before his mind, and he was pulled back by his father's firm grasp. Brother Chen, return soon. We shall await your return. Woo. Benefactor, wait for me. Chu Xiao was forcefully retained above by his father, while Chen Xian supported a silver-white, semi-transparent protective shield. As he leaped down, he descended along the mountainside, occasionally using protruding rocks to alleviate the pressure. Once the protective shield entered the abyss, it was immediately met with immense, intangible pressure. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure on the shield, compressing the originally 3-foot distance inward, causing the protective membrane to gradually thin. After descending about 100 zhong, the shield was merely half a foot from his body. Its once finger-thick form now as fragile as a cicada's wing, teetering on the brink of collapse. Crack, indeed. If he continued further, the shield would shatter under the pressure, but a new protective shield would unfurl in its place. This was a newly designed shield by Chu Tianba, with a total of 5 prepared. 1 for himself, 1 for his wife, 1 for that troublesome child, and the remaining 2 handed to Chen Xian. This protective shield boasted 5 layers, and when the original shield fractured, the new one would naturally deploy. Chen Xian, leveraging the shield, charged nearly 300 zhong in one breath. However, the duration of the shield's support diminished the deeper he descended. Along the way, he encountered numerous bloodstains left by fellow cultivators, though their bodies were nowhere to be found. Strangely, throughout this descent, apart from the dark, rocky terrain, not a single blade of grass was in sight. I can barely hold on. Chen Xian gazed at the final layer of the protective shield, his brow furrowing, his current position, looking upwards revealed only a circular expanse of sky, while peering downwards presented an endless abyss of darkness. Surrounding him seemed to be a pervasive black mist. Beyond a distance of 1 zhong, visibility was lost, even to other cultivators, likely due to the peculiar fog of this place. For ordinary cultivators, the visibility was too restricted. If something lurked in the shadows, it would be entirely undetectable. However, Chen Xian had Long Xiao as his companion. It was uncertain how this spirit was generated, but the mist posed no harm or obstruction to it. Rather, amidst the fog, it felt as if it had returned to its territory, a sensation of pure exhilaration. Quick, below. Long Xiao could not stray too far from Chen Xian and anxiously flitted around him, wagging its tail to encourage him, occasionally darting downwards only to return. Chapter 86. Phoenix Blood Crack? The first protective shield had finally exhausted its energy. Almost instantaneously as the shield shattered, Chen Xian activated the second one. Logically, the number of shields he used on the descent should match those he retained for the return journey. However, he had left himself no escape route. Finally, after descending roughly 150 zhong, Long Xiao halted and guided him to the side. Here, almost there. With the last layer of the second protective shield now deployed, Chen Xian, under Long Xiao's urgent urging, plunged into a scarlet light barrier. Entirely unperturbed by the prospect of it being a trap. Hiss, phoenix blood? Long Xiao's eyes widened further, darting towards the source, only to be met with a painful bump against the barrier. Thud. Ouch. Upon entering, the overwhelming, intangible pressure dissipated. They appeared to be in the heart of an enormous palace, with no visible ceiling above. Surrounding them were intricately carved patterns adorned with various gemstones, exuding unparalleled opulence. Beneath their feet lay a crimson expanse, reminiscent of blood yet akin to flames, rippling with every step taken before gradually settling. The grand hall was exceedingly spacious, apart from the exquisitely detailed walls. The only remaining feature was an altar at its center, illuminated by an unknown beam of light that rendered the surroundings dim. The altar was circular, featuring 3 tiers, and at its center stood an inverted, 4-legged cauldron, within which a droplet of what appeared to be golden blood spun endlessly, emanating an intangible allure. The phoenix egg, which had been dormant in the storage bag, began to bounce eagerly, as if yearning to leap out. Chen Xian complied, retrieving it from the bag. Upon sensing the presence of the golden blood, the swirling droplet ceased its rotation, almost as if it were a sentient being assessing the phoenix egg. Thud, thud. The phoenix egg, akin to a child spotting its mother, leapt into the air from Chen Xian's palm, soaring towards the golden droplet, only to collide with the barrier. Thud. It was evident that the shell of the phoenix egg was remarkably sturdy. The barrier had not shattered it. The egg seemed momentarily dazed, suspended in midair, before returning to Chen Xian, appearing distressed as though it had been bullied outside and sought its parent for support. Thud, thud. It joyously bounced before Chen Xian, but alas, their species language was incompatible. Chen Xian was not the least surprised by the phoenix egg's disregard for him. Meanwhile, the golden blood droplet appeared anxious, its surrounding golden radiance fluctuating. Yet it ultimately remained within the confines of the altar's cauldron. The phoenix egg continued to bounce, while the golden droplet pulsed in synchronization. Remarkably, they were able to communicate in this manner. Chen Xian perceived the phoenix egg's emotions, shifting from initial joy to later frustration, and finally to exhilaration, culminating in a vague sense of anticipation. Noticing Chen Xian's indifference, the phoenix egg tilted its body, then leaped forward, rubbing against Chen Xian's face before soaring outward. Gesturing towards the golden droplet, Chen Xian cautiously approached the edge of the altar, halting upon touching the barrier. This distance was sufficient for him to discern the modest dimensions of the altar. The carvings on the exterior of the inverted cauldron appeared to depict the phoenix's rebirth, yet some elements bore resemblance to what he had observed in the tunnel leading to the treasure of the true man. What purpose could the phoenix blood serve? Here, only Long Xiao had any knowledge of its significance. Long Xiao hovered in midair, its eyes fixated on the golden blood, unblinking, its tail occasionally flicking. Upon hearing Chen Xian's inquiry, it readily began recounting the origins of the golden blood. How can I put this? Even in the upper realms, no one dares to touch this phoenix blood. That group of mixed-breed birds, purebreds, have essentially become extinct, and those that could once rival pure dragons are now long gone without a trace. Let me think. According to legend, it's been over 100,000 years. Each pure phoenix contains but a single drop of phoenix blood, which is what you see before you. Moreover, phoenix blood is typically expelled only during their rebirth, at which point they are most vulnerable. If ambushed. Tsk. However, those mixed-breed birds hold grudges. Should anyone dare to ambush during this time, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the entire lineage. Cut to the chase. Huh. Oh, the crux is, if this blood is absorbed by the egg, it should be able to hatch a purebred immediately. Too bad I've journeyed so far only to make a garment for someone else. Long Xiao was incensed, feeling cheated. Master, don't be deceived by the fact that this mixed-breed bird hatches as a juvenile. It can assist you in mitigating the tribulations of your advancement. Mitigate the tribulations? Chen Xian's interest piqued. Indeed, this way, your pressure during advancement will lessen. The higher the master's cultivation, the sooner it could return to the upper realms, at which point it could seek out the one who initially designed it. The dragon? It appeared that breaking this barrier was imperative. Chen Xian began to study the altar's formation and barrier. Recently, he had engaged in considerable research on formations. However, the array before him differed entirely from any he had previously encountered. Resembling a new system, it bore a slight resemblance to the protective formations patterns that Chu Tianba had bestowed upon him. With no clear direction and merely sitting and studying, Chen Xian decided to circle the grand hall. Examining it closely as expected, the ornate and intricate patterns adorning the hall's periphery were individual formation symbols. This was his first encounter with such marvelous formations, and he quickly became engrossed. Time flew while he immersed himself in his studies. After waiting in vain for over a month, Chu Tianba, outside, had yet to receive any news and was compelled to take the unwilling Chu Xiaowu in retreat. The pressure within was too great. And even with his abundant treasures, he could not sustain such wastefulness. Chu Xiaowu was reluctant to leave, so Chu Tianba had no choice but to endure, pinching his nose as he stayed nearby. Don't doubt it. With his own flying ship, it was impossible for Chu Tianba not to carry several portable caves with him. Outside, a group of individuals arrived at the abyss's edge, some vanished, and eventually, a small number returned. This cycle continued. Meanwhile, Chun Xian remained within the Grand Hall, diligently researching the newly acquired formation symbols. As time passed, the leaves in the mortal realm fell in 2 more batches. Chen Xian sat cross-legged against the final stone wall, fixated on the formation, unmoving for over half a month. Ha ha ha, I understand now. So that's how it is. Suddenly, the Grand Hall echoed with manic laughter. Chapter 87. Returning to the initial stage of Foundation establishment, Long Xiao jolted at the sound of this manic laughter. Has the master gone mad? Chen Xian, appearing somewhat haggard, had his eyes gleaming even more brightly. He rose swiftly, directly approaching the barrier. What had once seemed an incomprehensible array of patterns now appeared as simple as a child's play. Qian Sanli Air, can see Dy Lu. This formation unexpectedly bore a striking resemblance to the 8 trigrams of their original world. Sharing significant similarities, disassembling each individual symbol revealed an astonishing simplicity. As Chen Xian's footsteps followed the path he had uncovered to breach the formation, he walked towards the center of the altar with a rhythmic grace. Had the creator of this array witnessed his movements, they would have noticed that although his steps were at times hesitant and erratic, he skillfully evaded every trap with flawless precision, leaving no room for error. Despite the seemingly delicate layer of this protective barrier, it harbored profound spatial techniques within. Discovering the breach was merely the onset. Entering the barrier through this opening was where the true peril lay. Using brute force might allow passage, but whether or not there existed cultivators on the Western continent capable of such strength, even if one could forcefully shatter the barrier, the altar within, along with the drop of phoenix blood above it, would self-destruct, rendering it a Pyrrhic victory. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet also felt as fleeting as a mere blink, before Chen Xian flawlessly traversed the protective barrier and set foot on the first step of the altar. Long Xiao, how impressive! Humanity indeed excels in these esoteric arts. With each measured step, 1, 2, 3, he advanced steadily, initially anticipating traps, yet upon reaching the summit of the altar, he found no further snares triggered. Was it all too seamless? With vigilant scrutiny, he scanned the altar and its surroundings, which remained eerily silent. Holding in his hands the phoenix egg that had leapt from his storage pouch, he pondered whether he should apply the phoenix blood onto the egg or simply place it within the 4-cornered cauldron alongside the blood. Before he could extend his hand, the palm-sized phoenix egg had already sprung forth, landing atop the phoenix blood. With a resounding explosion, the once tranquil and slowly rotating phoenix blood erupted as if struck by a torrent of flame from a cauldron of boiling oil. Scattering crimson fire with astonishing heat in all directions, Chen Xian, caught unawares, was enveloped by the flames, feeling no pain as consciousness slipped away from him. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself amidst a familiar yet strange circle of people. Indeed, he had returned to the Soul Sea secret realm at the moment he had just successfully established his foundation. All those years of effort had culminated in yet another setback. His mind lingered on that sudden surge of fire, dangerous, yet powerful, that must have been pure phoenix fire, if only it could be harnessed for his own use. Chun Xian was tempted, yet he knew he must first address the present circumstances. Rising, he resolved to kill, to refine the human array flags. Though time had slipped by, his reflections within the Grand Hall had deepened his understanding of formations. This time, refining the disciples of the soul-refining sect into human array flags would not only deplete his own resources less, but also better preserve their innate powers. Ultimately, he produced 27 enhanced human array flags, their combat prowess significantly amplified. Having traversed through blood essence stones and blood essence jade, the blood pools within the Soul Sea secret realm had become somewhat redundant to him, tasteless to consume yet regrettable to discard. Familiar with the intricacies of the Soul Sea secret realm, Chun Xian seized every moment to absorb these blood pools to augment his strength. Following Long Zhao's emergence, his power had ascended further. Why are you so familiar with me? Have we met before? Long Xiao queried, feeling increasingly frustrated as it was interrupted repeatedly by its new master. I have stated it before. I can foresee the future. Long Xiao half sat in midair, its scaly visage contorted in confusion, unable to resist tilting its head and scratching its head with its hind paw. But those are my past experiences. I can also see the past. Long Xiao, though lacking in intellect, was not so easily deceived. Exiting the secret realm, Chen Xian was now able to depart calmly before the second elder, albeit leaving a wound behind. Even a minor injury would suffice to infuriate the second elder of the soul-refining sect. The fact that he had been wounded by a mere junior who had just advanced to the foundation establishment stage was an affront he could not overlook. Should he allow this individual to escape today? It would render him a laughingstock in the entire cultivation world. Had it been anyone else, they might have been retained, yet this time, it was Chen Xian well versed in the second elder's techniques and attack patterns. Chen Xian intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate the old man. The disparity in their combat capabilities remained vast. Even an armed ant could not hope to defeat an elephant without a protracted struggle. At that moment, Chen Xian was not yet capable of slaying the second elder. What a pity! Chen Xian was swept away by the second elder's gust of wind, spitting blood as he flew backward. Seizing the chance to make his escape. Old man, you are fortunate this time. I shall return to claim your head as a trophy. His voice echoed loudly, reverberating throughout the valley, where all the disciples stationed by the soul-refining sect heard his declaration. In a light garment that clung to her form, Hong Yu watched Chen Xian's retreating silhouette with a serious glint in her eyes. She had not anticipated that this audacious youth, seemingly emerging from nowhere, possessed not only courage but also remarkable initiative, capable of injuring even the old man. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. The subsequent taunts from Hong Yu and the second elder's furious embarrassment passed unnoticed by Chen Xian, who had sustained slightly fewer injuries this time compared to his previous life. Without altering his course, he once again encountered Meng Hanyun, visited Xinyun Valley, saved Li Qingying, and accompanied the Li family to the treasure site. However, this time, Chen Xian also rescued the village chief, relocating Qin family village to a safer location, erecting a barrier for their protection. While everything within the treasure site had changed somewhat, the general trajectory remained unaltered. Ultimately, the Li family perished. An innocent man suffers for his wealth. Chen Xian had secured the greatest treasure of the site, the phoenix egg, sealing his fate in opposition to the Li family. This time, he showed no mercy. Even towards Li Qingying, his blade fell without hesitation. He collected souls and departed. Chapter 88. The third descent into the abyssal hall. Meng Hanyun felt a rising sense of danger towards Chen Xian, the friend who had once saved him. An invisible barrier had formed between them without the need for Meng Hanyun's warning. Chen Xian paid it no mind. If true acknowledgement existed, one would not distance themselves due to external factors. If there was no recognition, no amount of flattery could alter that. Parting ways with Meng Hanyun outside the treasure site, Chen Xian returned to the temporary cave he had previously occupied to enter seclusion and refine his insights. To kill, to save Chu Xiaowu. The death of the seventh elder came swifter than anticipated. By the time Chu Tianba arrived, Chu Xiaowu had nearly recovered from her injuries after consuming the elixirs. The three of them reached the abyssal region, acquiring the blood essence jade, when the ground trembled violently. Chen Xian ventured alone into the deepest pit of the abyssal region. This time, he did not need to contemplate the array patterns on the walls. He navigated the protective barrier with ease. You truly can foresee the future? Long Zhao's eyes nearly popped out, astonished that its master was so adept on what seemed to be a first visit. Chen Xian glanced at him, then turned his attention to the droplet of golden phoenix blood floating 3 steps away. If I place the phoenix egg inside, will it explode? Long Zhao hesitated. The memory inheritance did not mention that. The dragon clan and those scruffy phoenixes were natural enemies. Their encounters invariably resulted in conflict or insults, and the phoenixes had concealed this information tightly, fearing a sneak attack during their rebirth. Though our dragon clan is combative, we have never taken advantage of others' misfortunes. Those phoenixes truly possessed dark thoughts. With memories from his previous life, Chen Xian took several steps back, retreating to the base of the altar until his back met the barrier. Discarding the phoenix egg towards the phoenix blood as if it were refuse, he hastily exited the barrier's range. Chen Xian fled swiftly, and the flames ignited even faster, before he could completely vacate the protective barrier. The flames had already burned through it entirely, incinerating him along with its contents, leaving not even a trace of ash. The residual flames ignited the entire grand hall. Boom. In the depths of the abyssal region, a sudden eruption of crimson flames consumed all life within its bounds, followed by a resounding cry that echoed across the earth. Screech, clear and melodious, as if it had transcended the ages. Crossing barriers of worlds. Even the upper realms trembled. Yet, none of this reached Chen Xian. As the fiery red haze dissipated, what remained were those troublesome souls, to kill, to refine flags, to injure the second elder. Though Chen Xian had contemplated changing direction, he felt intuitively that the phoenix egg could assist him. When he returned to the grand hall again, he did not rush into the barrier but instead resumed his study of the patterns on the four walls. Or rather, the array patterns. He must have overlooked something. In truth, Chen Xian could recite the array patterns on the walls from memory, yet he chose to examine them inch by inch with his gaze. His fingers traced the contours of the wall, nearly pressing against it as he scrutinized, yet still found no method to breach the protective barrier. Were these walls merely instructing him on how to dismantle the protective barrier? Gradually, he stepped back, eyes unblinking, fixated on the entire wall, then the next, and the next. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he oscillated between the wall directly in front of him and the one behind. Next, he turned his attention to the left and right walls. After a lengthy period, Chen Xian exhaled, feeling enlightened. Indeed, these walls were composed of numerous array patterns, yet these patterns could be disassembled and reconfigured. The protective barrier was not solely designed to prevent outsiders from entering the altar to steal the phoenix blood, but also to safeguard the phoenix blood from erupting within. Thus, Chen Xian's entry was fraught with peril, and his exit would be equally tumultuous. The intricate patterns adorning the upper halves of the front and rear walls, when dismantled and reassembled, serve as a method for swiftly entering the protective barrier. In contrast, the lower halves of the patterns facilitate a rapid exit from within. The patterns on the left and right sides, both top and bottom, represent an enhancement of the protective barrier, elevating its efficacy to a new level, potentially allowing Chen Xian to wield complete control over it. Understanding the barrier is one matter, but mastering it entirely is another. Mastery implies the ability to enter and exit freely, while complete control enables the flexible application of the barrier's capabilities. Chen Xian's current objective is to attain absolute dominion over this barrier. Having been scorched by the flames twice, he feels the need for retribution. He retrieves the array flags, blank ones purchased from Zuan Fengxi, designed specifically for this moment. Drawing a kitchen knife from his waist, he makes a swift incision in his palm, crimson blood gushing forth, with his finger as a quill and the flag as parchment. He meticulously inscribes the patterns: 1 face, 2 faces, 3 faces. Chen Xian immerses himself in the task, and the number of completed flags beside him proliferates, eventually carpeting the ground. When he finally pauses, his vision dimming, he finds himself encircled by the array flags, 108 in total. After consuming a qi blood pill, he plants each flag around the altar, centering them, and forms a series of hand seals, with a resonating hum. The first flag radiates a brilliant red light, followed by the second. Then the third. As the final flag ignites, the entire hall, centered around the altar, transforms into a translucent, blood-red spherical protective shield. An intangible pressure emanates, causing the approaching cultivators at the edge of the pit to hesitate, their eyes glinting with trepidation as they weigh the risks, ultimately deciding to retreat. The danger is too great. Sacrificing their lives is not a fair trade. Chen Xian steps into the array he has established, his purpose clear: sacred blood from the altar. This time, he doesn't rely on his agility to breach the protective barrier. It is as if he has entered a realm devoid of obstacles. Even if he were to step into a trap, it would vanish the moment he landed, turning peril into safety. Once inside the barrier, Chen Xian refrains from stepping onto the altar and instead hurls the phoenix egg toward the floating sacred blood. With a swift tap of his toes, he swiftly penetrates the protective barrier and his own blood-red array, only stopping when he collides with the stone wall. Boom. Indeed, the flames erupt once more. The initial layer of the protective barrier crumbles in an instant, consumed entirely. Next comes the blood-red array that Chen Xian has set up. The crimson flames collide with the translucent red barrier, which bulges and quivers like a bubble, yet miraculously holds on for a final breath. The barrier, forged from Chen Xian's blood, is entirely under his control. His consciousness merges with the barrier, and drawing upon the immense power of his soul, he forcibly contains the flames within it. Nevertheless, the impact of the flames exerts a tremendous strain on his consciousness. Chen Xian feels as though his head might explode, blood trickling from the corners of his tightly pressed lips. The flames from the treasure trove had already instilled fear in him, but he never anticipated that the flames here would be more than 100 times stronger. He had overestimated his own abilities. Chapter 89. The unexpected encounter. How audacious of this human. When Chen Xian disappears for the last time, he finally discerns the sensation of being scrutinized by a higher power from within that cluster of phoenix flames. Strangely, though the tone should be filled with fury, he senses no anger at having been offended. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Xian gazes up at the dissipating calamity clouds, finally recognizing a familiar feeling. Yes, indeed. The voice within the flames resonates with the oppressive sensation brought forth by the thunderous tribulation. The upper realm, is it? You are the shameless thief who stole the token. Perhaps Chen Xian had lingered too long in thought, as the disciples of the soul refinement sect surrounding him began to lose face. Only upon hearing their voices did he return to his senses. Oh, it's you again. His tone remained nonchalant, and amidst their puzzled gazes, he skillfully transformed them all into human array flags, an overwhelming presence rendering them utterly defenseless. This time, Chen Xian chose not to follow Meng Hanyun's path, but instead headed straight for the abyss. After exiting the Soul Sea secret realm, he did not even retrieve the blood essence jade, jumping directly into the deepest part of the pit. This route had become so familiar that he could traverse it with his eyes closed. After crossing the barrier, he felt a sudden shock. What the hell? Phoenix blood. Who did this? Long Xiao's scales nearly burst upon realizing the presence of phoenix blood. Though its physical form was lost, its soul remained. As a fellow divine beast, the animosity between dragons and phoenixes was undeniable. Yet witnessing the phoenix blood, which rivaled the life force of a pure-blood phoenix, made Long Xiao feel as if its own essence was being extracted. Hiss, pain. What do you intend to do? What Chen Xian did next made Long Xiao feel utterly doomed. He sought to forge a bond with it. His tone remained calm, yet the content was shocking. At least Long Xiao perceived that its new master was decidedly unhinged. Phoenix blood would rather incinerate itself than fall into human hands. How can one know without attempting? Previously, Chen Xian had only utilized the phoenix egg. This time, he wished to use his own blood as a conduit to forge a contract with it. He reached toward his chest, grasping at the void, extracting a drop of blood imbued with immense energy, which he effortlessly drew forth. Chen Xian's complexion paled momentarily. He had extracted a drop containing half of his cultivation's essence with such ease. Long Xiao, madman. Sizzle. Chen Xian deposited his drop of blood into the four-corner cauldron. As he drew closer to the phoenix blood, his own drop of blood began to evaporate and shrink as if it were a droplet falling into a raging fire. The flames that had claimed his life several times did not appear. Indeed, Chen Xian, with unblinking obsidian eyes, fixated on the diminishing drop of blood. When he felt it was insufficient, he swiftly extracted another drop from within himself and sent it forth. The blood, which had nearly evaporated entirely, surged once again with new life, drawing ever closer to the phoenix blood. Chen Xian's complexion grew increasingly pale. The combustion of his blood equated to the consumption of his own cultivation and lifespan. A foundation-building cultivator could only spare 3 drops of blood at most. Exceeding that limit would pose a threat to his life. Chen Xian had already drawn his blood for the 3rd time. Had it not been for the immense willpower sustaining him, he would have likely collapsed by now. Huff, huff, closer, ever closer. The atmosphere was infectious. Even Long Xiao was drawn in, hovering beside Chen Xian, its eyes fixated on the 2 drops of blood, its 4 claws instinctively clenching, breath held in anticipation. Finally, when Chen Xian's blood could no longer endure, it finally made contact with the phoenix blood. Boom. Before Chen Xian, everything turned blood red, the entire sea of spirits quaking. He felt as if he had been hurled into a high-speed spinning cylinder, his body and limbs completely ungovernable, forced to rotate incessantly. Eventually, it felt as though he had been expelled from the cylinder. a sensation of weightlessness enveloping him as he plunged into the searing magma. When the kaleidoscopic brilliance before his eyes dissipated, Qian Xian finally discerned his surroundings. Indeed, his consciousness left within the blood had proved effective. He found himself atop a fiery red magma, floating without any sign of melting, with red stones of various sizes protruding from the magma in the distance. Towering crimson peaks pierced the heavens. Even the sky was shrouded in a dark red hue. Chen Xian moved his limbs, regaining some strength, and grasped a large stone block drifting by in the magma, using it to flip himself over. What an audacious young human! As Chen Xian surveyed his surroundings during this brief respite, a voice that felt eerily familiar echoed once more. Who? Chen Xian sat up, gazing into a world devoid of anything but magma and bare stone. You have entered my domain, and you dare to question my identity? Chen Xian inclined his head respectfully toward the air. With eyes void of fear, he stated, I merely stumbled upon this place by chance. If I have disturbed your presence, I beg your forgiveness. Ha ha ha, what a silver-tongued. Clever lad. I can see that your intentions are quite clear. You are evidently familiar with the barrier I set up outside. It is apparent you did not simply wander through. The bubbles in the magma grew larger, as if boiling, and at last, a figure gradually emerged from the molten depths before Chen Xian. The newcomer embodied the quintessential image of an immortal, with black hair adorned by a feathered crown. Clad in flowing red garments, most strikingly, their exquisite features bore no resemblance to mortals, their brow radiating an undeniable air of pride. Appearing to be merely in their mid-20s, yet their eyes held the wisdom of millennia, harmonizing seamlessly with this crimson realm. Foundation building period. How bold! The red-clad youth advanced through the air, inquiring about the identity of the true immortal. Chapter 90. Inquiring about the true immortal's past as the figure drew nearer. Their features increasingly resembled someone Chen Xian had encountered before. Upon hearing the name, the red-clad youth paused momentarily, a trace of an unfamiliar expression breaking through their otherwise serene demeanor. You have met me before? Chen Xian did not conceal the truth, admitting, I have visited your treasure trove. Yet the true immortal did not acknowledge his candidness, remarking instead, but I do not sense the aura of having entered before upon you. These immortals can be quite cunning, having set traps within. Whether you believe it or not, it matters not. Indeed, once you enter my domain, there is no hope of leaving alive. The question of whether the esteemed master Wenqing truly no longer seeks retribution piqued his interest as he surveyed the calm-faced youth before him. After all these years, it was astonishing that someone had managed to unlock this level of his trials with their very life. Moreover, this youth was quite intriguing. Despite being merely in his 20s, his gaze bore the weight of experience, rivaling that of an old man. Hearing that one could not leave alive elicited no surprise from him. How strange, how curious. Are you not afraid? Chen Xian, still mired in disappointment, had originally believed that after enduring so much hardship, he would acquire something rare and precious, only to find it was this. Upon hearing Master Wenqing's words, he shook his head. If they truly wished to spare his life, fear would avail him nothing, and if they did not, then fear remained equally futile. Indeed, you are an amusing lad. Thus, if you can assist this old man with a task, I shall entrust this to you. With a raised hand, Master Wenqing conjured a flame. Phoenix true fire. It seemed Long Xiao had also unwittingly entered this realm. A member of the dragon clan? Master Wenqing raised an eyebrow, having discerned Long Xiao's soul form. A quick sweep of his consciousness revealed that he had been transformed into a vessel spirit by someone. No wonder the dragon clan still existed in the lower realms. Long Xiao, hearing Master Wenqing's words, growled defiantly, baring his sharp teeth. That is still better than your mere bloodline phoenix, lingering in a state of half-life. Phoenix. At Long Xiao's remark, the crucial connection in Chen Xian's mind finally clicked into place. It seemed this young man had surmised something. Chen Xian's expression did not escape Master Wenqing's keen observation. Indeed, there is no need to conceal your thoughts before this old fox. A straightforward admission will suffice. Master Wenqing was intrigued to learn what the outside world currently said about him. Senior, it is likely that during your time in the Qingdao sect, your true identity was discovered. Indeed, I was initially unaware, but later learned that those individuals had discerned clues during my foundation establishment, having witnessed signs amidst the heavenly tribulations, and subsequently confirmed their suspicions. So, You were ultimately schemed against by them, yes. Master Winching recalled that period. Still shrouded in darkness, he had been rescued from the mortal realm by his master at a young age and brought back to the sect. Due to his exceptional talent, his cultivation advanced rapidly, garnering both admiration and jealousy within the sect. Initially, his master and the senior disciples treated him with kindness, but after he established his foundation, their demeanor became strangely altered. Although they still treated him well, he sensed something amiss, attributing it to the increased responsibilities placed upon him by his master. After successfully entering the Purple Mansion stage at the age of 40, he became the youngest cultivator of that level in the Western continent. A figure of great renown. His master, while searching for a Purple Mansion elixir, sustained severe injuries. After entering the Purple Mansion stage, he tirelessly sought various healing herbs for his master, yet the injuries showed no signs of improvement. Eventually, Master Winching sought out the highest-ranking alchemist, who informed him that using the blood of a cultivator would be the most effective remedy. Without hesitation, Master Winching offered 3 drops of his precious blood for the alchemist to concoct the elixir. It is worth noting that a foundational cultivator possesses only 3 drops of blood, and he, in the early stages of the Purple Mansion, had merely 5 drops. Sacrificing 3 drops severely depleted his vitality. Yet, the restoration of his master's wounds brought him greater joy than the loss of his own cultivation and lifespan. Later, under the nurturing care of his master, he quickly replenished the lost blood and advanced to the late stages of the Purple Mansion. 2 decades later, Master Winching successfully formed his golden core, but this achievement plunged him into despair. He found himself imprisoned. Originally born with a fire spiritual root, he was the antithesis of the extreme cold. Yet the master he had revered for decades, during his moment of weakness post-advancement, trapped him in the frigid realm. Chains of profound iron, inscribed with intricate array patterns, pierced through his shoulder blades, firmly anchored to the ground. The ground was etched with complex and profound formations, and any movement would inflict excruciating pain akin to being cut by blades. Master, why? Master Winching's eyes brimmed with blood as he gazed upon the revered figure trudging through the snow. His master was indeed a celestial being. Clad in white, he had rescued him from the filth of the mortal realm, guiding him in the practice of cultivation, only to stab him mercilessly when he was most vulnerable. Master Winching vividly recalled that day when the snowfall was light. When he posed this question, his master had smiled gently, reminiscent of their first encounter. Yet the words he uttered cut deeper than the ice blades of the formation. Because you are a phoenix, born from the ashes, as long as I consume your blood and flesh, I can attain immortality. As his master spoke, his once gentle visage contorted into a grotesque mask, reminiscent of the most abhorrent beasts he had slain. No, even more repugnant, that day, his master severed his legs. Perhaps the events had festered within him for too long, or perhaps the benefits were too great. He rambled on about many matters, and at last, Master Winching grasped the full truth. It turned out that his master had orchestrated the very circumstances that led to his rescue. The tragic death of his adoptive mother. The bullying he endured. Everything was a meticulously crafted scheme to elicit his gratitude and ensure his unwavering loyalty to the sect. According to his knowledge, many gifted prodigies had been similarly ensnared into the sect through such manipulations. His master claimed this was to prevent those treacherous ingrates from betraying the sect. Master Winching had been oblivious to these machinations until, during his foundation tribulation, an elder from the sect perceived the truth. The upper echelons of the sect feverishly scoured ancient texts, eventually uncovering the origins of the Phoenix legend, a mythical beast thought to have vanished for millennia. If its blood and flesh were consumed, one could attain the Phoenix's immortality. The leaders of the Qingdao sect became utterly deranged, exploiting Master Winching's admiration, and after he endured the tribulation of the Purple Mansion, they coaxed him into willingly offering his blood. Those 3 drops of blood were divided among the upper echelons of the Qingdao sect, with his master receiving a share. His master, having been trapped in the late Golden Core stage for years and nearing the end of his lifespan, experienced a surge of vitality after consuming a drop of blood, feeling the barrier he had not touched for centuries become accessible once more. With just 2 more drops, no, 1 more drop of blood, he could break through to the next stage. Others who ingested the 2 drops also felt the profound effects of the blood, setting the stage for a conspiracy against Master Winching. Capturing him was a simple task. as he had always been defenseless against those from his own sect. However, the blood was limited, and according to ancient texts, the higher the cultivation level, the more potent the effects. They resolved to elevate him to the golden core stage. Thus, Master Wenqing was inundated with countless elixirs, propelling him to the golden core stage. Chapter 91. The fall of the Qingdao sect. After reaching the golden core stage, Master Wenqing was controlled and imprisoned at his most vulnerable, becoming the sect's officially recognized blood bank. Time and again, his blood was extracted, and when he could no longer endure it, he was administered elixirs to continue producing new blood. During this period, the Qingdao sect basked in its glory across the Western continent, flourishing like never before, with countless talented individuals joining its ranks. Originally, Master Wenqing was meant to fade quietly into obscurity within the frigid realm, becoming the Qingdao sect's ultimate trump card. However, on an unknown day, his once lofty master unexpectedly recounted the reasons for taking him as a disciple, from the death of his adoptive mother to the bullying he faced, and ultimately to the rescue by the celestial being. All of it was a lie. Upon realizing the truth, Master Wenqing, drenched in his own blood, descended into madness. The debts of gratitude he owed to his master were fabricated, and his existence was merely a colossal deception. Qingdao sect. Ha! What a fine Qingdao sect! I, Wenqing, will never grant you the slightest mercy in death. Fearing that Master Wenqing might take his own life, the Qingdao sect had set up formations to prevent it. Yet, before he could reveal that he had awakened the ancient bloodline of the Phoenix during his Golden Core tribulation, granting him the ability of rebirth through nirvana, the sect acted swiftly, ensuring he could not disclose this information, leaving him with a final glimmer of hope. On the day Master Wenqing chose to undergo nirvana, he deliberately selected a moment when several key culprits from the Qingdao sect were present. The nirvana flames of the Phoenix clan rank among the top 3 in the upper realms. They could ignite all things. The moment they were kindled, they consumed all the formations that bound him and those present. Ha ha ha! My esteemed masters and uncles, is my blood not delightful to consume? The inferno transformed the landscape of the frigid realm, eradicating its existence entirely from the Western continent. The nirvana Master Wenqing underwent may have been influenced by the topography, the formations, or perhaps a combination of myriad factors, inadvertently opening a spatial rift. As he fell into the rift, he vanished without a trace. His masters and uncles, having consumed his blood, somehow survived, clinging to life within the Phoenix flames. Such a disgraceful event could not be widely disseminated. Thus, the Qingdao sect merely stated that Master Wenqing had departed the Western continent, crossing the Black Undersea to the Southern continent. In truth, the esteemed figure known as Wenqing indeed made his way to the Southern continent, where he underwent a profound rebirth. Adopting the surname Feng, he found himself once again at the initial stage of qi refinement, gradually embarking upon the arduous path of cultivation anew, armed with the wisdom of his past experiences. This time his progress was remarkably smooth. Furthermore, during his rebirth, he acquired the ancient legacy of the Phoenix clan, making each significant advancement feel effortless, as if it were a natural progression. Within a mere century, he ascended back to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, successfully entering the embryonic transformation phase, and traversed the Black Abyss Sea, returning to the Western continent. By that time, the Qingdao sect, which had once flourished, was beginning to experience a decline. However, Feng Wenqing had become an unassailable force within the Western continent. When Feng Wenqing returned clad in resplendent crimson robes, it coincided perfectly with the sect's millennial celebration, where various sect leaders from across the Western continent arrived to extend their congratulations. Such a grand occasion, how could I possibly be absent? Feng Wenqing chuckled heartily, and his voice resonated in the ears of all present, drawing their gazes upward to behold a figure that resembled a flame descending with great force. With a thunderous boom, the festively adorned hall was pierced through, and a violent gust of wind surged outward from the epicenter, sending several lower-ranked disciples tumbling dozens of paces away, only halting upon crashing into the walls. Who dares to cause trouble within the Qingdao sect? The sect leader maintained a demeanor of lofty dignity, his stern countenance lending an air of authority. Master, it has been a century since we last met. How could you not recognize me? Feng Wenqing beamed with radiant joy, though his dark golden eyes concealed a chilling intent. Wenqing? The sect leader's expression shifted dramatically, mirroring the shock of several others nearby who were in the know. It seems my master has not forgotten his disciple. How delightful today, on the occasion of the sect's millennial celebration. I have endured countless hardships to return and present a grand gift. Upon hearing the sect leader's words, the other sects present realized that the prodigious disciple who had ventured to the southern continent, Wenqing, had returned. Several familiar sect leaders huddled together, whispering to one another, all agreeing that it was inevitable for the Qingdao sect to become the dominant power in the western continent, contemplating whether to fully integrate into the Qingdao sect. Meanwhile, some harbored doubts, sensing that Wenqing's return did not seem to be one of gratitude, but rather an impending vendetta. Impossible. After all, Wenqing was nurtured by the Qingdao sect from a young age. We'll address matters at a later time. The celebration takes precedence. The sect leader took a deep breath, having already discreetly signaled several senior brothers to take action. Feng Wenqing surveyed the surroundings, his imposing aura sweeping across the other sections. Esteemed guests, today marks the annihilation of the Qingdao sect. I kindly request your witness that, of course, if anyone wishes to assist the Qingdao sect, I would not object. Let us eradicate the roots of this sect. Feng Wenqing smiled innocently, yet a profound chill emanated from the hearts of those from other sections. He spoke with sincerity. This realization arose from the depths of their being. Yet, one side was the long-standing hegemon of the western continent, the Qingdao sect, while the other was the first Golden Core expert to return alive from the Black Abyss Sea. For these minor sects, no matter how they positioned themselves, they would merely be offering themselves as fodder. With a sudden shift in Feng Wenqing's oppressive aura, he unleashed his god transformation presence, prompting the lingering sect leaders to make a swift decision. It seems there are matters to attend to within your esteemed sect today. We shall visit another time. Indeed, it appears there are family affairs to address today. We shall not impose. Oh dear, how could I forget to instruct those rascally disciples not to water the spirit herbs before leaving? Farewell, farewell. In a matter of minutes, the once bustling hall was left deserted. According to the recollections of those who departed last, on that day, the Qingdao sect echoed with cries of despair, flames illuminating the sky, culminating in the complete erasure of the sect from the western continent, along with the transformation of Wenqing into a being of God transformation. Subsequently, various disputes and rumors emerged, with everyone convinced that Wenqing, having returned from the southern continent and successfully ascended, had annihilated the entire Qingdao sect. As for the fate of the treasures left behind by the Qingdao sect, it was needless to say, they had undoubtedly fallen into his grasp. Soon after, treasure maps divided into more than 10 portions began to circulate. Senior, have you not already achieved successful ascension? Chapter 92. An encounter with an old friend. By that time, the Qingdao sect had already begun showing signs of decline. With only 2 remaining in the Golden Core stage, and the others hardly posed a threat. Feng Wenqing, at that moment, should have possessed overwhelming power at the God transformation stage. Such an outcome was inconceivable. It had been several millennia since Feng Wenqing had encountered a living soul, yet this young man piqued his interest, prompting him to engage further. However, this was merely a pseudo-God transformation. He had forcibly elevated his realm to return for vengeance, leaving lingering after effects. With the destruction of the Qingdao sect, his long-held desire was fulfilled, and he bore no further attachments. What does the senior have to say about the phoenix egg at the treasure site? Feng Wenqing's gaze grew distant, clearly indicating that this young man had indeed visited the treasure site. Strangely, he felt no sensation of the treasure site having been activated. Though his soul was but a remnant, it remained connected to the treasure site. I possess a limited understanding of the future. Oh, such extraordinary abilities are a first for Feng Wenqing. Noticing that the young man seemed unprepared to divulge more, his curiosity waned, suspecting that any revelations would be mere fabrications. I have no aversion to your little secret. Since you are aware of the phoenix egg, could I kindly request your assistance in hatching it? Chen Xian shook his head, fixated on the phoenix fire in Feng Wenqing's hand. The hatching of the phoenix egg requires phoenix fire, which I do not possess. Feng Wenqing replied, I can provide you with this. Thank you, senior. Chen Xian expressed his gratitude without reservation, performing a respectful bow. You shall assist me in hatching the phoenix egg and subsequently help me nurture it. Agreed. The phoenix fire, coupled with the future hatching of the phoenix egg, constituted an additional layer of assurance, significantly enhancing the likelihood of ascension and breaking free from reincarnation. Chen Xian's readiness delighted Feng Wenqing, and upon successfully forming a contract, the golden-eyed flames flickered across Qian Xian's brow, marking the imminent dissolution of Feng Wenqing's soul. Senior, I would like to inquire about a matter. Speak. Should you perish, will you undergo rebirth once more? At present, this fragment of my soul lacks the strength to sustain another rebirth. And if the soul were sufficient, then why is it true that the phoenix is immortal? One could say so. Such immortality, would it not lead to monotony? Feng Wenqing fixed his gaze upon Qian Xian. Imparting, to live a life of repetition is what constitutes monotony. Should there be someone ensnared in an endless cycle of reincarnation, do you believe it can be broken? Uncertain as to why, Qian Xian found himself captivated by the golden gaze. Confessing his innermost secret, an endless cycle of reincarnation? Feng Wenqing stroked his chin, contemplating, and honestly shook his head. I have yet to encounter such a matter. However, if it were me, Feng Wenqing paused, locking eyes with Qian Xian's dark orbs. I would undoubtedly strive to break it. I believe you can too. Do you not find this notion peculiar, senior? Feng Wenqing shook his head, his form growing increasingly faint. It is not peculiar. The world is vast, filled with countless possibilities. Though our time together has been brief, I sense that you and I are of a kind. As he spoke, Feng Wenqing seemed to recall a delightful memory, suddenly bursting into laughter. Radiating the brilliance of youth, be why your words, should we encounter reincarnation once more, come to me. We shall meet again. At this juncture, Feng Wenqing's essence was fading to near transparency, yet his radiant golden gaze continued to exude warmth and resolute strength. Young one, take good care of the egg for me. Before completely dissipating, Feng Wenqing's final words reverberated through the crimson expanse. If fate allows, we shall converse again. Upon hearing Qian Xian mention the matter of reincarnation, Long Xiao was so stunned that he plunged headlong into the magma below, emerging in a daze. Feng Wenqing's dissolution did not restore his senses. Reincarnation? So you are aware of such matters. Qian Xian cast a glance at him but remained silent. However, Long Xiao sensed that everything had been conveyed through their exchange of glances. The existence of such individuals is truly remarkable. With Feng Wenqing's dissolution, his space naturally collapsed, and Qian Xian along with Long Xiao were expelled from the realm. Outside, the grand hall retained the same appearance as when they had entered. With the phoenix fire in hand, Qian Xian effortlessly contained the flames from the four-legged cauldron, along with the cauldron itself. After Qian Xian collected the phoenix blood, the intangible barrier of the abyss began to dissipate gradually. Lacking the support of the phoenix blood at its center, this section of the abyss would slowly regain vitality, merging seamlessly with the adjacent forest, no longer appearing anomalous. This time, Qian Xian did not require a treasure map. He could open the treasure site left behind by Feng Wenqing using the phoenix fire. Upon returning to Qin family village, Qian Xian felt an unfamiliarity wash over him as he stood beneath the large tree at the village entrance, gazing at the largely unchanged surroundings. It was here that he had initially enlisted. Alongside Iron Pillar and a Tuesday young man. Who are you looking for? An elderly man with graying hair emerged, leaning on a cane as he approached unsteadily. I am merely passing through. Young man, you must have taken a wrong turn. The elderly man slapped his thigh, convinced, and with half-closed eyes, invited Qian Xian to his home for a visit. Not today. I have matters to attend to. Indeed, he replied. The young man clearly hails from a prosperous family. It would be best to return early lest your family worry. Qian Xian was clad in a black robe adorned with silver threads. His long black hair, untouched by fire, still stood tall atop his head, bound high at the back with a silver hairpin. Due to his cultivation, his once dark skin now gleamed with a jade-like luster. His youthful features were striking, with dark brows that hinted at his vigor, and pupils as deep as night, seemingly capable of absorbing all that existed. A high nose and thin lips, set in an aloof demeanor, rendered him utterly distinct from the frail, impoverished boy who had once left the village in tattered burlap. Even upon their reunion in the military camp, Chun Taizhu and the others might not recognize him at first glance. Thank you very much, Dad. It's time for dinner. A robust middle-aged man emerged from the courtyard, dressed in simple linen, his long hair tied back with a cloth strip, his square jawline and spirited gaze surveying the yard before lifting his head and meeting Qian Xian's eyes. Is there something the esteemed guest requires? Qin Atu. Anxious that his father might offend this well-dressed nobleman, quickly stepped forward to assist, his tone cautious. After finishing his meal, he scrutinized Chen Xian's face, puzzled. This visage seems so familiar. Chapter 93. Safeguarding Qin family village. Nothing of significance. Merely passing through this esteemed place in search of a drink. You are most welcome. Chen Atu, apprehensively, ushered Chen Xian into his humble abode, seeking out the cleanest chair, which he wiped several times with his sleeve before presenting it. He fetched an unblemished bowl, rinsed it multiple times, and cautiously poured a glass of water, bringing it forth with utmost care. Chen Xian's resplendent attire seemed entirely out of place in this courtyard and village. Upon receiving the water and taking a sip, a figure burst into the courtyard, exuding exuberance. Father! Father! I caught a huge fish, a barefoot child of 6 or 7, hair styled in 2 buns, dashed in, struggling to carry a fish as long as her arm, leaving a trail on the ground. Spotting Chen Xian seated in the courtyard, she abruptly halted, blinking her clear eyes, tilting her head in curiosity, saliva nearly spilling from her mouth. What a handsome big brother. Chen Atu felt a jolt in his heart, quickly approaching to pat the little girl's head, then firmly urged her to bow to Chen Xian. I apologize, esteemed guest. My daughter lacks decorum. Having spent considerable time in the military, he had developed an eye for discerning the company one could afford to keep. It is of no consequence. Chen Xian set the bowl aside, beckoning the little girl with a rare gentleness in his voice. Come here. Children are often the most perceptive regarding the goodwill or malice among adults. The little girl instantly sensed Chen Xian's fondness for her and, with a decisive motion, tossed aside the still struggling fish, her damp little feet pattering as she approached. What is your name, handsome brother? I am called Chen Meihuam. My mother said that when I was born, the plum blossoms were in bloom, making me the most beautiful. What a lovely name. Chen Xian affectionately ruffled her hair, rummaging through his storage pouch until he unearthed a splendid jade pendant, threading it with a red string and presenting it to her. Immortal, this is too much. Realizing the miraculous transformation of Chen Xian's possession, Chen Atu immediately grasped the nobleman's true identity and swiftly attempted to intervene. This is a token of fate between us. It is a gift. Chen Meihua, having wiped her hands clean, delicately cradled the exquisite jade pendant against her chest, clearly enamored. Thank you, handsome brother. What a beautiful thing. It feels warm, so I want tea be cold in winter. Keep it close. It will protect you. Very well. Chen Atu was torn, yet before he could utter another word, Chen Xian took his leave. Immortal. Chen Xian departed swiftly, and by the time Chen Atu reached the courtyard threshold, the figure had vanished. Unsure whether to feel relieved or regretful, he returned, slightly hunched. Father, did the handsome brother leave? Yes, he has died. Oh? Little Meihua felt a twinge of disappointment, having intended to catch a lovely fish for her handsome brother. Atu, what is this? When old Chen spoke, Atu noticed several jade pendants and a note left on the bench by Chen Xian. This is .as. He recognized the familiar characters on the paper. He finally understood the source of his familiarity with the nobleman. Hazy, what did the immortal say? Old Chen, unable to read, inquired. Nothing much. The immortal mentioned that we share a bond, thus gifting us a small token. Chen Atu solemnly folded the note and tucked it away. Chen Meihua had learned a few characters from her father and could vaguely discern her father's name on the note, tilting her head in confusion. Dou and the handsome brother know each other? Atu, I have heard the joyous news of your wedding with Sister Xiaohua. This is a belated wedding gift. Fate will bring us together again. Take care. Father. Chen Meihua sensed her father's good spirits. Oh, my precious daughter. Chen Atu beamed, scooping her up and twirling her in the air. Giggling, she exclaimed, Father, this is fun. Let us do it again. Up we go. Whoa. Meanwhile, Chen Xian concealed himself outside the courtyard, observing for a while before wandering through the village. Setting up a hidden formation. The inhabitants of Qin family village, unless deceased, could not possibly leave the village. Yet, in both his past lives, Chen Xian had never encountered Atu's family again in Qin family village. Having merely arrived a few years earlier this time, he could still see them, indicating that something must have transpired in the coming years, resulting in the demise of Atu, Xiaohua, and their children. If his earlier arrival could ensure their safety, it would indeed be delightful. After a brief sojourn, he established the hidden formation and, employing the phoenix fire, tore through space to arrive at the treasure site. The familiar location and formula, devoid of those who would hinder him, allowed Chen Xian to swiftly contract the phoenix egg. This time, with the protection of the phoenix fire, his long hair remained intact. After acquiring the phoenix egg, Chen Xian did not leave. Instead, he proceeded to the square. Placing the egg atop the central platform of the small wooden tower, igniting the surrounding hidden formation with phoenix fire, ultimately leaving a strand of phoenix fire beneath the egg, continuously roasting it. Chen Xian then sat cross-legged in the center of the larger formation, his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, embarking on his cultivation. With the blood essence jade obtained from the abyss, the abundant spiritual energy permeating the treasure site, and the assistance of the formation and numerous Taoist jades, Chen Xian's cultivation here surpassed the speed of direct medicinal infusion. Foundation establishment mid-stage, foundation establishment late-stage, foundation establishment great perfection. Chen Xian not only experienced a rapid increase in spiritual energy but also saw a swift rise in his long-dormant blood energy. Coupled with the continuous refinement of the Taoist jades and his accumulated experience from previous lives, he faced no bottlenecks, even with 3 dantians. Finally reaching foundation establishment great perfection, Chen Xian had been in seclusion for a full year. While in his previous lives, he had taken 5 or 6 years to reach his current level of cultivation. During his year of seclusion, the outside world was rife with turmoil. The young master of Zuan Fengxi, Meng Hanyun, was ambushed, gravely injured, and has yet to awaken, prompting Zuan Fengxi to issue a substantial bounty for the assailants. The Li family's twin prodigies fell, along with the last fragment of the treasure map held by the master Wang Qing, now missing, leading the Li family to issue erroneous pursuit orders following Zuan Fengxi's bounty announcement. According to rumors, despite the deaths of the Li family's twin prodigies, they had succeeded in seizing the last treasure map, allegedly locating the treasure site of Master Wang Qing to in an instant. The entire western continent was rife with undercurrents. Chapter 94. The Li family in search of death. Is this the place? Outside the treasure site, a massive flying ship broke through the clouds. Were Chen Xian present, he would undoubtedly recognize the familiar figures on the deck. Leading them was not Li father but rather 2 middle-aged men who bore a striking resemblance to him. The one clad in a dark blue robe, exuding an air of solemnity and authority, upon receiving confirmation, waved his hand, signaling several already designated disciples to proceed with the investigation. Brother, it seems we have found the right location. The man in a lake blue robe stood alongside the one in dark blue, watching the dispersing disciples. You should be more vigilant, third brother. What do you mean by that? I've come personally. Isn't that enough? The atmosphere between the two was peculiarly strained, with only their trusted confidants standing nearby, while the other Li family members kept a respectful distance, attending to their own affairs. Father, third uncle, father, elder uncle. From the ship's cabin emerged a pair of figures, one stout and the other slender. Li Qingtai and Li Qingheng. Until their facade of civility crumbled, the two maintained a semblance of friendliness. We've found it, discovered the entrance. As the 4 engaged in feigned conversation, a Li family member to the left, a few dozen yards away, excitedly raised his hand. At last, we've located it. Not only did the 2 leaders exchange glances with Li Qingtai and Li Qingheng, but their eyes also glinted with a fierce determination and murderous intent. They all understood that this expedition to the treasure site was a test for them, and upon their return, the position of Li family young master would be firmly established. What is this? Li Qingheng observed his father and uncle ahead as they opened the passage to the treasure site, when suddenly he sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy beneath his feet. Casually, he tossed a self-detonating talisman down. Something else is there. Chen Xian's concealment array was indeed impressive, but it could not withstand the numerous powerful items in Li Qingheng's possession, compounded by the serendipity of the moment. No one would have anticipated that someone would carelessly hurl explosive talismans. A few more detonations would expose Chen Xian's hidden array, and once that concealed formation was revealed, the other members of the Li family became exhilarated. Such a well-hidden treasure. Could it be another treasure site? Boom, boom, boom. A series of relentless strikes obliterated the concealment array, revealing the inhabitants of Chan village hidden within. What is happening? With the protection of the concealment array, the initial attacks went unnoticed by the villagers of Chen. Once the array was breached, they immediately sensed the danger. Chen Atu and the village chief were the first to rush out, An immortal? Qin Atu instantly recalled the figure he had encountered a year ago. Were they here to find Heizei? From the looks of it, they seemed to be seeking revenge. He had no intention of revealing any information about Heizei. And in truth, it was unnecessary. After expending considerable effort and precious resources to break the array, Li Qingheng was infuriated to find that inside were merely ordinary mortals. Damn it! Li Qingheng gritted his teeth. His expression twisted with rage. Damned ants! He needed not employ great force. With a mere flick of his hand, a multitude of houses collapsed, trapping the villagers of Qian beneath the rubble, bloodied and struggling to survive. Mother, Daba, Wu Wu, father. Qin Atu felt several enormous hands descend, and Qian village was reduced to ruins. He tightly embraced his daughter, shutting his eyes, shielding his wife and child beneath him, preparing to face the fatal blow. Boom! Another wave of destruction surged forth, sending debris and dismembered bodies flying. Qin Atu felt the jade pendant around his neck suddenly grow warm, and a translucent green protective shield enveloped him. Deflecting the incoming rubble, Yue, bright. Xiao Meihua's tear-filled eyes sparkled as she gazed at the jade pendant that floated out of the air. Father, Yue, bright. Hiss. Qin Atu felt a chill in his heart. It's over. Indeed, the fluctuation of spiritual energy had attracted the attention of Li Qingheng, and Li Qingtai Li Qingheng reached out into the void and snatched the jade token from Qian Meihua's neck. My Yue! Qin Atu was momentarily stunned, failing to cover Xiao Meihua's mouth, so noisy. Li Qingheng frowned impatiently, and with a swift motion, struck out, buzz. The remaining jade token shielded them, but it could only protect them this last time. Li Qingheng crushed the jade token in his hand, disdainfully discarding it, and set his sights on the last 4 surviving members of Qin Atu's family. I thought it was something valuable. It is merely a protective jade token with a bit of spiritual energy. Wasting my time. The jade token was seized and shattered. Qin Atu could no longer shield his wife and daughter beneath him. Li Qingheng, in a foul mood, returned to the spaceship, leaving behind a desolate wasteland devoid of survivors. At this moment, Qian Xian was in the midst of breaking through to the golden core stage when he suddenly sensed the damage inflicted upon the array in Qian village, forcibly interrupting his cultivation despite the repercussions. He opened his eyes, a crimson hue filling his gaze. At that moment, he realized that the entrance to the treasure site seemed to be under attack. The Li family? Qian Xian rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stepped forward, emerging from the treasure site. With his foundational cultivation level, he should not have been able to traverse space to this extent, but given that it was his territory and that he had contracted with the Phoenix Fire, this ability to cross space approached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion stage and even surpassed some initial Golden Core practitioners. Upon exiting the treasure site, the crimson in Qian Xian's eyes spread to encompass his entire gaze. Qian village had been slaughtered. Who are you? Li Qingheng advanced first, while Li Qingtai lagged behind, colliding with Qian Xian. Qian Xian approached the grotesque mass of blood and flesh before him, having exchanged words with him not long ago. Was it you who did this? Qian Xian's voice was eerily calm amidst the carnage. What of it if it was done by your grandfather? Li Qingtai had never known the meaning of submission. Even if this time he bore the brunt of Li Qingheng's wrath, this was not merely a burden. He had also contributed to the destruction of Qin village. Grandfather? Then you can die. Qian Xian turned, the crimson in his gaze startling Li Qingtai. This was a master of the Purple Mansion. Qian Xian moved with remarkable agility, and his crude kitchen knife was surprisingly sharp. Before Li Qingtai could react, Qian Xian had already severed his right arm along with the sword he was gripping. A chill enveloped Li Qingtai's right arm, and only then did the pain begin to spread. As he clutched the severed stump with his left hand, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Who dares to harm a member of the Li family? Li Qingtai's anguished cries snapped the departing Li family members back to reality, swiftly surrounding Qian Xian. Although Li Qingheng and Li Qingtai were at odds, injuring a member of the Li family in public was a direct affront to him. It was you who shattered my jade token. Qian Xian sensed the residual aura of the jade shards in Li Qingheng's grasp, fixating on his hand that had crushed the token. Chapter 95. Fierce battle. Whose family are you from? How dare you attack a member of the Li family? Li Qingheng proclaimed his family name first. Li Qingtai, despite his lack of intellect, was on par with him in strength, able to inflict harm on him. indicating a cultivation level of at least the Purple Mansion stage. How tiresome! Qin Xian never imagined that despite leaving behind the jade pendant and the array, he still failed to protect the people of Chen Village. The last remnant of warmth this world had offered him. Blood Soul Banner, arise! Countless grotesque, howling souls erupted from the banner, lunging towards the other members of the Li family behind Li Qingheng. As for those insignificant insects, he need not dirty his hands. The Soul Refining Sect? You are from the Soul Refining Sect? Li Qingheng immediately recognized the weapon Chen Xian was employing, but it was too late. Save me, young master, ugh. The intangible souls evaded ordinary attacks effortlessly in mere moments. Li Qingheng's uncle and third uncle, along with the Li family members trailing behind them, were torn apart by the soul entities, their life forces extinguished. How dare you! The anger of the Li family elder caused his beard to bristle as he charged down from the spaceship, summoning his flying sword for a downward strike. He was at the mid-Purple Mansion stage, a whole realm above Qin Xian. Yet, Chen Xian had already slain several at the early Purple Mansion stage, so this one would not pose much of a threat. The might of this strike would render anyone below the Purple Mansion stage immobile. Yet, Chen Xian was an exception. Seeing the sword energy approach, he did not flinch or evade, instead drawing the kitchen knife from his waist and cleaving horizontally. His knife energy leaned towards slaughter, and even if the wielder's cultivation was insufficient, the sheer momentum of the blade overpowered the sword energy. Smash, boom. The half-red blade energy collided with the moon-white sword energy, sending a massive shockwave radiating outward, forcing Li Qingtai and Li Qingheng to retreat several steps to avoid the onslaught. Impressive! Li Qingheng sheltered behind his protective barrier, observing the clash between the black-clad youth and his uncle, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. His uncle's strength was among the top within the clan, yet this person dared to confront him head-on, signaling a formidable cultivation level. Fortunately, he had refrained from intervening earlier. Otherwise, Xiao Hong, capture their soul entities for me. Facing Li Qingheng's uncle was still a challenge for Chen Xian. Had Long Xiao been there to assist, they might have fought on equal footing. However, Chen Xian had sent Long Xiao to engage Li Qingtai and Li Qingheng, further splitting his already limited combat strength. Understood. Long Xiao, bound by the master-servant contract with Chen Xian, dared not defy his orders, manipulating the jade pendant to transform into a brick-like form and hurling it towards the two-step bang. Li Qingheng, caught off guard by the departing red brick, was struck hard against his protective barrier. This seemingly gentle impact shattered the barrier meant to withstand an attack from the late Purple Mansion stage. In slow motion, Li Qingheng watched as the barrier fractured like shattered glass, piece by piece, followed by the second strike of the enlarged brick. Bang! The sound was quite authentic. Before Li Qingheng's protective robe could react, the now half-human-sized brick sent him flying, crashing through several boulders before finally halting against a massive rock. Bang! One brick had rendered Li Qingheng's dantian useless. Before the pain of colliding with the boulder could fully register, his dantian exploded, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, losing consciousness. Hee, one down, one to go. Long Xiao, controlling the enlarged brick, made a sharp turn and charged towards the retreating Li Qingtai. Thud. Li Qingtai's protective barrier, akin to a giant bell, held out for mere seconds under this brick's assault before it too was rendered useless. Long Xiao, finish him. Hunger, tire. The elder of the Li family could no longer be bothered to delay time with Chen Xian, directly tossing out an explosive talisman to obstruct Chen Xian before turning back to rush towards the severely injured and unconscious Li Qingtai. I shall take your life. After a thorough examination, I despairingly discover that among my several sons, the one with the most promise has been utterly wasted. Setting aside Li Qingtai, the elder of the Li family turned back, his gaze towards Chen Xian in the sky filled with hatred and madness. Manipulating the flying sword in his hand, he launched an attack. Buzz. The flying sword pierced through the air. In his fury, the elder of the Li family unleashed a power nearing the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. No, having just consumed a pill to unleash his potential and enhance his cultivation, his overall aura surged further, nearly reaching the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Chen Xian was never one to be passive in battle. After the elder's talisman had left him somewhat disheveled, he coordinated with Long Xiao, one absorbing the firepower while the other launched a sneak attack from behind. The clash between the kitchen knife and the flying sword sent shockwaves, leaving the surroundings in chaos. Chen Xian summoned all his vital energy and spiritual essence, channeling it into the kitchen knife. With 3 dantians powering up, even without employing the Phoenix Fire, his combat prowess was already comparable to the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage compared to the Elder, but subduing him in a short time would not be an easy task. Bang. The Elder of the Li family, well prepared, deflected Long Xiao's ambush. Third brother, assist me. Chen Xian had an ally, and so did the opponent, who was also a blood relative. Very well, elder brother. The third uncle of the Li family administered a pill to his only son, stabilizing his injuries before joining the fray. Leave this wicked creature to me. Alas, this is not good. The opponent is too formidable. The winds are fierce. Retreat. Long Xiao's strength had not recovered much, and coupled with the low level of the spirit tool he possessed, he was quickly beaten back, ultimately unable to maintain his soul form, retreating directly into the brick, his momentum greatly diminished. Useless. A mere early-stage Purple Mansion cultivator has him crying out in distress. Chen Xian now somewhat regretted having summoned this spirit. Without Long Zhao's assistance, the odds of 2 against 1 quickly placed Chen Xian at a disadvantage. Blood-burning technique. Although Chen Xian lacked pills to enhance his cultivation, he possessed a practiced technique. What of the blood-burning technique? I demand your son accompany you to the grave. The elder of the Li family's eyes turned bloodshot, nearly losing his sanity, as he and the third uncle of the Li family attacked simultaneously, one targeting the throat and dantian, the other aiming for the back of the head. Phoenix Fire, screech. Chen Xian spread his arms wide, drawing circles upward with a push, summoning a magnificent fiery phoenix illusion behind him. The phoenix appeared as if birthed from flames, each feather distinctly visible, letting out a cry that echoed towards the heavens. The third uncle of the Li family, preparing to ambush Chen Xian from behind, was forced back several dozen feet by the ensuing heat wave. Clearing the obstructing long sleeves before his eyes, the third uncle gazed at the soaring phoenix.